Those Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We made it! We made it! Championship Friday! I cannot wait! 2 more sleeps? No, Marcus. 2 more sleeps?
Well, here's the thing, Murph. I might not go to sleep. I might be on a bender for the next 48 hours getting ready for championship weekend.
Okay, so bleary-eyed Marcus on Sunday at 3:30 at Levi's Stadium. Cannot wait. It feels great. Feels exciting now. And now when you when you start prepping for a Brian and Bobby's best bets is when it gets real. That's when it gets real, man. So super fun, super hyped. Everything looking good. Deebo, more practice yesterday. Limited.
Sounds like it's trending in the right direction, Murph.
I'm excited. I saw footage of him actually catching a pass in practice.
And that's huge because we talked about yesterday the range of motion, the pain tolerance that he has to deal with. If he's out there catching balls, that means it would seem that he has full range of motion, so it seems like he's on track to play this
weekend. Tweeted
weekend.
out that he doesn't want to take any shortcuts, is what he said.
No shortcuts.
We're excited. So, awesome energy, awesome vibe. Unless you read the Mike Silver column in the San Francisco Chronicle, I don't want to ruin my opening segment with that.
No, I was going to say,
with negative vibes.
You're going 601 Mike Silver taking down Brock Purdy.
No negative vibes. No negative vibes, man. All right, Marcus, I was going to say, how's your Thursday night? But I think I saw on social media, I saw how it was. You were at the down here doing the Terry Francois one-step.
That's it. I walked down to Chase Center last night for NBA rivalry week between the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors. I know we brought it up earlier this week that the NBA is trying this whole NBA rivalry week thing this week. And even Steph Curry after the game was like, yeah, we're only rivals with the Kings because the NBA scheduled us to play this week. But I was in their neighborhood, Murph, so I wanted to stop by, went to Chase Center, and saw the Harrison Barnes revenge night last night, dropping 39 points, came out the gates hot.
Not only that, he's the guy who blocked Kuminga's shot late when the Warriors were going up. And by the way, I said Kuminga, who, by the way, is turning into a... I was shocked he wasn't named an all-star starter. By the way, if you read social media, he'd be an all-star star. Part of a Warriors game experience now, by the way, is going on social media and watching just the pitchforks, torches, knives, and bloodlust for Steve Kerr from the young generation.
I was going to say...
They want this guy. The young generation's got no love for Steve Kerr. I still got love for Steve Kerr.
Well, Murph, I went home after the game and went straight to sleep, so I stayed off of social media, but I'm only guessing that people were calling for Steve Kerr's head because they did not call a timeout on the final possession of the game.
Well, it started with, in the fifth, with about 5 minutes to go, Kuminga has had another and one, and he took him out of the game for a couple minutes. So whenever he takes Kuminga out, that's usually when people lose their minds.
That's when the Kuminga army attacks.
Yeah, well, Kuminga, I mean, and to the Kuminga army's defense, the guy, I wouldn't take the guy out either. The guy's playing out of his mind right now.
I mean, Murph, over his last 5 games, averaging 25 points per game.
I mean, that's legit, brother. And obviously, we talked about the 11 for 11 performance on Wednesday night, which tied the record shared by your elevator mate. You told me you rode an elevator with the great Chris Mullen.
That's right. Me and Chris Mullen last night.
Was it just you two in the elevator?
Sharing an elevator. Yeah, it was just me and Mullen chopping it up. I was asking him about his rehab on his foot. We got into some behind-the-scenes stories. Of course, he's familiar with the morning show and everything that's been going on over the last month or so. But yeah, shout out to my guy Mully. Got to chop it up with him yesterday.
He's a great dude. Game. He's a great dude and a Niner fan too. So Mully will be dialed in on Sunday. But anyway, the Kuminga goes 11 for 11 Wednesday night, and last night career high 31. Not enough, though. The Warriors lose 134 to 133. And if you missed it, guys, shocking finish where the Warriors, Kevin Huerter misses 2 free throws that would have put the Warriors up, the Kings up 3. Warriors get the rebound, 11 seconds left. What do you do? Freeze right there. What do you do? Do you play it out or you call timeout? Me, I play it out. So I got no problem with Kerr because you got Steph Curry and you got Draymond Green and you got a home crowd and you're not giving the Mike Brown a chance to set something up. So you play it out, and they get the ball to Steph. The Kings trap him. He dribbles it off his foot, and the Warriors lose. Shocking to see Steph Curry do that at a time like that.
I mean, shocking to see Steph not even get a shot up. But, Murph, going back to your question, should they call it a timeout? Should they have not? Now it's easy to play Friday morning quarterback and look back at it and say, yeah, they should have called a timeout. And I understand the thought process because you still have Kevin Huerter on the court. Yeah. He's a defensive liability, so you want to go and attack. But once Steph kind of dribbled up the court to the right, was trapped, tried to dribble back to the left, I think at that point, once you see that there's nothing developing, that's when you slow it down and still call timeout.
How much time is left at that point?
There was 10 seconds,
No,
5
not at that
seconds,
point.
even less than that.
Must have been less than 5 at that point.
Yeah,
at that point, if
maybe.
you call a timeout with less than 5, now you're kind of up against it.
Now you just got an inbound play, but
Draymond Green was wide the blank open, but Steph couldn't see him because the Kings put a nice trap on. The Kings had 2 huge defensive stops down the stretch. Barnes actually swatted Kuminga. Kuminga had a nice move to the rack, and Barnes with an athletic recovery and block of his shot. Kuminga said, "Oh, I got fouled. And I was like, oh, he must have gotten fouled. And then they showed the replay. It was clean. Barnes got him clean. So anyway, man, oh man, the Warriors' woes continue. These clutch games, more clutch games than any team in the NBA this year. I mean, that's one way to be positive, is that they're in every single stinking game.
yeah, but it feels like they're losing a lot of those games,
That's
Murph.
the negative
That's
of it.
the problem. They're keeping it close. But
Well, they're keeping us occupied because they played Wednesday night, and obviously that was the emotional night with Coach Decky and Brate and everything. And then last night, just unbelievable barn burner entertainment, 134-133 loss. And then you got the Lakers Saturday night. They're keeping us entertained before we get breathing into a brown paper bag over this Niner game. So.
I was going to say, it's nice entertainment, but Murph, the main event is 49ers and Lions this weekend. And also that AFC Championship game between the Ravens and the Chiefs is nothing to sleep on.
Dude, the AFC Championship game is legit. Oh, my God. That's like, we just talked about Josh Allen and Mahomes. No, dude. Lamar and Mahomes. So much to be determined. That's at noon on Saturday. All these games on KNBR 104.5 and 680, by the way. Oh, no, pardon me. Because of the pregame, I guess that game will be on 1050. My bad. I'd tell you, let me get my people like it when I do we have a fan base out there that likes it when I do that.
Oh, a whole fan base, huh?
Newspaper, yeah. They like when I go to the newspaper like that. Let me make sure I get this. Because, hey, dude, you're in your car. You need to know. Some people are out there doing their thing on a Sunday. I've been that guy in the car at a youth sporting event.
You were that guy this last Sunday.
I was that
Listen
guy.
to Kevin Harlan break down the Bills and the wide right
Bills
call.
kicker missed it wide right. Chiefs, Baltimore. Ready for this? 8-10 the spread. 8-10 the spread. 8-10.
The
Good
bread.
Good signal.
Get down on 8-10 the bread.
Then the Niner game is going to be on 680 on 104.5, 680, and 810. Interestingly, I don't know.
Yeah, spread it out a little bit, Murph.
Okay, all right. I
More
guess.
ears, bigger audience. I don't know.
Well, any new thoughts when you wake up Friday morning?
Well, my biggest thought is I looked at my spread this morning for the 49ers, and it moved up to 7.5.
Oh.
So now we have the deadly hook, and I know that's going to be
Dude.
kind of I don't know if it's going to be a point of controversy today for Brian and Bobby's best bets, but I think with the news that's
7.5.
trending in the direction of Deebo playing this weekend has moved that spread a little bit. So now, Murph, we're dealing with that hook on top of the spread.
I always ask for Marcus for a little help, but obviously the Vegas odds makers didn't read Mike Silver's column. Thank you very much. Dude, Silver with some negative vibes on Purdy. I don't want to get too into it.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. We're going to get into it today at 9:15 with Mike Silver.
We are.
There's a little tease for the guest list.
That's great. Good tease. I'd forgotten we had him. I'm excited now.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he lays bare all the questions that were raised, not just by the Green Bay game, but by the Baltimore game, too. If you look at his last couple performances at home, they have not been startlingly great. However, he did get the win against Green Bay, which Mike acknowledges in his column. But the worst thing Mike writes in there is, I'm going to read this. I don't want to misquote it, but I was like, dude, I was reading this right before I went to bed because I'm digital. You ready for this, dude? We went I canceled my print subscription of the Chronicle. I'm digital only
No
now.
more print.
Because, dude, it arrives and then we pick it up, and we put it on the kitchen table, and it just sits there. Nobody looks at it. I've always wanted my kids to, see a newspaper. Like my dad, I watched my dad read the newspaper every single day, and I was like, okay, I guess what I should do. I should probably read the newspaper. Hence, I wound up going into a career in newspapers, right? So my kids don't even touch it. They don't even touch it. Wow. And then when I touch it, it's all 2-day-old news. Like, the print deadlines are so bad.
Oh, that's the problem, Murph.
The digital product is good. It's very strong. I would encourage people to support journalism digitally, but we banged the print edition. Big move, buddy.
Especially for
Big
somebody
move.
that has ties to the newspaper
Kept
game.
the print edition of the Marin IJ.
Oh, look at
so
you.
that if there's high school sports with the kids' names in it, you
There
can
you go.
keep the
You
articles.
can cut it out and clip it.
Exactly.
Nice. Hell yeah.
But anyway, so I'm reading the digital column last night on my phone. Here it says, teams can't survive another shaky Purdy effort. Championship hopes hang on Purdy bouncing back. I'm like, damn, what is this? So he's going on and he's laying out all of Purdy's bad throws against Green Bay and bad reads and the near pick against Darnell Savage. And here's the line, dude. He writes, and yet, after his performance against Green Bay, there's a realistic cause for concern, one that extends to his coaches and teammates. Damn, Mike.
There's a concern in the locker room about Brock Purdy?
He rolled that smoke bomb out on Friday morning, bro.
Right before the NFC Championship
And he
game.
never put a name on it either.
And Mike's a trusted source. He's credible, obviously.
Yes,
He's around
he
the
is.
team all the time.
He also likes to stir.
This is interesting.
He likes to stir things up. He does. But he also reports fairly and accurately. That means that one coach or one player gave him the raised eyebrows or something, you know?
Interesting.
He also said that the Packers, Kittle, he put a name on this one. Kittle reported that the Packers defenders began woofing at Purdy, saying, "You ain't that good and you're the weak link." How about that?
Whew.
And Kittle said, "Don't say that, guys. He's the reason we're here." But then I was like, wait a minute. We're back to Jimmy G all over again? That was the whole argument on Jimmy G.
We're not.
He's the limiting factor. He's the weak link.
Oh, Murph, and I just want to say this. I was driving in this morning, and on national ESPN radio, one of their hosts, I think it might have been Chris Canty, he did like a 4-minute monologue about how nobody has explained the difference between Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow.
He's like, I just don't get it. They're the same quarterback. They're the same as that guy. And I literally was driving in. I thought about calling into ESPN radio.
Let's go to Marcus in San Francisco.
And I was like, bro, I got 5 to 10 minutes for you. I can give you 5 or 6 different bulletin points to tell you how Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. But I know that's a sore subject here in San Francisco. There's the Jimmy G fan club that gets mad at me every time I bring up these comparisons. But anybody who has watched this team has seen the difference. That's why it's surprising seeing a guy like Mike Silver come out with that angle because he's around the team every single day.
Well, Mike's angle was that the last 2 games haven't been good. That was his angle. And he actually, he allows in the column.
And that's fair criticism.
He says he's a Purdy supporter and he believes that he can do it, but he's going to have to trust his reads. He thinks his data processing broke down. The one thing I disagree with him is he says that he stopped making the right reads and he stopped making the data processing. I heard Tim Ryan's Bull Rush yesterday. He keeps calling it. He goes, yeah, the data processing and delivery system is going to be on point Sunday. He's so good, Tim. But Mike's argument was that he made a bunch of bad reads when, in fact, he says he didn't have faith in what he was seeing. But I disagree. I think he actually had a number of good reads. I honestly think the wet ball caused him to throw all those wild pitches.
I was going to say, because that's interesting whether or not that's correlated to the amount of checkdowns that he gave to Christian McCaffrey. Is that him talking about going through his read? But he missed a lot of those checkdowns.
He was saying he was so late to the checks down, his mechanics were off.
He was late. Interesting.
Anyway.
Interesting take.
Didn't want to put the bad vibes out there.
No,
but hey, let's
get
get
bad vibes. But when people have been asking all week, how can the Detroit Lions beat the 49ers? Well, if the Niners and specifically Brock Purdy plays the way that they did this past weekend, there's a real possibility that the Lions can win.
This is all true, and that's why they play the games, and that's why Brian and Bobby do their best bets, too. All right, fun day, epic day, awaiting some epic stuff on the show today. Dude, rip off the knob, as I used to hear on the leadoff spot. Rip off the knob. We got icons coming on the show today. We'll tell you all about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's Playground Purdy, man.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show live from Levi Stadium yesterday for his Bull Rush Hour to preview this weekend's NFC Championship game between the 49ers and the Lions. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Meanwhile, the big injury as you go into Sunday, Deebo Samuel, the 49ers standout receiver, he actually practiced yesterday. That is a very positive sign. Dealing with a shoulder injury, x-rays were negative. It's really like just a bad, deep bruise for Deebo Samuel. Didn't have range of motion, done a ton of rehab work. We'll see if he's able to get on the field and just be functional on Sunday, but at least he's on the field practicing, which is a start.
Yeah, huge news, guys. Considering where we were on Saturday night when the guy standing in street clothes. Wow, that's very Sato piano music. What do we got here? I feel like we're at the lounge. Okay, now the beat kicks in now. Okay, there we go. I thought we were at the cocktail lounge there in like Nordstrom or something.
I was gonna say, young Tony's setting the vibes early today.
And Gunna, here comes the beat now. Here we go. What's the tune again? Sorry. Go Crazy by Gunna.
Gunna, Murph.
That's my thing.
Gunna.
Nothing funnier than me saying those titles, right? Anyway, so, I mean, where we were on Saturday night when he was in street clothes and where we were Sunday and Monday where we had no knowledge, and now here we are Thursday, or it's Friday now, where he practices on a Thursday. Got to be feeling pretty good about this. Got to be feeling pretty good.
I mean, everybody listening to this show right now knows how big of a role that Deebo plays in this offense. And we've been discussing the possibilities about whether or not Kyle could get creative and maybe put Christian McCaffrey in the slot for a couple plays, put Elijah Mitchell in the backfield, and how you could maybe run the same system without Deebo. But in a perfect world, Deebo's out there, and even if he's not 100% healthy and go, I think he still can play a role in this offense, even as a decoy, just because the amount of attention that he gets in the backfield with all that pre-snap motion.
Absolutely, man. Listen, we watch the NFL. If you watch the NFL all your life, guys do heroic things physically through pain. I mean, that's the one thing. We sit on our couch, literally eating our bonbons, our Michi's wings, and these guys are going through excruciating physical pain or excruciating medical treatments to get where they get. And they do it for our entertainment and for their careers and for their glory. And Deebo's going to have to be that guy.
And it's the NFC Championship game, exactly. Murph.
And you have 2 weeks to rest after it, too.
That's it. And Deebo Samuel saw his quarterback last year play in the NFC Championship game with a torn ligament in his elbow. And so we're at the point in the playoffs where everybody's playing hurt. But if you're not fully injured and you're healthy enough to be on the field, you're going to be out there.
The iconic story when I was growing up was a legendary guy named Jack Youngblood, who usually you see on Radio Row. And if we go, Marcus, I don't know if he's still doing it because this was like 10 years ago or whatever, but Jack Youngblood was a legendary Ram, and he famously played the Super Bowl on a broken leg.
Dude.
All right?
Unreal. On a broken leg.
I'd literally go Google it. I started to Google just to get the details. When you type in Jack Youngblood, the Google search goes broken leg. Like it fills in for you, you know?
Yeah, wasn't like a T.O. when he was on the Eagles? Didn't he play in the Super Bowl with a broken ankle?
Yes, that needs to be, and he played phenomenally too. So that takes tremendous guts and gumption and all that. So hopefully Deebo can reach deep on that. That's the good part. The bad part is during the break, Marcus and I were doing more on this negative Purdy stuff. Dude, I'm torn between like reporting the news and being responsible and just wanting to put an end to this nonsense right now. But the Mike Silver column where he says coaches and teammates have concern about Purdy, I was like, whoa, I don't need this on Friday morning. What are you doing to me? And then Marcus says to me, he goes, I saw something about Ray McLoud liking a post bashing Purdy. I was like, whoa. And then he found it. It was a great...
And here it is. It's, of course, the viral Ryan Clark quote that's been going around all week long. And I saw this earlier in the week, and I kind of just like blinked at it, didn't think it was that big of a deal. But when you started describing the Mike Silver piece and how maybe players in the locker room are concerned, a light bulb went off. Because a big point of controversy this weekend was the missed throw between Brock Purdy and Ray McLoud, where there was some miscommunication where Ray went off the script. Brock yelled at him on the sideline, kind of called him out after the game for not running his original route. And then, of course, I see on Instagram, actually a screenshot on Twitter of somebody posting Ray McLeod's Instagram, liking ESPN's post of Ryan Clark criticizing Brock Purdy.
I mean, bro, first of all, do I need to go in on Ray McLoud? Dude, Ray, dude, was this an honest mistake? Sometimes, by the way, I favorite things just to keep them in my file to talk about later. Actually, Medium Impact Brian was the guy who taught me, because you can't do that. People will start thinking that you're like, because I like something just to keep it, even if it's controversial. And then they think I can bookmark it. That's what they tell me. But I don't know how to run my bookmark, dude. So I have these list of likes that you could go through going, damn,
Just so you could reference some of this
some
stuff.
Controversial takes.
But that's the thing. When you post your likes and when you like something, it pops up on other people's feed.
Right.
So you're endorsing that. And so now it's looking like Ray is endorsing this message from Ryan Clark.
Like, no joke, this morning, and I was doing my warming up the shower water scan of Twitter, I saw some interesting thing about communism versus capitalism.
Great.
No joke. And they said, this is a great breakdown by a college professor. I'm like, I'd like to see what this guy has to say, just for fun. So I hit like. And as soon as I hit like, I'm like, somebody's going to be like, oh, Murph's a communist, or Murph's whatever, a late-stage capitalist, or whatever. I'm just like, dude, I just want to see what the guy had to say. That's all. So anyway, Ray liked the post. Bro, Ray, do not be... First of all, Ray McLoud, with all due respect, brother, you have done nothing as a Niner to comment on Brock Purdy, okay, bro?
Ray, you're not that guy.
Brock Purdy has been that guy. You're not that guy. Okay, congrats on being on the team. Maybe field a punt. Give me a 10-yard return. That's nice. I'll take it. Congrats. We're happy. But, dude, if you can't stand a little conflict on the sidelines, then you're not cut out for this business, bro.
No.
You got to tear into each other and then turn the page.
And like, for everybody, like, again, this is a like on Instagram. Who knows if he accidentally double tapped it, but it seems like a weird thing to even be looking at. But of everybody, it's not Deebo, who we saw went to Instagram himself to defend Brock Purdy against critic.
Yeah.
It's not Brandon Ayuk, who made the second-team All-Pro list, who went to Instagram to defend Brock Purdy. So those are his number one guys. We've heard George Kittle on the McAfee show this week defending his guys. So for it to be coming out from Ray McLoud, who's 4 or 5th or even 6th on the pecking order of wide receivers, this is ridiculous.
I'm doing, if you're on the Twitch or the YouTube, I'm doing the scales of justice. So we go on the one side we got Ray McLoud. On the other side, we got Deebo and Ayuk. The scale's tilting.
Oh, dude.
I mean,
So the
Jesus,
scale is breaking.
Come on, man. It's
Like who carries more weight? It's obvious, Murphy.
now I'm like, in addition to just being, a lifelong 49er fan who's just so excited for Sunday's game, now I've got like personal beef in this thing. Now I'm like rallying around Purdy like on a personal level, like setting aside the jersey and Joe Montana and Ronnie Lott and all that. But dude, come on, man. Purdy's been absolutely fantastic. And it got to the point where, and it may just be us having too much time before the damn game where we wound up talking ourselves into these corners. But it's reminding me of what people said about Garoppolo.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, we've been through this.
Here we go again.
We've literally watched them be a different offense under Purdy than under Garoppolo. And I liked Jimmy, but I see Purdy do more.
Correct. And if we want to spend the next 4 hours talking about how Brock Purdy is an upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo, I got no problem doing it. It starts with the deep ball. It starts with the explosive plays. It starts with Brock being number one in yards per attempt, yards per completion. Then we can get into the playground Purdy stuff of him scrambling outside the pocket, him picking up first downs with his legs. Then we can get to the progressions he goes through, reading a defense. Like, the list goes on and on and on the upgrades of Brock Purdy over Jimmy G. But here we are again, driving in this morning, and people are still making those same comparisons.
Okay, we got to change the energy. We got to change the
Let's get. This is not a good Friday vibe.
Do you have Be Positive, bro? On there too?
I can find it for you, Murph, man.
Somewhere.
Be positive, bro.
Thank you very much. So, all right, let's get the guest list on a Friday. I told you, here's where we're going to get positive. We got icons.
That's it.
We got freaking icons today on a Friday, starting, I think, in a couple minutes, right?
Well, that's right, Murph. In about 2-3 minutes, we're going to give a little 6 a.m. treat to our early listeners because 49er GM John Lynch stopped by the show yesterday at 8:30, 8:35. So we're going to replay it this morning at 6:35 on the other side of the break.
Rick Ganji would have done the night. San Francisco 49er John Lynch. All right, that's that Tim Brown song.
John Lynch, 6:30 a.m. coming up.
Wide receiver Tim Brown.
Right on the other side of the break. Then at 6:50 this morning, we're going to check in with national columnist Dan Wetzel.
He's
Get
great.
His breakdown of everything
he's from
going on
Detroit,
this
I
weekend.
believe. So, yeah, he's a little Detroit vibe, but he's also a great national writer, yeah.
Perfect. We'll cover all the X's and O's with Dan Wetzel at 6:50. Then we'll hop into Brian and Bobby's Best Bet 7:15, where we're picking the AFC and NFC championship.
We had a very good wild card weekend, not as great divisional weekend.
Not so much.
But yet we will come strong. I believe we're both still at least 500 or over for the playoffs. I was driving in and listening to one of those national guys. He said he admitted he was 1-9 in the playoffs. I was like, bro,
playoffs are hard to bet on, man.
I got to admire that guy. He goes, I'm 1-9.
That's it, man. I love the honesty. I mean, it's the best teams playing each other. It's not like you can go and like single out a single matchup during the regular season. So yeah, we'll get into our best bets 7:15 this morning, AFC and NFC championship game. Then we'll talk to the man that's calling the NFC championship game, Greg Papa, 7:35 this morning.
I don't get into the negative vibes. There we go. Yes.
No negativity from Greg Papa, 7:35. And then how about we go from the man that's calling the game this weekend to the boys who are playing the halftime show this weekend. That's right. We got some breaking news on the Murph and Marcus morning show. Neil Schoen, Jonathan Cain, and the boys from Journey will be performing at halftime this weekend.
Are you saying the frickin' rock and roll Hall of Famers, Jonathan Cain and Neil Schoen, one of the greatest guitar players of all time? Jonathan Cain, the man who wrote every single hit in the 80s, starting with a little tune called Don't Stop Believin'. Our buddies are coming on the Murph and Marcus show? They are. Jonathan Cain called me yesterday from Texas. He goes, let's do it. I said, hell yeah, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. Let's do this. So those are positive particles up the wazoo.
Those are some good positive particles. We'll talk to them at 8:15, hit our cooler of content, then break down the controversial article in the Chronicle this morning from Mike Silver at 9:15 this morning. And then we'll try to go out to Detroit to make the connection with Mitch Albom this morning at 9:35.
So he's the legendary author. I mean, one of the great writers in America, modern America, and a Detroit guy, and just a legend, an icon, Mitch Albom. We think he's coming on, but his assistant isn't totally sure. We're just being transparent with you guys. So we hope to have him, and if it works out, great. But in the meantime, what do we got? Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, Hall of Fame GMs, controversial columnists. Next on The Sports Leader.
Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him.
There it is. Kick them daisies. Your Friday encouragement that Daisy brand French onion and ranch dip is on schedule for Sunday arrival. Chips, wings, pizza, dip away. Come on, baby. Eat that Daisy. Daisy sour cream now makes French onion and ranch dip. It's the best. I've been wolfing it down all playoff season. You can tell when I get on the scale. Tastes so amazing, so addictive. You cannot stop eating it.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on The Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
You do know you want the 49er general manager, the Hall of Famer, on your morning radio. You're getting him right now. We had him yesterday. We want to do it for the early crowd because you guys got to hear what he has to say. So, John Lynch on the Uma guest line, it is awesome to have you. And if we were doing this interview Saturday night with about 6 minutes left on the clock, how would you be feeling then, John?
Super confident. No, it was. I was feeling like everyone else. I mean, I heard it. I think my emotion was. It's really interesting because I'm. I don't know. I think. The way I was raised, the position I played, my experience in having played. I'm intense, but I'm usually. I'm probably an optimist. I'm always very much a believer in our team and our ability to come back from any situation. It was tested in that game, and a combination of things. You know, the number one, a really good team we were playing, who was playing at their best. You talk about a team who had peaked. The Packers were really peaking, playing well, playing confident. I had been on teams like that early in my years in Tampa when we became a playoff team. There is a freedom that comes with, hey, we're not even supposed to be here. Let's let it rip, and if not, we'll be back next year. You know, so. I think a combination of all those things, a really quality opponent, and then, you know, it's the age-old deal with the bye week. How do you come out sharp? I think we did everything to prepare to come out sharp. We just weren't quite on it, and we're playing a good team, and it led to a very tense and like a lot of people said, it felt like that game put about 10 years on you. So it was very stressful. But our guys came through, and we talk a lot. Something Kyle will talk a lot, I'll talk a lot about is be at your best when your best is needed. And I felt like our players were. I'm proud of them for that. I think we'll be a lot better this week. I really do. My feeling is we'll come out from the jump playing much sharper, and we got to make that the case. It's not just going to happen, but that's my belief.
The old competitive greatness on the pyramid of success. Be at your best when your best is needed. I love it. So let's ask about the quarterback. So, John, we ask you about Brock Purdy every week, and you've given us your many, many, many thoughts. But I'd love your thoughts after that. Adversity, wet ball, incompletions, a near pick, and yet the final drive. Completion, scramble, touchdown. What did that teach you, tell you? What did you learn in that from Purdy, about Purdy, I should say?
I think not learned, maybe confirmed, that things that we've talked about all year. He's, whatever you call that, his mettle, his resolve, his resiliency, his ability, all of it. He's a stud. And, that last drive, absent a drop from Kittle where, Kittle's just trying to make a play, he's 7 of 7. And so you talk about who embodies more, be at your best when your best is needed. And I mean, for the most part this season, Brock's been really playing at a high level throughout. And, when we needed him most, he was there in tough conditions against a good defense, all of that. And that's why we have so much belief in Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and first of all, John, I just want to say congratulations on making another NFC Championship game. And I wanted to go a little big picture here because we're now seeing Brock Purdy at 24 years old go to his second straight NFC Championship game. In your opinion, what's been the biggest difference between the Brock Purdy that walked into Philadelphia last year versus the Brock Purdy you're going to see this weekend in Santa Clara?
Just a little more experience. I think when you've had more experiences, good and bad, it kind of hardens you if you're made of the right stuff. And I think everybody should be pretty clear about my belief in that, our belief in that he is made of the right stuff. And so I think the more experiences you have, it just prepares you to be ready for any situation. And the competition gets tougher, as you approach this part of the season and you're playing against the best. And Brock he kind of is prepared and ready for every situation. And, I got to tell you, he threw me for a loop. I'd never seen him in a glove. When he went out there with a glove, what the hell is going on? But he figured that out too. And that's just kind of what he does. And, that's the coolest thing to see, the belief, because at this stage we understand there's going to be a lot of talk amongst pundits, the same people who were saying he's the MVP of the league prior to the Baltimore game now are, all that. But so that's all noise and people have jobs to do. But I think the noise we concern ourselves with is the noise and really the reality within our team. And that's what matters most. And I mean, it's not lip service. These guys have his back because they know he has theirs, and they know he makes us better. And that's, belief is the word, but there's a ton of that, and it's authentic, it's earned, and it's deserved.
Well, only 4 quarterbacks left. He's one of them. In college basketball, that's a big deal, the Final Four. I think it is in the NFL, too. So, all right, John, to Sunday. Here come the Detroit Lions. And so I think my question is this. I think we all know, factually speaking, Kyle Shanahan is a master game planner and offensive play caller, and the proof is in the pudding. We see it every week. You're going up against a team that has very good coaches, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. But my question is about Dan Campbell and his emotion. That's a different style than Kyle. Kyle is detached and cool. Dan Campbell is emotional. He's visceral. He cries. He inspires. How real is that? Does that matter in the NFL? Can rah-rah work, and does that have your attention, the Dan Campbell emotion?
Yeah, I mean, he clearly, I think he's got some special qualities to him. Kyle respects the heck out of him. I respect the heck out of him. I remember walking through I was a contemporary. I mean, I'm older than Dan, but we did play against each other, and I didn't know him. You get to know a lot of guys in the league. I didn't know him. I got to know him in broadcasting a little. I remember I did a game when he was the interim coach down in Miami, and came out of a production meeting and go, wow, this guy's got some stuff to him. I mean, he really has some he inspired me in a production meeting. And, I remember last year at the Combine, just, you walk the halls there and going up to him. And, one of my daughters was off at school and a little homesick, so that I had never watched Hard Knocks, in its entirety, and that became our thing, watching Hard Knocks together. And, man, I was drinking the Kool-Aid on Dan Campbell. that sucker can inspire, but I think you go deep. Some people can just give speeches. The biggest compliment I can pay him, Brad Holmes, the same stuff he talks about you see on the film, on the silent tape, as we talk about. They've had a vision. They've had a plan. They've put it to work, and you see it. They're picking their players really well. But I think more importantly, it's not just the most talented players, it's players who fit who they want to be. And he does a great job of articulating who they want to be. And man, he and Brad Holmes done an unbelievable job with that place, their ownership. They've earned being here, and they're a tough opponent. I know you laughed who named the playoff team that we haven't had a lot of respect for, but this is a team we truly do, and they play a lot of similarities in the way we play to the way they play. Both it's I promise you this, it will be a physical football game because these are two physical teams, and two teams that can execute at a high level as well.
Yeah, and we've seen the Detroit Lions as a team rally around Dan Campbell, but also the city of Detroit has not only rallied around Dan Campbell, but also Jared Goff. And John, you know that you've seen Jared Goff a lot throughout his career, going back to his time with the LA Rams. So from your evaluation, are you seeing a different version of Jared Goff with the Lions than you saw when he was with the Rams?
Probably just more experiences. Goff's always been an incredibly talented guy. Guy who, if you allow it, can sit back in a pocket and get really hot in a hurry. And so I think he just has continued. That's a great testament to him. If you can continue to improve in this league, a thing that's hard to do at that position especially. I think he's got an offense that really fits his strengths extremely well. So, I can't say enough about Jared Goff and the way he's led that team. Much like our belief in Purdy, you can tell that it's authentic. They really believe in him. That you hear his offensive linemen talk about him. You hear his receivers talk about him. You hear defensive players talk about what he means to that team. So obviously critical to come up with a plan where you try to disrupt his rhythm, because when he gets in rhythm, he's a really tough dude to deal with.
John Lynch, 49er GM, joining us on the Yuma guest side. He's got 15 minutes for us. It's really awesome to have him hop on KNBR right now and discuss this game. So we have a few minutes left, some big stuff to hit. So you're a safety. You're in the Hall of Fame. You're a Pro Bowl safety or Hall of Fame safety, and you guys had safety questions going into this game. Jair Brown and Logan Ryan. We didn't even know who was going to play. You went with Logan Ryan. He did not have an awesome game, I don't think, by most people's estimations. He would probably say the same. Can you say who's going to be at safety this week? What goes into that decision and who you prefer?
Yeah, first of all, I think the Logan Ryan talk, Logan picked this up in a big way. I know there was one play on the Aaron Jones long run where, he was in the alley and didn't make a play, but Aaron Jones, really good back. I think Logan did some really good things for us. This guy's a champion. He has been. He's picked us up in a huge way coming in late. We had some injuries at the safety position, so we feel very fortunate to have a guy like Logan Ryan in the mix. Logan will play some. I think, Jair, as Kyle indicated last week, you got a rookie who was playing really well coming off a month, being on the shelf because of an injury. Is that fair to him? Is that fair to the team just to throw him out there? And so I think last week was a perfect scenario where, Jair got to get his legs underneath him, playing some special teams. And we'll see if he gets more involved in the defensive plan this week. But, we're really happy to have Logan involved, and you need a bunch back there at the secondary. So we'll see what happens.
Now, sticking on the defensive side of the ball, John, one of the takeaways was the success that the Green Bay Packers had running the ball last weekend. Now, the defensive line is an area that you guys have committed a lot of resources to. What was your breakdown of their performance last week, and where's your confidence in the D-line squaring off against Detroit this weekend?
Yeah, I think if you asked our defense, I think the one thing, you pride yourself on when you're a really high-level defense is that, hey, people are going to find some things that schematically are working, but what's our adjustment? How do we adjust? And in that game, the perimeter run, everyone saw it. They didn't expose because it wasn't, a pure schematic thing. They just had a good plan, and we didn't respond accordingly, and it continued to bite us. Thank God for our effort and our hustle and our core values where Mooney Ward goes and chases down Aaron Jones, because if not for that, that drive at the end is to try to get back close in the game. Without that, Carlson doesn't have to miss that 41-yarder. So, I mean, that's what the playoffs and surviving are all about. Effort plays like that, and that's why you have to consistently teach and demand effort like that. So those are the type plays. We got to be better against the run. Detroit is a team who very much believes in the run. Our guys are not happy with the way that kind of went down. They're happy that we found a way to win. So prideful defenses, really good defenses, they usually fix things like that. And so, I know that's our challenge, and I know that Detroit will prod and try to find the same thing. So that's our challenge, and I expect that we'll be up to the task.
All right, John, I know we have a little bit left. You're in the building. You got the goods. Is Deebo Samuel playing Sunday?
Deebo's doing really well in his rehab, I'll tell you that. We've been encouraged by the early signs. It was just kind of we did the scans and all that. We got good news there. And then it's kind of, okay, what's his pain? What's his range of motion? Those things continue to improve. He did some work yesterday off to the side. We'll see if we can advance that today. So I think very much a fluid situation. It's the NFC Championship, though, and I can promise you this: Deebo's going to be doing everything he can, and he'll be wanting to play by the end. And it's, do we clear him? Do we allow for that? We sure would love to have him. So I think there's still a lot of time left in this week, and we're a better team when he's out there. So we're going to do everything in our power. He's going to do everything in his power to have him out there.
It's great stuff, man. It's so great. Thanks for hopping on. We sure do appreciate it. And by the way, are you okay being the villain? Right, we've been talking about it all week. 99% of America is crying and weeping over the Detroit story, and we're the villains, John. Are you okay being the villain?
I don't know about that, but I know that they're people are fired up, and rightly so. It's been a while for them. It's going to be, I don't know if it's announced yet, but I maybe I'll give you a little breaking news. Honorary captain for us, Joe Montana. Honorary captain for them, Barry Sanders. That's pretty damn good. In my mind, 2 top 5 players in NFL history. They're going to be out there at the coin toss, and that's pretty good. And that's what this time of year is all about. And, man, we need the faithful rocking, because those folks from Detroit, they're pretty passionate about their team. But nobody's more faithful than the faithful. And we need that place rocking. We need it rolling. We need a home field advantage, and be kind to the folks from Detroit, welcome them, all that. But this is our house, and we got to make it as such.
That is awesome. Don't forget, Joe beat him in '83. I just saw, by the way, I know you got to go, but there was an Instagram post ran this Brent Musburger Open. There was a live lion on the sideline, and you guys aren't allowing any live lions on Sunday.
Lions and Levi's, John.
I hope not. Damn.
And this is your old division foe, right? You used to go there every year, right?
Oh, yeah. I used to go there. Yeah, I made many Barry Sanders car commercials, believe me. The gift that keeps giving.
I always say, like, when we talk to you, that you told us when you got into this, you got into it for the juice, the feel, the buzz of competition, playing for a championship. And you and Kyle are in it for the third straight year. So congratulations again on that achievement. And I know you will be dialed in for Sunday. So thanks for the time, John. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thank you, fellas. All right.
I hope you all enjoyed that. And Joe Montana and Barry Sanders, honorary captains. Should be awesome. All right, let's continue the ride. Patrick Willett's going to join Papa in London today at 12:50. That's awesome. And, of course, let's get Dan Wetzel, who's a Michigan-based, awesome Yahoo columnist. We've had him for years. He's great. He's funny. We'll get him. And then our Brian and Bobby's best picks at 7:15. Greg Papa at 7:35. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Jonathan Cain and Neil Schoen from Journey playing halftime. And doing the Murph and Marcus Show at 8:15. What a day. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, you want something the city can be proud of. Though you can look at those guys and say, man, I can back that guy. I can back that team. You know, I can resonate with those group of guys. You know, they're kind of salty. You know, they don't quit. They play hard. And so I feel like we've done that. And I think these guys, you know, they have a kinship with this city and this area. And they love it, man. And ultimately, that's what you want.
All right, we've been playing that all week. And at this point in time now, after I gave you guys all that sympathy and said, man, I love Campbell. Now, for those who know the movie Animal House, when Stephen Bishop is playing the guitar on the stairs and John Belushi stops, raises his eyebrow, takes the guitar, and just destroys the bejesus out of it on the staircase. I want to do that to that piano now at this point. All right, let's take a hammer to the piano.
Oh, Murph, we're going full Office Space on that piano.
There you go. Yeah, the fax machine. Hey, before we welcome Dan Wetzel, let's tell you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's always a pleasure to talk to Dan Wetzel. Always a great column somewhere on the Yahoo cyberspace, whether it's about the Olympics or the Super Bowl or the Detroit Lions, where he lives in Detroit, Michigan. So, Dan, who would have thought we'd see the day where you come on KNBR with Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher, the Murph and Marcus Show, and talk about one win from the Super Bowl for the Detroit Lions. Good morning, Dan. How are you, man?
Good morning. I think, how long you guys had this show? I've been coming on, feels like 20 years.
About, yeah.
The topic never came up. Never.
We missed the story, Dan. We missed it.
never hit the rundown. Yeah.
Dude, so, you're there. Your boots on the ground. You were at Ford Field on last weekend when they beat the Tampa Bay Bucs. How have you been processing it all? What's like to you, what sticks out the most? Is it the cultural effect? Is it Dan Campbell? Is it how legit they are? Is it the ownership? Like, what's the biggest angle for you?
Well, I think off the field, it's just that Detroit has finally got to it's like for a long, long time, it's Detroit had an NFL franchise, but not really. They were there, but they were like a bit part, like a supporting role. The Washington Generals there, and to see for the first time. Even when they had some decent teams under Stafford, certainly there would have been some of this with Barry Sanders, but it's a different era. To see over the last season and a half, the fan base finally have that experience of what it's like to be everyone anticipating Sunday's game, that build up, everybody, watch parties, going to bars to watch games, everybody excited. people jumping, casual fans getting really into the team. All the fun parts of pro sports that unite a city, right? You can talk to your boss about this. It's Lions Day at the local school, whatever it is. And they never had that. They just never had that. And they won 2 games. But this is already an exciting playoff run. And so in Kansas City or New England or San Francisco or a lot of places, it's like, okay, this is what we do. Can we win it all? They're just enjoying that moment of that ride that I think is kind of the most fun part of pro sports and especially the NFL, where you just have that great build-up each week. So that's kind of off the field. They've been fans. They said everything to root for. And then they're finally experiencing what the NFL is. And then, to me, the whole story of the Lions, Dan Campbell's done a great job and all that. But Brad Holmes, the general manager, has just made so many good draft picks and so many good decisions, from keeping Jared Goff and believing in him to, adding David Montgomery up the offseason, but just Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, Laporta, Gibbs, just guy after guy that they have picked really, really well in the draft. And so all of a sudden there's a spot. I went to a game last year. I was really there to cover Jacksonville, and the Lions killed them. And I remember watching the game going, gosh, they got guys all over this field. Like, they have good players. And I just never see that many good players on the team. And then they just bolstered it with a phenomenal draft class. And so it's like, that's why they're winning, right? I mean, that's why they're winning. If you have players, you win. It's not a real secret. So they've just done a tremendous job in very short time, hitting on so many draft picks.
Absolutely great breakdown from on the field and off the field. Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, who does live in Detroit, Marcus.
And Dan, it feels like there's been a significant culture change going back to 2021 when Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell both came to town. I mean, it feels like yesterday we were just kind of laughing at Dan Campbell's introductory press conference when he was talking about biting people's kneecaps off, and it felt like a lot of people weren't taking him seriously. Fast forward 3 years, and he's 1 win away from taking the Detroit Lions to the Super Bowl. So talk to us about that process of Dan Campbell and both Brad Holmes just completely turning around this franchise.
So, yeah, they just come off the misery of 3 years of Matt Patricia. And Matt Patricia was arrogant and just distant and lecture everybody, and the team was just dreadful, and it was clear that the reason New England won 6 Super Bowls was not Matt Patricia. It might have been some other people. And it was evident after 2 years. And one of the reasons the Lions never win is the Ford family tends to just keep people, even though it's clear they need to go. They kept Matt Millen for 9 years. And Matt Millen they hired out of the broadcast booth, decimated the roster, to the point they had the first 0-16 season, and that was with a number of other 2-win seasons and stuff. Matt Millen was so uninvested in being the Lions general manager, he didn't even live in Detroit. He lived in Pennsylvania, and he was early adopter on the no go in the office.
He was ahead of the curve.
Work from home.
He was ahead of the curve.
Later on, he went back to broadcasting. He was doing a college game just as an aside. This is after 9 years as Detroit Lions general manager, and he's doing a game at the University of Michigan, which is about 20 minutes from the Lions facility, and he tells a story on air how he hadn't been to the campus of the University of Michigan since his recruiting visit before he signed with Penn State.
No.
And the Lions were good with this for almost a decade. This is why. You didn't even go over to watch the other team, maybe when Ohio State came or something. Are you? Sometimes Michigan has good players, all the time. But, maybe just go over for a practice one afternoon.
For a goof.
Okay. Yes. That is how bad it was, right? So they keep Patricia. So everyone's just like, okay, here's the next guy. And he comes in with this wild press conference. But at that point, I don't think Lions fans are just like, hey, maybe this will work. I don't know. We can't. It's better than this guy pretend to be he's a rocket scientist, and he's got a pencil in his ear. That'll do it. They've tried every gimmick known to man. So the speech, Dan Campbell's tortured metaphors are everywhere. I mean, he's constantly like, we're gonna grab you and swim you out to the deep water and then we'll bury you. Like, no, down. Like, but you know what he's saying, right? You know what he's saying, and he's saying it with just passion. You're like, that doesn't make any sense, right? He's just tortured. It's always tortured. But the thing about him that I think it's really interesting, and I remember the late great John Thompson, the Georgetown basketball coach, who was about 6'10" or something. Yeah, he told me one time. He goes, one of the problems with society is we look at bigger people and we don't think they can be smart. Our initial bias is the smaller person, right? Yeah. So in coaching, we look at a team, we go, the point guard, now that's a coach, right? Yeah. But the big guy can't be the coach. And it was a fascinating thing. And you're like, probably everyone has done that. Because, you're just this big, dumb jock, you're slow, you're aloof, all that. So Dan Campbell still looks like he can play, right? He's 6'5", he's got this goatee, he's just all muscle, and he doesn't look like one of the Sean McVay coaching tree guys, right? Who I figured this stuff out at some D3 school in Ohio, and I've got some tricks. Dan Campbell's super smart. His team plays really smart. They're super aggressive. Like, he's not all analytics. He's just like, we're going for it. He will do something on Sunday that the fans will be like, are they crazy? And that's just the way they play. And you almost had to have shook up the whole system. Said, we're going 4th and 9. Hell, I don't care. We're going for it. We got a good play to St. Brown. It's going to happen. That's just the way he does things. But he is a very, very smart, very prepared coach. And for all the kneecap and the look that you can look at him, it's almost like a trick. You can look at him and go, this guy's just like, what is this guy? He's a lot smarter than most of the people out there. And if you watch that team play, you see that.
Phenomenal breakdown. As always, the always entertaining Dan Wetzel. Great writer. You should read him on Yahoo. Follow him on Twitter. And like you said, that Matt Millen story is incredible. But you're right. People think of him as like a Dan Campbell, dumb jock. Beware. So... listen, we're almost out of time, Dan, but I'd love to talk X's and O's, but I'm so into the culture of this team. I've just always been curious. I've never had a beat on Detroit. So as a writer, I used to get there. I covered some Niners-Lions games. I covered some Tigers-A's games. Try to just place for me, if you had to hire the hierarchy in Detroit fan base, like we know the Eagles are number one in Philly, and we know the Yankees are number one in New York. Is it Red Wings? Is it what is? How do you power rank the Detroit fan? Yeah,
whoever's winning, right? But the NFL is
it's Lions. It's Lions first and foremost because they've never been so
They're
bad.
Number one every city.
Okay, well, no, New York. I'd say the Yankees are ahead, and Cardinals in St. Louis.
I don't. Well, they don't have a St. Louis. Don't have it. Not when they're winning. The Red Wings have a richer history, and there's a lot of people that like them, but. The NFL to me always dominates. The reason Michigan and Michigan State have some appeal, but
football, and like in Atlanta, like in Georgia, it's not the Falcons, it's the Georgia Bulldogs, right? So the reason I ask is because, as you've pointed out, Ford Field or even the Silverdome has been a non-factor for 30 years. I'm like, do they even have fans? But you're saying yes, it's a sleeping fan base that's finally awakened.
Yeah, they've always had fans. They just didn't have any reason to pay attention to them. I mean, they always have good crowds and all of that, and it's a bigger market. It's not a small market. It's just the team just never gave them anything to cheer for. I remember doing. I'll just really quick. I know you're done. It's a pretty funny story. I was doing a story the year they were going to go 0-16, and there's still 50,000 people at the game, and. I was talking to some guys outside, these tailgaters, and it's cold. I mean, there's no reason to be there. They're we go every game, and they told me a story of, they're we were just here at Thanksgiving, and we cook a turkey. They're always playing Thanksgiving. We cook a turkey, and we're sitting here, team is 0-11. This is the worst. This homeless guy comes by, and they go, hey, you want some turkey? It's Thanksgiving. The homeless guy takes the plate of, they give him a plate of food, and he starts eating it, and he goes, yeah, turkey's a little dry. They're that may have been our lowest moment. We're not even our tailgate's good enough for the homeless.
Oh, man.
Get the hell out of here, buddy.
Turkey's a little dry.
That's tough, Dan.
That was pretty much how everything is there. So they have fans. They just I think the NFL is biggest in every market. I don't know, maybe the Yankees can be bigger, but just because they're divided. But they got a division there. I don't know. At this point, NFL's king. I mean, they'll have 65 million people watching this game on Sunday night.
And Dan, I think a good representation of that was last night at the Detroit Red Wings game, where I heard the crowd was actually chanting the name of Jared Goff.
They chant Jared Goff.
Yeah,
at the
they're
Red Wings?
chanting Jared Goff's name at the Red Wings game.
The Marin County kid?
So,
Oh, my
real
God.
quick, Dan, just tell us about how the city of Detroit has him praise Jared Goff.
They love Jared Goff because Jared Goff, everyone understands that Jared Goff, he's from Marin County, went to Cal, he goes to L.A., it's exciting, he's got the whole thing, and they go to the Super Bowl, and then they dump him, and they trade him for Stafford, and he has to come in. And rather than, I don't know, even show 1% that he didn't want to be there, or just he poured himself into the team and building. I mean, this is a team that had won, I think, 5. They won 3 games, then 5 games. Then they traded Stafford. Right, it's the worst roster in the NFL. Horrible culture after Patricia, and the only guy they had, they got rid of. Right, Stafford was winning them a couple games, and he's gone. So here's this guy, and they understand. No one wants to be here. No one from Marin County and Los Angeles wants to get traded to the worst team in the league, to Detroit. And all this. And this guy always showed positivity and not like, hey, look, I got 2 years of my deal and I'm going to get out of here. It was pouring in to win. He wasn't, I'm just going to show and get another contract somewhere else. And he poured himself into the city with a bunch of different initiatives and all that. And they just have turned to really, really appreciate Jared Goff for taking what would be a really bad – I mean, you got to sit there and watch your old teammates win the Super Bowl the next year, and he never complained or anything. So they love Jared Goff. He's a good football player, and I think he's really a key. You know, if he can continue to – he hasn't had a turnover in the playoffs yet. If he can continue that, Detroit's pretty dangerous.
Dan, it's always entertaining, brother. Always. You always make me laugh, and your columns are great, and now you got a Lions team worth writing about. So thanks, brother. Enjoy the game.
All right, we'll see you guys.
There he is, Dan Wetzel. He always makes me laugh. There's something about his delivery and something about his content. He's very dry, very dry. But anyway.
We had a text on the Golden State Lumber Building Material text line from the 510 and say, damn, Murph's out here laughing like he's watching the Chappelle Show.
Well, something about Wetzel, his delivery has always owned me. He's this guy. I mean, we've had him on for years and years. He's very dry. He just makes me laugh. He's a funny writer, and yeah.
And he's good.
Yeah, so anyway, hey, this is what we're up against, guys. We're going to have to smash that piano music. Take a sledgehammer to that piano. All right, guys, you've waited all week for Brian and Bobby's best bets. Wait no more. Next on The Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union helping make you money. All right, the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. Money making, money saving, the ultimate solution to help your savings grow. So here's the deal. For a limited time, choose a 3 or 6 month term and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. That's it. You heard me correctly, 4.75%. With the 3 or 6 month Pick a Term certificate, you are in control of your investments. So do not hesitate. This competitive offer is only available for a limited time. So save smarter and take control of your savings. Visit providencecu.org today to learn more. This rate is effective as of January 2nd, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. And for additional information, please visit the website providencecu.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets on the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
You know who Brian and Bobby are. That's it right now. Brian, that's right. I'm only called Brian by like people calling from the bank to tell me about my overdraft. My mom, rest in peace, my wonderful mother, and my wife when she's mad at me. That's it. I'll tell you something, Brian. but what you did to the car when you didn't park it in the right place, and we're just getting a little too into it here. And Bobby is you.
That's it.
Bobby Boucher, the water boy.
The betting community knows us as Bobby and Brian, and hopefully if we're winning games this weekend, they're going to the other place where they call you Brian. That's the bank.
They knew, thank you. They knew us as winners in Wild Card Weekend. Division Weekend, not as good to us. Not as good to us.
Not so much, Murph.
But we flush, and we wash.
Oh, hey now.
What the heck was that?
Hey now.
And we go into championship weekend like the champions we are. Like the freaking champions we are. Because both of us have winning records on the entire season. Both of us are in the green. And we're going to be in the green after these picks are made right here, right now. And it starts on noon on Sunday on KGO 810, The Spread. Actually, they dropped KGO, didn't they? It's 810, The Spread. It's on CBS with my guys Jimmy Nance and Tony Romo, who are catching strays, by the way, from Andrew Marchand in the New York Post. I saw that. He wrote a big hit piece on Romo and Nance. It's like, don't do that to my guy, Nance. That's like Mike Silver writing about Brock Purdy.
Hey, yo.
Marcus, they say the spread is the Baltimore Ravens, the 1 seed at home, hosting the first AFC Championship game in Baltimore, Maryland since January of 1971 when the old Baltimore Colts hosted. You're damn right we were there, and we would have won it if it wasn't for the fix. Roselle had it in for us. The Oakland Raiders, January 71. So here we are in January of 2024. Baltimore -4 against the Kansas City Chiefs in their 6th straight AFC Championship game. Oh, by the way, Marcus, before you make a pick, they're the defending Super Bowl champions. What you got, buddy?
All right, Murph. I've been watching this spread all week long. It opened up at 3. Now it's up to 4 with the Baltimore Ravens. And it's because Patrick Mahomes is going on the road again for the second consecutive time, for only the second time in his career in the postseason. First time ever out of those 6 AFC Championship games that he's going to be playing on the road. And we've seen Mahomes versus Josh Allen. We've seen Mahomes versus Joe Burrow. Well, now we get to see Mahomes versus Lamar Jackson. And I know there is a little history between the two. Patrick Mahomes is 3-1 against Lamar Jackson. But we should point out, those 3 wins came at Arrowhead. The one game they played in Baltimore, the Ravens won. But Murph, when I'm staring down the barrel at this spread, when I'm looking at that big number 4, my guts tell me I have to take Patrick Mahomes and the points. It's the value pick. Now, I think the Baltimore Ravens are the better team overall. Their offense has been unstoppable this year with Lamar Jackson. We can get into the defensive numbers where they're the number 1 defense in the league, points allowed per game. But the Kansas City Chiefs are number 2 in the NFL, defensive points per games allowed. I think this is going to be a coin flip game. It can go either way. So my value tells me take Patrick Mahomes plus the 4 points. But I still think Baltimore is going to win. Mark Andrews has come back this weekend, so I've got Baltimore winning on a Justin Tucker field goal, not covering the 4-point spread. Give me the Chiefs plus 4, but I like Baltimore to win.
Okay, you shocked me there, buddy. You shocked me because I thought I was going to be the guy who took the bold pick because everything says Baltimore Ravens. Everything. What do you want? They have a first-team All-Pro quarterback and the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL. Do you know how many times that has happened in the history of the NFL? Only 4 times you've had a first-team All-Pro and a number 1 scoring D, and the other 3 teams all won the Super Bowl. 72 Dolphins, 78 Steelers, 96 Packers. The Ravens got stats, buddy. They got stats for days. As Marcus noted, the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL. They're number 1 in sacks. They have the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL. You got to run the ball to win championships, right? They have a plus 12 turnover ratio. Kansas City's minus 11. There's a ton of reasons to take the Ravens. The Chiefs are missing one of their starting guards. Joe Thuney's going to be out of the game. Kyle Hamilton is playing at an incredible level at safety and is probably preying on some Patrick Mahomes mistakes. But as I just keep saying, Rudy Tomjanovich told you all you need to know. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. And until I see Patty Mahomes get KO'd, the only thing that KO'd him was a D Ford offsides call. Otherwise, he would have beaten Tom Brady in this run. I'm telling you, man, I am mesmerized by Mahomes, and they're getting better. I said there was an NFL Films moment where one of the Bills linemen was hugging Travis Kelce after the game, and he said, I caught on mic, he goes, "You boys are hitting a beautiful stride right now." And I do. I feel like the Chiefs are playing their best, even though the Ravens have everything going for them. And I can't say a single bad word about the Ravens, except for the team they're playing. Yeah. I'm taking Kansas City plus 4. I'm taking Kansas City in the money line to win.
You're going upset
the
victory
game there. So we're both in, buddy, with slightly different results, but with the spread, both taking Kansas City plus 4. All right, Waterboy, Here it is, buddy. 724. We got Greg Pop on the other side. We got Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Neil Schoen and Jonathan Kane of Journey going to chime in, give us Niner particles. But it comes down to this. Lions plus 7.5.
Oh, the hook, Murph.
At the Santa Clara 49ers.
And Murph, we just got done talking about how the spread changed in the AFC Championship game from 3 points to 4 points. And if you're in the betting community, you know the key numbers, 3, 7, the list goes on and on and on. So once I saw this spread move to 7.5, I got to admit, I was a little worried. But then I started thinking about the Dan Campbell factor, a.k.a. the Dan Gamble factor. And I would not be surprised if he goes for 2 this weekend, or if he's unsuccessful going for 2, or maybe not taking a field goal, which is going to screw up those key numbers. I'm throwing the 7 out the window, and I'm looking at a double-digit victory this weekend for the San Francisco 49ers. Murph, we've been going back and forth.
You did see the game Saturday, right?
I saw the game on Saturday, and if the 49ers and Brock Purdy play like they did against the Packers, then they're not covering the spread. But after hearing the criticism all week long about Brock Purdy, after the Mike Silver article came out this morning, I think the kid's going to be out there with a chip on his shoulder. I think it's a back-and-forth game until that fourth quarter. Then I'm counting on the kid out of Northern California, Jared Goff, to turn the ball over. 49ers had the most interceptions in the NFL this year. I think they get a key turnover in the fourth quarter. Then maybe a Jake Moody field goal. I think they end up winning the game. My final score prediction, 30-20 49ers. They cover the 7.5.
30-20. Waterboys has spoken. Bobby has spoken. All right, I went through every number possible, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. From the jump, I thought this spread was way too big. Way too big. I had it at 3.5, 4 max. I couldn't believe it was 6.5 and then 7. All week long, I was thinking Lions definitely in the points. Lions definitely in the points. Lions definitely in the points. But we get visions, guys. We get visions. Young Tone, I didn't prepare you for this.
Whoosh.
But we get visions. And yesterday, I got a freaking vision that the dry field and Detroit's pass defense isn't ready for the Brandon Ayukization, the George Kittleization, and the Brock Purdy comeback tour. The vision has to reach its fruition. The vision, and the Niners are going to score. Then the Lions are going to score. I got the Lions with 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals. And maybe with a 2-point conversion, give them 27, 28, 29 points. Okay? Whatever you want. 27, 28, 29. But this vision has to come true. And I got Kyle dialing up plays against a porous secondary. I got a dry track at home. And I got the Detroit Lions outdoors. They don't like the environment. They don't like the sky. They don't like the oxygen. They don't like Santa Clara. I got 5 49er touchdowns, 2 field goals, 41-29. 49ers cover.
After all the concern we had all week about the spread, we're both taking the 49ers to cover.
And it took a week to gestate. It's like a pregnancy, man. You got to let that thing gestate, baby. You got to let that, like the mammals. You know what I mean? Don't mammals gestate? Like giraffes or something, you know what I mean? So there it is. Yeah.
I don't even know what gestate meant before you just said it.
Gestating? That is the process of an embryo becoming a baby, I believe. Yes, so there you go, buddy.
Thanks for the lesson.
Yeah, I was Lions all week until the vision came back here. Here it is. Yeah. Here's Joe. By the way, Joe will be there at halftime. Pregame.
Team
for the
captain.
coin flip. If Joe's in the building, Niners are covering. Brock! Show him, Brock! Show him, Brock! The picks are in the books. Greg Papa, and then Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Jonathan Kane and Neil Schoen from Journey. How awesome is that? That's Bay Area to the core, baby. Next on the Sports Leader.
I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
All right, Amici's, now that we're all hyped, now we made our picks, it's time to eat the pizza and the wings and the pasta. Please, please, please enjoy a delivery this weekend of Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. The delivery's awesome, prompt, courteous, professional. But I do want to remind you that the sun will come up next week, and you're going to need to get through the week. So let's talk about these weeknight specials they have in the restaurant. On Mondays, start the week healthy. Half-price salads all days. Those are good, too. Tuesdays, kids eat free night. One entree from the kids menu free per paid adult meal. Take the night off from doing the dishes. That's pretty good. Wednesday, half-price pasta night. 50% off any pasta, any size. And then Thursdays after 5 p.m., it's $10 draft beer pitchers and 30% off all bottles of wine. So you get an early start on that weekend vibe. So just in case that's not enough incentive to visit Amici's in person, how about every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday happy hour from 3 to 5, 20% off your entire check. A fun afternoon or evening out, good value weeknight meal, family and friends, Amici's delivers.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're on G Papa. It's here, buddy. We've been since July, whatever, 20th, 21st? What was it? We got there. Greg, championship eve. How you feeling?
Hey, what's up, Papa?
I mean, I go back really to January 29th of last year when the game in Philadelphia and just pulling away from the link and those fans and the mood and wondering about Brock and the elbow and the whole off season and almost a full calendar year later from January 29th to January 28th, Murph, here we go. And it's we have to just, the Niners have been in more championship games than anybody starting in, 1970 all the way through last year in Philly. They haven't always gone perfectly. There have been some great moments in championship games, the catch, and obviously Raheem Mostert and his performance with this group. But it's just different, obviously. When the guys drive to Levi's on Sunday, they realize they win the game. They're going to get a George Halas trophy. Confetti's going to come down. Terry Bradshaw's going to be up on a stage, and they're going to go to the Super Bowl. So it's just one of those moments where games are always important in football, even, week 6. But when you get into this kind of environment, every moment is so critical. Fumble here, a missed kick there. Goes the other way. So, yeah, we've been waiting for this for just about a year.
All right, so of all the weeks, the whole week of analyzing the Lions and the matchups, and we can go any number of ways, McCaffrey versus the number 1 run defense, or Purdy versus the number 28 pass defense, or the Jahmyr Gibbs versus a Niner run defense that's been porous. Which matchup has jumped out the most and you see as the key?
Well, they're all important. I mean, it comes down to everything. Every element of the game. I think Detroit is the most balanced, certainly offensive team, and I have to look at every game, and they may just be the best offense the 49ers have played all year. They're just completely balanced, and this offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, I think Adam Peters is going to hire him in Washington, and he's going to be the head coach of the Commanders. He's tremendous, the way they move people around. The way they're completely balanced, they can line up and run Joe Gibbs and Joe Bugle counter Trey at you all day long and bash you, or go empty and throw it around every play. So they're going to do both. There'll be one snap they do the first, and the next snap they'll do the latter. So they're just a great offensive team. The key is to get Jared Goff off if he's sitting on the midline, to go get him. He obviously is a great player. He throws the ball as well as anybody when he has a clean U-shaped pocket. So you have to make it muddy in there, or turn him around and get him on the ground, or just pressure him. The reset of his feet and what causes him problems. What I think they'll do in this game, and they did a little bit when we saw him in the opener in 21 with this staff, and certainly McVay's staff in 19, after they pummeled him early that year at the LA Coliseum. They ran boots. They rolled him out of the pocket. I think it was over 20 times that game with boots going to his right. So if they're O-line, and I think they're vulnerable in the middle of the O-line, if the Niners are overwhelming him, they'll get him off the midline and move him. But, can he do that consistently? Jahmyr Gibbs is a great player. He's just so special. His speed, ability to run inside. The key to the game to me is Amon-Ra St. Brown. How do you deal with him? They go to him in big situations, 2nd and 9 against the Rams, coming out of a 2-minute warning with one timeout. They throw the ball. Who does that? They do it, and they get Amon-Ra St. Brown for a first down. 3rd and 15 against Tampa. He catches it about a yard short. He shakes, reminded me of Mark Ingram against Mark Kelso in Super Bowl 25, Giants against the Bills. Great play. First down, next play, slot fade, touchdown. So their offense is all that. Defensively, you can run on them. Baltimore ran all over them. Really 300 yards rushing when Detroit went to Baltimore. There was a couple of kneel downs later, so they got, I think, to 298. But they're a good run defense, but you can run on them. The Niners will try to run on them. And then, obviously, throwing on them is the key. And you got to block Aiden Hutchinson, who's he's a mix of Nick Bosa and Max Crosby. That guy, he'll get down to the track stands like Nick. They'll buzz him out, though, a lot because they like to blitz. They've been heavy blitz since early in the year, number 1 in the league. And they drop him out of the zone blitz, and all of a sudden you got 2 guys blocking 97. 97's not rushing. He's dropping into coverage. Where'd he go? So they'll play games with you, but you got to attack the corners. Cam Sutton and Kindle Vildor, their outside corners are the weakness of the team. So, but they got really good safeties. Malafon was a good player. Kirby Joseph will hit you. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Deebo's guy, and then Brian Branch. What a great player he is. Can play in the nickel and also play so as a safety. So they got some vulnerabilities defensively, but there's some areas you certainly can attack and areas that they're pretty strong.
Papa, I want to ask you about the coaching matchup between Kyle Shanahan and Dan Campbell, and I heard you referring to Dan Campbell as Dan Gamble yesterday on your show.
That was Mike Tirico. Tirico gave us that.
And I love that line because of the risk that he takes, but it also reminded me about a quote that we heard earlier this year in baseball from Dusty Baker when he was talking about his matchup with Bruce Bochy and how it's more difficult to coach against a human being versus the analytics because everybody knows the analytics and what the outcome is going to lead to. So this weekend in a matchup between Dan Gamble and Kyle Shanahan, do you think the kind of going off the script of Dan Campbell will force Kyle Shanahan to kind of adjust in-game and go more off-script than we usually do?
No, he's going to run. He's going to run his game. He's going to coach his team the way he does it. He has a firm belief, and it's not even Dan Gamble. I mean, we've had some aggressive coaches. Riverboat Ron, when he was first in Carolina. Doug Peterson in Philadelphia really brought all of the analytics from Howie Roseman and his department there. Jeffrey Lurie's son, I think, is really involved in that, the owner's son there. But they did a lot of that. This is not just Dan Gamble. This is Dan Reckless. He's insane. Now, it's worked for them. Not always perfectly. I don't know how he looked his team in the eye after that Dallas game. When, they ran a great play, and they do a lot of tackle eligible. Number 70, Dan Skipper, comes in a lot to do that. They move people around. They like to do it on the goal line. They'll do it in this game, I think. They've done it in a lot of games. But to take a penalty and go back to the 7-yard line, no analytics are going to tell you to go for a 2-point conversion there. But he gets stubborn. It's just the way he's built his team. And it's worked for them. They're aggressive. They go forward on 4th down. What it does, Marcus, is change the math. If you got 4 downs to get 10 yards, you're averaging 2.5 versus 3 downs to get 10. It's 3.3. It's like baseball. Why do they not want you to choke up and spread your stance out with 2 strikes? They want you to still hit a home run. Because if you're only 2 strikes worth of big swings, you're not going to hit as many. If you're swinging hard and trying to drive the ball on every swing, so it's just a lot of it makes sense, certainly. He goes aggressively for 2 points, 4 downs. He'll fake a punt. I've seen him snap the ball to the personal protector on a 4th and 2 on his own 30-yard line, and they picked it up. But it's also like what I was talking about. It's the game management, and it's different because he doesn't call plays. Kyle does. He doesn't call the defense. He oversees the game, so he has in his mind, I think, to always go pedal to the metal. But what I was talking about with the Rams game, McVay's got one timeout left. They come out of a 2-minute warning. They're facing a 2nd and 9. He throws the ball. Kyle would never have thrown the ball there. Now, on 3rd down, you get into a decision. But he threw the ball on 2nd and 9, and he got it to Amon-Ra St. Brown. He picked up the 1st down, game over. Now you kneel it down. But if you don't complete that 2nd and 9, it's 3rd and 9, and you're punting the ball, and you just saved him 40 seconds or a timeout. So there are things that just pure game management he does borderline recklessly. And let's see, he's not going to change. It'll change the way they produce, what field position they give you. It changes everything they do, offense, defense, special teams. But I don't expect Kyle to change unless the game scenarios forces him to change.
Yeah, we had Dan Wetzel on earlier, and he said, he goes, this guy will do things. He goes, this guy's crazy. This guy's crazy, man. So get ready, fake punts, and be ready for it all. By the way, have you seen the Niners practicing I can't think of teams that have pulled fake punts this year, have they? McDermott tried last week in Buffalo, but
the Niners ran. You mean in the playoffs?
Yeah, or just in general. Like I'm trying to think.
McDermott, they do it more than ever. Sean McDermott did it, and he wound up, turning the other way, and then Marcus Valdez-Scantling fumbled in the end zone for a touchback. So they've done it. The Niners did it with Mitch Wishnowsky, and that was a check at the line.
That's right.
And he ran 20 miles per hour. It depends. A lot of it you have an automatic check. If you see, like, they're jammers on the gunners, the outside guys just turn and run. And then you're thinking, if they do that again, then we got a free run here. So you never know. So, sometimes, look at, Sean Payton in a Super Bowl flipped the whole game against the Indianapolis Colts. He opened the second half with an onside kick.
Right, yeah, good call.
Things happen in big games.
Good call. Okay, so I just mentioned you, Wetzel, talking about people being crazy. Wetzel, of course, a great columnist, and you and I share a great friendship with another great columnist who will be on our show at 9:15, the great Mike Silver. We've known him for decades. We love him. We respect him. But boy, did he roll a smoke bomb out this morning, Greg. And man, it's about Purdy.
What do you write?
It's about Purdy, and it's not complimentary. And he actually goes there. He says, after his performance against Green Bay, there's a realistic cause for concern, one that extends to his coaches and teammates.
Yeah, this is the piece you wrote a couple of days ago.
No, it's in the paper this morning, and it would hit the digital last night. You read it last night.
I'm not sure I read so much stuff. Yeah, he's been critical of Kyle. Brock did not play a great game. Throughout most of the game on Saturday night, there were reasons for that, and I think Green Bay's defense and getting to the landmarks. We talk about Brock being a spot thrower. These teams watch everything, and they watch what Mike McDonald and Baltimore did with their defense against Brock on Christmas night, and he took away the 49er landmarks. He got to, inside the hashes, inside the numbers. He had both linebackers drop, but Green Bay did a really good job of that. And then in this game, they've got a lot of good linebackers, from Anzalone, the young guy Campbell, Barnes. They have those safeties lurk. But I do expect Brock Purdy to play better in this game. First of all, it's not going to rain. It's going to be a nice track. I think the elements really are Mike Silver's guy, Jared Goff from Cal, and can they adjust to playing outdoors in this game, playing on natural grass, kicking off, in late afternoon, and then evening and darkness will set for the second half. What's the wind going to be like? They're a dome team. They're kind of like Kurt Warner, the greatest show on turf. Can they play on grass? Can they play outside? So, Mike was critical of Kyle and the way he handled the end of the game. I've talked to Kyle so much about this. The one call was the 3rd and 2 to let the play clock run down. But when Brock, I think he was going to try to quarterback sneak that, but then they called the timeout with 34 seconds to go. There was a time to call it, right around a minute or 50 seconds or so. But the other alternative, which I'm talking about with Dan Campbell, you're always thinking you're going to pick it up. What if you don't make the 3rd and 2 and you call the timeout with a minute to go? Now you punt the ball back to them. You don't want to do that. It's like the NBA when the shot clock's at 28 to end a quarter or a half. You don't want to shoot with 14 on the shot clock, even if you got a layup. You need to dribble the ball up, and you just let the clock go, and you try to shoot so they don't have a shot. The theory being at that point, and it didn't feel like it because I kept saying it on the air. The Niners have the lead, even though it felt like Green Bay was controlling the game. At that point, the Niners did have a 7-6 lead. So the one point is, and we saw it last year, Murph, going to Philly with Sirianni, because he was Dan Campbell. He was Nick Campbell last year. And he went forward on that fourth down right away to Devontae Smith. And the ball was not completed. And in retrospect, there should have been an overturn there, either from Walt Anderson in New York or Kyle challenging. They didn't do it. They kind of got fooled on that play. But in any event, we saw the different styles of the coaches and how they run the game last year. And now we have the same thing with Dan Campbell and Kyle. It's just, Kyle runs the game with respect for his defense and special teams and down and distance. And you're never really going to see. It's amazing to me that he's a play caller. Most guys that are offensive coordinators that call plays are overly aggressive in that situation. McVay does that. I've seen McVay do the same exact thing that Dan Campbell did on the second down, trying to bleed the clock against Seattle. He threw, and he wound up giving them a field goal at the end of the game, which they wound up missing. But he kind of mismanaged the end of the game. I think it's interesting that Kyle, who is a play caller, who's so into that call sheet, is somebody who respects his defense, his special teams, and the overall flow of the game.
Last couple minutes here, wrapping it up with Greg Papa this morning on the UMA guest line. And Papa, you brought up the Packers' defensive game plan last week against Brock Purdy and the 49ers and how they were able to take away the deep ball. Now, the Detroit Lions the past 4 or 5 weeks have been getting absolutely torched by wide receiver ones all around the league. So how big of a part of the game plan do you think Brandon Ayuk is this weekend? And do you think we're going to get that explosive element of the 49ers offense back on the field this Sunday?
Oh, he's so big. I'm going to have him on the pregame show this week because I think he's the key to the game. And Deebo, I think will try to play in this game. He is trending. He practiced a little bit yesterday, and it's just too big of a game. But you have to brace for either him not playing at all or him re-injuring it. They know it's the left shoulder. So, Jawan Jennings can play, and he's made some great plays last week, and Chris Conley. You've got other receivers. Ray certainly will be available to run a lot of the Deebo stuff if Deebo can't go. But Ayuk is the guy. And it's just, I've seen it throughout his career, Boucher, and then even more so the last couple of years and this year, the way he runs routes. And then on the practice field yesterday, just watching him, I'm just, man, has he become an exceptional route runner. And his change of direction, the way he's able to just whip his body and look like he's going one direction and just peel off the other and keep the high-end speed. He's got the long arms. I honestly don't know what they're going to do. Speaking of Aaron Glenn, who was a Pro Bowl defensive back himself, he should suit up and play. I don't know how they're going to cover. They got the nickel back. Their nickel's really good. But the outside guys, number one, Cam Sutton, and there's a reason he's no longer a Pittsburgh Steeler. Kendall Vildor, number 29, the former Bear, and he's been a former many teams. They kind of jumped on him late in the year because they were desperate. Those guys have Sutton just, whether he plays bump and run, up and press, or off and bail, he struggles. He has a hard time covering, running. He cannot tackle. The other guy gets all turned around and twisted. But the key thing is to give Brock time to throw. You got to get 97 blocked. Aiden Hutchinson is a really good player, and they're going to bring all kinds of blitzes, Melifonwu and Branch from the slot. They'll bring guys from the linebacker level. They'll bring Sutton from the outside. If a guy can't cover, blitz him. So they'll bring him from depth and from width. So, but I'm with you. I think this is a game. We were talking last week about we couldn't decide if the Packer-Niner game was going to be a blowout or a shootout. Turned out to be neither. Turned out to be Fred Warner's grimy game. But are we thinking this has the potential to be a shootout? I think the Niners will score on them. I thought they'd score on Green Bay. 24 was enough, but I think easily into the 30s. And the question is, will the Lions be able to shoot back? So are we looking at a 38-35 or something like that?
Marcus, we made our picks last second. Marcus went Niners 30, Lions 20. I went Niners 41, Lions 29.
Ooh, you went Heimer.
I did. I'm going big. They're going to drive
70.
The dry track.
What's the over-under?
I got 5 touchdowns.
Over-under is 51, Papa.
We're going big.
I think we're going to have a high-scoring game.
By the way, according to my iPhone weather app, as we let you go, Greg, at kickoff, 3:30, 67 degrees. And then, as you said with Tim Ryan yesterday, the Chalice with Hallis. At 7:01 p.m., 59 degrees. Should be up.
So the low will be 59. When what time is sun setting?
When
About 5:28?
when the chalice with Hallis comes.
Chalice with Hallis.
It's
Party with Lombardi and the chalice with Hallis.
Enjoy the heck out of it. Have a great show. Can't wait for
Thank
the
you,
call,
boys.
Greg. Be good.
Thank you.
Greg,
we'll have fun
Papa.
for sure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. The big hit is next, and it's you guys. You KNBR listeners. 808 KNBR. Line them up. How you feeling? That's it. How you feeling? 808 KNBR. What's your prediction? How you feeling? It's us and you. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
He will do something on Sunday that the fans will be like, are they crazy?
Hold it now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
They're going to gun run, most it off the left side, breaks a tackle, 25, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
Feels great, baby, ride that wave, Mosterati!
They give it to Mostert off the left side, gets wide, a stiff arm on Martinez, down the sideline, Raheem Mostert does it again! Look at a handoff to Mostert, a cutback run, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco, Raheem Mostert has the hat trick in the first half. Mostert gets the edge, lap cuts back inside, Raheem Mostert has 4 rushing touchdowns and the most yards rushing in a playoff game in 49er history. Garoppolo will take one more snap from Ben Garland. He takes the knee. Feels super, baby!
Feels great,
the
baby!
5-time Super Bowl champions are going back to Miami.
That was the last time they did it. They're going to try to do it Sunday night around 7:01 when they chalice with Hallis, as Tim Ryan was saying, the George Hallis Trophy. Can they do it? 808 KNBR is the phone number, is the Big Hit. It's you guys, and you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Jeff Garcia joining Tolbert Copes at 2:50. Marcus, let's go right out to the phones. How you feeling? Let's go. Starting long. First come, first serve. Kareem and Vallejo.
Oh.
Our buddy, Kareem.
What's up, Kareem?
How you feeling, buddy?
Oh, man, I'm feeling great, fellas. Morning, man. Top of the morning to you guys. So I'm going to tell you something, man. We couldn't have this any better. I believe it's the best 4 teams left in the NFL. You got the AFC matchup with Mahomes and Jackson. Somebody got to throw Mahomes. Hopefully we do it in the Super Bowl. The Niners, you know, what game they had last week wasn't the best, but I like you guys' pick. I like the Niners in the over. And, you know, this is, I mentioned this before with me and my dad, him being from Detroit, and I'm being from California. So this is Smokey Robinson of Motown and Mac Dre of the Bay. Let's go.
Kareem, thanks for the call, buddy.
Motown versus Mac Dre.
I love it. We got Phil in Sacramento next up. Phil, good morning. You're on the Big Hit. How you feeling, dude?
I'm fine, guys. You know, it's funny. Just like the Niners broke the spirit of the Eagles, I think it's going to happen to the Lions. The Lions are a Cinderella story, but like Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth, and I think that's what's going to happen this weekend.
I love it, Phil. Thanks for the call. That's it. I called big. This is a big call. 41 points is a lot now. I got you 5 touchdowns and 2 field goals. I just see Kyle and Purdy getting their swerve back. All right, and the Niners playmakers, don't forget, they're gigantic. I mean, these guys are playmakers. McCaffrey and Kittle and Ayuk and the whole deal. So I'm going big.
And to the Detroit Lions playmakers kind of standpoint, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Murph, everybody's got a plan until they have to play outside, on grass, outside of the dome.
I got them 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals. All right. Connor is in Dublin, California. Connor, good morning. You're on KNBR. How you feeling, man?
I think the Niners can take them on as long as they don't go to sleep on the Lions. I really think they got it. They can do it, but never underestimate the heart of a champion, and I think the Lions are looking a little bit like a champion right now.
Well, Connor, I would say that phrase is great. I love it the best, but they haven't won anything, so they're not champions yet.
They literally never won a championship.
Nor have Kyle's Niners.
True.
So there's no heart of champions in this. That's out in Kansas City or Baltimore. Connor, thanks for the call, man. We do appreciate you, buddy. Mike up in Oregon, one of our regulars. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm feeling pretty good about what's going to happen come Sunday. Purdy's going to have a great game with Kyle. Their 2 best games was against Philly when they were behind the first quarter. They couldn't do jack, and they rifled off 6 straight touchdowns. Then the last game against Green Bay where they struggled, and Kyle and Purdy put it together. I see those 2 putting it together on the fast track and kicking some Lion butt. 31-21.
I love it, Mike. That's a cover, and you're right. Don't think about this. This is a team that went to Philly and scored 6 straight touchdowns on the road, led by the quarterback.
Brock Purdy!
That was for the 831 fan who texted in. Next up is it Neon in Colorado? Neon in Colorado. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm feeling great. Coming to the game. It's snowing in Colorado right now. Looking forward to that great weather. And I just want to remind all the Niner fans that when we started out the season, we were all chanting Purdy's name, and it gave him a bunch of confidence. I want to make sure that everybody in that stadium, when he gets on the field, is chanting his name and giving him that same confidence so that we blow him out.
Nyan, I like it. You got to lead the Purdy chants. Purdy, Purdy, Purdy. All right.
Purdy.
All right, Nyan. Go lead it on Sunday, buddy. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you. Sean is in New Mexico on the big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. You guys are the big hit today. It's how are you feeling? What's your prediction? Sean in New Mexico. Good morning, brother.
Hey, how you doing, boss? Long time, first time. Hey,
Yay, Sean.
42-17. Lions are coming in overly aggressive. Look, we've been here. We're going to hit them with misdirections. They're not going to know what hit them. 42-17. I'm calling it right now.
Sean in New Mexico. I mean, do you see is a blowout even in your cards?
I think it's possible, especially when we throw in the fact that the Lions are going to be aggressive. We just got done talking about Dan Campbell with Greg Papa. I think his over-aggressiveness is going to come back to bite him in the ass, if I'm being completely honest with you, and it could cost the Detroit Lions, and I think Jared Goff is going to have a couple costly turnovers.
This big hit is turning into a gigantic... The Lions are anybody going to stand up for the Lions here? Steve and Hayward.
The rest of the country standing up for the Lions, Murph.
Steve and Hayward is on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Steve, good morning.
What's going on, guys? God bless you. Let's get ready to rumble. I'm going to tell you one thing. The one play that I thought is the epitome of Brock Purdy is when he took that ball out of his right hand, right in the middle of a play. He's in the playoffs, and he puts it in his left hand, wipes his right hand off, and throws the ball. Unbelievable. I think he needs to channel his inner Maasai warrior and get ready to hunt some lions on Sunday. Yeah,
Steve. Thanks for the call, brother. Maasai warrior hunting lions. Damn, that's deep.
Lion hunting. I'm just hoping there's not any real lions on the field this time.
That 1983 game at Candlestick, there was an actual lion on the sideline. They like two handlers with chains. I was like, what the who green-lighted that, man?
How the hell did they get a lion in the stadium?
Oh, man, I hope the tranquilizer darts were loose there. Aaron in Sacramento is our buddy. Aaron, good morning. How you feeling, man?
Happy Friday, guys. Hey, I'm still feeling the appropriate fear and the appropriate confidence like I was last week. Here's going to be the key, guys. What Kyle Shanahan do we get? Do we get the Kyle Shanahan who gets cute and tries to outthink the opponent and do, passes on first and second down when he should be running the ball? Or do we get the Kyle who sticks to what we do well, runs the ball down the throat, sets up play action, and that's going to be the difference in the game, guys.
All right, Aaron, thanks for the call. Can they run on the Lions?
That's going to be the key because all season long, they were the number 2 rushing defense in the entire NFL. But, Murph, get this. When the 49ers have Christian McCaffrey run for 75 or more yards, they're 11-1 this season. Okay. And that doesn't even sound like too big of a number. 75 yards is the key for Christian McCaffrey.
Just from scrimmage or rushing?
Just rushing.
Okay.
So you got to run the ball.
You can do that on one play, by the way.
I was going to say, you can rip off a big chunk, but of course that sets up the passing game. That sets up the shots downfield.
All right, guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. By the way, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Jonathan Cain and Neil Shona Jersey, the guys, Journey, the guys who wrote Don't Stop Believing, are playing halftime at Levi's and joining us at 8:15 for Particles. Don't forget December 1981 at the Cow Palace when the Niners were making their run, and a bunch of Niners went on stage with these guys. So that area, all these years later, the Particles are flowing here. Dusty is in Ventura. He's checking in Ventura. Beautiful Ventura. What's up, Dusty?
What's up, Dusty?
Beautiful indeed. What's up, guys? Here's where I see it. We are going to open it up. Kyle's going to finally just pound the rock like he should, but I think Ayuk's going to go big. I think he's going to tear up those corners. I think we're going to get some nice little play action like that guy just said. I think this is going to be an Ayuk game. We're going to be talking about him with $180, couple touchdowns at least.
All
Let's
right,
go, baby.
Dusty, I love it. And shout out to the Marine Lair down in Ventura. That's your guy, Marcus. You've been on that.
$180. I've been calling for a big game for BA all week. Shout out to my guys down at Prize Picks. If you're looking for a Prize Pick prop of the day, take Brandon Ayuk over 80 yards this weekend.
Did you just cross promo? Am I supposed to talk Daisy Dip right now?
I did. I think I just threw in a couple plugs. But yeah, we've been talking about the numbers in the Detroit Lions. 5 straight games. Wide receiver number 1's 140 yards or more.
T-Money in Tucson. Shout out Steve Kerr and Tommy Tolbert. T-Money down in Tucson. Good morning. How are you, brother?
Hey, bear down. Hey, shout out to the dude in Colorado. Just came from there. It's beautiful. Hey, you know what? I think fan bases matter. And You're saying gamble, he's aggressive. He's overconfident. The whole fan base is overconfident. They have altitude sickness. They don't even know what they're doing, and that leaks into the franchise. That leaks into their coach's head. This guy's he's out of his mind. I think the Niners are going to hit him up 35-17, and you pound that rock and you pound the Lions and break their confidence in the first quarter. We own Jared Goff. This thing is done.
T-Money, thanks for the call. Appreciate you, dude. And that is true now. Jared Goff does not have good numbers against the Niners in his last 5 games. He's lost all 5. His passer rating is bad, and outdoors he's different than indoors.
Shout out T-Money going full Tupac. Hit him up, Murph. Hit him up.
I like it. Let's go Sean in Santa Rosa, a little closer to home. Sean, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Friday. Hey, This is going to be a little bit of an unpopular opinion, but I think the Niners are the Dodgers of the NFL. They dominate during the regular season, choke in the playoffs. Lions 35, Niners 21. Go Lions.
Sean, are you still there, buddy? Still there?
I am.
Are you a Niner fan or a Lion fan or a Raider or a Cowboy fan?
I'm actually a Raider Giants my whole life, and I feel like the similarity between the Niners and the Dodgers are very similar. You know, I hate the Dodgers. We all do, but very similar. Dominate during the regular season and just can't get it done in the postseason.
Sean in Santa Rosa driving down the lane strong like Kuminga.
Man.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it. What do you think, buddy?
Are the 49ers the Dodgers of this generation?
He just rolled that out there.
I mean, here
What
they
are you
are
gonna say?
in another NFC Championship game. They got to give over the hump so that they can kind of ditch that criticism.
Richard in Petaluma, same county as the guy, as the hater, Sean in Santa Rosa. Richard in Petaluma, good morning. How are you, man?
I'm doing quite well. One of the things I wanted to comment on is Mr. Purdy. He learned last weekend how to learn ugly. He did not have the greatest game in the beginning, but sometimes you have to win, and sometimes it's ugly, especially with all the criticism that he's gotten over the last week. Matter of fact, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Where's Mark Tamura?
Chewy.
He's probably fishing right now.
No 15-yarders.
There you go.
Richard. Yeah, okay. So you're saying Brock doing that last week was the mental edge he needed?
Yep. Win ugly.
Richard, good call, buddy. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. Squeeze in just a couple more before we go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers who are rocking Levi's Stadium on Sunday. Jonathan Kane and Neil Schoen from Journey, just to get those particles going. Do we go to Dallas? We got a call from Dallas?
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Is that allowed? Richard in Big D, Cowboy Country. Richard, good morning.
What's up, Richard?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, so just a couple things. One thing I love is, I live north of Dallas here, and it's beautiful. It is just incredible to hear everybody crying here. It just brings me so much joy. But, I really I like Murph. I like your pick on the game. And I think what's going to be huge is last week, after, 4 plays, Kyle had to switch up everything because of losing Deebo, even when Deebo's not the main target. And if that isn't the case this week, then that's going to force Detroit, Dan Campbell, to have to play the whole game, plan the whole game, knowing that Deebo's in there with those wheel routes and so forth. Oh, I just can't wait. The only thing I'm missing out on is some Racer 5 or some Pliny the Elder.
Nice. I like it. Hey, Richard, you got to go to a store and find some of that. I'm sure there's someplace you can get some.
We'll ship some Plinies out to you.
Thanks for the call. Let's wrap it up with Aaron in San Francisco. We got to keep it in the local. We're going into the city here where the Niners used to play. Aaron, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hi. I think a lot of our Niners fans sound really confident. I think it's going to be a close game, but I think it's going to be an absolute shootout. I think it's going to come down to the end. I'm a little worried about stopping Gibbs. He's really dynamic. He's really quick. Yes. But it's going to be a good game. And at the end, I think the Niners are going to come out on top.
What do you got? Score?
37-42.
Okay. Ooh. Niners 42, Lions 37. We're going over. Aaron, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. That would be an entertaining game.
I was going to say.
That would be an entertaining game.
Aaron's got the Lions covered this morning.
I have to look at the history of NFC Championships, see how many really high-scoring games there were. Niners, Cowboys 94 was 38-28 or something like that. Anyway, thank you guys for the big hit. You guys were awesome. That was fun from all over the country, by the way.
All over the world, man.
Yes, my gosh. And now we go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers who are going to bring the great energy from the 81 Niners to the 23 Niners. Jonathan Kane and Neil Schoen, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, a journey telling great stories of yore and rockin' Levi's on Sunday. Next on the Sports Leader.
Wayne Simmons kicked the crap out of Brent Jones.
I did hear about him, and my first thought was, isn't that guy still in jail?
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
San Francisco Giants Fan Fest is this weekend down in San Jose, and Kyle Harrison and myself will both be down there at San Pedro Square. But first, Kyle Harrison stopped by KNBR Tonight, a.k.a. The Sports Phone with Kerry Crowley, to talk about the Giants offseason and his expectations for the 2024 season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. All right, it's the Waterboy back live on The Sports Leader talking about Prize Picks. And I told you this weekend I'm taking Brandon Ayuk over 80 yards, and maybe you should hop into the action too, because if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy app. Right now, it's sports heaven. You got football going on, basketball, and baseball's right around the corner, so there's no better way to turn all the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. They have easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and a huge selection of players and stat options. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid while doing it. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code word LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Oh, yeah. Turn it up. Turn it up in your cars. Come on, man. Come on. The pride of San Francisco, and now really at this point in time, after 50 years, the globe. Where do you want them? Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, touring the country this summer, or at Levi's Stadium on Sunday, halftime. You want to talk about particles, baby? We got Journey playing halftime at Levi's for the 49ers. These guys go back to the 81 Niners, and we got the two icons. Neil Schon, San Francisco's own, one of the greatest guitarists of all time, and one of the great songwriters in rock and roll history. Our buddy, Jonathan Cain, who we've had on for years and years on the show. Boys, it is an absolute pleasure to have you on the Murph and Marcus show on KNBR. Jonathan, Neil, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, guys.
Murph, let's go Niners!
Yeah,
we're excited. What an incredible honor to be asked to play this event. We're stoked. We have a kind of a cool little medley we put together, right, Neil?
Yeah, I think it's going to rock, man. And, I was there at the last game, and it was really exciting, man. It's like to see these guys have that magic again.
Yeah.
Brings back great old memories for both of us.
Hey, wait, Neil, you were at Levi's last Saturday for Green Bay?
Yep, I was, yep.
Oh, dude, were you sweating it?
First half.
It was a crazy game, man. I left. It was pouring rain the whole game,
Yeah.
and I think they were really, having a hard time keeping their hands on the ball, It was like miserable weather, but we split just to beat the traffic out about 5 minutes before, and then I heard this roar, right, from the audience, and I put the windows down, and my wife and I were like, they must have intercepted. They won. And so what a great game. It was a gas, man. We had a blast hanging out.
That is so great to hear. Neil Schon, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, and Jonathan Cain on the UMA guest line right now. And then you guys go from being fans to being on stage Sunday at 3:30. Let's do that little gig first and then ask some old school questions. So, Jonathan, you guys are going to set up a little stage and rock it on Sunday? You guys are fired up.
Yeah, they got it ready for us. I guess we're going to be on the big screen and, large and in charge. Journey. Come on.
Yeah, and good news for both you and the 49ers is it's supposed to not be raining. You're looking at clear skies this weekend.
I know. It's supposed to be like 70 degrees.
Nice weather.
I mean, it's like crazy. I still live in the Bay, and it's been like rain. No worries about being in a drought, you guys.
Hey, you know what that means? Hey, Neil and Jonathan, sun's out, guns out, man. I want you guys flexing Sunday, all right?
That's it. We're going to have to do that. Come on.
Hey, for the young kids out there, I'm working with a bunch of kids now, Jonathan and Neil. I got a bunch of kids. They don't remember 81. So for the kids out there that need to know the Journey connection to the 49ers, there's people that have written in. When we told them you were coming on, said they were at the Cow Palace on December 1st, 1981. Who can tell the story? Were a bunch of 49ers at that show? Tell us about that.
That's right. Yeah, half the team, I think, was there. We brought them on stage.
Yep, Ronnie Lott, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, all of them. They were all there. And you know what? What I heard, there's a whole secret that like my wife kind of let out to me because she's been talking to all these guys, is that it might happen again.
Oh, Sunday you guys might make some room on stage for somebody?
We might make some room on stage, I hear.
I think we should.
Oh man, I'm like hype. I'm more hyped for this than the game at this point in time, man. So
we were so blessed. We had a box. Our manager had a box, and we go to all the games. We tailgated. I mean, you got Bill Walsh coming to the suite after the game, talking about music and yeah. I mean, it was just a family. It was
Eddie DeBartolo.
Eddie. Yeah, I remember being there with Dwight got the catch, the famous catch, Dwight Clark, and I was right behind the photographer, right in the end zone that took that amazing picture, and I was able to get his card, and I got a print, and I gave it to our manager as a thank you for that, all those great years going to the games.
Wait.
And we were old school. We tailgated the whole thing, man. It was killer. Yeah, we did it.
If you're just tuning in, you're hearing none other than the great Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, Jonathan Cain and Neil Schoen of Journey. Come on, what are you going to say? They've sold every record in the world. They're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You know them everywhere in every corner of the planet. And they're going to be at Levi's Stadium on Sunday playing the halftime show. They got a medley arranged. We got Neil and Jonathan on the UMA guest line right now for a few more minutes. Hey, we do want to hype a little bit this summer. Did you guys know? Earlier, a few weeks ago, we were giving away tickets, August 28th. We had a promo for you guys. Or you guys are going to be right down here at the ballpark, Oracle Park, I believe with Def Leppard. Is that right?
That's right, and Steve Miller.
Yeah.
Steve will be with us. So it's going to be a rockin' event. And, we played AT&T a couple of years ago with Carlos. I remember it was like day and night on the green. We had every Bay Area the Doobie Brothers played that day. We had Tower of Power play. Carlos. And we went on at like 9-something, and it was so cold that night. I remember freezing.
You guys should be warmer this year.
No, you guys late August. I think you might. You're going to be warmer at a Niner game in January than you will be at the Giants ballpark in August, right?
Yeah. I remember freezing at the All-Star game. I had to buy a sweatshirt. It was like 45 degrees or something.
84, yeah, that was cold. Dwight Gooden in that game.
God, that was cold.
Yeah, and guys, speaking of Oracle Park, we know your connection not only to the city of San Francisco, but of course to the San Francisco Giants. And I know that people kind of correlate the song Lights to the Giants World Series runs. But I want to ask you guys, out of all the songs in your catalogs, what do you think, which song represents this version of the 2023-2024 San Francisco 49ers?
Ooh, hard question.
Well, I know for a fact because I've been watching and seen a lot of stuff on YouTube that they play Don't Stop Believing all the time, every game. They'll play Separate Ways a lot, and when they win, they play Lights.
Yes.
They only play Lights at the end if they win.
That's right. You do hear it there at the stadium. Yeah. It's a victory song for them down there too, man. That is so awesome here. Hey, Neil, while we have you, buddy, you mentioned Carlos, and for the old school San Franciscans, and I've never nailed this down. So you started with Journey with Ross and all them back in '73. What was the connection to you and Carlos growing up in San Francisco in the Mission, playing local clubs and all that? Like how far back do you guys go?
Well, I actually didn't know. I met Carlos around the time, like around 1971, like right before, they asked me to join them. Mm-hmm. And I just kind of ran into Michael Shreve and Greg Raleigh playing at a club down in the peninsula and became friends with them. And they started, asking me to come by and just hang out in the studio while they were finishing up the album Abraxas. Mm-hmm. And, almost got to play on that record for a second. I remember Carlos was struggling with a wah-wah solo on Mother, some song Greg had, and they asked me to go in there. Fred Cotero was the engineer and producer at the time, and he says, "What are you guys doing? You can't put Neil on this record. This is Carlos," And so, but that's how the whole thing kind of just happened naturally, I was hanging out in the city a lot, playing with Elvin Bishop, playing all the blues clubs, and kind of made a name for myself. I met Bill Graham. Elvin brought me over to meet Bill Graham and, stuck me on stage and introduced me to B.B. King. That was the first time I ever played a big place, and I played the Fillmore, the old Fillmore. And, things just started popping. I was Young and hungry. Still hungry, but not as young.
That's the legendary Neil Schoen, San Francisco's own, of course, started with Santana and then on to Journey, and now here they are. So, once again, Sunday halftime, everybody get your lighters out, get going. It's Particles for days on end. And other tours, by the way, we got listeners all over the country. So, are you guys, the summer tour, like, are you guys going to all the big cities and everything? What do we got?
Yeah, there's a bunch. Let's see. I got it right here.
John's got to check his phone.
Yeah, man. We're in Arlington, and we're Citi Field, Progressive Field.
Dude, you guys are going New York City Field, huh?
Comerica Park, Wrigley.
Yeah, Wrigley.
Busch. Yeah, Target Field.
Hey, Jonathan, have you guys ever played Wrigley Field?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, we played, let's see, we played that with Christy Hine and Sheep Creek. And you know what's funny? I used to go to the games with my auntie and sit in the right field bleachers. And I was playing that night, getting goosebumps, looking over at where I used to sit when I was a little kid.
What a story, man. Jonathan, you never... You never
here
lost,
I am.
You never lost your Chicago accent, by the way. I can still hear it. I can still hear that Chicago in you, buddy.
Yeah. My auntie was a huge Cubs fan, and she grew. I grew up being a Cubs fan, and then, of course, I found out about the White Sox, and I thought, my God, we got two teams here. This is was heaven.
And then in 06, the White Sox used "Don't Stop Believin'" too in their parade too. So
you got to see the greats too. You got to see them in both leagues.
I know we got to let you guys go, but is there any let's go 2023 49ers? I don't know. Do you guys either one of you, Neil or Jonathan? Neil Schoen, Jonathan Kane, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, going to play Levi's on Sunday on the Uma guest line right now. Either one, do you guys just pick a player? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Fred Warner? Who's each guy? You guys got a guy that's going to be the star on Sunday? Whoever goes first.
I got McCaffrey. I tell you, Christian McCaffrey is a stud.
Yeah,
and he's going to run all over these guys. I'm saying right now.
And I'm hoping Deebo is going to be all right because they really needed him last game.
Yeah,
I think it wouldn't have been such a nail biter with him in.
Yeah, that shoulder. You got to watch that shoulder, man.
All right, yeah, you guys know that. You probably get sore shoulders playing, huh?
It's sore everything now, pal.
All right, buddy. All right, we
have to do our daily yoga.
We take the ice bath with us.
You guys are an inspiration, man. You're an inspiration. Hey, Jonathan's got McCaffrey, Neil's got Deebo, and we have you guys. We are so thankful for what you guys have done for the Bay Area for the last 50 years. And that you're going to be still rocking this summer down at Oracle Park in San Francisco, and that you're going to be at Levi's on Sunday. I'm so happy that we were able to arrange this, guys. This is what we call the particles, man, the energy that's being created. The Niners are now going to win for sure. So, hey, rock out in Texas tonight, and then have a great flight out here, and have a great time on Sunday, boys. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Marcus. All right, take care, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Jonathan Kane and Neil Schoen of Journey. Niners ain't losing now, kids, on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports. Keep it going. Leader.
Yeah, I think it's going to rock, man.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, well, that was super fun having Jonathan Kane and Neil. So those guys are great energy, man. Neil was cracking me up. Neil was like, yeah, man, it's going to rock. Do you have that again, Young Tone, the Neil Schoen? It's going to rock.
Yeah, I think it's going to rock, man. Yeah, I think it's going to rock, man.
He was outstanding.
I mean, you want to talk about good vibes, positive vibes. Like, that's the energy you need heading into this weekend.
Radio play-by-play announcer for the Lions, Dan Miller, joins Papa and Lund at 10:30 today. So, all right, we punted the Cooler of Content to here so we could have the journey. How about that when he goes, half the team was there, and they may get some Niners up on stage. Well, Joe's going to be in the building.
Yeah.
So who knows, right?
They got enough room on that stage.
Okay, guys, here's the deal. The Cooler of Content starts with, when we've lost Barkley, we've lost the nation. Charles Barkley is a Lions guy.
Oh, what a surprise. Charles Barkley is not rooting for a team out of San Francisco.
Well, so he's doing a CNN show, which I did not. You guys know it's like a talk. I don't know if it's a talk show or it's not just a sports show.
Is it his own show?
No, he's with a co-host. Is it Gayle King? Is that who it is? I think he's with Oprah's pal, Gayle King. Anyway, I've seen them talking about things that are non-sports, and here they were interviewing Keegan-Michael Key. Shout out Key and Peele, right? We all love that. And this is what happens. So I guess I didn't know Keegan-Michael Key's from Detroit. So I guess he's all in on the Lions, and I guess so is Barkley here.
You know, Key, I just got to say this. And I'm a tremendous fan of yours. For all your success, number one, continued success. I can't believe I'm talking to you about the damn Detroit Lions. Out of all the questions I want to ask.
But you can ask. Maybe I can come on the show another time where you can ask all those other questions.
That would be good.
So after we win the Super Bowl.
Okay. We're gonna win. I have fell in love with the Detroit Lions. I have a man crush on Dan Campbell. I know nothing about Dan Campbell, but I'm like, I want to play. I play football one day. I want to play for Dan Campbell.
Damn.
The man crush.
How about that? So now Barkley's against us now.
I love how Barkley says, I know nothing about him, but I have a man crush on him. I just love him so much.
So, guys, I told you guys we're the villains.
It's 49ers versus everybody, including Charles Barkley.
We got Journey, though. We got Kane and Schoen rocking out, so we can't be too bad. By the way, the show's called King Charles. It launched in November, so it's only a couple months old.
King Charles.
King Charles with Gayle King.
Okay.
I guess she's there to keep him on the rails.
Having Keegan-Michael Key on the show, huh?
Yeah. And I guess he's a big Lions guy.
Yeah, hopefully Keegan-Michael Key is not getting any custom gear by Kristen Juszczyk this weekend.
Yeah. Well, she's got to be an equal opportunity employer, right?
True, and we were talking about, who was it last week?
She made that leather jacket for Taylor Lautner from whatever the, not the Hunger Games, the...
Twilight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Team Jacob.
Yeah.
You got it, Murph.
All right, well, Barkley's got us, man.
Oh, no. What are we going to do? Charles picked against the Bay Area.
I have a man crush on Dan Campbell.
Do you have your Chase Center? That was recorded from Waterboy's phone in front of Chase at what they call Thrive City.
That's live from the Waterboy's iPhone.
And wasn't Shaq leading the crowd, too?
Oh, and then he pulled out like the Vuvuzela, the horny air.
Oh, hilarious. All right, Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn. This is the guy that's going to try to stop Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. Wait, is he getting his Dan Campbell on? We will bite somebody's face. What?
He's going full Dan Campbell.
We know exactly who we are. Are we the fastest? Are we the most talented? No. But we'll bite somebody's face off when we go play them. We'll bite a kneecap, too, if we have to.
Yeah, these guys are like the Hannibal Lecter of the NFL.
I was going to say, we're playing against the damn cannibals this weekend.
Is there a fava bean and a Chianti with a Lions game? My God.
I mean, you want to talk about, like, implementing a culture. Dan Campbell 3 years ago was talking about biting kneecaps. Aaron Glenn ahead of the NFC Championship game. Yeah, we're going to come in and we're going to bite your face off.
We'll bite somebody's face off when we go play them.
Detroit Lions football. Cannibalism is cool. I mean, my God. You guys, there was a book when I was in school. It was the book Alive, the famous plane crash in the Andes. And people started chomping on each other.
Oh.
Or
I was going to say, shout out to the Donner Party.
Just perhaps a little more local, the Donner Party. But Alive was the book that scared everybody in middle school. Like, oh, my God, they eat people. Like, yeah, they were all Lions fans.
Yeah,
right?
I was going to say, we had the
So-
nicknames going with Dan Gamble earlier this morning. Maybe we need to start calling him Dan Cannibal.
There's a bad 80s song called I Eat Cannibals, but you don't need to dig it up. You don't need to dig it up. All right, so that's it. We got Stephen A. and Russo.
Listen.
Now, what were they talking about here, Marcus? Do you
They're
have this?
talking about the 49ers and Lions game this weekend and whether or not the 49ers can win without Deebo Samuel.
Well, I know my little pal over there has said that the Lions will win the game if Samuel doesn't play.
Yeah.
That's way too strong. Way
Really?
over the top.
They're a different team without him.
Stevie, where do would you have a couple of cocktails before you said that one? That is a very
nor did I have any gummies like some people out there.
Go ahead.
Oh, don't be hating on the gummy, Stephen A.
He's returned to that theme a lot because Russo, what was it, in football season, had that weekend where his wife was gone and he gave that big speech. I'll tell you what I gotta do.
Oh, the breakdown is I'll take half a gummy, then I'll take another half a gummy at halftime.
Because there were two good college football games going. He was going to half gummy for one of them and half gummy for the other one.
Sit back, take a full gummy.
Listen.
That was a shock to me to hear that Russo was gummy, and Russo and Stephen A. has not let go of that ever since.
No, we know Stephen A. Smith. Stay off the weed.
Oh, man, that is pretty
He's
funny.
anti-THC.
Where did I see recently, too? He was just on Howard Stern. And Howard has a bunch of callers who do imitators, and there's a guy who calls himself Stephen B. And Stephen B called in and did his Stephen A. for Stephen.
Stephen B.
Stephen B. did it for Stephen A.
Not bad, not bad.
It was pretty funny, man. And Stephen A. gave him a B. He goes, not bad, not bad. There was a rant by Stephen A. on Taylor Swift, how much he loves her.
Wow, he's a Swiftie.
He went to the show, and he was in a Stephen A. type delivery, too. I'll tell you this, Howard. And he said, I've never been. He said, I was transfixed for 3.5 hours.
Taylor Swift.
I said, I'm 56 years old, Howard. I didn't sit down once. But he goes, the sister can put on a show. So anyway, that was Stephen A. All right, this is one we had from a couple days ago down in Vegas. I guess John Fisher made a public appearance.
Public?
Yeah.
He showed his face?
Scott Oster actually interviewed him for the Chronicle and didn't get much. John Fisher just kind of stoned him. And they still don't have a stadium plan down there. I don't know what's going on.
I just heard the whole entire Tropicana site is not big enough for the initial model that they kind of wanted to put out there with their retractable roof.
So he spoke at the Vegas, it was like a Vegas Tourism and Convention Bureau convention or something like that. The local businesses were there. So he finishes up, and then the MC gets up there, tries to like the same way we just finished with Kane and Schoen playing Don't Stop. We're like, hey, ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Kane, Neil Schoen. So she just finishes. She's like, ladies and gentlemen, John Fisher. Here.
Let's give it up one more time for Mary Beth and John Fisher, please. The Las Vegas A's. We like the sound of that, right, Vegas? Yeah? Yes? Are we alive back there, Las Vegas? How we feeling? Okay.
Wow. That's bad. Crickets.
That reminds me of my 2007 St. Patrick's Day effort at the Hibernian Newman Club in San Francisco.
Are we alive back there, Las Vegas? How we feeling?
Biggest bomb job of my life. I want to crawl into a hole. That's how she's feeling right there.
Like, this is Las Vegas we're talking about. Like, the party capital of the world.
Give me that whole thing all over
Nobody gives
again.
a damn.
First of all, just listen to the as Tony Salvador would say, smattering. The smattering, right? When she's like, Mary Beth and John Fisher here.
Let's give it up one more time for Mary Beth and John Fisher, please. The Las Vegas A's. We like the sound of that, right, Vegas? Yeah? Yes? Are we alive back there, Las Vegas? How we feeling? Okay.
Oh, the nervous chuckle, too. Are we alive back there? No, it's not looking like it. Like, that was approaching, like, almost like Jeb Bush, like, please clap territory.
Oh, man. When did Jeb Bush say please clap? I don't remember that.
Oh, that was a viral moment back a long time ago.
He told his audience,
up at the plane, he's like, please clap. Please clap. Like begging for applause.
Oh, boy, it's a tough one. By the way, the I Eat Cannibals crowd on the text line coming at me. All right, I feel you. But then the others saying, don't forget now, I will ride a little bit with the band Fine Young Cannibals, who were formed by a couple of guys from the English Beat. You would know Fine Young Cannibals, Good Thing. You would know that one.
Oh, of course I would, Murph.
Yes, you would. Of course you would.
Of course I would.
Not like Journey's Don't Stop Believing. So anyway, well, there's your cooler of content for today. It was pretty fun. A little Barkley's against us. Aaron Glenn's going to bite your face, and the Vegas crowd going dead on you. Okay, so here's our situation. Mike Silver wrote a column this morning saying that there's concern from teammates and coaches about Brock Purdy. I didn't need that vibe. We're just coming off our really fun big hit where everybody was coming in with their predictions. Everybody was feeling good. By the way, do you like how I sniffed out that Raider credential on that guy in Santa Rosa?
Yeah.
Because he came in, he goes, "You guys are the Niners are the Dodgers of the NFL. No offense, but da-da-da." And I said, "Hey, are you a Lions fan or a Raider or a Cowboy fan?" He's like, "Yeah, I like the Raiders. Yeah."
And the Giants, Murph, and the Giants. But yeah, he was out here on 50,000 watts sending subliminal messages.
Do you still have that Waterboy stuff?
I don't have it on my board.
God,
we have it in the
so
system.
much fun.
We can find it.
By the way, because I got a buddy. I cannot believe this guy. My buddy Daryl's a Cowboy fan. He's sending me lion emojis today. I said, "Bro, look at your state. Look at your state." I said, "You're a Cowboy fan. You try to ride with Dak. You guys are just burned and crashed, and now you're sending me lion emojis, bro. Look at what you've fallen to. You know what I mean?" So I'm laughing at him. I'm laughing at anybody, Eagles fans, Cowboys fans, Rams fans, Seahawks fans. But I do love how Raiders fans still want to get those little knives out. They don't sleep on that. They're rooting. Even then, they'll be in Vegas forever, but that'll always be a little thing.
Well, Murph, this is a storyline that I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but it's something that we've already talked about. I've talked about it with my guy Overnight Dave on the overnight shifts. The possibility of your picks coming correct, where it could be the Chiefs versus the 49ers playing for a Super Bowl in Las Vegas in the Big Al. How about that?
The two most hated Raiders teams?
Like the two,
in the Big Al?
Two teams that Raider fans
One of them will hoist it.
Yeah.
My vision.
And it better not be the Chiefs. Your vision better come true.
My vision coming true here. This guy might be on stage with Neil Schoen and Jonathan Cain Sunday.
That's the newest vision.
This was my vision in the kitchen. Joe's walking it out with the confetti. Dude, I'm just going to start crying. All right, thank you for that, young tone. Okay, here's the deal. We are open next segment, so we can continue the big hit, 808 KNBR. How you feeling? How you feeling? That's the hard-hitting question. And is anybody going to stick up for the Lions at this point? And then Mike Silver at 9:15, he wrote a pretty hard-hitting column this morning about that's what you got to do now. When you're the journalist, you got to write your hard-hitting column. And he says there's serious questions on Purdy going into this game. How you feeling about that? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the text line. And then we may have the great and legendary Mitch Albom at 9:35. Fingers crossed. We've been in contact with his assistant. We just don't know if he's going to call. So we're just being honest with you guys. But he's, of course, Tuesdays with Maury and the ESPN, the sports writers, and just one of the great writers in America today. This guy's sold over 40 million books. Okay, so we'll do that hopefully at 9:35. He's the voice of Detroit. He's from Detroit. He would give us the true meaning of this whole story for them. Okay, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Line them up on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Are we alive back there, Las Vegas? How we feeling? Okay.
Is this the last time we get to play this before the game? So come on, man. Get those Daisy brand French onion and ranch dips at your store. Dip, chips, wings, pizza. Man, before the game. Some guys are like, I'm not doing that during the game. Well, then do it before the game and at halftime and after the game. Game-changing flavor. I've been wolfing it down all January. A little too good. My God. Tastes so amazing. So addictive. You can't stop eating it. Come on, baby. Kick that Daisy. Daisy sour cream making French onion and ranch dip. So addictive, you can't stop eating it.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
12th man, how important is the 12th man?
We don't call him the 12th man here. But our crowd's very important. Our crowd, I think, is the best in football. They travel extremely well. They don't have to travel this week. I hear the Lions fans travel pretty well. I mean, we love having a home field advantage. Our defense more than anything. Our players coming out of the tunnel. We want to win it here. It's a huge deal. It affects everybody, and I think always in sports, I mean, everyone likes playing at home, but in football, when it's loud, that truly is an advantage. I mean, that truly messes up what one side of the ball can do on the other team, and that's why it's very important that we're loud.
There he is, Kyle Shanahan yesterday. He had a couple interesting moments in that press conference. One was, we don't call it the 12th man. Marcus, because who do we think we are? Texas A&M? That's right, Seattle. You freaking copyright infringers.
You thieves.
That was College Station, Texas. They actually had a legal problem, no joke. College Station, Texas A&M, which had patented the 12th man, had to come at the Seahawks. And they got a win, too. The Seahawks had to give some sort of grudging defeat in court on that whole thing.
But they're still calling him the 12th man.
I think they said, can we still do it if we give you a couple of bucks or something like that?
Money talks, Murph. Money talks.
Anyway, and Kyle also got a little pinched when somebody asked him about Brock and the decision making, and the word in the Chronicle was exasperated. Exasperated. Now, first of all, it's a long week. People a little tight. I wouldn't say he didn't snap or anything. He was just a little short when he said, it's something I talk about every week. He says, it's crazy how many questions we're getting about every single one of Brock's decisions, which I would agree with, by the way. He is the most scrutinized guy. Have we gone through every one of Lamar's decisions?
No, we have not.
Have we gone through every one of Jared's decisions?
No, we have not.
Yeah.
And the irony that this week there has been so much debate or so much criticism surrounding Brock Purdy, the same week that he was announced as a finalist for MVP of the damn league. And so yesterday I'm watching this press conference, and it's literally back and forth questions. Why does Brock Purdy suck so much? Oh, what do you think about Brock Purdy being a finalist for MVP? There's no in-between for this guy, it seems like, with the national media.
No, not at all. And then the Mike Silver column, which we'll talk to Mike about at 9:15, where he rolled kind of a stink bomb out there where he said coaches and teammates have some doubt after the Green Bay game. I was like, whoa. I read that before I went to bed last night. I was like, come on, man. And so there's no names. He says, after his performance against Green Bay, there's a realistic cause for concern, one that extends to his coaches and teammates. His Purdy stopped trusting his eyes and his arm. That's what he said. Was he great? No. Was he tentative? Yeah. Did he lead the game-winning drive? Yeah. That's you know what I mean? Are we human or are we dancers? Yeah.
Again, the constant criticism after he led a game-winning drive. There's been way more criticism about Brock Purdy this week than there was about Jordan Love, the guy that threw an interception with the game on the line.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly.
Think about that for a second.
He threw 2 picks, too. So, anyway, we told you guys to line them up at 808 KNBR, and so we did. And so we go out to the phones. Today is a day for all y'all. It's the power of radio where we all gather together and we can talk with each other. And we go out to Sacramento, out to the state capital. Bill is in Sacramento. Bill, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning. Big Joe Montana fan. Go way back. 49ers juggernaut this Sunday. The real 49ers defense and offense will be showing up to convert Levi Stadium into the Levi Cemetery. Last week was a 49ers rainy fluke.
Bill,
yeah.
Bill, I got to tell you, there's something about your delivery that compelled me. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Dude, that guy had takes, and he had, delivery, and he had sort of a pause in between.
Turning Levi Stadium into a cemetery.
That was amazing, Bill. At the end, I think I stepped on it, but he goes, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bill, I love the enthusiasm, but the 49ers cannot show up and put on the same performance they put up last week against the Green Bay Packers.
No.
That's the bottom line.
We're getting calls from all over the western United States, including the beehive state of Utah. Nick in Utah, where there is no NFL team. Nick, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm a former Bay Area native, so I'm still loyal out here in Utah.
Nice.
But I just want My thought, though, this week, I know we're talking about who we expect. I'm a former college long snapper in Iowa, actually. So I'm expecting a big game from Jake Moody is what I'm expecting.
Ooh.
I think Jake Moody's going to have a party this weekend. So we can go party with Lombardi like Brian.
You know, it's funny, Nick, when I was thinking about how the game's going to play out, and I actually had scenarios where Nick, he might kick like 3 field goals. I think the Niners are going to move the ball. I do. And I think they're going to punch it in. I got him scoring 5 touchdowns. I got him going big, but I give Moody 2. I'm going 41 points. So I got you 2 today, but you're calling for more than 2.
Yeah, I'm thinking a big game, and I want his I'm a former special teamer. I know it's all confidence, and I think this game is going to be a big confidence booster going into the Super Bowl.
Hey Nick, if you're in the Bay, where'd you go to high school?
I actually had to move down in 13 and down to LA, unfortunately.
Where was that then?
So, Colony High School, where Bobby Wagner went, unfortunately.
Where is Colony? Where is that? Is that Orange County? Where is that?
It's in the Inland Empire area.
Inland Empire. All right. There's some players out there.
Yeah.
All right, Nick. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. He says special teams all about confidence. And, guys, did you hear Kyle say – thanks for the call, Nick. Did you hear Kyle say that the kickoffs short were not strategy?
They weren't strategy?
That's what he said.
Well, how does that make sense when Jake Ludy's got the biggest leg in the building?
Guess he missed it.
He should be able to put it out the end zone each and every time.
I don't know. He's not an iron. He's not like he's not a machine.
Yeah, I don't like that too much at all.
I am not an animal. I am a human being, said Elephant Man.
Well, let me ask you this,
Moody.
Murph. Just going off the momentum of that call, where's your confidence level in Jake Moody? Because I know you were a little upset with that blocked field goal before the end of the first half, and there was obviously concerns coming into the season, coming into the postseason.
I kind of feel like, I don't want to say the pressure's off, of course, because it's on all the time. I kind of feel like him getting through one and hitting that 52-yarder, I'm not saying he's going to be, I'm okay. My confidence meter's at about a 6.5, 7. I feel like for some reason, making that 52-yarder taught him and showed him, I can do this in the fourth quarter of a playoff game in which we're losing. Mm-hmm. So I'm okay. I'm giving him 2.
Okay.
I'm giving him 2.
All right, Jake, go kick that ball throughout the back of the end zone. What are we doing?
Kick it through the damn end zone. Matt up in Middletown. Oh, man, I've been to Middletown many times. Matt, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, you guys. I'm just going to say this. That Silver column fires me up. I mean, he must have spent too much time with Bob Pedecki and Lowell Cone. I used to read the Press Democrat growing up, man.
Nice.
I mean, I'm just going to say this. It's like, where's your cogency in your argument, bro? Like, you need to have supporting evidence. Well, here's mine. 4,000-plus yards passing this season when you run the ball 51% of the time. 30-plus touchdowns. Only 11 picks. Well, I mean, and I'm going to Fresno State, and he's the guy who went to Cal Berkeley. I hope you're listening, Silver. I hope you're listening.
He's coming on next segment.
Yeah. Well, let him know. Come out to Middletown, and I'll buy him a nice beer, an IPA.
All right,
man. Oh, yeah, man.
I'll make sure not to put any eye drops in it.
Whoa,
so you know about that trick.
Hey, I'll see.
What is this, Little Rascals?
I'll see you out at Hidden Valley Lake, buddy. All right. All right.
Love you, brother.
All right, Matt. Take care, dude. Matt in Middletown. By the way, he just name checked the 2 columnists at the Press Democrat from the '90s, Bob Pedecki and Lowell Cone. That's an awesome call. I loved his cogency and argument here. But what do you say? Where do you go, Marcus or Young Tony? I loved your.
Where's your cogency in your argument, bro? Like.
Bro, with the bro at the end.
That made me laugh.
Good call.
Let's go. Akash and Milpitas. Milpitas down there, you buddy. Akash and Milpitas. Good morning, Akash. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we can hear the horn every time it goes off from the stadium here. But, I was at that Ravens game, and I was at that Packers game, and we all want to know which teammate told Mike Silver he had concerns about Purdy. Was it McLeod? Give me a break. Purdy is that guy, and anybody that's been watching since he took over last year knows it. 49-23 Niners, and Brock's about to shut the haters down, including Mike Silver.
Akash, coming strong. I like it very much. We did say that maybe because Marcus found this. What did you find again? It was a post that was liked.
I put on my Expector Gadget hat and did my best true detective work because once this Mike Silver article came out last night / this morning, the wheel started to turn in my head. Because obviously we've seen Deebo and Ayuk and George Kittle all be extremely vocal this week in defending Brock Purdy. So I started thinking, who could these sources be? And then I remember seeing a screenshot earlier this week on Twitter of Ray McLoud liking an ESPN post that posted the comments of Ryan Clark criticizing Brock Purdy earlier this week.
Wow.
So there's no confirmation on this, but if we're trying to find out who the source is, who's the 49er deep throat, it seems like it's Ray McLoud stemming back to the miscommunication on the missed throw going back to the Packers.
Yeah, we talked about liking tweets, and I do that a lot just to keep them in my file so I can go back. And maybe something that I disagree with, but I want to remember to talk about it on the show. But it looks bad when it says KNBR Murph liked this post. And you're like, dude. Mm-hmm. It's like one like supporting, whatever, like the worst thing in the world. And I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. I'm going to read that article. And then like, dude, that guy likes that. That's the worst thing in the world. It's like, no, I didn't like it. I just wanted to read the article.
It's not good when you're going through Instagram and you see Ray McLeod, I has liked this post.
Man, dude. And Ray, I got to be honest with you, buddy. Do you have the legs to be liking anti-Purdy posts, bro?
No, you don't.
Come on, brother. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, this is a day for all y'all. Let's go. Our buddy David and Tracy. David, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Can you hear me? Am I good?
We got you, David.
Cool.
Crisp and clear, dude. Crisp and clear.
Awesome. Hey, I got two things. Real quick, I'm looking for a big game for the defensive line. I really think if they make it to Goff, we get Nick Bosa some sacks, maybe Armstead, Hargraves. I think that'll be a big key to the game. Another key is just getting that deep ball going, getting Christian McCaffrey over 75 yards, like you guys said. And I really have a good feeling about this game if all those things come true. Now, one quick question, Murph. What happened in the PCS for the Super Bowl for the Chiefs and the Niners? I wasn't there. I wasn't at work. Did you guys vote for the Chiefs to win? Like, it's kind of undefeated. I just always had to ask, brother. Dude, sorry about that.
David, appreciate the call. Thank you, brother. And as you know, the Pop Culture Showdown is undefeated.
Yeah, no questions asked.
Except for the 2010 World Cup, when Paul the Octopus picked Spain over Holland, and then Spain won, and the Pop Culture Showdown picked Holland, and then the Octopus died. That's a true story. Other than that, David, it's undefeated. Most recently seen minting the Michigan Wolverines as national champs.
Another one, Murph.
Another one.
Another winner.
Just another. I mean, what are you going to do? It's like freaking the John Wooden Bruins.
The Pop Culture prediction predicts these things.
Ryan in San Francisco, keeping it local, baby. Ryan, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. I'm calling you under the shadow of Pac Bell Park right now.
Nice.
Yeah, we still call it that.
Shout out to Wall of Fame where Sergio, Javier, Jeremy, and Santiago are going this weekend, all right? Or this summer, I should say.
Yeah, local guy, but I'm originally an Iowa, a 5-generation Iowa State Cyclone grad. Okay. Calling to report to you guys the absolute existential crisis the state of Iowa is having over this game. All right? Because if you're from Iowa, you don't have a team, so you pick one of the local, the nearby teams, which is the entire Norris division except for Detroit. So all of Iowa grows up hating Detroit. But now this comes around, and Detroit has 2 Hawkeyes, and San Francisco only has 1, and Detroit has 1 Cyclone, and Iowa State has 1. But if you're a Hawkeye fan, San Francisco, the face of San Francisco is a Cyclone, so you have to hate them, right? And you look at Detroit, well, you hate Detroit, but you got Jack Campbell as a linebacker, and you got Sam Laporta starting up as a tight end, so you're thinking you have to go with Detroit, and they're absolutely freezing up right now, the entire state.
So wait, I would say that like George Kittle, everything that he is, like he's this unbelievable personality. He's like made for just like you want him talking to kids, you want him talking to seniors, you want him just like everywhere. Doesn't like the George Kittle factor trump everything? Like he's the ultimate likable dude. He's an Iowa Hawkeye. Oops, we lost him.
It's like they look at each. Am I there?
Yeah, Ryan. Sorry about that.
All right, I got you. That's what they're struggling with. It's just hilarious. You follow them out there on Twitter. You find all the Cyclone, all the Hawkeye accounts, and they're just like, I don't know what to do. And it's freaking hilarious. And before I go, I want to give one report from a guy that's watched every snap of every Cyclone quarterback since 1980, probably. Here's the thing with Brock Purdy. He doesn't see ghosts. He doesn't get flustered. He won't lose his confidence. He's always going to be good. He goes on tilt. What happens if things aren't going his way, if he's not getting his job done, if he's not having his way with the game, he starts to get frustrated and push it. And you start looking at that, you'll know you won't unsee it. It's like that's where he goes off. And so I think he's learned to calm down a little bit, but that's where he's going to lose his mindset.
Okay, buddy. So, by the way, you go all the way back to Seneca Wallace?
All the way back to Seneca. I go back to Marv Seiler defeating the #1 Nebraska Cornhuskers in 1991, 19-10.
Wait, Marv Seiler?
Yeah, backup quarterback. Got thrown in against those nobody Iowa State Cyclones when Nebraska, who used to be a good program, was #1 in the country, and we beat them in Jack Trice Field 19-10.
That is awesome. Ryan, you're the man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate you, dude. You don't get many people with that kind of Iowa State knowledge.
I was going to say, that was deep Iowa knowledge.
And I thought, and he just hung up, I would have thought that if there's a pie chart in Iowa of who's a Cyclone and who's a Hawkeye, isn't it like 80% Hawkeyes?
Correct. We're talking TJ Hawkinson, Sam Laporta, George
But I
Kittle,
just mean,
all
like,
those
I think that the average Iowan, so what you need, this has always fascinated me forever. That, and this doesn't apply in California, Big Ten country, and I'm talking about the old Big Ten before it became a 29-team conference, right? But I'm talking about the old Big Ten. If you grew up in a Big Ten state, Minnesota, Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, it didn't matter. You didn't go to that school. It doesn't matter. You are that Big Ten fan for life. So, like, you grew up in Iowa. Let's say you go to freaking Harvard, right? Then, like, you'll be at Harvard, walking around wearing an Iowa sweatshirt. Be like, oh, dude, we're at Harvard. Yeah, I know, but I ride with the Hawkeyes. Like, it is the most crazy allegiant region I've ever been in. I've met so many people from Big Ten states, people from Minnesota. They're like, oh, go Gophers. I'm like, you went there? Like, no, man, I went to Florida. They're like, what do you mean? But yeah, I grew up in Minnesota. So there's like this Iowa connection that runs so deep, and then I guess they're torn between Iowa and Iowa State. So Purdy, Iowa State, Kittle, Iowa. Mm-hmm. So in Iowa is a big deal.
Well, here's the thing. You look at Sam Laporta, Iowa, David Montgomery, Iowa State.
So there it is.
So there's multiple players from both Iowa and Iowa State on both teams.
808 KNBR, your Iowa leader. Is this heaven? No. It's KNBR. All right, Sean in Santa Cruz is checking in at 808 KNBR. And then Mike Silver just in a couple minutes here. Sean, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. So let's do a natural progression about a lion. When a lion is at a watering hole making all sorts of weird sounds and everything, he is something terribly wrong. This was photographed. And the photographer then brings, the lion then approaches the photographer, and the lion has nothing, is not afraid, and has lost everything. And then the photographer notices that the lion wanders off, and he's got these scrapes on his butt after he's been into a fight. And he realizes that he has then been taken over by two young studs on the pride, and he is lost. He has absolutely nothing. And that's what's going to happen to the Lions this week, because the Niners are going to kick their butt. Their pride is going to be gone, and they will be wandering aimlessly, just like a natural progression of the King of Beasts.
I got to tell you, Sean, I did not see this call coming, bro. How much National Geographic Channel do you watch? Do you go back to Mutual of Omaha Wild Kingdom?
Well, I am that old, yeah. What was his name? Marlon
Perkins. He used to always send that guy Jim in to get. He had so there was a TV show, Mutual of Omaha Wild Kingdom, be on Sunday afternoons, like after the games. It was like Wild Kingdom stuff. And Marlon Perkins and he had this guy Jim. He's I'm going to send Jim into the Lion Pride to see if he can identify the. It's like, dude, he's to send his guy in. I'm going to send Jim into the piranha pit to see if he can handle the piranhas.
Well, when the King of Beasts, when he gets taken over by some young guys and gets his butt slapped,
okay, this is Mother Nature, Sean. It's Mother Nature. The lion the lion is whipped. The lion is defeated,
and he has nothing.
Nothing. Thank you, Sean. Yeah. Appreciate that, dude. I did not see that coming. With the water hole and all that.
Oh, Murph, I was trying to figure out, I was like, is Brock Purdy the photographer, or is Brock Purdy one of these young Cubs? Is he like the lion taking over? I'll tell you what, he's Simba and Jared Goff is Scar. It's Lion King. There's going to be a new king this weekend.
Mike Zagaris is the photographer approaching. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. 415 says, he says, I'll stay here while Jim goes in for a closer look. That used to happen on Marlon Perkins' Mutual of Omaha Wild Kingdom. All right, guys. Mike Silver, who wrote the column that rattled us all this morning, next on the Sports Leader.
Where's your cogency in your argument, bro? Like,
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show live from Levi Stadium yesterday for his Bull Rush Hour to preview this weekend's NFC Championship game between the 49ers and the Lions. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Pacifica. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
On the 3rd and 10 on the last drive, I'd say it should have probably been a check down on that unbelievable throw he threw way over. I forget who it was, and Juwan came in on nowhere and caught it. I thought that was a check down until Juwan caught it. So it's playing the game. Yeah, you judge everything, but you got to try to play the game and you got to try to win. And if it's just automatic all the time, they're deep, check down, they're tight, throw it deep. Yeah, that's how it should work out, but you're in a pocket and you're playing a sport. You're not reviewing it like a coach with a film after, and you're not just asking questions based off of stuff. He's got to play, and that's why, on the last drive he did some good on that, but it wasn't just as consistent as the questions.
There it is, man. Oh, my God. 49ers in the NFC Championship. Brock Purdy still the subject with Kyle Shanahan. And then you pick up your Chronicle or your phone and read it digitally, as I did. And my old pal, Mike Silver, the great Mike Silver, legendary columnist, San Francisco Chronicle, been doing this NFL thing for decades on end, writes a column about Brock Purdy that includes the line, after his performance against Green Bay, there's a realistic cause for concern, -1 that extends to his coaches and teammates. Mike, as we welcome you on, I ain't going to lie, that sentence rattled me when I was going to bed last night. That's a big one there, buddy. Good morning.
Well, first of all, let's back up. There was a glorious short stretch where I was the columnist and you were the beat writer for the Santa Rosa Press-Democrat.
That was a glorious stretch, too. It was.
It was so fun because Murph would call me up and he'd be like, bro, I think I've got this hot one, man. I think I'm going to report this. And I'd be like, dude, I'm going to come with the hammer and reinforce it. And we were good. We had a good time. Okay, so, yeah, here's the thing. As you know, I've spent a lot of time with the greatest quarterbacks who have ever been, right? And I started out covering Joe and Steve, and I went on to spend a lot of time with John Elway and Dan Marino and Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and Kurt Warner and Brett Favre and so many of these legendary people. And so I think we live in this unnuanced world. So Brock Purdy in 14 months, it's been amazing, right? He's been so good, not just because it's unexpected, not just because he was the last pick of the draft and doesn't look like the guy you think is going to be that good. He really has been that good for much of the time, and I think it's fair to say that, and I haven't been shy about it. But there's a difference between, man, that guy's been so good, and this is a guy who helps take my team to a championship when all hell is breaking loose. So, if you watched the Mahomes-Josh Allen game, those guys are both amazing. Josh Allen has not done that yet, by the way. But, you know, they have the ability to just uplift teams and make plays work that are broken, and they have these incredible physical abilities, among other things. And, Patrick Mahomes has done that. Lamar Jackson hasn't done it yet, but looks like he's on the verge of doing it. Jared Goff has won an NFC Championship game down 13-0 in the cacophonous Superdome, and all hell's breaking loose, and he did that. Brock has it. And so when you see his playoff opener and it doesn't look right and things went weird, and it didn't look like the guy we've been seeing. Yeah, it's fair to say there's some concern because we're not talking about is Brock Purdy good or not good. We're talking about can Brock Purdy be great right now?
So my big question is, am I reading it wrong, or did you say that there is doubt in the locker room?
Well, I think doubt is the wrong word. I just think, these are high-level players and coaches who have an incredible expectation, right? And they play in a league where Patrick Mahomes exists, for example, right? Aaron Rodgers, when he's healthy, we've seen quarterbacks at the absolute highest level. So now when you're in an elimination game and it looks bad all of a sudden, they're not like, oh, I doubt Brock Purdy. Like, they love Brock Purdy, as do I. Like, he's got an incredible temperament. I have zero doubt that he has the right temperament to deal with this, to bounce back from this, to be elite in this league for years and years. To me, case closed. But I think you're concerned when you have to win a game against another playoff team and the quarterback doesn't look like he's trusting it like he was, or seeing it like he was, or possibly can't get the ball the way he wants to where he wants it like he normally can. And maybe that's because it's wet, but you know what? People have to deal with it when it's wet too, and that's just part of the thing. So again, I don't think people are going, Brock could never possibly shake this off and be great this week. I don't think they're like, oh no, we don't have a guy. I just think, of course, they're concerned because their most recent experience was not as smooth as it has been, and now they have to play probably a better team in an even bigger game, and maybe it won't rain, although, people who are sure it won't rain, man, I come from a different era, as do you, Murph, of weather forecasting and whether to trust it a few days out. But, the playoffs are weird and things change, and I think that gets back to another point, and this is what I wrote about out of the game, which is when Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers can control the way a game is played, they almost always win. He scripts it better than anyone. He calls incredible plays. They are able to go at their own pace. They usually get up on people, and then it takes people out of their comfort zone, and it ends well. When that doesn't happen, it's been harder. And to their credit, they did gut this one out against the Packers, and that was not an easy thing. But, I think they have not been a team in the Shanahan era, and certainly, this season, that when all hell is breaking loose, you go, oh, we'll just fall back on this. And, again, that's part of the Brock Purdy package. What he is amazing, but there's one way to do it. It's seeing it, trusting it, letting it rip, and getting it there really accurately. And he's been great at that. But if that breaks down for Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, they've got really good plan Bs and Cs because of their gifts. And I don't know with Brock if you want to think about what plan B is. And so I think that's the concern.
Yeah, Mike, I wanted to ask you about the miscommunication this weekend between Ray McLoud and Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy's reaction on the field created some headlines. And I've heard the criticism on both sides of the argument, whether or not Ray McLeod should have just ran the route that was designed by Kyle Shanahan. But then to your point about Brock Purdy not having a plan B, there's people criticizing him for not being able to go off script and make that connection with Ray. So what was your take of that whole interaction between him and Ray this past weekend?
I mean, of all the things I saw, that didn't seem significant to me other than the fact that Brock was frustrated. But, I mean, the quarterback's always right? Like Dan Marino yelled at receivers, Peyton Manning yelled at receivers. How many times were we like, man, Marino's tripping. I think Nat Moore was, did the right thing there. It's like, it doesn't matter, dude. It's Dan Marino. And, I'm not saying Brock was right or Ray was right. I'm just saying if you're Ray McLeod, you better figure out what Brock Purdy thinks should happen there and try to do that the next time. But, I thought the quote you played leading into this was good from Kyle. Like, it is hectic, and they have to make very, very quick decisions, with violence coming down upon them, and we sit back and click it and scrutinize, which is part of the deal. But I think that's what seems so jarring to me, among other things, because it wasn't just Purdy. That, you know, they looked like they were getting beaten in many phases, and I think there's reason for concern in a lot of ways based on that game. They can't play anything like that and expect to win this game, and hopefully for them they won't. But I thought with Purdy, it's that we're so used to him just ripping it. Like, he goes back and he sees something, and it might look crazy to us, like there's a linebacker there and there's three people converging, but he sees it, he rips it, he gets it there really accurately, and it usually works. And it didn't seem like he trusted that. And again, that could be because the ball's not going where I want it to go because it's raining. It could be I threw that ball on my second pass and it looked like it was going to be a pick six, and now I'm just hesitating for a second. It could be a combination of those things. It could be PTSD from the Ravens game, which was a big conspicuous game, and he's had fewer experiences than these other quarterbacks who are still on the stage right now. So I don't know if it's cataclysmic, and I give him a lot of credit for bouncing back and getting it done at the end. I have total faith in him as a competitor, as having the right temperament, as being really, really good at this. But right now, for this game and possibly the next game, for a team that needs to win right now, you got to be concerned. Put it this way: if your quarterback, you took this 49er team and your quarterback was Patrick Mahomes and he just had a bad game, what would your level of concern be? 0.0. It's Patrick Mahomes. If it was Brock Purdy, it's higher than 0.0. It's not 100. It's not 80, but it's just he hasn't done it yet. So that's where we are. It's interesting, Mike. You're right. Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, joining us here on the Yuma guest line. You say, ask me around 4 or 4:15 in the column. You wrote that. So for you, kickoff's at 3:30. So it's not ask me at 7 o'clock when the game's over. You're saying you might be able to tell early, and that's your spider, what they call your sixth sense, that what you see early will indicate it? Okay, well, two things. Don't ask me anything late in the first half because I'm going to be completely fixated on Kyle Shanahan's fixation with the 2-for-1. Like, starting at about 8 minutes, I guarantee Kyle's doing the same thing. So starting at about 8 minutes, all I'm going to be thinking about is, like, is he going to get the 2-for-1? I think 4 or 4:15 is fair because I think one possession. Now, look, they could run, receiver drops the ball and punt, so it won't be that. But, like, I feel like early we're going to see if Brock looks like the guy that we've mostly seen, where he goes back, trusts it, rips it, gets it there, and it's all good. Or if we see another moment like the Savage play, which should have been a pick six, and, we all talk about Jaquiski Tartt should have intercepted that. He should have intercepted that and run it back for a touchdown. He didn't. Then I'm going to wonder if he's going to be able to fight through that. And part of getting to the very top is fighting through all of it. So the good news is we're having this conversation about another game. Mm-hmm. He fought through it. They fought through it. And the Packers made some mistakes. I thought the refs probably helped the Niners. I know the penalty count, but that 4th and 1 spot looked a little fortuitous, so they live to fight another day. And it's funny because people have brought up the 83 divisional game against the Lions because the Lions are coming, and I remember that game vividly. They were supposed to win. They were at home. They played really bad. They were about to lose, and then a kicker who was named Eddie Murray, by the way, not to be confused with the Oriole. Eddie Murray missed a kick that I think probably 40 yards at the very end, and the 49ers won. And then they went on and had that epic game in Washington where Montana brought them back from 21-0 in the fourth quarter, and they lost on bad calls. So I just think sometimes you just get away with it and you win, and it's all good. And it's a footnote, but sometimes it shows us something, and I'm trying to decide if I should trust what I saw in that game and pick the Lions to win this game because if they play anything like that, they're going to lose to anyone good, or if I should trust the operation and the quarterback and the coach that I've seen all season to, thank their lucky stars, fight through it, and play really, really well. And if they play really, really well, they will probably go to the Super Bowl.
All right, wrapping it up here on the UMA Guest Line with Mike Silver. And Mike, of course, we can't let you go without asking about a California quarterback who's coming back to the Bay this weekend. That, of course, is Jared Goff. So I just want to get your quick breakdown on the differences you've seen with Jared Goff in his time in L.A. versus time in Detroit, and how much different of a quarterback and how much difference is the entire Detroit Lions offense when they're playing outside of the dome?
Well, I mean, he's awesome, and a lot of the great qualities that Purdy has shown, Goff has. He keeps it even keel. He handles adversity. He, he's very, very cool under fire. And so I referenced that New Orleans game because I was there, and it's very personal to me because, and I'll indulge me for a second. So I was at Goff's house watching in LA, watching a playoff game the day after the Rams won their divisional round game, and we were talking about the possibility that they'd go to New Orleans, and they had played there in the regular season, and there were some other players there, and the players were like, you know what, it wasn't that loud. We were surprised. It was loud, but like, come on, it's supposed to be the Superdome. So then I went on my TV show at the time, the NFL Network, The Aftermath, the next day, and we talked about it, and I go, the Rams that I talked to said it wasn't that loud. And now fast forward to the Superdome, the game's going on. It's very loud. The Saints have scored on their first possession, and it's a timeout, and they're getting ready for the Rams' first possession. They air that clip from my show on the scoreboard with me basically taunting the fans of New Orleans and telling them they're not that loud, relaying the information from Rams players. So now I'm in a quandary because it gets unbelievably loud, and I'm like, okay, if the Saints win, all the Rams are going to hate me. Like, I'm literally getting texts from people who are close to Jared, like, dude, what did you do? And then I'm like, but if the Saints lose, all of New Orleans is going to be looking for me after the game because I'm the jerk who taunted the fans. So it was a very personal situation for me. That said, what Jared Goff did that day, I mean, I was there. It was epic. They were down 13-0. It was cacophonous, crazy, hard to operate. And I know there was a missed call that deprived the Saints of a likely victory, but some of the plays he made in that context were the stuff of legend. And yes, he had a bad Super Bowl and owned it. And yes, it went bad with him and McVay, and he had to go to Detroit and do what he did in L.A., and in Berkeley, which is take over a situation that was miserable and find a way to make it good after, by year 3. He did it again in Detroit, and it's not just him. It's really cool. He has a great coordinator in Ben Johnson. They have a really cool culture. Dan Campbell's a guy they all like playing for, and they've got some really good players, but really, really proud of him. And I do think there are plenty of parallels with him and Purdy temperament-wise, and that's a really good thing.
Jared Goff out of Cal Berkeley, Novato, California, Sinaloa Middle School, Marin Catholic High School, Brock Purdy.
San Marin Pumas, baby.
The Pintos, I believe. The Pintos.
San Marin Pintos.
All right.
Thoroughly. Haven't had caffeine yet.
Well, you rolled a smoke bomb in, Mikey. We'll see, man. We'll see what happens, and it's going to be epic either way, and I can't wait to see what you write on Sunday. Have a good one, brother.
All right, thank you so much.
Mike Silver, hey, maybe Mitch Albom, maybe not. I can only, maybe. His assistant said maybe. That's it. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This will be an outstanding test for us, but it's one we're ready for. So we're built to handle this, and this is going to be an outstanding game on the road. Our guys are going to be ready to roll.
There he is, Dan Campbell and Eminem doing their thing. All right, I'm looking at the splits right now for Jared Goff this year. In the Dome, 70% completion percentage. Outdoors, 63.
There it is.
In the Dome, 108 passer rating. Outdoors, 82. So he's played 5 games outdoors this year, but my buddy Geeve said, yeah, but that's the NFC North outdoors. That's not sunny Santa Clara. Well, it was only one bad weather game. It was at Chicago, and it wasn't even a bad weather game. It was just a little brisk.
Here's the thing I'll tell you about Jared Goff in sunny Santa Clara. 5-game losing streak against the 49ers and 3-6 in his entire career against the Niners.
I mean, that's something to consider, guys. The team in general, too. I mean, there is something to Dome teams going outdoors. And it's not that they have never played football outdoors. They played football outdoors their entire life. But when you get used to something, it gets you out of a rhythm.
And I think the biggest difference that a lot of people don't bring up, it's not just the weather effect of playing outdoors, but you're talking about a Detroit Lions team that plays on turf versus a Detroit Lions team that's going to be playing on grass this weekend in Santa Clara. And we saw how big of an effect that had last week. Now, obviously, the rain played a factor, but we saw DB slipping all over the field. But this has been an argument going back to the greatest show on turf with the Rams back in the day, whether or not they could have that same speed and the same success when they're playing on grass versus turf.
Tim Ryan joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:30 this afternoon. He was on fire yesterday. That Bull Rush was must listen because he keeps saying the party with Lombardi.
I cannot wait to party with Lombardi, man.
How's that voice, dude? Was that straight out of was he lying in bed when he said that, dude? That's almost sensual.
It almost sounds like late night radio.
I cannot wait to party with Lombardi, man.
This is Tim Ryan on the sports phone. I'm partying with Lombardi.
Hey, that was more like on Loveline.
I was going to say
Loveline. Did you ever listen to Loveline when you were?
I never got into Loveline.
Are you familiar with it though?
I'm aware with the program.
Young Tony, were you a Loveline guy? What? Oh man, he's going to Vegas this weekend. You might want to be a Loveline guy this weekend.
We'll be making a couple Lovelines this weekend.
California Kyle, Loveline. Yes,
these kids don't know what Loveline is.
Well, yeah, it's in the 2000s. Come on, man.
They're born in 2000.
Oh, don't listen to these guys, man.
Merv.
All right. Hey, you got Bruce Bochy saying shoot me a text?
Oh, I'll get some Bochy for you. You want Bochy checking this morning?
Yeah, shoot me a text.
All right. 831 says, now I'm not a huge Silk Wilkes fan, Steve Wilkes. He goes, but my man is getting undeservedly roasted for the D-line not getting home. That's what we need to talk about here. Jared Goff is susceptible to heat in the pocket. He's different than the other guys, the guys who move. He doesn't move as much, all right? So can you get home? And the question is, I heard, Tim Ryan with a staunch defensive. He said he thought Nick Bosa was playing the best football of his career, which was a strong statement when he was Defensive Player of the Year last year.
I was going to say, is that him breaking down the entire season or just last weekend's game?
The season. He says that he is getting more attention from offensive lines than he's ever got.
Yeah, of course he's getting doubled and triple teams, and he did lead the NFL in pressures this year, but that leaves the job up to the rest of the guys. The first-round draft picks, the Eric Armsteads, the Chase Young, Cleve Ferrell before he got hurt. You paid all this money during the offseason bringing Hargrave. These are guys that need to perform because if Bosa's getting doubled and triple team, that means it's one-on-one matchups across the entire line.
Listen, I think the Lions are going to score in this game. They're not going to hold these guys to 10, 13, 16 points. I respect Amon-Ra St. Brown. I respect Jahmyr Gibbs. I respect Sam Laporta massively. I mean, these guys are going to move the ball and score. I just think the Niners are going to outscore them. I kind of feel like, well, here's a kind of a dark thought that I've kind of kept under wraps.
Let's get dark, Murph.
Well, to be honest now, right?
Okay. Be honest with me.
The Niners peaked and were at their best in the 3-week run, Seattle, Philly, Seattle. Mm-hmm. Since then, they have not been awesome. Now, they scored 45 against Arizona. It was kind of a weird game. It was 14-13 in the second quarter, but then again, a second quarter score, what are you going to make of it? I don't know. They eventually wound up opening up a can and scoring 45. Then the next week was the famous Ravens game.
Correct.
Then the Commanders game in Washington where I don't want to say they slept walk, but it was sort of 27-10.
And they clinched the first seed in that weekend when Philly lost to Arizona, I think, that week.
And then the Rams game where they didn't play.
It was all backups.
And then the Packers game. So it's been a while since we've seen.
Yeah, with the bye week thrown in between.
Yes, it's been a while since we've seen that offense that we want to. The 6 straight touchdown drives against the Eagles, right? So is that still in them? Does it? That's the team I'm expecting to. I'm not expecting 6 straight touchdown drives, but I am expecting that team, based on the fact that they played last week, so rust coming off. No wet ball, right? A Lions pass defense, as you've noted many times, as vulnerable. And Kyle dialing it up against Aaron Glenn, getting back to that team that scores north of 30 points. That's what I'm anticipating. I'm even going 5 touchdowns and 2 field goals. But that said, I'm expecting Detroit. I'm not going to freak out when Detroit scores. They are going to score. It's a good offense, man. Ben Johnson, he's the dude.
I mean, that's the thing. When you look at this offense, Amon-Ra St. Brown is better than any wide receiver than the Green Bay Packers have. Aaron Jones is a phenomenal running back, but Jahmyr Gibbs brings a 4-3 element to the game. Sam Laporta is better than any tight end that the Packers had. We can go through the entire offensive line for the Detroit Lions. It's better than the Packers. So that's just offensively speaking. Then you look at defense, and yes, they are sustainable to the big shots downfield, and I think we're going to see plenty of BA. But also, you've got to protect long enough for BA to get downfield. And when you're looking at Aiden Hutchinson on the outside, going one-on-one with Colton McKivitz, that's going to be an area that I'm focusing on this weekend, and vice versa, whether or not a guy like Charvarius Ward follows around Amon-Ra St. Brown during the game or not. But Murph, you're right. These teams both love to establish the run, get into their bag with the play action, and then take shots downfield, whether it's the first-team All-Pro wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, or even a guy like Jameson Williams who could take the top off of your defense. They're going to be taking shots this weekend.
And they can move it. Now, can you hit Goff and can you outscore them? That's what I've been anticipating all along. So I'm going for the over. I'm going for the outscore. And by the way, we opened the show by saying it. We haven't even reminded everybody that Deebo Samuel trending in the right direction, guys. He practiced limited yesterday, but that's a lot different than DNP and in street clothes. Wednesday, he ran with a football. Thursday, I saw footage of him actually catching a ball. Mm-hmm. I got to imagine another couple nights sleep. I mean, we got 2 more sleeps.
Correct. And we should point out he was catching a ball over his head, which shows the range of motion, because that's been a big kind of hump to get over this week for Deebo, his pain tolerance and his full range of motion.
Are you ready for Campbell? They lead the league in 4th down tries.
That's the biggest element that I just don't know how it's going to play out. Not just for the Detroit Lions, but how Kyle Shanahan responds to a coach going off script. It's what I brought up earlier with Greg Papa when we were doing our interview. Dusty Baker maybe had the quote of the year when he was talking about Bruce Bochy and the difference of coaching versus analytics versus coaching against a human being. Guess what? When you're coaching with analytics, everybody knows the analytics. So you're coaching against a computer. But when a guy goes off script, that's when you really have to make the in-game adjustments. And to be fair, that's been a criticism of Kyle Shanahan.
And I got to tell you, man, they've made it 52.5% of the time since 2021, which means they failed 47.5% of the time. By the way, the Niners, 3rd fewest 4th down tries of any team.
You want to talk about a clash of styles, a clash of cultures, the way that these 2 teams attack the field, Murph.
All right, man. Well, listen, that's it. As the great Howard Stern said, we've said it all. Mm-hmm. We've said it all.
What more do you want?
We've made our picks. If you missed Brian and Bobby's best bets, go back and listen. I was surprised. We never check each other's picks before. I always want to be surprised. I thought you were going to take Baltimore.
See, I was leaning Baltimore all week long, paying attention to that spread. It opened at 3, bounced up to 4, Murph, but my gut tells me that Baltimore's going to win, but my head tells me you got to take Patrick Mahomes in the points.
I know,
He's hardly ever an underdog. And you get him +4. I think the Ravens win a close one, a Justin Tucker game winner. I'm going with Baltimore, but the value is with Patrick Mahomes.
Did you know this stat that Mahomes, as an underdog against the spread, 9-1-1.
There it is.
Whoa,
and
man.
I got boned by it last week because I took the Bills.
This is crazy, man. So anyway, it's all been great. It's going to be an amazing weekend. It's all going to be on KNBR. By the way, the Ravens-Chiefs game will be on 8:10, the spread, if you are driving around Sunday at noon. It's it, man. It's time for Brock. It's time for Deebo. It's time for Bosa. It's time for Logan Ryan to make the game-sealing interception.
It's time for that vision to come true, Murph.
Oh, the vision?
The vision.
Want to go? Come on now. We got to end it on this. We got to come on. I got to get the chills and the.
You got to get Murph's That's
tears.
So Raven vision going.
Come on now. Joe's going to be there today. And by the way, we had Jonathan Cain and Neil Schoen today. We did all our part to create the energy and the particles for this. Neil Schoen and Jonathan Cain, Rock and Roll Hall of Famers from Journey, were on. And by the way, I would like actually Neil Schoen to walk the Lombardi Trophy out.
No, you can't change the vision, Murph.
It's a cool trophy, man. It's a cool trophy, man. Neil Schoen was incredible today. When he goes, yeah, it's going to rock, man. He was fantastic. Going back to night. It's going to rock, man. Wait, listen to this producing by Young Tony. Here we go. Oh, he's going to get it together here. The processional brought out by Neil Schoen of Journey, bringing out the trophy.
I think it's going to rock, man.
There it is.
All right.
It's going to rock with T-Rock and Pop on the call this weekend.
I just need to soak in it. Soak in it like a hot tub. All right. Like from Jared Goff's native Marin County, a hot tub. All right, boys, girls, children, adults, seniors, 49ers fans. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side. It's going to rock, man, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Deebo. Yeah, baby. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
From that interview, yeah. There we go, guys. That was from our earlier interview with Jonathan Cain and Neil Schoen, a journey. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers who will be playing the halftime show at Levi's. They're pretty
I think it's going to rock, man.
It's something about Neil. I mean, God bless Neil. And listen, I get stuff wrong every single segment, but it made me laugh. It was endearing when he was talking about the December 81 show at Cow Palace. He goes, they're all up there, man. Joe and Ronnie and Jerry Rice, man. So I was like, Jerry was at Mississippi Valley State. But you know what? You got to let him roll. You got to let him roll. And so I ride with Neil Schoen no matter what. Now I have him carrying the Lombardi Trophy out.
That's it. And
with Joe Montana.
Now they're rock and rolling at halftime this weekend at Levi's Stadium. But Murph, the biggest question is, we know they're playing at halftime. Will we hear lights at Levi's Stadium by the time that clock hits 0 in the fourth quarter?
I mean, we both made our picks, and we both took the Niners to cover the spread, which was interesting because if you had asked me Monday, I would have said Niners, take the Lions and the points. That's going to be a close game. But just as the week went on and I see that weather, and it's right now, I know Mike said, Silver came on and said he's not ruling out the possibility of the weather forecast changing, but it's just on every single prediction and app that there will be no rain on Sunday. That I have right now at kickoff at 3:30, 67 degrees. And then as I told Papa during our hit at 5:30, it's about 7 o'clock is when the George S. Hallis Trophy comes out. It'll be 60 degrees. So it's going to be absolutely perfect.
Clear skies in Santa Clara, Murph.
All right. Hey, just cleaning up the text line from you guys who check in all morning long at 415-808-5627. A lot of people checking in on the Silver column. Very upset that he said his coaches and teammates. And Mike came on and explained his position. He said it's only natural after the Ravens game and the Packers game to have that. And he said he thinks you'll know he thinks the first series. The first series. But he says not if it's like 3 runs and a punt. But do you feel like you'll know early on how good Brock is?
I would give him at least a quarter to get settled in. But I think regardless, whether or not you're upset with Mike Silver's column this morning, whether or not you're upset about Ryan Clark's comments or Amy Trask or Dan Orlovsky or any of these people who have been ripping Brock Purdy over the last couple weeks, this weekend Brock Purdy has a chance to silence all of the doubters. If he goes out there and puts on that MVP-type performance, since he's a finalist to win the MVP this year, I'm not saying that Brock has to carry the team, but if he wants to shut up those haters, there's B.A. There's number 11. There's Brandon Ayuk running down the sideline. I expect a big day from B.A. and a big bounce back from Brock Purdy.
Let it rip, boys. Okay, so we're doing this. Before we get out of here, we got to make sure that our 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. crowd gets the big game weekend contest. 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas. Check in on the Saturday, check out on the Monday of, they're calling it Big Game Weekend. No, not
That's a big game, man.
Not Cal Stanford, not U.S.-Iran soccer. We just can't say the name of the championship.
You know what we're talking about.
I don't want to get sued. $150 food and beverage credit, airfare for 2 tickets to the Fontainebleau, Las Vegas Big Game viewing party at the Blue Live Theater. This thing's valued about $5,000. It's prizes provided by Fontainebleau, Las Vegas. You're like, yeah, enough. How do I win? You text to 95819. 95819. Okay, so what are we going on that? 95, 81, and 9. God, I'm blanking. T.O. at 81. We're going 9, Jeff Kemp. And then 95, Richard. Anyway, 95, 81, 9. 95819. And all you need to do is write the keyword weekend. That's it. So type it 95819, keyword weekend, and you are entered. Okay, are we doing it again next week?
Yeah. I think leading up to the big game, Murph.
To the big game.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
To the big game there. Just a couple. Well, there it is. There it is.
And there's
Thank
the closeout tunes. Leading us to the weekend.
Everybody checking in on the text line, too. A lot of people still talking about Silver. 415 says, there's nothing wrong with Brock. The tail wagging the dog are the DPIs that put the Niners in the deep hole. Good ground attack. Keep the ball out of the Lions' hands. Mitigate the pass. interference calls. I don't even want to think about that too, right? There will be that time. And again, I am preparing myself for the Lions scoring and moving the ball. You cannot think that this is a Ben Johnson offense is very, very, very good, and they have a lot of weapons. Respect. You just have more, and you're at home, and you have them outdoors.
The 49ers are the more talented team, the more talented roster. If they execute this weekend, I'm looking for some execution late in the fourth quarter. Look for a turnover by the 49er defense to shut this game down.
And you have Deebo Samuel.
That's it.
Okay.
Sounds like it.
As we assume. So, all right, young Tony's off to Vegas, by the way. You kidding me? He won't even be here Monday.
He told me he's going to go scope out the scene of the Super Bowl out in Vegas.
Okay, young Tony, and I asked him, is he a gambler? He said, oh, yeah, look at the sort of a, what's what I'm looking for, close to the vest young man, kind of conservative
I was
looking.
Say, he looks like an innocent man, but I just walked in, and he's got his screensaver on his phone is like strategy of how to win in blackjack.
Okay, all right.
So my guy's like deep in it right now, Murph.
He's going to go, as my buddy says, feel the felt under the fingernails.
And Tony's a smart kid. I bet he can count some cards, too.
All right. These guys are going to feel the felt under their fingernails down in Santa Clara. Papa and Lund ready to go. Actually, not in Santa Clara today. Ready to go. Pop and Lund, you guys have it from here. And I know you got some good guests coming on, right? I think you got play-by-play man for the Lions. Yes, sir? I believe so.
John Lund there. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Hey, John.
Good morning.
Yeah, you guys are going the play-by-play guy from Detroit, right?
Dan Miller.
Dan Miller doing his thing. All right, bud. Well, good. You guys have
Mayoko, Dan Orlovsky.
Ooh, Orlovsky.
Patrick Willis.
Ooh.
Yeah.
2 weeks from now, we'll know if he's a Pro Football Hall of Famer.
That's it. Right there, man. Michael Carter, 95 is what I was looking for. Thank you very much. All right, guys, you have it from here. California Kyle, thank you, buddy. Young Tony, fly safe. Marcus, can't wait.
I'll see you Monday,
Monday morning, brother. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Let's give it up one more time for Mary Beth and John Fisher, please. The Las Vegas A's. Are we alive back there, Las Vegas? How we feeling? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The impact of Coach Decky on this organization.
This Friday edition of the show, tons of 49ers. We'll get your reaction. The NFC Championship game is almost here. The weather's looking pretty good. Got a ton to discuss. We'll look at the matchups. We'll get your thoughts. As we were just talking about, we got a great guest list for you today as well. Matt Mayoko is going to join us. Dan Miller, the voice of the Lions. Dan Orlovsky is going to join us. Patrick Willis, who's going into the Hall of Fame. Oh, yeah. Is going to join us as well. We've got 4 hours of 49ers fun. We'll slip in a little bit of Warriors. Disappointing loss to the Kings last night, but it's mostly Niners in the NFC Championship game. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
53 hours and 29 minutes and counting.
I love it, man.
3:30. Well, now it's 53 hours and 28 minutes. And that's till we kick it off. What time are you on the air on Sunday, John? 1 o'clock?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
9 in the morning?
1 o'clock, yeah. And I think we'll probably have expanded coverage like we had last week. And, yeah, it's going to be an all-day sucker, and I can't wait. It's going to be great.
And we're going to do, as we told you, we're going to do an hour-and-a-half pregame show.
Yeah.
Since we're not, with the championship game and the Super Bowl, our network affiliates go away. By the way, this entire year for the 49ers, for the first time ever, they've had a network affiliate in Los Angeles. And
in Los Angeles.
KABC. So that kind of changed our rhythm up. But anyway, we're going to have an extra half hour. And this morning, Mike Holder and I got together and we read the script for How We Got Here, which is a season retrospective on the entire year and the playoff win over Green Bay. And it's a great way for me to go back and just remind myself of all the big moments, the off-season angst about Brock Purdy and the torn UCL. Would he have Tommy John? He had the internal brace, the Pittsburgh game, the McCaffrey run, the Ayuk block. The whole year, John, beating Philadelphia, beating Dallas, beating Seattle. Not once, but twice, and wrapping up the NFC so early, the West first, the number 1 seed, not having to play the last game of the year. And last week was high anxiety. It was a tough game in the end, but they found a way to get through it and win. They were the better team when it was time to win, and here we go. Third straight NFC Championship game, fourth in the last 5 years, and this one is at Levi's. That's how we got here.
We got a ton to get to, and we'll tell you how we're feeling about this whole thing. But again, all day long or throughout the show, not only will we have a poll that you can vote in, but again, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, and it's the same number you used to call the show. Just how you feeling today? What do you think the keys are? What do you think the score is going to be? Anything that you want to discuss when it comes to the game, speak now or forever hold your peace at 808-KNBR, 808-5627. So put that in your phone, and you can either text it to us or hit us up on the phone line. Start the conversation on YouTube and Twitch as well, and we'll get the best ones off there. But have some fun with this thing. It's the NFC Championship game, and Pop, it's funny. It can go away fast. I did an interview with my good friend Ian Furness in Seattle, and they were like, what's the championship game like? And the Niners have been to 4 of the last 5. They've been to 3 in a row. And one thing that he did give me, because the Seahawks did beat the Lions 37-31 in the second week of the season, their tight ends, which are nothing special, had their best game against the Lions. And we've talked about their aggressiveness all week long, about those linebackers filling quick holes to stop the run game. Their 3 tight ends, which are, again, Parkinson, Kobe Parkinson, who is a former Stanford Cardinal, Noah Fant, those guys had 133 yards in week number 2 against the Lions because of that aggressiveness. So there's going to be opportunities to make plays. I know we have a lot of different angles and ways that we can go in this thing, but I was encouraged after doing a radio interview up in Seattle, and they told me some of the things, again, long time ago, but the Lions are still the Lions. They're still that aggressive defense, and Geno Smith and the Seahawks made a lot of plays in week 2 in a 37-31 win at Ford Field. So they can be had. There's a lot of different things that we're going to talk about today, but certainly there's some opportunities for the 49ers to make plays.
Well, I mean, like a lot of teams in the NFL, John, they're vulnerable over the middle of the field, and tight ends have hurt them. That was a long time ago early in the year, but we've seen tight ends hurt them even later in the year. The way that they laid out, and their safety, Kirby Joseph, is a hitter. The way he laid out Tyler Higbee and went low on him was a vicious hit. And the other side of it is they've got, one thing we got to ask Dan Miller about is what are they going to do with Zach Ertz exactly? Zach, we know well. We saw him earlier this year with Arizona. He's a Monte Vista kid out in Danville and Stanford. And we watched his whole career with Philadelphia. Always wanted him to be a Bay Area guy. He doesn't block well enough to play for Kyle, I don't think. But I don't know that when they want to run 12 personnel or get 2 tights, Fisker, their other tight end, is he a threat to really be out there? So Laporte is a really good player. And he's playing with a bad knee. And with Zach Ertz, I think they're going to elevate him tomorrow. He's wearing number 83 on the practice squad in practice this week, and I'm expecting him to get elevated to the game day roster or up to the 53 and then up on game day. I just don't know what role they're going to use. Are they going to try to trap I think, if the other tight end, Laporta, gets hurt in the game, then what do? They don't have a third tight end on the roster, so they got to have 2 on the roster. So there's areas to attack Detroit defensively, there's no doubt. And Patrick Willis will join us later, John. Laporta at tight end, and David Montgomery's a good back. He's a big back, but Jahmyr Gibbs is the special one. And when Dante Whitner joined us the other day, remember what he said? This team reminds me of the New Orleans Saints that the 49ers met, a decade plus ago in that epic playoff game. And what were the concerns then? And they didn't have Alvin Kamara then, but they had Darren Sproles, and they had Jimmy Graham, who was a big tight end. And the combination of Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman covered the tight end running back combination as well as you could ever cover. But even Jimmy Graham got loose, after the touchdown on the Alex Smith sweep, they came right back down the field and scored, and there was Jimmy Graham over Dante, actually, that scored. I think one thing we'll get into and we hope in a couple of weeks' time we get the news that Patrick's a Hall of Famer. Just how do you match up with Sam Laporta, the tight end, and Jahmyr Gibbs? The Niners will play a lot of zone in this game, John, but certain down and distance, you got to man it. And it's a big assignment for Fred Warner, and Dre Greenlaw had a huge game. Not just the 2 pick six, the shove back on the Love shove. undercutting the out route to Romeo Doubs late in the game, and that last drive was huge. But Trey does not cover tight ends the way Bowman and Willis did. And T.J. Hawkinson, who was a Lion and is now a Viking, it was a tough matchup for him. So one thing is just looking at it, and Amon-Ra St. Brown's a problem. But when they have on the field that tight end Laporta, along with Jahmyr Gibbs, how do you exactly match up with them? And man, they're a problem.
Yeah, we've talked so much about the Lions because I think we've obsessed and gone over their tape. But I think the Lions are going to have a real trouble with the 49ers. I think we've under-discussed the Niners and over-discussed the Lions and what they bring to the table. And I got a ton of respect for the Lions. I think they're really, really good. You and I will talk about the quarterbacks probably ad nauseum today. I was looking a lot at what Jared Goff does. There's huge differences between him in domes, outside, on grass, on turf. I think that nationally Brock Purdy's being under-discussed, and the bottom line to him is when they win, he's 41 touchdowns and 5 interceptions in his career, and when they lose, he's 3 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. So to me, if Brock is Brock, and because it's going to be 73 as a high, and I think around kickoff it's going to be in the mid-60s, and by the time, as Murph was just saying, the trophy's given off at 60, his kryptonite seems to be rain. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be rain. I expect Brock Purdy to play great, and when Brock Purdy plays great throughout his career, the Niners win. I know that's overly simplistic, but the stats bear it out.
Well, we hope so, and I'll be anxious to see the openers tomorrow, walk through and see how they could open the game, because I think they got to get him into confidence again. And he did not play well on Christmas night. There was no rain in that game. That was just a solid game plan, and Joe Barry took a lot of that with Green Bay's game plan. He lost his edge, putting the glove on, taking it off, almost having the ball picked early to Savage. He made the plays at the end when he won. But one thing they do a lot is we saw Baltimore do it and they bailed. They're going to do a lot of what Baltimore does with their stacked linebackers, whether it's Anzalone and Campbell or Barnes. They're going to show that double A gap pressure and then get back out in the middle of the field and choke off the middle of the field. Can Kittle get over the middle? Can Kittle run outside? How are they going to match up with him? C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we're not talking enough about that guy. And those safeties, Melifonwu, Branch, they'll blitz the linebacker. But I remember Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the mouth of the South, when he was a New Orleans Saint a year ago. And he doesn't want to play nickelback because safeties make more money. But they blitzed him more than I've ever seen a nickelback blitz ever. I mean, he came all the time. That game, and that was a long time ago. That was 2019. But the Niners had a hard time picking him up, so we're worried about Melifonwu and Branch and Campbell, and they drop Hutchinson out a lot. They zone blitz it where they're double A gapping, and you're pinching the middle, and then you wind up putting 2 over Hutchinson to help Colton, and he's not even rushing. He's buzzing out, and you got 2 blocking nobody. They can get you into those overloads a little bit, and then what's going to be the situation with C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Deebo did practice a little bit yesterday. We'll see what he does today. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko, and they have a rivalry going back to New Orleans and obviously the Philadelphia days, and now he's a Lion, the mouth of the South, and they know Deebo's got a shoulder, so exactly what they're going to have to deal with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, with all due respect to the Lions, we've been saying it all season long. To me, it's what the Niners do. The Lions deserve to be here, but if the Niners play their game, which is Brock doesn't turn the football over, they play the kind of defense they're capable of, which they haven't over the last few weeks, they need to play a great game, and it has been a while since they played a great game, but the Niners are the better team, and I think we've obsessed over the Lions a ton, and I think it's about what the Niners do. But we'll get into this whole conversation. The text line is wide open. The phone lines are open. Just how you feeling? Give us your thoughts at 415-828-5627 as we are just a couple of days away from this thing going 3:30 on Sunday. Dan Miller's the play-by-play voice of the Lions. He's going to join us at 10:30. Our good friend Matt Mayoko has his 5 to watch. That's at 11:30. Ask Papa, but we'll open it up the entire show, but Ask Papa specifically at 11:50. Walter told me Orlovsky's a maybe, but we're going to lean that towards a yes at 12:30 with him, and then we will definitely talk to Patrick Willis at 12:50 about his chances to get into the Hall of Fame. It's going to be a lot of fun today. Glad you're aboard. Let's get into it. Niners and Lions from Levi's Stadium. We'll continue the conversation with you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
George Kittle, CMC, Trent Williams, they addressed the media yesterday and described their excitement level to see Deebo back on the practice field and what his energy means for the 49ers. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
we don't call him the 12th man here. But our crowd's very important. Our crowd, I think, is the best in football. They travel extremely well. They don't have to travel this week. I hear the Lions fans travel pretty well. I mean, we love having a home field advantage. Our defense more than anything. Our players coming out of the tunnel. We want to win it here. It's a huge deal.
Nobody needs any extra motivation when we talk about championship week. We talk about 4 teams out of 32 being left to prove they're the best. I think the urgency is a given, you know what I'm saying? And now it's just about going out there and taking advantage of the opportunity and trying to play mistake-free football.
You know, when you're this far into the season and you're playing for an NFC championship, it's hard to think about anything else but that. Obviously, those things are cool, but I don't think they touch how meaningful it would be to win this game and have an opportunity to go on to the next.
We've played football at a high level this long. Let's just keep going out there and play football at a high level, play a team game this weekend. And, you know, huge fan of our game plan this week. I think Coach Shanahan's, he's working, and I think that's great for us. So we're in the NFC Championship game, and, you know, all we're going to do is go out there and play our best football and see where it takes us.
There you go. Kyle, Trent, CMC, little George Kittle there at the end. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. You can hit us up any old time, YouTube and Twitch as well. And let's start with a couple of things that the guy said there. First of all, let's big picture this for just a second. Not exactly to the day, but a year ago, they played in this NFC Championship game. They lost Brock Purdy, and we were all jacked up just like we are today. And then within a few plays, this thing was over. So for this team to put in this much work and be back in this same spot, and all of them said right after that game, we're going to be back. I remember George Kittle in Miami on the sideline. He was mic'd up. I'm going to be back. So here is their opportunity to not only all the way back in 2019, a large group of these guys, not Trent Williams, not CMC who you're in there, but a large group of these guys were on that team. But also a year ago, they were just chomping at the bit to get back into this game where they didn't feel like they got a fair shot, and here we are.
It was January the 29th of last year. Yep. In Philadelphia, and the game will be played on Sunday, January 28th. So almost exactly to the day. And George's quote, that was February the 2nd of 2020, Groundhog's Day night in Miami when Super Bowl 54 went through their fingertips. They had him mic'd up on the sideline. I'll be back with an MF vengeance was the line. And they were young then. They were just kids. Deebo was a rookie. Bosa was a rookie. George was young. Warner was young. I don't think they knew exactly what they were in the middle of. They know now. They know the heartbreak of being so close, being 7 minutes and 13 seconds away and one play flipping your fate. The next year having to deal with the whole planet with a global pandemic that was so destructive in so many ways in a much larger scale, and destroyed this football team. And that game in New York, the turf there at MetLife, and Bosa and Solomon Thomas get carted off. They never had a chance. And to reload, 21 was uneven. They were 3-5 going into the Veterans Day game on that Monday night against the Rams. That's where the whole Deadpool 11 Tyson started, and Deebo was a running back and flipped their whole year. They had to scramble at the end, go right down to the last game to beat the Rams on January the 9th, and ultimately 3 weeks later at a 10-point lead going to the fourth quarter and lost that game in a heartbreaker. And then last year they felt like they never had a chance to compete. So they've been denied what they want to finish off here, and it's not just get to the Super Bowl, they want to win it, obviously. But it's, for George and for Bosa and for guys that have been here a little longer, for Kyle and the whole organization. But for Trent, and he was talking about it, he's 0 for 2 in championship games. Trent arrived here having played in 2 playoff games in Washington. He lost them both. He was 0 for 2. He's won playoff games, big games, but he's 0 for 2 in the title game. And different reasons they ended awful for him. He was not healthy in L.A., couldn't make the block on 2nd and 1 nor 3rd and 2. And last year in Philadelphia, I can picture him at the end of the game going at Kayvon Wallace and fighting him, picking him up. And when he went up that tunnel in Philadelphia, they were all over him. And he's a former Washington Redskin commander, football teamer, and they know him in Philly. So they're ready. I mean, McCaffrey came here to win. Christian is so serious all the time, but he is so locked in this week. You can barely get his attention when he walks right by you or runs by you, and he's ready to roll. He's going to be involved in this. And Deebo had a good practice yesterday. Not every snap, but he was involved enough where it's trending. When Kyle does talk to the media, and we'll talk to Mayoko right before, I would venture to guess they'd say he'll be questionable for the game. They're not going to rule him out, but I think Deebo's going to try to play, and hopefully he'll be able to play. And, Deebo was just a rookie going back to Super Bowl 54, John, and just so many guys have their own story. How many guys on this team have won a Super Bowl with any other team? It's not a lot. Has anybody won a Super Bowl? John Lynch has won one. We know that with the Sluggo Seam in Tampa Bay. How many guys on this roster have actually won the Super Bowl?
I'm trying to think if there's any. A lot of these guys were.
Javon Hargrave got to it last year.
Yeah, but he didn't
get
win.
Over the top. Oh, Logan Ryan. Logan Ryan.
Oh, yeah, okay. There you go.
And
I wouldn't mind if he was replaced. But, I'm just because a lot of these guys are born and bred here, but I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. Kyle got to one. Obviously, John Lynch, as far as administratively. But, yeah, I don't know how many. But I know this, and I don't know if this drives anybody because this is kind of media conjuncture as much as anything else. Everybody wants to win. The Lions want to win. The Niners want to win. But it seems to me that just they know the feeling of not winning. They know the feeling 2 years in a row, and now they have it at home. And I'm not going to say you're able to come home and just throw your cleats on the field and you win. And we'll get into this a little bit later, especially when it comes to Jared Goff. But there is a big difference not playing it in Philly. There's a big difference that it's 70 degrees, and at kickoff it's going to be in the mid-60s and be in the 60s the entire game. And, again, it doesn't look like there's precipitation. As many as 20% of the fans could be Lions fans. They're going to get drowned out by the faithful. I think it's a massive advantage to have this experience, and I think it's a massive advantage to be at home against a team that is really not used to being in this situation. And hopefully where it rears its head the fastest and the most is early in that game. Hopefully the Lions are overwhelmed. You dim their confidence a little bit. You gain confidence, which you didn't get against the Packers. That's where I think a lot of times home field advantage is, especially against a team that hasn't been there, as they get overwhelmed by the moment early in the game, and hopefully they make a mistake and the 49ers capitalize.
Yeah, I'd like to see Brock get off to a good start, but, in Philadelphia they did not. They had a pair of 3-and-outs. They were down 6-0. The defense kept him in the game. The defense kept him in the game against Green Bay as well. If they didn't have a better goal line or red zone defense and, Dre's play on the 4th-and-1 love shove and making them kick a couple of field goals, it could have gotten stretched out where you couldn't get back into the game in the elements. But, the Philadelphia game, they scored 6 touchdowns in 6 possessions after going 2 3-and-out. So you never know. Most days the openers work for Kyle. Some days they don't, and you have to adjust, and you have to go on a little later on the openers. But the Niners have played. This will be their 4th NFC championship the last 5 years, and then 3 in the previous 4. What's been the determining factor? Being at home. Mm-hmm. And Green Bay just could not stop them. Could they have run all over Green Bay at Lambeau? Maybe, but that was an assault, and that was when Levi's got lit. Those 2 playoff wins against Minnesota, and then obviously what the Mosterati did, Raheem Mostert in the title game, just ran all over him, and it was an assault. And then the games in L.A., and the Niners were there the last week of the year in the Jan 9 game, and they won the game in overtime coming from 17-0 down. And that was a complete faithful takeover. Whatever they said percentage-wise, it was all red and gold. Matthew Stafford had to use a silent count. In the game 3 weeks later, and it hit like late third quarter, all of a sudden their game ops people took over. And I don't know if they went Seattle Soundgarden and started blasting in sound. The whole thing changed. The Matrix went blue. It was like, where am I? I just got transported to really L.A., downtown DT-LA. Where are we at the Coliseum? I've never been anywhere like this. It was like going to the old Forum and you're playing the Lakers. It all flipped, and it got loud as hell, and the thing changed. And then Philadelphia was daunting. It wasn't much of a game because of the injury to Brock's elbow, but those fans were ready. It was like, walking in, the Christians against the gladiators, the Roman Coliseum. It was just, what's going on? And then they actually backed off, the Niners, because it was such a rout, and they were singing Fly, Eagles, Fly, and, they were on to their own team. They weren't looking to, pummel us as much. But it was ugly the night before the game, the whole weekend, so there's no doubt. And when the Lions travel here, and we'll ask Dan when they're coming, I think it's tomorrow, it's just being outdoors. It's just a different environment. They don't play here. Jared Goff's played here. How many of the Lions players have played at Levi's Stadium? Not a lot of them. I'd have to go through, player by player, and it's been a while since they've been here. So just going on the road, there's a reason there's a home field advantage, a home court advantage, a home ice advantage. It matters. And in football, a little bit less than the other sports, certainly in basketball, but it matters. And everything, the sight lines, the wind, the grass, getting used to everything, it's just going to be out of their element a little bit. Now, can they overcome that and win? Of course they can. But there's no doubt the whole off-season goal was to be the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs, which allowed you to play one playoff game. That was the Green Bay game, and then one more to get to the Super Bowl. They'd both be at home. And the bottom line, John, we were wondering for the first 5 years of this stadium's existence, would you ever have a home field advantage at Levi's? Well, Levi's has been lit the last 5 years, starting with that 8-0 start in 2019 all the way where they are today. And they're going to get a chance to see their second NFC championship game the last 5 years. And the Niners have never lost a playoff game at Levi's. They are 5-0 in the stadium.
All right, the faithful are all jacked up. They're up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR 808-5627. Walter tells us we got a bunch of calls coming up as well. Here's what we'll do. We'll talk to the voice of the Lions, Dan Miller. He's been there. Dan's first year was my last year in Detroit, so Dan's been doing the Lions for a long time. He's going to join us coming up next to give us a Lions side, and then at 10:50 we'll open everything up to the faithful. How are you feeling today? We got the poll, which is going to be erected shortly as well, so we'll get all interactive with the faithful as you're feeling just like we are. We're all amped up to get the game going on Sunday. So we'll get some interaction coming at 10:50. Dan Miller, the voice of the Lions, next, only here on the Sports Center.
Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Baker leans in. There's the snap. Blitz comes. Mayfield back, loads, throws. Picked up by the Lions. Intercepted by the Lions. Intercepted by the Lions. Derek Barnes Derek Barnes! Derek Barnes! Oh, baby, 1:33 to go. The Lions are going to San Francisco. Yes. Derek Barnes with the interception. Oh, baby, stand up, Ford Field. Look at this. Woo! Look at this. First career interception for Derek Barnes, and how big is that? Yes, man, yes.
That is the voice of Dan Miller. You heard Lomas Brown, who we had earlier on in the week, and hell, if I didn't have a vested interest in it, maybe I'd be for the Lions too. It's been a long road, and you can hear it in Dan Miller's voice. He's called the Lions for a long time, and Lions and 49ers at Levi Stadium coming up on Sunday for the NFC Championship, and Dan joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Dan. How are you?
I'm doing well. How you guys today?
Good, man. I feel good for you because I know there's been a lot of lean years in the city and everything that's been talked about, and you've gone through a lot of it, man. What does this mean for the city of Detroit to be sitting here on the verge of the NFC Championship game, just a couple days away from it?
Man, we could do a long time on that. It's been. Look, man, these I've been doing this for 19 years, and I've been in Detroit for 27, and these fans, so many of them have been here for a lot longer than that, and just year after year after year invested in this team and hoped this team was going to turn the corner and give them something. And outside of one playoff win in 1991, they really haven't gotten anything back. And there's a few people left around from the 1957 championship game. I've got a friend that was there, but most people don't remember that or weren't even alive. So it's to see what's happened over the last year and a half, to see this team start to win, to see this team doing things the right way, to have the kind of leadership that you have to build something in this league, and to see the way that the fans have reacted to it and wrapped their arms around it. And really from the beginning of this year right up until now, it's been electric every time they've opened the doors at Ford Field. So, you know, it was important to build on last year, finishing 8-2. They came back, they won the division. Then it was important to build on that and get to the playoffs and not just make it, but to do something and to win 2 games and put themselves in a position now to be able to play a team like San Francisco for the right to go to the Super Bowl. It's a dream season, but the belief around here is that, you know, you hope that it's not the last, but it certainly feels like something that we haven't had around here in a long, long time.
Congratulations, brother. I can hear it in your voice. You've been doing this a while. TV broadcast way back when, and on the radio as the voice of the Lions for many, many years. So it all starts from the top, and we've talked a lot about Brad Holmes, and we know him from his Rams days. But John Dorsey is a senior advisor. What a quality individual he is, building those Chiefs teams, going to Cleveland. Chris Spielman, I remember when they pulled him out of the Fox TV booth. I'm like, what's he going to do? What's his role on this? And then take it a level up to ownership, and Sheila Ford Hamp taking over for her mom as the owner. I mean, ever since she took over, she had to make some bold moves to put the people around her at the top of the pyramid, Dan, but she has done it.
Yeah, and I think that's really where you do have to start, because when Sheila took over and decided to fire Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia, she could have gone out and just hired a general manager and hired a head coach, and people would have said, okay, she got a couple good ones, but she didn't do that. She did a deep dive into the organization and brought Spielman in before that season was even over. And what they found was that this organization was really broken. It was fractured. It was divided. And the previous regime had made a lot of people, quite frankly, feel like they didn't have a lot of worth in the day-to-day operations. It was football, and then it was everybody else. And it just – they lost good people along the way that no longer felt like it was a place they wanted to work. And I think Sheila had her eyes opened as to what was going on to the organization that she had taken over. And she knew that she needed to change not just her general manager and her head coach, but the culture. And that's a word that we all use a lot and probably throw it around too much, but it really was something that had gone wrong here. She brought in Spielman and her and Rod Wood and Mike Disner, the group that was there, decided who they wanted to be. They hired a head coach and a general manager that would live by that vision. And really that's what they've been. They've been collaborative. Everybody in the building feels like they have a role. Everybody feels like they have an importance, whether they win, lose, anything. And it's a different place than it has been in my 27 years covering the team. And I really give the credit to her, because she's the one who set this course She's the one who had this vision. She's the one who saw what she wanted it to be, and she found people that could put that in place. And that's really why we're here today. If she just goes out and does what the Lions have done for years, try to hire a good GM and try to hire a good head coach, we probably aren't here today. It was much deeper than that.
Dan Miller, he's the voice of the Lions 49ers, of course, at Levi's Stadium for the NFC Championship game on Sunday. Let's go onto the field because it sure seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that with Matthew Stafford, he did what he had to do, and he went to L.A. and he won his championship. But with Jared Goff, it was almost an afterthought. Here, you take this guy, maybe the salaries match up, whatever the case may be. But it seems like the guy we saw in L.A. with the Rams is a different guy that's in Detroit. How has he changed?
Yeah, John, I'd say for some people, and a lot of people around here, too, it was a throw-in. And a lot of people around here thought it was just going to be a bridge quarterback to get to the point where they bring in the new quarterback and then Goff would be gone. But the people that didn't think that were the guys in the front office that had come from L.A., Brad Holmes and Ray Agnew, the guys that had been there when they drafted him. They believed in him. And they believed that if they surrounded him with the right people, that he could be the quarterback here in Detroit. And he has evolved into that. And in fairness to him, it's more that the people around him have evolved and the team has gotten better and they've surrounded him with the requisite pieces that you need to win. He has been out. Look, he delivered something we haven't had in Detroit since 1993. He won a division. He delivered something we've had once since 1957. That's a win in the playoffs, and now he's done it twice. I think he's answered all the questions. I think he's going to get a big, fat extension this offseason. He will be the quarterback of the Detroit Lions for the foreseeable future, and he's earned that. He's embraced this city. He has endured some really tough times, in particular at the beginning when they tore this thing down at the studs, and he was out there just kind of trying to figure out a way to get a first down, much less a win. And it's been really cool to watch, and I know it's been important to him because, look, he went through it. He got, cast aside by L.A. He had to watch as L.A. won a Super Bowl. He had to watch as the guy that replaced him won a Super Bowl. But, the things in life do kind of come full circle. That was a big win for him to knock the Rams out in the first round, and I think that was kind of a liberating moment for him in his life where he could just put that whole thing behind him, and now he's got this team on the brink of possibly going to a Super Bowl. So it's been a really cool story, and I'm a big fan of what I've seen from him because the way he's handled it, not just on the field but off the field as well, has been really, really impressive.
And we were there for his very first game, and he threw a pick six to Dre Greenlaw that day, but he came back, and that game all of a sudden was a tight game after it was 48-17. So obviously going out and trading for him and moving Stafford on to L.A. was huge in the spring of 2021. And then that first draft, Dan, Penei Sewell, 7 overall. What a player he is at right tackle. And then to get Amon-Ra St. Brown, later in the draft. Melifonwu out of Syracuse also. Come back the next year and get your Nick Bosa and Aiden Hutchinson, number 2 overall, flipped everything. And then this year to get Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch. Just take me around what Brad Holmes has been able to do with Ray Agnew, because we know him so well from the Rams days, to put the pieces around the quarterback.
Yeah, and you mentioned John Dorsey earlier, and he's a part of this as well. And they've got, a couple of guys that have been here for years in the scouting department that are finally, being able to help turn things around as well, guys like Lance Newmark. And it's been, look, for many, many years in Detroit, we drafted guys, but we didn't develop them. And guys don't come into this league understanding how to play. The best teams in the league that do it year after year, your Pittsburghs, your Baltimores, the teams that seem to be there consistently, they know who they are. They know what they want. They draft them. Their coaches know how to develop them. They build a depth chart. Guys leave. They've got somebody ready to step in. We didn't do that. We rarely had guys that got to second contracts because they would flame out before it got to that point. And the vision that they had was to build this thing through the draft, and they've done that. They haven't gone out and spent lavishly on free agents or brought in big money guys. And I just think that plan and sticking to it and not wavering has been the backbone of everything that's happened. And look, you just ran through those drafts. And now all of a sudden, instead of thinking, man, this team needs to get better, you're thinking, how in the world are they going to pay all these guys? Because you got some studs here with the guys that they've gotten. And in the next couple of years, you're going to have to pay Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jared Goff and on down the line. But it's a good problem to have, and it's a problem we haven't had here in a long time. But look, we've learned in Detroit you can't build a team through free agency. You're not going to go out there and sign 5 or 6 guys and make that work. It just doesn't. The basis of your team, the backbone of your team, has to be your ability to draft and develop, and we're finally seeing that here. And that's the reason why the Lions are where they are, and that's the reason why you feel like this thing has some sustainability as opposed to just being a team like the Lions that made it in 2011 or 2014 or 2016 and then just kind of faded after that. So it's again, it's been fun to watch, but it's fun to watch because they're doing it the right way and the way that good teams in this league do it.
The great Dan Miller is joining us. He's the voice of the Lions and Niners from Levi Stadium, NFC Championship game 3:30, and we'll have all of it for you right here on the Sports Leader on Sunday. It should be fun, and I know everybody's talked a ton about Dan Campbell, but it looks like Ben Johnson, your OC, is going to be going somewhere too, and Kyle and Ben, and I know they're not directly going against each other, but with the weather being like it looks like it's going to be, it looks to me like this thing could be a shootout between two really good offensive minds.
Yeah, every time I think I know that, I'm wrong.
It's 17-14.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it certainly could be that. I mean, that is the strength of our team, is the ability to move it up and down the field and score, and that we have various weapons, just like you guys, on all counts. And yeah, I mean, on paper, it looks like it could be that kind of game. But I think it might also be the kind of game where, if one of these quarterbacks makes a mistake, one of these quarterbacks has an empty possession or two, then all of a sudden that catches up to you. And, the Lions in this streak that they've had, really going back to October 30th of last year, where they haven't lost 2 games in a row at any time. They've been very resilient. If you look at it, it's pretty clear. When they turn the ball over, they lose. When they don't, they win. When they're, and that's not unusual in this league. That's kind of the way it goes. It's probably the biggest thing that'll determine whether you win or lose is that plus-minus ratio. But it's really been a way of life for these guys. They haven't turned it over in the first 2 playoff games. They haven't trailed in the first 2 playoff games. So they got to continue to play like that. They just can't. San Francisco's too good for them to have empty possessions or to let the 49ers defense score or to give Purdy short fields to work with. So I think those are things to watch out for. When the Lions are patient, look, these 2 teams are 1-2 in the league in 20-plus yard plays. These are both big play teams with big play guys. So, I mean, it's certainly we're set for an explosive game. But I'm, like I said, we've all been doing this long enough to know that what we think on Thursday or Friday usually doesn't happen just that way on Sunday. And that's the beauty of it. If we could figure it out, it wouldn't be as exciting.
This has got to be a record for you. We've been chatting with you for 15 minutes, and John casually mentioned Dan Campbell's name. Tirico gave us the nickname Dan Gamble. I'm going with Cat Scratch Fever and Motor City Madman. He's insane. I've never seen a guy. I've seen some bold coaches, but when you huddle with him, if you do a coach's show or just private thoughts, whether it's 4th downs, 2-point conversions, fake punts, at the end of a game against the Rams, 2nd and 9, you come out of a 2-minute warning. McVay's got 1 timeout left. He throws the damn football. He can, it's 14-14. 4th and goal, kick the field goal to go ahead to go in the championship game. He gives the ball to a back that the guy hasn't run since Halloween. It was probably, Ben that did that. But my question is, have you discussed, because he's bold, we've seen some bold guys, Doug Peterson in Philly, Ron Rivera, Riverboat Ron in Carolina. What Dan is doing is really out there. Give me your thoughts on what he's told you about it, and more importantly, because Brad Holmes and Ray Agnew and Dorsey are sharp guys. What is the front office? Do they provide analytics that support what he's doing, or does your head coach just do this on his own?
No, he's got people behind him that help him, and he understands. Look, I will take you back to the first game we played against Minnesota last year. The Lions were up late in that game, and they had a 4th and 4 at the plus 36-yard line. And he tried a field goal with Austin Seibert, who'd never kicked a 54-yard field goal before. And he didn't make it. And they gave the ball to Minnesota. Minnesota went down in like 3 plays and won the game. And Dan Campbell was very emotional after that game, and he said he let his team down because he took the ball out of their hands, and he wasn't going to do that again. And I will tell you, since then, he has just trusted his guys. You talk about the 2nd and 9. that's a great example of it. If he's got the ball, he's going to trust his guys to go out there and win it. And he's not going to take the ball away from him. And you can look back at any number of games where we've thrown the ball to win it and get first downs. That final game against Green Bay last year that a lot of people saw, the final night of the season when we knocked the Packers out of the playoffs, that was a throw to get a first down and end that game and kneel it out. Look, it's not reckless. It really isn't. I mean, he's got an idea of what he wants to do. There may be some high leverage situations in there where it doesn't work out in his favor, but he's playing the way that he wants to play and the way that he believes his team has to play. And I think sometimes he's been doing that for a defense that's been a little bit leaky, where he hasn't wanted to give it away from his offense and put his defense back on the field. But he is a highly, highly intelligent guy. And I think a lot of people early on got the wrong idea about him. But I think as they've watched him work and watched him evolve and watched what he's done here, they've realized his football IQ is way up there. Look, some people may not do what he does, but that's just kind of the cut of his jib. That's the way he's built. And I just think it's been fun to watch. Trust me, it keeps you on the edge of your seat every time they line up in punt formation. You're making sure you know who the personal protector is. They're not sneaking somebody in there, but it's
Jalen Reeves-Maben. I've already got it, Dano. I'm on it. Going to 42.
Yep, JRM. Yeah, he's run it.
Yeah.
He's thrown it. Jack Fox has thrown the ball plenty of times in his career. Old high school quarterback. The only pass he didn't complete was a drop. So I mean, he trusts Dave Phipp as special teams coach. So
San Jose State.
He's been around a lot of time on the West Coast. So he is he's a joy to work with. He really is, and he never, ever, ever changes. He is the same guy that walked in the door. He's the same guy at the podium. He's the same guy if you were off in a corner drinking a beer. He is the same guy, and I think the players appreciate that about him, and that's what resonates with these guys is they know where they stand. He's not ever somebody that's going to mislead them, and he has been exactly the guy that this city and this organization needed from the day he walked in.
Dan Miller, the voice of the Lions. Think about it, boys. After about 7 o'clock Pacific on Sunday, one of you guys is going to be calling a Super Bowl. So we always appreciate it, Dan. Thank you so much, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. We'll look forward to seeing you out there.
Dano,
you got
two questions going on real quick. Are you guys
Yes, sir.
flying tomorrow? And is Zach Ertz going to play in the game?
We are flying tomorrow. Ertz, I think they're taking that up until Saturday. I mean, they've only got really two other tight ends. I imagine he's going to be out there. What he gets, we'll have to wait and see.
All right,
Good stuff.
See
Thanks,
you
Dan.
Sunday. Thank you.
You got it, guys.
All right, that's Dan Miller. He's the voice of the Lions, the radio voice, of course, Pop as well. Let's open it up. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. People right out of the gate want to talk about this thing. Take it wherever you want to. How you feeling about the game? What do you think about the game? Keys to the game, all those different things. Speak now or forever hold your peace. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both the number for the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the phone line. We'll get those in. We'll get the 49ers side of things, the latest on Deebo, all those things with Matt Mayoko at 11:30. So we'll open it up for you next, only here on the Sports Theater.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Maybe you're in a stupor. Maybe you're under a rock. The NFC Championship game is Sunday, so jump on the line and give us your thoughts. Who's going to be the key? We're also going to do a poll as well. They're getting that together, and I think it's a good one. What's going to be the key? Who's going to be the key? What do you think? How you feeling? However you want to approach this thing. If you got a question for Papa, fine. 415-808-5627. That is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. That same number will get you through on the phone lines as well. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. We'll get out to the lines in just a second. Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 11:30. You just heard Dan Miller, the voice of the Lions, so we got you through enemy lines. You were at practice yesterday. I know you're not going to divulge anything that could be classified information, but anything to give to us?
Well, there's video. He was out before the media was kicked out, and he's out there. Deebo was trying. You know, he's in a blue jersey, so you can't touch him. He's hard to miss Deebo anyway. He's making every effort to play. We'll talk to Mayoko. Matt thought when I visited with him on Wednesday that he would play. I didn't really know, but I think he's trying hard to play. He's able to reach up above his helmet and make plays. You know, can he protect himself with a stiff arm with the left arm? So I think the plan would be, we'll see what Kyle says. I think they'll say he's questionable for the game because you really don't know. But I think he's made enough progress. The performance staff has done enough work with him where he's trending towards playing. But, again, you know, these guys are biting kneecaps from the Motor City. So they know he's got a left shoulder injury. It was a hairline fracture on October the 15th in the scapula. They know where that area is. And he's got a lot of soreness there, and they're going to try to drive him in the ground. I think the C.J. Gardner-Johnson matchup is going to be interesting. That guy's a good player. He has missed most of the year with an injury himself. Melifon was there. They got Joseph. They got Branch. Branch is more of a nickel, but he kind of plays like a safety. They got safety. Their safeties are better than their outside corners. I mean, Melifonwu was a corner. I think about moving him to corner with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson can play nickelback. I mean, in New Orleans, he was a nickelback. So, you know he's going to try to engage Deebo. So Deebo, you know, when he blocks, and if you're going to be on the field, you know, no rock, no block, or no block, no rock. If you're not blocking, you're not getting the ball. Just when he extends his arms to block, they're going to try to pull on that or drive him in the ground. So, you know, they know there's an existing injury there. Then you have to worry about him being re-injured or something else cropping up in the game. But I think Deebo's making every effort to play. We'll get Mayoko's thoughts at 11:30, John, and then we'll hear from Kyle later on, as today's a Friday schedule, so the practice is a bit shorter, and we'll see how they designate him. I would guess it would be questionable.
Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station, by the way. For your planning purposes on Sunday, we will be on with the crew starting at 1 o'clock. I have not heard. I think we're probably going to go to like we did last week, do some early version, but I know that we'll be on for the pregame show at 1 o'clock. Pop and Tim will take over about, what, you said you're going a little earlier than normal, right?
2 o'clock. Yeah, we're going to do, because we're not doing a network broadcast. It's just local here on KNBR. So we have and Holler did a great job. I voiced it this morning.
Oh, come on. He did? Really?
No, I mean, the copy's a little cliche-ridden. But the way he intersperses the calls, and we did it last year going to Philadelphia. It's how we got here, and it's a season review. And it was good for me. I'm going to talk to Ayuk today right after we get done with practice. And just, his block on the McCaffrey run. Remember that run down the left sideline in Pittsburgh at Acrisure Stadium?
Yep.
His goal route against Jamel Dean. Just so many plays that you're like, was that this year? I mean, the season's a long year.
I know, right?
So, we'll be on the air with that at 2 o'clock, and then our standard player interview and Kyle and all that for an hour before we kick it off on Sunday.
So we'll have everything right here on the Sports Leader, so make sure that you listen up on the home of the 49ers. All right, let's get out to the lines. Got a bunch of good stuff on the text lines. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. Let's get some interaction with the people on this Friday. How you feeling? Probably a little anxious as we're getting close to the NFC Championship game. Doug leads us off in Santa Clara. Hi, Doug. Welcome.
Gentlemen, how you doing? Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too,
Duke!
Yeah,
Championship Friday, brother.
Yeah,
Championship
right.
Friday, not just any Friday.
I understand that. So, John Lynch.
Yeah.
First off, I got to tell you, it's always a pleasure to talk with you. And at the end of my call, I will let you know that you're working right next to a person who likes to welch on bets. And I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious.
Well, I've never heard that before.
Who is this?
Well,
you're talking about me?
He said,
Doug.
he's saying you.
Do I know you, Doug? Who the hell are you, brother?
Uh-oh.
Where are you from? You're from New York? You got a little New York in you.
No, you do know me. We made this bet over 50 years ago, and I won.
was
You never paid off.
All right, what is it, Doug? What is it?
Anyway, John, I'd like to
Doug, talk to me directly, brother. What was the bet, and how did I welch? What are you talking about? You sound like Al Brown.
20 years ago, I called.
20 years
and
ago?
it was
Wow.
It was
So what
right
year was
before the
that?
Raiders-
2004?
Raider Patriot.
Oh,
Raider
okay. You're talking
Patriots.
Tuck rule.
No, that game
That's
was
right.
3 years earlier.
Yeah.
What did we bet on?
Well, we bet on alcoholic beverages. I
Okay.
just moved here
Sam
from
Adams,
Illinois.
probably Sam Adams, a great brewer and a
That's correct.
patriot, 2 sports star. Okay,
That's
what was
correct.
the bet?
So
What was the bet?
we bet on the Tuck game, and it was just
Well,
a
that was in
flat
2001. You're going. That's more than 20 years ago. Okay, we bet on that game.
I guarantee it because that
All right,
Monday
all right.
morning after you called, I
know.
guarantee because after that Monday morning you called the game, you came back and your video.
Man,
All
Doug's
right.
phone stinks.
Get a
I wish
phone
we had
line,
better
brother.
bet.
What do you
Okay.
want? What do you want? A
So, yeah,
case of
cut
Sam
to the
Adams?
chase.
What do
You
you
gotta
want?
cut to the chase.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Does he got a New England
Guys,
accent or a
his
New
phone
York
was
accent?
terrible.
He's
he
from,
had
he's
to have
from
been a
Worcester.
Boston guy, right? So
He's from
saying,
Worcester.
He said
Yeah.
Worcester.
I don't know.
So he's saying you owe him you owe him a beers.
Okay.
I know this
Now,
about
how the
you.
hell was I going to get in touch with him to
Yeah, no
buy him a
kidding.
beer?
I know this about
Who in
you.
the Bay Area, John, have I not bought a beer for? Honestly.
Not as far as I know, and as long as I've known you, you've not welched on bets, and you.
I never
pay
even Bob welched on
always.
bets.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
always
know.
have paid.
I don't know. Get him back on the line.
Yeah,
Whatever
we'll
I need
ask
to
him.
pay up. Show up on Sunday at 8 o'clock at night when we're drinking from the Hallis Chalice, and I'll get him a beer.
Yeah, there you go. This from the 925, and I agree with this person. Guy talking about the flanks, both offensively and defensively, McKivitz and Chase Young. I would agree with that because Hutchinson on one end, although the more you watch the Lions, they'll move Hutchinson all over. They'll put him right up the middle because he's like 6'6".
They'll line him up in
And-
free technique.
Right. And so with Brock Purdy's size, I think one of the things that might be something that would come out of their grab bag would be they might move Hutchinson over the middle at times and try to make it tough for Brock to see. We'll see. But, yeah, I would agree with that from the two. I guess it's the 209 saying McKivitz and Young. What do you think of that as far as some keys?
Without
to
a
this
doubt.
thing?
Without a doubt. I think, and, Goff's playing great, and Amon-Ra St. Brown is great, and Jahmyr Gibbs is that, Laporta. But honestly, when you look at where their franchise flipped, they're drafting Penei Sewell and out of Oregon, 7th overall. The guy won the Outland Trophy. He's a great player. Would he play right tackle or left tackle? He is the best right tackle in football, and he's different than Trent. He's a great player. And then they come back and get Aiden Hutchinson from Michigan. So they've got their Trent Williams, and they've got their Nick Bosa. Those are two of their best players. So my question would be, does Nick line up over Sewell or over Taylor Decker? Now, in pass pro, if it's like, second, and with these guys, you don't know what the hell they're going to do. But assuming they get into, second and third and long and you think they're going to drop back and pass, then you would put him over Taylor Decker. But they like to run behind Sewell as well. So do you want Nick to be over Sewell's side on 1st and 10 Now, what they do is they pull Sewell. He's one of the great pullers at tackle. And not only the short pull going to his side right, but the long pull across the entire formation. And Nick does pick where he wants to go. And even in practice, he does it late. You never know quite where he's going to go. He stands in the middle, and then he goes over to each tackle. You may see him line up inside. They're vulnerable inside. Maybe you'll see some of that Buckeye blitz we saw early in the year where Chase and Nick line up in the A and B gap and don't deal with Sewell from the outside. And on the other side, Hutchinson's great. He's a mix of Nick and his technique. He gets down in the track stance, and they run the wide nine sometimes, and he's way out there. And he's like Max Crosby as well. And Nick tries hard, but Mad Max is nuts how hard that guy tries. So he's a great player. But a lot of things they do with him, John, they also zone blitz him. The guy had, 3 interceptions last year? He's got 4 in his career. Nick very seldom drops out into coverage. He can, and he may, but they do it a lot with Hutchinson. So if you load up to help Colton McKivitz, and you have George on that side, and maybe Juszczyk, and you're going to chip him and all that, and then all of a sudden 97's not coming, and they drop him into coverage, and you got 2 guys blocking over none. So you've got to adjust to everything they do. They'll double A gap, mug it with Anzalone and Campbell, and they'll bring it up, and they'll show pressure. They'll bail out the way Baltimore did, but there's no question Hutchinson and Sewell are the 2 young cornerstones on both sides of the line of scrimmage that has flipped this franchise's fortunes. They're great players.
There's no doubt. I think the 49ers have a great opportunity, though. And look, if I was looking at position groups for the 49ers, the offensive line is not near the top outside of Trent Williams, but Lee McNeil is a good player. He hasn't been as good in the playoffs, but he's a really good player. And then, obviously, as you mentioned, Hutchinson's really good, and they'll move him all over the line. But one of their biggest needs is they need somebody opposite. Like we've talked about the 49ers, they don't have anybody opposite Hutchinson and inside other than McNeil. I don't think they're great. So I think they can take advantage. And as you said, they're ultra aggressive in coming up. That opens up the middle. If Brock can get the time and we got a dry day on our hands, I think that I said this to Dan Miller. I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Then we'll get back out the text line and the phone lines. It looks to me on paper that this thing is a shootout. But then you say that and it ends up being 17-14. But given Ben Johnson and the accolades coming his way, he's going to be a head coach in this league in this cycle, and what Kyle can do, and you look at the offensive weaponry, don't you think that this looks like a shootout on paper?
Yeah, I don't know. You just win out. I mean, I thought it was going to be a shootout or a blowout against Green Bay, and it was neither. It was Fred Warner's grimy game. I don't know. I would think so with their offense. The
weather played a lot in that, right? I mean, on a clean track like this?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could see. They're going to blitz a lot. One thing is because they don't have that complimentary pass rusher on the outside to Aiden Hutchinson, what does Aaron Glenn do? He blitzes. They blitz. Now, overall, they're at 32%, which is top 10. But, Kyle's got the notes, and Tim told you, since week 6 or 7, somewhere around then, they're number 1 in the NFL in blitz. And they show pressure every single play, where they're all up in the A gap, a lot like Baltimore. But Baltimore didn't bring Roquan and Patrick Queen. They did early in the game, and they got burned by Kittle against Marcus Williams. Then they started to drop those guys out. So what they want to create is an unblocked defender like they did against Tampa's offensive line. They had 4 sacks in that game. 2.5 came from the secondary. 3 came from guys they never laid a finger on. Either that, which is ultimately what they want, or they want a one-on-one for Aiden Hutchinson. So if they're showing that they're going to come over and over and over again, you got to account for those guys. Brendel is going to have to block inside out if they're showing 2 linebackers right over his head.
All right, again, 808 KNBR, wide open, 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts on the 49ers and the Lions, just as much as just how you're feeling today. Give us your thoughts on all of it. Tim is hanging out in Manteca. What happened to those commercials, by the way? Hi, Tim. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going, Greg? Papa, man.
What's up, bro?
Freaking honor to even get to ask you a question.
I never watched on a bet with you, right? As far as we know, we're all paid up.
No,
Doug,
never.
Duque, call us back from Santa Clara. I want to send you your beer.
But I'm super superstitious, and I told myself, man, if I get that
superstitious, you're super
superstitious.
About what? What do you got to do?
About my Niners, man. Like I knew if I got to ask you a question, and that means they're going to the Super Bowl and winning. So I got through.
Okay. Okay.
So it's looking good. But
all right.
Anyways, I wanted to ask you about this Kirby Joseph safety on the Lions. There's like videos on TikTok going around showing that he's a dirty player, and like, how did the Niners prepare for that?
You're talking about the hit on Tyler Higbee, the low hit on Higbee?
Yeah, he had one earlier late in the year as well. He'll hit you low. I mean, honestly, Laporta for the Lions, you want to hit him low. The guy's got a big brace on his left knee. Tampa Bay made a mistake by trying to take him out high. Now, sometimes you just got to get him on the ground, but it's better to hit a guy like that low. So I realize what he did, and that was a vicious hit on Tyler Higbee, the Rams center. He's a tough player. These guys, what does the coach say? We're going to bite your kneecap off. They're not going to actually drop down and bite your kneecap, but they're going to hit you on your kneecap. And they know Deebo's got a shoulder, so they'll hit him high. They are good. Melifonwu is a great player. The guy can play corner. He can play safety. They blitz him. He's a really good player. Brian Branch, their safeties are better than their corners. They got 4 good safeties. And the one thing, I don't know what they're going to do with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, John, in this game. Because he does have history with the Niners. They do like to blitz him in New Orleans. They don't do that with him as much. But he's got history with the Niners in New Orleans and Philadelphia and Deebo. And if there's one guy on their defense that's going to do whatever he can to win this game, and especially against Deebo, do we see Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the mouth of the South, trying to pull Deebo's shoulder's left arm and Deebo Samuel's shoulder in the left arm and pull him out or throw him down and drive him on the ground on the left shoulder?
I'm sure. I mean, they've been talking a bunch of trash, so it's something like that. But me personally, I love that they're gonna blitz the 49ers, especially on a dry day. Brock processes fast. He's gonna have to process fast and get rid of the football, but he's been able to do that. The reason why the Lions blitz is exactly what you just said. They blitz because they don't trust getting to the quarterback any other way, and they have bad corners, and they're going to put them out on an island. So to me, what this does is it opens up opportunities for the 49ers to beat them with big plays over the top. When the 49ers win, big plays. The Lions are second worst in the NFL in missed tackles. So the opportunities are there for the 49ers, and if I didn't have a quarterback who could process as fast as Brock can in dry conditions on what is supposed to be a sunny day, then I think the Lions are doing them a favor by being as aggressive. And you and I have had such conversations this week, and we talked to Dan Miller about it just a while ago about how aggressive Dan is. And it works both ways. Kyle Shanahan said it. People have complained about Kyle Shanahan being conservative. Geez, he's been to 4 of the last 5 NFC Championship games. He's been to a Super Bowl. Kyle's pretty good at this. And I would take Kyle's approach over Dan Miller's. And if they want to blitz the 49ers all day long, I think the 49ers are going to take advantage of it.
Well, I would not blitz Brock. I think that's a mistake.
Exactly right.
And the numbers show that, whether it's Wink Martindale or, even in Minnesota and their defensive coordinator Flores, he didn't blitz much in that game. Baltimore did, but they showed blitz every play where they're up in the A gap and they're over the center. It's Anzalone, it's Barnes, it's Campbell. They can bring a bunch of guys, and then they bail and they get to the landmarks in the middle of the field. That's what Baltimore did with Roquan and Patrick Queen. They obviously blitzed Queen early in the game from the edge, and they got burned one-on-one with Kittle against Marcus Williams. But they're going to show the illusion of pressure where you have to account for it, where you have to block inside out, and that opens it up for Hutchinson, and they'll bring Hutchinson inside a lot, and so that's the whole matchup. But I would not blitz Brock Purdy, but we'll see what Aaron Glenn does do. JT Snow is listening today, and did I call Tyler Higbee the Rams center? He's obviously number 89 as their tight end. That's the guy that Kirby Joseph hit low.
All right, there's one text in particular that has to do with Deebo I want to get to, but we got to open up and hit up the poll today. We haven't gotten the poll today, so we'll unveil the poll coming up next. We'll go back to some text line and some calls. Want to get some, just lay on the couch today because, look, I'm anxious. I can't wait for this thing to start. I'm sure the fans will feel the same way, so we'll get some of your thoughts out on all those things. Matt Mayoko will calm your fears, I think, on Deebo, especially at the bottom of the hour at 11:30. Do not miss that. All that to come on a Friday, a championship Friday, as it gets ready for the 49ers and the Lions on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL analyst and senior producer on NFL Films, that is our pal Greg Cosali, joined Murph and Marcus to break down how valuable Deebo is with the 49ers offense and where the 49ers offense can attack the Lions defense in the NFC Championship game. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Bob and Lund, thanks for joining us. Here's what we'll do. We will unveil the poll. It is Friday after all, Danny's big poll.
I've been
Friday,
waiting. What are we waiting for? The show's over.
Waiting.
Let's
and
go.
Then
What is
we'll
it?
talk to Matt Miyoko at the bottom there. You're going to like this poll, I think. I think you're going to like the answers. We'll talk to Matt Miyoko in 9 minutes. Go back out to some calls and some texts as we are all anxious for the NFC Championship game at Levi's Stadium on Sunday. Without further ado, waiting. Here is your poll.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, here's the deal. Very simple NFC big poll, NFC Championship game big poll. What needs to happen on Sunday for the 49ers to advance to the Super Bowl in Vegas? Deebo, more than a decoy. CMC detonates. Wonder where we got that one from. Here comes Bosa. Exactly. So we're kind of using your terms here. Here comes Bosa.
Here comes Bosa.
Or my personal favorite,
Brock Steady.
We took Brock out. Do we have the
You
drop?
didn't mention Brock at all?
No. Well, we're throwing the quarterbacks out because they would dominate. But give us the last one. We got to play this, right? We got to play this.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
There you go. Deebo more than a decoy. CMC detonates. Here comes Bosa. Nothing wrong with that groin is,
Charvarius Ward?
That's right.
What does that mean?
By the way, I watched Brown, the receiver for the Lions. I watched his Amon-Ra St. Brown. I watched his
Honolulu blue hair.
Yeah, and he has a podcast actually, kind of like a Draymond podcast. He had Calvin Johnson on, and Calvin Johnson said, "You guys better slow down that running game." And he said, "We won't have a problem. We'll do that." He also said he doesn't expect Ward to follow him around because, as we've pointed out all week, he moves around a lot, put him in motion in the slot, so forth. So he doesn't expect Ward to follow him. So I guess the nothing wrong with that groin is it could be a combination of things: getting some turnovers and also slowing down that pass game for the Lions, which is multi-dimensional. So
So what
take
are
it how
they?
you want.
Deebo dead.
Deebo more
Here
than
comes
decoy.
Bosa.
Here comes Bosa.
CMC.
And well
There's
done,
nothing
by the way. You
wrong
are
with that
fire.
groin.
Nothing wrong with that groin is outstanding. Yeah, those are the four.
like it.
And we
Nothing
took,
about Brock Purdy?
No, and we decided to take the quarterbacks out because
Quarterback's not important.
No, extremely. But
This is so
I think
against your scouting report.
it
Jack.
is. Because I want to go obsessed with the quarterback the whole conversation. But anytime we put a quarterback in like Purdy or Goff or whatever, obviously it's going to be the number one seller. So we took it out. So it's
We're not going to do Rock Steady. Aretha Franklin. I had Aretha Franklin all queued up with Rock Steady.
Yeah, we could do that. So I think it's the assumption is obviously the quarterbacks are going to be key clearly to this whole thing. So. What is that? Is that me?
Get Jared off his golf.
I
think it's coming down to the punters. I think it's coming down to Wisnowski.
I knew you would say that.
Jack Fox is a great. He's the next Leckler. Love that guy.
Oh boy.
Aretha.
Oh, is that coming from your phone?
It's Rock Steady, John.
I love it.
You're not going to bring Purdy up at all?
Where's my? I got to pull out some numbers for you because you've been talking about these all week, and I have them here. Let me pull out the Goff numbers. Oh, here we go. Here's the Goff numbers, okay? Home versus road, inside versus outside. So inside this year, 24 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and a 108.9 rating. Outside Jared Goff, 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, an 82 rating. So, that's a difference of 27 rating points. So whether people care or not about QB rating, 24 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 108.9 inside, 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 82 rating outside. So that is fairly significant. Would you say that?
Are we playing this game at Ford Field or Levi's?
Levi's. Outside.
Levi's. Okay, we're outside.
We're outside.
I didn't know
Even
if I was
with good
flying
weather,
today or not.
outside.
This is the Jared Goff from Novato.
Yes.
From Marin Catholic.
Correct. Cal,
number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
He's the guy when he was part of Goff Gurley.
Mm-hmm.
They owned the 49ers. At one point, they were 3-1 against the Niners. The one game they lost, they kind of tossed the game at the end, and McVay vowed to never do that again. And then a guy named Bosa showed up. Here comes Bosa,
He
and
never
out went
won
Goff.
one.
He lost his last 5 against the 49ers, and I think it was the pandemic year when the Niners didn't even have Bosa. And they still swept the Rams and Goff threw a pick six in each game. Jimmy Ward got one against him. Javon Kinlaw got one against him. Fred Warner got one against him. Even big play Dre when he put on Honolulu Blue, the first game he ever played as a Lion. So I just he's going to be outdoors, but he's also playing the Niner defense, and they have a pretty good idea how to deal with him. But he's playing better, I would say, overall. He's more confident. The weapons he had in L.A. were pretty damn good. With obviously, Todd Gurley was Offensive Player of the Year there when they went to the Super Bowl, and they had Cooper Kupp. He was a young guy at that point. I think they were actually roommates at one time, weren't they? They had the same agent. Remember when Cooper Kupp came into the NFL? He and Goff were buds. And
yeah, they were.
Now he's tight with Stafford.
Of course he is. Throw me the ball. That's what he wants.
For the love of the game, right?
Yeah. All right, we'll get to Matt Mayoko coming up next. Keep voting on the NFC Championship big poll. More important, Deebo more than a decoy,
Deebo.
CMC detonates.
Deebo! CMC!
Here comes Bosa.
Here comes
right?
Bosa! Nothing wrong with that groin.
It's a good-looking groin on Mooney Man.
That was Mooney
got a
Man's
strong
interception.
groin.
So I guess, you could combo that up. Turnovers or, pass defense.
So that's just the secondary against the Lions.
Which
pass
that's going to be
catchers.
fun. That's going to be fun to watch.
And that's Charvarius. That's obviously Demo, the hyena. What a matchup that's going to be against Amon Ra. It's Ambry Thomas, the Michigander, on the outside. And who knows what they do at safety? They're going to play Jair Brown over Logan Ryan.
That's a good question.
Where would Logan Ryan line up? What do they do with Isaiah Oliver? So that's what we're talking about. Nothing wrong with that groin as the secondary?
Yeah. Let's use it like that. I don't know. We needed to find a way to get in. Nothing wrong with that groin.
So as we did our How We Got Here, script today, and we played back the Mooney Man's interception against Kyler Murray for a touchdown, and Tim jumps in, nothing wrong with that groin, and I'm on the floor laughing. Kohler's like, can you be a professional? I'm like, how do I?
It's hard to be a professional when somebody
That's the
says
line
that.
of the year. He gave us there was no cocks in your face this year for me.
Man. Exactly.
I was a good boy.
You were.
I was rated G all year, and it was T-Rock that gave us, that's a good-looking groin right there.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
It's amazing. I mean, seriously, people in the booth sometimes, because you guys say stuff, I'll start laughing and I forget.
He's a new father, Charvarius. His groin is in fine working order.
Clearly it is. There you go. All right, Matt Mayoko is going to join us coming up next. Vote on the poll. By the way, this on the YouTube channel. Papa changes clothes faster than Clark Kent to Superman. There you go.
Oh,
Very
nice.
They like the wardrobe changes. Very popular. All right, let's get to it. Matt Mayoko will give us the latest what's going on with Deebo and the rest of the 49ers stories. We'll do that coming up next. Getting you ready for the NFC Championship game. Only here on the Sports Hitter.
Bullet.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Always great to be joined each Friday by Matt Mayoko, NFC Championship Game edition of the show. Make sure you're following Matt at Mayoko NBCS. A lot of his good stuff on Threads. He's got the 5 to watch coming up this weekend, plus the 49ers Talk podcast. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
Nothing too much. Yeah, anything going on this week?
Not really. What are you doing?
I'm just hanging out at Levi Stadium, and I just walked by the field, and they're like, it looks beautiful out there. It's, I wonder if they painted. Let me go back here and look a little bit closer. Yeah, the field looks
Don't walk on Matt Griner's paint.
Yeah,
I would never do that.
You actually have in your 5 49ers to watch, you have the stadium itself.
I've never done that.
Number one. Why are you
I've
picking
never
the
done that.
structure? Why are you doing that?
Well, you know what? It was kind of an homage to the fan base in a lot of ways. It was, think about 2 years ago, think about last year, the 49ers played those NFC Championship games on the road. And the entire focus of everything from the moment they got on the plane to come home from Philadelphia was next year, do everything in their power to get back to that game, but have it at home. And Levi Stadium, I've talked to some guys, and they're, if it wasn't such a home field advantage, I think guys would tell me, or at least they would kind of downplay it a little bit. But I was just talking to George Kittle yesterday, and he's like, it gets so, that's a pretty good name to drop, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I was talking to George Kittle the day after I talked to Greg Papa.
Oh, yeah.
How's that for name dropping? Huh?
Nice job.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about just how loud it gets, and he said there are times through a game, when the defense is out there, he says to himself, come on, Levi Stadium, turn this game over, turn this thing around, let's make a big play, and it comes through. So, I think the fact that the Lions are a dome team, they're much better in that dome. They're much better on artificial surface. This game, obviously outdoors, 49ers don't have to travel. They have the home crowd advantage, all those things. And I think that this is an opportunity for this stadium in its 10th year to be a major factor in a game that I think features two fairly evenly matched teams. So I'm kind of thinking along the lines of Jared Goff having some issues at the line of scrimmage, maybe not getting the checks that's necessary or the communication with the offensive line and the guys on the outside. And I think there's an opportunity here for the home crowd and the home stadium to have a major impact on this game.
When I read this, now I hear you explain it, and I would even take it a step further. Like you said, as far as Jared Goff, his splits are drastically different: road, home, and away, inside, outside. So you're 100% right. The speed of the Lions' offense a little bit different there,
Mm-hmm.
but also the having a dry track for the 49ers and specifically Brock Purdy. I mean, we don't have a huge bunch of data to go on Brock, but we have enough to where he just doesn't play well in the rain. I mean, I think that's a fair assessment to make. He didn't play a lot at Iowa State. I think it was one game. He struggled against the Browns. He struggled last week. And then the 49ers, and I don't know what the deal was, but whether it was bad cleats with Ward slipping, with Gibson slipping, whatever the case may be, but it just seems like the track inside for some of the defensive linemen I thought was an issue. Getting a dry track for the 49ers I think is huge.
Yeah, I'm with you as far as you would think that playing in Iowa, that for 4 seasons playing in the Big Ten, or not the Big Ten but the Big 12, where weather in the middle of the country can be issues. You would think that he would have experienced it all, and I'm sure he did. But having seen him twice now in inclement weather, I think that it's not a stretch or a leap to say that he does much better when there's a dry football and he can get a grip on the ball. And just the mere fact that he didn't know whether to wear a glove or not wear a glove, or you start with it and you take it off, and that it just kind of points to it was in his head. And you know what? This is probably the last that we'll talk about this, because it's a nice day today. It's going to be nice tomorrow and the day after, which is the most important thing. So I don't see weather being an issue at all in this game. It's two teams lining up. There's no excuses, no wet football, no which cleats to wear, no which wristband is the correct play call on. There's no excuses. And these teams are pretty healthy. I know you'll probably ask me about Deebo. I'll just kind of give you a spoiler alert. He's playing. There's no question he's playing. And the Lions, they're pretty much healthy, other than their left guard going to miss this game. But it comes down to 3 hours of who executes, who plays the best, who keeps control of the football, who doesn't turn it over, and who rises to the occasion. The thing I love most about these kinds of games is that people remember these games, and this is where legends are made. And being around the team and getting to know the guys, you kind of in your own mind go, okay, which guy's going to step up and become like the star, or which guys are going to kind of fade to the background and have a negative impact on the team. And it's just I just love the theater of this kind of game where the entire nation is watching. There's only the Ravens Chiefs game will already have taken place, so everybody's focus will be on this game, and it's exciting, and I have work to do until kickoff. But eventually, when I get to the stadium on Sunday morning, I'll be watching that Ravens-Chiefs game. But I just can't wait for this thing to kick off and see the storylines that develop.
And with the weather being fast track and sunny and not an issue, we don't have to worry about the quarterback wearing a glove on his right hand. But I am concerned about the cornerback wearing a glove on his right hand, and that's Ambry Thomas. And he's got a broken right thumb. He's gloved it up, he's wrapped it up, he's braced it up, and they went at him. Green Bay went at him. This young man is from Martin Luther King High School in Detroit, Michigan. He's a former Michigan Wolverine and a high pick. And with I think they're going to bring Zach Ertz up for this game, but they're going to be in 11 personnel a lot in this game. 3 wide receivers, and they've got good ones, not just Amon-Ra, but Josh Reynolds and Jameson Williams, and we'll see if Khalif Raymond's able to play, Donovan Peoples-Jones, the former Brown. So Ambry's going to, I think, be on the field one way or the other. Demo's going to be in the slot and Mooney Man on the other. So just what are your thoughts here about Ambry Thomas in this game against his hometown team? Because they're going at number 20 on Sunday.
Absolutely. No, and that's part of what makes this so intriguing is that, based on what everybody saw last week, there's no doubt what the Lions are going to want to do offensively. They're going to go after number 20. I think, watching the 49ers, last year and this year and just every week, I'm really, really impressed by Deommodore Lenoir. I think he's a really good player. And everybody knows that Charvarius Ward is. So Lenoir is a guy that I just have a ton of respect for, and just seeing how aggressive, how physical, how he seems to rise to the occasion and play his best football in the postseason. So I'm sure the Lions see that too, and he's going to have a really difficult time covering the slot receiver. Amon-Ra St. Brown's somebody who's going to line up there in the slot, and he's going to get his 7 to 12 catches probably in this game. But yeah, I think on those money downs, when the Lions need a big play, they're going to go after Ambry Thomas. And this defense has gotten a lot better after the switch was made to move Lenore from the outside, move him into nickel, and bring Ambry Thomas off the sideline to play outside in nickel situations. So he has to do his job. But even before it gets to that, Greg, the pass rush has to get home. The pass rush has to put hits on Jared Goff. And anytime he takes a 5 or 7 step drop, they got to be there. Chase Young has to be there. Nick Bosa will be blocked by 2 or 3 guys, but he has to get there. There has to be pressure up the middle. So a lot of it, too, is on that front four, the guys that the 49ers have put a lot of resources into to acquire them, to keep them. The front four has to do its job so that Ambry Thomas isn't the guy that gets picked on Sunday afternoon.
Matt Mayoko is joining us, our 49ers Insider. Make sure you check all of his stuff out, including the 49ers Talk podcast, which you get ready for the Lions and the 49ers. Your number 4 guy is Brandon Ayuk, and the reason I'm encouraged by that is because if you watch last week, Mike Evans against Cam Sutton, both their corners really, and the week before, Puka Nacua, they've put up massive numbers against these corners, and it's because the Lions are so aggressive in going after the quarterback. They get their linebackers up there. They blitz a ton. They sell out to stop the run. And it allows opportunities for your outside receivers going one-on-one against corners who are below average. And it also opens up the middle where I think George Kittle, they've been one of the worst teams against tight ends this year, have the Lions. I think the middle of the field, those layered throws that Brock Purdy likes to throw over the middle, over the linebackers who take their first step up for the Lions, I think Ayuk's going to have a huge game. I think Kittle's going to have a huge game.
They need to, yeah. And I think we don't know what Deebo is going to be able to bring to the table. Will he be impacted? He might be. You just assume that if a guy's out there and he suits up, he's going to be the version of Deebo Samuel that we've always seen, since he entered the league in 2019. Brandon Ayuk has not, played, won a game at the NFC Championship game level. And, for all the reasons you mentioned, this game to me is going to be about Brock Purdy understanding, diagnosing where the blitzes are coming from, getting the ball out quickly. But it's incumbent upon the guys on the outside or Kittle or whomever to get open quickly. And if Brock Purdy sees the blitz coming, if Brandon Ayuk beats man coverage and gets a step and Purdy puts it on him, Ayuk has a chance to have a monster game because the Lions aren't a great tackling defensive backfield. Their secondary is very susceptible. They give up tons of yards in the passing game, and they give up tons of yards in the passing game to the opposition's number 1 receiver. And there's no question, Brandon Ayuk is the 49ers' number 1 receiver. Deebo Samuel does a lot of great things, but as far as the nuanced route running, the precision, the chemistry he has with Brock Purdy, it sets up for potentially a huge day for Brandon Ayuk.
All right, and your top 5 Niners to watch, we've hit them all. Ambry, number 5.
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk, number 4. We'll get to number 3 in a minute. Brock is number 2. The stadium itself is number 1. And number 3 is Big Play Dre. Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs. They got 2. And they got a back in David Montgomery, but when they want to throw the ball, Jahmyr Gibbs, he's Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara rolled into one. But the great Patrick Willis is going to join us later on, Matt. And I'm thinking back to when the New Orleans Saints came in with big Jimmy Graham, and they had Darren Sproles.
Yeah.
And the Niners had those 2 inside linebackers, Patrick Willis. Hopefully in a couple of weeks' time we'll find out he's a Hall of Famer, Navarro Bowman. Laporta, he's not as big as Jimmy Graham, but, man, he runs routes. And Jahmyr Gibbs really runs routes. So they'll play a lot of zone in this game, but there are times, 3rd and short, you got to man these guys up. How do you see not only Dre but Fred matching up with their tight end and their incredibly skilled, elusive in the pass game running back, Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, the Lions have as good of they have the best 1-2 punch in all of football. And Gibbs is a load. He's a load not in the, pounded between the tackles sense, but just as far as game planning, what he can do in the run game, what he can do in the pass game. So the Lions are certainly working from a position of strength with their two backs. However, there's no two linebackers in the league that is a matchup that can handle these two like what the 49ers put out there on the field with Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. And we saw Dre. I don't know what it is. He just has a knack for being there in the right spot at the right time. Obviously, a lot of film study, a lot of instincts. And so, he's almost, he's one of the forgotten guys on that defense in a lot of ways, where there's all pro guys and Pro Bowl guys all around him. But Dre Greenlaw has a way of showing up and making the big play at the right time. And he did it last week. He did it, going back to his rookie season, final game of the regular season that propelled the 49ers to the last time they got to the Super Bowl. So, yeah, I mean, it's not an easy task, but I think the 49ers are set up to handle those two guys better than most teams would be, just because of the athleticism, the skill, the tenacity, everything that Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw bring to the table.
Matt Mayoko's joined us. My last one, this isn't as sexy to talk about, but last week, the kicking, and Jennifer Lee Chan had an interesting piece. Jake Moody, of course, went to Michigan. His parents are all Lions fans, long-suffering Lions fans. Michael Badgley, their kicker, is not a great kicker, and Jake Moody, we're not sure yet as far as the playoffs are concerned. We've talked ad nauseum about Robbie never missing a kick. But if it comes down to it, what do you think of the kicker situation, and what's the deal with Moody's family? Isn't it supposed to be like your team? Your kid gets drafted by a certain team, that's your team. Your team isn't the Lions anymore. What's wrong with those people?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you'll have to get on top of that with the Moody family. But, I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on there. But, I guess when you have a rookie who hasn't been in this situation before, you never know. And you know what? Heck, even with veteran guys, no one's automatic. Yeah, I mean, looking back on it, Robbie Gould never missed in the postseason, and Adam Vinatieri is, nails for kind of the kicks that he made under clutch circumstances, but you never really know. I always kind of think that, kickers and domes have it easy, but, Lions have had their issues with kickers. So if it comes down to it, probably the 49ers are in a better spot. Yesterday I was just kind of walking around Levi Stadium, after talking to the great Greg Papa, and then, for the 49ers Talk podcast.
With the much greater George Kittle.
Yeah, I don't know if I
was he wearing Zenny eyewear? Was his fashionable bride Claire next to him there?
He was not wearing Zenny eyewear, but he was in socks, no shoes, and I was told, hey, make sure the camera doesn't show his feet. I'm like, okay. Speaking of feet, it comes down to the
He doesn't have bunions or anything, does he?
I don't know, but I think it's
send
like
him Dr. Scholl's. We all good?
I think it was like, maybe not the greatest professional look to be doing an interview just with, the white gym socks.
Yeah.
So anyway,
you were saying about the field. It looks great. It looks ready to roll.
The shoes, the feet.
Oh, right.
It comes down to the kickers, and you just never know how it's gonna pan out. I mean, I think one thing that was predictable last week was, the 49ers fan base, and a lot of people were very much apprehensive about Jake Moody coming into that game. But I think you, me, and everybody else who looked at it was like, well, it's not the 49ers who have the issue with kicker. It's the Packers. And that one came back to bite them. Yeah, Moody had a kick blocked, but, man, that was about as clutch a field goal as you could possibly ask for him to nail a 52-yarder on the first play of the fourth quarter after, just the circumstances of the game kind of froze him, right? I mean, it wasn't nobody called a timeout to freeze him. It was, the clock hitting zeros and then a few minutes and then the first play of the fourth quarter. So Moody came through when he had to. The goal for the 49ers is to not allow it to get to that point. So think about this too. If Moody doesn't make that kick and the game kind of continues to go the way it did, then it would have been the most pressure-packed extra point in the history of the 49ers, going back to 33 yards, to make that field goal with 67 seconds left in the game. So, the goal for the 49ers, the goal for the defense, the goal for the offense is to make sure it doesn't come down to the foot of the rookie kicker.
And no doubt. Maddie, thanks, man. We'll see you on Sunday. We'll talk to you on Sunday, too. Should be fun.
All right. Will you be wearing shoes or just socks or like?
A lot of times I show up for Ask Papa sans shoes on. You've seen that, right?
You did the Packers playoff game, no shoes.
I did it. I walked around in this game with I was barefoot. I went Tony Franklin. Remember Tony Franklin?
You pulled that one. Very nice. The old Eagles kicker.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. All right, Matt. We'll see you on Sunday.
Sounds good. Thanks, gentlemen.
See you, man.
Thank you, Mayoko.
That is great, Matt Mayoko. Make sure that you check out the 49ers Talk podcast and all this stuff, and follow him on Threads. He's on Threads, so make sure you check him out there. All right, officially we'll do Ask Papa anything at all. A bunch of people are lined up on the phone lines. Remember, you can hit us up. Phone line and text line is the same number, so hit us up there. And we will take either your text or your phone calls, your choice. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the phone line is the same, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts. We got a poll going on today. What are you thinking are the keys? Anything you want to discuss to make you feel a little bit better today as everybody's stressed and getting ready for the NFC Championship game. So give us your thoughts on all of it, and we'll officially open up the phone lines and the text lines to Ask Papa Anything next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I get the best sleep of my life with Sleep Number Smart Beds. Sleep Number Smart Beds give you proven quality sleep. They allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every single night. Take your sleep to the next level this year. Sleep Number Smart Beds automatically respond and adjust your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. My Sleep Number with the 2 herniated discs is 100. I crank it firm, and I sleep great. And now save 40% of the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. It ends Monday, January 29th, only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
$11.50. I waited.
All right, we'll officially open them up. We've been doing it the whole show, but we'll officially open Ask Pop anything at all. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That'll get you through on the text line or the phone line, your preference. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you can put your questions there, and we are monitoring. This is an interesting question to kick us off, Pop. It says, this is from the 623. It says, I've listened to Papa since I was in high school, listening to Warriors game on the radio because we were too poor to have Sports Channel. It says, I am not getting a good vibe from Greg.
Sports Channel Pacific?
Yeah, how about that? I mean, that's
the
a while.
Pacific Sports Network was the original
How about
one.
that?
Wow, you're going way back.
Continues on. It says, I'm not getting a good vibe from Greg on the Deebo shoulder. Can he be the Deebo we know this Sunday?
No, I think
That's what he's asking.
you're misreading me. I'm telling Aaron Glenn, I don't think Deebo's going to play.
Oh, I see.
I wouldn't worry about Deebo.
I see what you're doing.
If he, 19 shows up, I don't know. We'll hear what Kyle has to say. I think they're going to list him as questionable, but I do expect him, like Mayoka, to make an effort to play. But Deebo gets hurt a lot because of the nature of the way he runs. That's why he may have been a first-round pick if he look at how much he missed in college. He's just a violent runner. He does not juke you. He runs right through you and over you, a little bit around you. But I expect him to play. But I think they have a plan in place for Deebo to play. Obviously, will the package be as voluminous, John? What's the word? Voluminous.
Voluminous, yes.
We want quality from Deebo, not quantity necessarily. But he'll be on the field, I think. But you don't know. Something could come up. But I think he's making the proper strides to be able to play. Well, when Kyle talks, we'll see how they list him. I expect it to be questionable. But then again, they know he's hurt. And, there'll be injuries that come up in the game from both sides, guys that are healthy. It's pretty amazing, John, when you look at it, just how healthy the Niners are to play this game. I mean, Deebo's always got something. And it's a significant injury. The guy had a hairline fracture of his scapula. But outside of him, losing Cleveland Ferrell is significant. There's no doubt. That is a tough loss that's just not being discussed enough. But beyond that, Brock Purdy's been healthy all year. Trent Williams had an ankle, obviously, but he's ready to roll now. You're really completely healthy to play this game. You have the ability to get Jair Brown back now. I am worried about Ambry having to play with the glove on the right hand or the broken thumb on that hand, which is, taking a little bit of his ability to wrap, but he'll find a way. But Deebo's a question mark, but I think he will go. Don't misread me, but you don't know. And then, Detroit knows that he could come into the game and have to leave the game, 4 plays in like he did on Saturday. Second play of the game, we thought he was hurt. He wound up having his cleat come off. He gets back into the game. And the 4th play of the game, what'd they try to do on that play? They gang tackled him. Jair ear-holed him, and then Quay Walker grabbed him. Devondre Campbell grabbed him. Deebo's one of those guys that just will fight for every inch and to break tackles because he gets out of a tackle. It's a house call. And I remember the first game of 2021 in Detroit at Ford Field?
Oh, he killed him.
He had Okudah. Remember Jeff Okudah on a deep ball down the right sideline? That was one of the best plays I've seen Deebo make as a wide receiver, where he adjusted on the flight of the ball to Jimmy's ball. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's calling him out, saying, you're not a wide receiver, you're a running back. But Deebo's improved a lot as a route runner. So the Lions know who Deebo Samuel is. This coaching staff does.
This is interesting because we did find this out this morning, and then we'll go back to football questions. Says, longtime listener from Oregon, this is from the 503 on the text line, are you excited to see Journey perform at halftime? Yeah, that was kind of a random one.
Kidding me?
I did see them in Vegas. He's not a new lead singer anymore. They had Steve Perry forever. Yeah. We saw him at a residency in Las Vegas, and they were outstanding. Most people should be listening to the halftime report because it is outstanding and award-winning. But if you must, Journey's going to be pretty cool at halftime.
So how do they handle if the Niners have a huge lead? We're not going to get into "Don't Stop Believing" at that point. So
right.
And I have seen
what
him.
about
I've seen him many
Faithfully?
times.
Come on, Faithfully.
I have seen him many times with Steve Perry. I saw him at Dodger Stadium with the new artist. That guy is amazing, and he sounds just like Steve Perry. But coming in with Seeger and Come to Papa, greatest musical artist from Detroit. Seeger, Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever,
Aretha,
Eminem, Marshall Mathers. Well, anybody from Motown. I mean, do they have to be born in Detroit? I mean, we got Motown sounds from Detroit. Mm-hmm. Who's the greatest musical artist from Detroit?
Oh, look, you just mentioned them all. I mean, I think, and they've got the entire genre across the board. But it's not greater than here.
Are we asking Papa right now? I forgot. Are we doing that?
Yeah, of course.
Where's Duguay? Where's the guy that accused me of welching?
Is he back? Is he back on a better line? Because his phone was given out.
Where's Doug?
He must need the money to pay his phone bill. Doug, are you back? Are you back?
Really? I don't have money to pay my phone bill. Really?
Your phone was terrible.
Doug, tell me your story. Do it succinctly. Just what are you talking about here? What are you talking about?
Hold on.
Last time you rambled,
Just because I was in a bad area.
Okay.
Papa, listen, you're a welcher. That's what you are.
Welcher? I'm a Welcher? What does that mean? I'm from an area of New England called Welcher? Or do I like...
That's all you got is my accent to make fun of?
Okay.
That's it?
What was our bet? What was our bet, Doug? What was our bet?
When you're a bandwagon jumper, just because now the Raiders suck, now you're a Niner commentator.
I got two words for you, Doug.
Okay.
Tuck you.
Yeah,
Tuck you.
Wow.
Tuck you, brother.
So what?
Raiders
Tell us the
didn't lose that game.
bet. Cut to the chase. What
was the bet, Doug? What was the bet?
It was beers. It was a 12-pack of beer.
12-pack of beer. Okay. All right.
He's going to get mad.
But back then.
Okay, what was the bet? Raiders, Patriots. Okay, I lost. I owe you.
It was just the Raiders. Well, you called them. I called the Patriots. It was the tuck rule, the fumble, whatever you want to call it. Then that Monday.
The crime of the century is what I call it. Cue up Supertramp, Doug. All right, so where do you want to meet? Where do you want to meet? And I'll buy your drinks for the whole year. Will that pay it up for you?
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But
where are we going to meet, Doug? If we cross paths, I don't know you personally. So how was I going to pay this bet back? Where was I going to do that?
We never crossed paths after that Monday morning.
That's a lot.
I remember going on the air that day, and we did open the show with Supertramp and Crime of the Century. That was the worst, the most unfair thing I've ever seen in my life. But they did technically win the game. So are you? Where are you living? Where are you at? You're in Santa Clara, right?
That is correct. Off of Bowers Avenue.
All right, I'm there a lot. I'll meet you at the Hyatt Sports Bar anytime you want, and I'll buy you beers.
May I ask you a 49er question?
All right. You want to make a bet on this game, Doug? Let's go double or nothing. Are you going with the Lions?
Why? Never.
Okay.
Never.
All right.
Never.
What I want to know is the Lions make it to. The Niners make it to the Super Bowl. Would you rather have them play Kansas City or Baltimore?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I won't worry about that. Either way, you're gonna.
Doug, thank you for the call. We appreciate it.
Either way, it's revenge against Super Bowl 47 and Joe Flacco and those guys, but the head coach is there, and then Kansas City is Super Bowl 54. So I don't want to play Mahomes ever. But we'll see. They got to get through this game. So.
You know, this is an interesting thought on the text line 415-828-5627. Ask Papa anything at all. One guy we haven't talked about, and he's always key, but a lot of it's behind the scenes and blocks this, that, and the other. Kyle Juszczyk. Somebody's asking this from the 925. Could he do something not beyond blocking? Like all of a sudden, because there's been a couple of games where it's like there's Juice standing all by himself. Oh my God! Like, could we see something like that?
They don't even throw the ball to him in practice. He was wide open the other day. I'm like, Brock, would you go spider two wide banana one time? And get
once
the ball
in a while,
Juice?
right? It's not even.
And if it is 49ers Ravens, he is a former Raven. That'll be the Juice Bowl. Was what that'll be.
Yeah, that's right.
Love Kyle Juszczyk. Underrated player. Underrated. One of the best players on the team. He's made the Pro Bowl more often at fullback than anybody in the history of the game, including Jim Brown. Enough said.
Yeah. So anyway, I just that's a good point. We've talked about everything left, right, upside down. And we haven't really mentioned Juice. Love Juice. But, yeah, I mean, every once in a while it's like, oh, my God, there's Juice way down the field, like wide open, and they hit him with a pass and make a big play. So who knows? All right, let's go to, let's see, who's up next. Oh, this is good from the 925. Who would win in a fight between Papa and a real lion? I think probably you.
Oh, wow. I'm afraid of lions.
You are?
I'm going to fight a real lion? When I was a child, I had a recurring dream about a lion being loose in my garage.
What?
And I was
Really?
deathly afraid. My bikes were in the garage, all the sports equipment, everything. I mean, I had to get to the garage to get out of the house, really. I kept having a dream about lions. Who the hell's going to fight a lion?
Nobody's going to
You're out
fight
of your
a lion.
mind? You ought to,
No.
didn't Dan Campbell, I think it was his second year, he wanted to have a live lion on the sideline at their game.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Didn't he?
Yeah, I heard about that, man.
He's the one guy a lion would be afraid of. The lion would turn the other way. And that's why they call him the Detroit Lions, was off the Detroit Tigers and being the king of the jungle and all that, their owner, going back to William Clayford years ago. Anyway, no, I'm not fighting a lion. Who would?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever fought a lion?
No, I don't think anybody's fought.
I mean,
there's lion tamers. I mean, if you're in I have seen a lion tamer before.
The big cats. What's that show they have? The big
crazy.
Cats.
Oh yeah. What was that during the pandemic? Right.
During the pandemic.
What was the guy's name? Joe.
I don't know.
Yeah, that guy. I think he's in prison.
I'm not bringing a big cat around. No, who the hell's not afraid of a lion? Are you out of your mind? The football Lions. We'll see how king of the jungle they are.
Yeah. I wouldn't think so. Let's see. Mr. 503. Oh, is he on the line? No, he's gone. He said that he doesn't think that the Lions are better in any area. 49ers win by touchdown or by 2 touchdowns. When you look at the matchups, when you look at the matchups, is there an area, like we've talked about the quarterback so much, the running back? I mean, they're very similar offensively. Lions have maybe a better offensive line. Defensively, they're not similar. The Lions blitz so much. Is there an area that concerns you more than another? And is there a 49ers advantage that you like better?
I'm just looking at video from Allen Park.
Yeah.
And they've got this tight end running a seam route wearing number 83, making a one-hand,
not afraid of
left-handed catch. That would be Zach Ertz.
Yeah.
We went through their best players. The guy it's Jahmyr Gibbs, 26, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And, Jamison Williams, the Alabama young guy, he's not a refined route runner, but he's fast. He'll run right by everybody. Josh Reynolds, the former Ram, is tough. Laporte is good, but Amon-Ra is the guy. And that's the one area. I don't know, because he goes in the slot so much. Will he go, I don't think he'll be in the slot much with 3 wide receivers in this game, because that's Demo. They may just say the hell with it, and it'll beat Diamador Lenore. I don't care. And I think they know each other a little bit as well, growing up in L.A. Demo has history with a lot of their guys, and even going back to the Packers guys, he knows Romeo Dobbs. I think he knows Amon-Ra. But it's not like they're, afraid of Amon-Ra against Demo or vice versa. That's the matchup I'd like to see. But it's not always like that. I think the Niners will play a lot of zone in this game. And the key thing is to tackle these guys. No yak with Amon-Ra, but that guy's powerful. He's not fast, but he plays fast and has changed of direction. So the one guy you just got to be leery of is Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs, obviously.
Yeah. Somebody's asking, because I know they did this last year. The Lions do it with Sewell very much. Do you think we'll see Trent in motion? We'll see Trent in motion.
I don't know. They don't like that. I've talked to Kyle. They ran that play where he came across the formation against Green Bay on the frozen tundra snow globe game. I think he took out Rashawn Gary. I've not seen that. They could do that. The thing that the 49ers don't run a lot of unbalanced. They've hardly ever done it. And Chris Furster doesn't like it. Kyle doesn't like it. I remember bringing it up to them, and then the next game they did use it, where they go unbalanced, where you move. Say Aiden Hutchinson is giving McKivitz a problem. Would you ever line up Trent and Colt McKivitz over his side? Unlikely, because then he just flips to the other side. So the defense can always move where you can put guys in motion. The one thing to look for is then they do it a lot more than just on that Saturday night game on December the 30th in Dallas when they brought in Dan Skipper. They bring in a tackle eligible a lot. That guy's in a lot.
Yeah.
Whether they throw it to him or not, they want to run with a jumbo line. So number 70, we'll hear that a lot on Sunday late afternoon and evening and night is that number 70 is reporting eligible, and that's Dan Skipper.
Well, and the other thing, too, is because we have so much time to analyze this, teams generally, I mean, you'll see a wrinkle here and there, but teams generally do what they do, and your team does what they do, and it comes down to execution. I mean, they'll target, I'm sure, Ambry Thomas to a certain extent, but they're not going to look at it every play and say Ambry. I mean, they do what they do. The Niners do what they do, and then a lot of times it comes down to execution and turnovers and all the different kind of things that have kind of gotten a team to a certain point. So I do think it's fun to talk about these things, but like you said, if they haven't put Trent in motion, they're probably not going to put Trent in motion. There might be some trick play if your offense is struggling, something to maybe get you going, those kind of things in a big game like that. But generally speaking, what games come down to in the playoffs is the same thing they come down to in the regular season. We're going to do what we do, you're going to do what you do, and who executes better wins. That's what it is.
By and large, for most of it. But you will see possibly a trick play from either side. They've got it in. You could do double passes or reverse pass or anything. I mean, you never know what they're going to do. But the team that's probably going to do more of that is Detroit, because he's Dan Campbell. He's the Motor City madman. He's a maniac.
It's going to blow up in his face this week. I don't know. Kyle's slow and steady, tortoise way is. I'd rather have that than what Dan Campbell is. But we'll see. Who knows?
I just like to see when Brad Holmes and John Dorsey bring him in for Coach. Seriously, you went for 2 from the 7-yard line? What are the numbers?
Game.
I told my team we're going to score and we're going for 2. Okay. Well, we didn't think we'd get caught on the tackle eligible.
Exactly.
What are the odds of making it from the 7-yard line? Come on.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Well, how did he look his team in the eye? And Dan Miller told us the story about the missed field goal from Austin Seibert from 54. I'm never going to do that again. What did he tell his team after that game? And you lost by a point when you went for 2 from the 7-yard line. They actually even moved it back to the 4.
Yeah.
Because they were offsides. He could have got out of it. What did he tell his team on that flight home?
Yeah, I would have loved to have heard that, because I get it. I mean, they asked him right after the game about it, and he just said, I told my team I'm going for it. But it's like circumstances change. It's not like locking in an answer on a game show. Like, the circumstance change. You can go back, and you can change your mind and then tell your team, look, I was going to go for it from that. But once they pushed us back, we couldn't do that. We had to go to
What if it's 28-21 Niners, 30 seconds to go. They drive the length of the field. Amon-Ra touchdown, 28-27. Is he kicking the extra point to go to overtime?
I think he goes 2. I think he goes for 2.
Is he going? Oh, of course he does. That's what he does.
I don't think he's. And here's one thing, too, that we talked about a lot last week with the Packers, and we haven't as much for the Lions, because I think this is a massive key to the game, is just the start of the game and the Niners gaining confidence, the Lions potentially losing confidence. The Packers stayed in it last week. Are they going to take the ball again? Are they like the Packers did?
I've got all the numbers. They, LaFleur did it to flip their season around in Detroit. Did it a couple of times after that. He did it in Green Bay. So I thought the weather may, put him up for grabs on that, but he went right down the line. Jeff Deeney sent me all the numbers. He's done both. I think he's taken the ball 4 times this year. But first of all, they got to win the coin flip. If they don't, then the Niners get the call. But there's a good possibility that Dan Campbell, if they do win the coin toss, will take the ball. Who's going to call that? Jared Goff? Captain Goff?
I don't know.
And by the way, he wears number 16 because his dad, Jerry, wanted him to put in Joe's number. The honorary captains for this game, Joe Montana, Barry Sanders, not just there for the coin flip, but whatever side they will represent that team on the podium and hand off the Hallis Trophy. So it could be Barry Sanders and Joe Montana handing out the Hallis after the game, but they'll be on the field for the honorary captaincy. Unless Barry sends a fax saying he's not going to be able to make it. He retires. He retired via fax.
He did.
Wow, that's
That's why people were
Sanders,
mad. It was so weird, that whole thing. But I said this week, or last week, and it didn't come to fruition. So I'll just double up this week. Last week when Green Bay called it and they wanted the ball, and Fred Warner was pumping his fist coming off the field, I thought, man, that is a good sign for the Niners. They're going to stop them. They're going to get the ball. They're going to get the ball before the half. They're going to get the ball to start the third quarter. And it didn't end up that way because Green Bay scored a field goal on their opening drive. Jake got the field goal blocked, the 48-yarder before the half, and then the Niners went 3 and out to start the second half. That's not normally how the Niners do it. So, same thing. I hope the Lions want the ball to start it. That would be a huge defensive possession for the 49ers to stop them there, get the ball back, score, and then get it before the half and to start the third quarter. Because although it didn't work out last week against Green Bay, if you're going to give Kyle the ball and let him double up on you, he's pretty good at it. So I like their
Campbell
chances.
on coin tosses from Jeff Deeney, Pro Football Focus, 2021. 10 wins, 8 defers, 2 receives. 2022, 7 wins, deferred every single time. This year, 9 wins, 5 defers, 4 took the ball. And what did he do last week against Tampa Bay? He took the ball.
So he wants to take the ball. He was at home. He wanted to get the crowd involved. I wonder if he does the same thing. So is that the book on the 49ers, just like what the Packers did? You want to make them play from behind. You want the ball first, and you want to make them play from behind. Is that more of against the Niners kind of a thing?
And we've seen Matt LaFleur do it against Detroit. He did it against Dan Campbell. He took the ball on Thanksgiving, went right down the field, and Aaron Jones scored. And then he did it in the playoff game in Dallas. He did it twice more. I think with the Niners, you look at the openers in the script, and the Niners scored 10 touchdowns on opening drives this year. Not always the very first drive of the game, but their first drive of the game, plus they kicked 2 field goals. That's 76 points on their first drive. That's the most in the NFL this century. The Packers, when one of Aaron Rodgers' teams, had a high total as well, but I think they scored 73, and the Niners had 76. So they're looking at all the numbers, all the analytics. A lot will be determined by the wind, and I thought weather because of the rain, but it rained the entire game on Saturday night just about, and it actually got harder in the second half, so LaFleur may have had that information. So there are a lot of factors here, but I don't know. Who's going to call the coin flip? With Joe Montana there? Is Goff going to he's going to lock up and go, hails!
Hails.
What?
That would be amazing.
It's not going to hail, Jared. Where's Phil Luckett? Where's Jerome Bettis when I need him?
All right, keep them coming. We got
we'll play defense.
We got Patrick Willis coming up at 12:50. Your thoughts, question, comments, keys, just how you're feeling on this Friday before NFC Championship game weekend. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That's the way to get into the on the phone lines as well. We'll do some of those coming up next, some more Ask Papa for you. And then we'll talk to Patrick Willis, and not only talk Niners and Lions with Patrick Willis, but is he going to be donning the yellow jacket, the gold jacket, very, very soon? We're going to find out. We're going to talk to Patrick about it at 12:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
Really?
Okay.
Papa, listen, you're a Welcher. That's what you are.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers beat writer for The Athletic, Matt Barrows. He joined Tolbert and Coast to discuss the chances of Deebo playing on Sunday, if they've increased, and how effective he'll be. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Friday, Championship Friday, as we're getting you ready for Lions and 49ers. Give us your thoughts. Text line and phone lines are wide open at 415-828-5627, 415-828-KNBR. We're going to talk to Patrick Willis in about 20 minutes and about his Hall of Fame candidacy. Obviously this game, but his Hall of Fame candidacy. He played, obviously, in NFC Championship games, so we'll talk about those as well and what the prep work is like. But in advance of talking to Patrick in about 20 minutes, how do you feel about his Hall of Fame chances? You think he gets in?
Yeah, I feel good about it. I think this is the year that he gets in. And he revolutionized pro football. I just wish, and we'll talk to Patrick, he had been a true Mike linebacker in a 4-3 defense. He was one of the inside linebackers in a 3-4. And he had TKO spikes next to him to start as that buck linebacker. When they got Bowman here and he had 52 and 53, it was pretty daunting. But could you imagine just him as the only Mike linebacker scraping from sideline to sideline? I mean, he was Ray Lewis with speed. He would have had, he had some big tackle totals in his career, but great career. Was on a Hall of Fame path, and then the toe injury, it was tough for him to cover at the end. So the only knock on him is that he didn't play long enough, but Terrell Davis got in the Hall of Fame. It's not the length of your career, John. It's the quality over the quantity, and I feel a good vibe. And we're going to find out 2 weeks from last night is going to be NFL Honors. So our show 2 weeks from today from Las Vegas is going to be either why didn't Patrick Willis make it, but I am feeling a positive vibe that this is finally the year that 52 gets into Canton.
I hope so, because I remember Super Bowl 50, you and I were together, and it was here in San Francisco, and it was so cool to put Eddie in, and that was really cool. And you hit it right on the head. I mean, it used to be with that short of a career that a guy wouldn't get in, but certainly due to analytics and different kind of things, as you pointed out, it's how the quality of your career. So he played 2007 to 2014. I think he's going to get in the Hall of Fame. I think it's his year. So we'll talk to Patrick about that and other things related to the 49ers. We'll do that in about 20 minutes. We'll take more of your thoughts on how you're feeling about the NFC Championship game against the Lions. We'll get to all of it next, only here on the Sports Leader. It's a brand new year. What are we on? January 26th. It's Friday, January 26th. It's a Championship Friday, but it's still a brand new year. And you can still start it off with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. So I'll wait for you. Let's grab the keys and let's go get your new Toyota. Now, you can count on Modesto Toyota for great savings. You come in, you check out the vehicles, the models, and the deals, or do what I did. Save yourself some time. Just go to ModestoToyota.com. You can check out the incoming vehicles, the inventory, and you pick out the one you want. Now, I picked out a RAV4 hybrid. It's white with the black wheels, great gas mileage. It is absolutely awesome. So that was as simple, and then it came in, and I was like, I'm on my way. You go out there and get it. But many of those hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks like I have, save you on gas. Or you can just say, you know what, I'm done with gas. Check out the all-electric BZ4X at a low price or an incredible lease deal. It's a great-looking car, that BZ4X, so check that out, and you can do away with gas. It's a brand new year. It's time to grab those keys, get in your new Toyota, and Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965. Now, we all know how difficult it is to stay in business nowadays, so Modesto Toyota is going to be there for you, and that is absolutely huge. They've had thousands of happy customers like me. Can't you see the smile on my face right now? Because of the great service and great prices. So let's grab the keys, let's get to our new Toyota, and start the year off right. There's no dealer markup. Did I mention no dealer markup? And the time's never been better. So it's where I get my Toyotas. You know that. Where I got my son's Toyota, our whole family. That's where you're going to get your Toyota. Find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Patrick Willis in 15 minutes. Do a little foreplay for you in the 1 o'clock hour as well. We'll reopen it up to Ask Papa anything at all. And there are still some great questions on the text line, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. The numbers, by the way, look like this as far as the public and their confidence in this game. Lions at 49ers. Right now, the number is 7. So 52% of the public have bet on the Lions, and that number at +7. 48% on the Niners, -7, and the over/under is 51.5. 60% on the over on that. So this is what Vegas wants. They want a 50-50 split. When you look at your team and you say, well, I think I win by 7, lose by 7, whatever. It's a 7-point spread in this game. Vegas wants a 50-50, so they win money either way. So it's 52% on the Lions, 48% on the Niners. So America is split right down the middle on this game, and they put their money where their mouth is. So that's kind of interesting. That's what
all right, I got
Vegas
a question
likes.
for the audience. They're asking me questions.
Sure.
And when we get into big matchups like this with the Giants and a team or the Warriors, who's the best 49er and Detroit Lion player? Gene Washington, old number 18, the great Stanford Cardinal. He was mainly a Niner, but ended up his career in Detroit.
Oh, that played for both. I see what you're saying.
Both teams. Ray Brown, Jeff Garcia, Johnny Morton, Anquan Boldin, Earl Morrill was a high draft pick of the 49ers. They had a history of drafting guys high. He tried to replace the great Bobby Lane of the Lions. John Henry Johnson. Babs is giving me a bunch. Sean Hill was a March guy, but I think I'm going to go with this guy. The King, Hugh McElhaney, who never won an NFL championship, but in that 57 game, they were up 24-7 on the Lions at halftime. The Lions heard him talking through the thin walls at Kezar that they were going to win the game, and it was almost over. And then he broke a long run, the King, right down to the goal line. They got a field goal from Gordy Solto. He made a couple, and the Niners led 27-7, and they lost. And Bobby Lane didn't even play in that game. It was Tobin Rowe. Joe Schmidt was a great Detroit Lion. But I would have to say, and I'm thinking of Hall of Famers, I go with Hugh McElhaney for both franchises. But Wayne Walker, when you think of this matchup, Wayne Walker was a 49er broadcaster. First of all, he was on CBS and did television for years and years, and the Niners hired him, put him in the radio booth, and kind of like Tim Ryan going from network TV to local announcer. Never played for the 49ers, but Wayne Walker was one of the great Detroit Lions of all time, a linebacker. So we're thinking of the King, the great Hugh McElhaney, and Wayne Walker and Gene Washington and all these guys. So you don't have this matchup very often. It's only the third time they've ever played in a playoff game, but it was McElhaney and the Niners. And the one thing about the Niners in the 50s, they just couldn't get over. A lot of it was against Cleveland, early part of the decade when they came from the All-American Conference, but a lot of it was Bobby Lane, and what a character he was, and the Detroit Lions.
Well, I'm looking at the list. I mean, there's some guys, it's just, because like I was there and Win Garcia was there, and it was just a terrible situation. But like some guys, because you're trying to extend your career sometimes. The great Bubba Paris played for the Lions, and of course he went to Michigan. So
how about Laken Tomlinson? I'm thinking of Laken in this
came
game.
from the Lions. That was a nice trade for the Niners, by the way.
Was it a trade or a free agent signing? Which one was it?
I think that was a trade that Laken come in here.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Was a trade, but I mean that's just that blows my mind. Do you know that the great, and I do mean great, Eric Davis finished his career in 2002 with the Lions as a safety? How about that? It's like, that's crazy.
And up until Big Play Dre's 2-pick game on Saturday, the last Niner to have 2 in a playoff game was our guy, E.D.
Yep. Man. Let's see, who else do we have here? Oh, the great Ty Detmer, who could forget?
BYU?
Yeah.
How many Hall of Famers? It's got to be McElhaney.
Boy, McElhaney might be the only one. I'm looking at it.
It's
here.
in the Hall of Fame? And he only played 1 year with the Lions
here
at the end of his career, but he was a great player. $1 million backfield.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, there's some names here, but just not guys.
Steve Mariucci.
Yeah.
It's the Mariucci Bowl. It's the Mooch Bowl.
David Akers, David Akers kicked the longest field goal in 49ers history, isn't it like a 63-yarder?
Currently.
He played for
until Money Moody, the Michigander, makes one to beat the Lions at the gun.
That's a weird situation. You and I talked about that yesterday, but I guess it's like a house divided, but it's like your kid plays for the 49ers, man. I mean, I know you're a long-suffering Lions fan, but that doesn't matter.
Whenever the Raiders played the Buffalo Bills, my parents rooted for the Buffalo Bills.
They did.
They showed up in Al Sweet wearing all the Bills sweaters.
Oh,
I'm
no,
like, what are you doing?
Oh, no.
Yeah, they didn't get it. I put my brother on the sideline to hold a parabolic microphone. He shows up in a Bills sweater.
No.
I'm like, you cannot go on the Raiders sideline.
That is not good.
In a Bills sweater. He just couldn't understand it.
Yeah.
So I understand. But, Mom and Dad, if it comes down to a game-winning kick.
Yeah, you can't do that.
And Jake the Make is going to win the kick to go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that. One question, because I hadn't thought of this, and maybe they have a special guy, maybe they don't, but somebody's asking on the 925, any idea on a guest speaker before the Niners game? Do the Niners do that? Or do they just have Nick do it, right? Doesn't Nick do it?
What do you mean?
Like just before the game, they speak to the team.
Fred will break them down. Fred breaks them down. He breaks them down every day. It's
but
like
they don't have like a Montana.
I don't know. Montana,
speech,
if he shows up, and this is a championship game, so a lot of the guys will be there. We'll know more at the walkthrough. I mean, Joe, Joe didn't do that a lot. I love the one that Joe gave him. They won a big game, and a lot of ball clubs after a big win, the next week they don't play as well, and damn, that's not going to happen to this ball club. So Joe didn't do that a lot to his own team, but he'll be around. He'll be the honorary captain. I think that the thing, the night before the game, Bosa says a little something. Kyle always has something. Kyle may get into, when it was 49ers Cowboys, he showed him a lot of video, historical videos and the rivalry and the matchups and from his dad and obviously the more recent ones. But I don't know if anybody's going to talk to the team. But you know what's going to be amazing? Whoever wins this game, if the Lions win the game, they're going to get the George Halas Trophy from Barry Sanders. Oh, how many playoff games did Barry win exactly? One playoff game against
And he was
Dallas?
great in it. The Cowboys. He beat the Cowboys. Remember that one that he always comes out the back end and they're like, what the hell? And you got Tony Casillas looking back like, where's Barry? They won that one. At home.
And then if the Niners win, and last year it would have been in Philadelphia, it would have been Jerry. The year before it was going to be John Taylor in L.A. When they won in 19, who gave him the Hallis Trophy after the Mosterati game? I don't even remember.
Terry Bradshaw? I don't think they had
No,
anybody.
but a Niners there. Terry
I don't remember.
So anyway, it's going to be Joe Montana. So how amazing would that
that's
be?
Good.
And there's no MVP of this game to have Joe to give the Hallis Trophy to Brock Purdy up on the stage and Kyle Shanahan and all that. So that'll be amazing if and when they win, and it'll be Joe handed off to Hal. I don't think Joe has done that before, has he?
Not that I can remember.
He didn't
no.
give it to Steve when they beat the Cowboys in the NFC title game. That wasn't Joe on that day, was it?
No,
I don't think so.
No, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the whole thing. Yeah. By the way, one thing that Amon-Ra St. Brown was saying during that podcast, and a guy that played for both teams, is Emmanuel Mosley. I mean, can he give him any insight into the Niners thinking?
How much did he play this year? Nah, not so much on defense. I mean, and
think,
also,
right?
D'Amico Ryans is no longer the coordinator. It's more, he was here with D'Amico and Saleh. He could give him a little bit on, technique and Ambry Thomas and obviously Charvarius Ward.
But they have a different DC, and so.
Yeah, but it would more be the technique of the corners and how they play. And he would also give him a little bit on, Deebo and Brandon Ayuk and the wide receivers, Dewan Jennings. So, I mean, that broke our heart. I remember right after he had a pick six, Emmanuel Mosley, going back to his native North Carolina, he tears the ACL, missed all of last year, and then he tore his ACL early this year. How would this game be different if Emmanuel Mosley was healthy to play at one of those outside corners? That would change their team a lot.
Yeah, although I think both of them are susceptible, but you're right. I mean, he would solidify at least one side.
Well, he wouldn't
for
have
Detroit.
to move maybe Melifonwu. Is he a corner or a safety? I'd play that guy a corner.
Man, I love Brandon Ayuk in this game. The last couple of games, Nakua for the Rams, and then last week Mike Evans. They shredded those corners. So
the last five they've faced, they've given up 125 yards or more in 5 straight games.
I think they got a great shot. They got a great shot against those guys. By the way, the thing that's fun about it, then we'll get to Patrick Willis. We're talking about all these different players, and through the history of time, I mean, who'd have thought, right away against the Cowboys, Eric Davis would have that pick? Or, it's always somebody. Dre Greenlaw last week, Dwight Clark all the way back to the Cats. Like, who's going to make those plays? And we talk about this all the time. I mean, it's big during the regular season. There's no question. We can pick out a number of games where guys made huge plays. But, man, the playoffs, it gets magnified in every single sport. And this is stuff that goes down in history. And you and I aren't big on talking about legacies and everything else. I'm not big on legacies when they're sitting there with the talking head shows, and if this guy does this, then he'll be that, and if this guy does this, then he'll be that. But in the actual game itself, who are we going to be talking about on Monday? Who are we going to be talking about in history of the 49ers? Because there's a huge difference. As much as I respect Patrick Willis and those guys and what they did, and Patrick will say it himself, they didn't win the Super Bowl. And so who's going to be the guy, hopefully, for the 49ers, or guys for the 49ers, are going to make those plays that we're going to remember 10 or 20 or 50 years from now?
And those guys are all great players. Dwight Clark had a great career, and Eric Davis had a great career. But if they don't come up with those moments, they're not immortal. I mean, if there's no catch, if Dwight Clark, if that ball goes off his fingertips, what do they do on fourth down?
God, could you imagine in an alternative universe, man?
So that one moment, that puts him up there with Willie Mays in the catch. And Willie didn't even do it in the Bay Area, but just singular moments. And Eric Davis, not only that pick, he had one later. Didn't he force a fumble in the opening quarter of that championship game? Eric Davis, and they didn't know what they were going to do. Were they going to go at him or Dion? And you had Michael Irvin, you had Alvin Harper, and Alvin Harper, obviously, he had a big moment against the Niners in '92 in the rain game. So it was all based on matchups, but Eric was a great player. Dwight Clark was a fabulous player. But if they don't come through in those singular moments, they're not immortalized.
No, it put them in a whole different stratosphere. They were great players, but who made great plays at the right time, and they're just, like you said, immortalized in 49ers history. So that's what we got to look forward to on Sunday. Speaking of Patrick Willis, he couldn't be immortalized just in a couple of weeks going into the Hall of Fame. Hopefully that is the case, and we'll talk to Patrick about it coming up next as we get you ready for not only that, but the NFC Championship game, Championship Friday, Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
George Kittle, CMC, Trent Williams, they addressed the media yesterday and described their excitement level to see Deebo back on the practice field and what his energy means for the 49ers. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
There's just something about Sunday and playoff football, and this Sunday is Championship Sunday. So wake up early, take a morning walk, go to the store for burgers and beers, tidy up the house, and make room for 10 fellow football fans. And your biggest Sunday chore on Championship Sunday is loading a case of Bud Light into the fridge. Or if you get ready for a full day with the family, which is anyone wearing the same team colors, the hard work pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football and beer. Bud Light. It's easy to get excited for game day because when you got your beers and your buddies or your family, nothing is hard at all until the other team scores a touchdown. So enjoy your Bud Light throughout the football playoffs with Bud Light. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The San Francisco 49ers select Patrick Willis, linebacker, Mississippi.
The one thing I do like about the kid Willis is that there's some nastiness there. There's some giddy up.
It don't matter what the outside say. All that matters is what we believe. Hey, we believe in ourselves. We believe in us, man. So no matter what happens today, no matter what happens, hey, believe we're going to win this game.
Now goes across the middle, caught, fumbled, incomplete. Going to call it incomplete. What a hit by Willis. Was that awesome, the way he smacked Hines Ward?
We saw the exact same thing last week.
Smash him. Smash him.
Has time, goes for the end zone, ball deflected. Niners pick it up off the deflection. Patrick Willis back up the right sideline. Beats one man, gets by Hasselbeck, needs a block. He's down to the 40, the 35. Can he run fast enough? 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown 49ers. Oh, what a bonanza. 85-yard deflected interception touchdown for Patrick Willis and the 49ers.
Man, that is awesome. Had a little Ronnie in there to start off with. Man,
Can he run
cool.
fast enough, Joe?
Oh,
he was one of the fastest linebackers ever.
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
the fastest.
All right, we're going to talk to Patrick Willis, and we'll save an intro until we have him on the line. But, man, everybody knows Patrick. He is awesome. He was a good friend of the show, came on with us a lot of times, and was just a ton of fun to watch during the Harbaugh era, him and Navarro Bowman. In that era, I don't know that there was a better duo, and it was just starting. All those crosser routes in the middle, and you had to have speed, and you had to be able to tackle, but yet you had to step up and stop the run. And I don't know that a duo did it better than those guys. And of course, we got the guys like Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. Dre getting a couple interceptions last week, so we are spoiled with linebackers around here. And we're going to talk to 5'2", because he is a 2024 finalist for the NFL for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So he's going to join us in just a few minutes. He said he needed about 2 minutes, so we'll get in there and talk to Patrick. But obviously, too, with Patrick, he knows how to get ready for these big championship games, so we'll ask him what's going through the mind of a player. So looking forward to Patrick. He's the best.
He's one of the best. He's been at practice a few times this year. We've had some nice visits. He did address the team after one practice, I remember. And the Niners are going to their third straight NFC championship game, and Patrick Willis and his Niners went to 3 straight NFC championship games in 2011, 12, and 13. They won the middle one, the epic comeback to Atlanta to go to the Super Bowl, the heartbreak, the overtime loss to the Giants, and then obviously when his friend Navarro Bowman got seriously hurt in Seattle the last year. But, I mean, come on. He was a 4.56 40 guy. Did not have a weakness, could play the run, obviously could man-match anybody, and Patrick Willis now joins us. So we're pulling for you, Patrick. Obviously, we've had you on a few years and thought your time was now. I get a great feeling right now, but in 2 weeks' time, 2 weeks from last night, they're going to have NFL honors, and they are going to announce this year's Hall of Fame class. Are you feeling good about it this year? What are your thoughts? Because in 2 weeks' time, we're going to know, brother.
I still stand where I stand before. I'm just truly grateful to be considered and, to be my third time on the list and to be my third time on the list and be a finalist. It's really a blessing. So we're going to see. We're going to see. Fingers crossed.
It is awesome to be joined by Patrick Willis again. We think he's soon to be a Hall of Famer. Late in December, became one of 15 modern-era finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024. He's in his 5th year of eligibility. And a finalist for the third consecutive time is the great Patrick Willis. We were just talking about this, Patrick, and we've been blessed to have you and Navarro and obviously now Fred and Dre. But you guys were at the beginning of that, where those guys in the middle, you guys had to be able to cover those crossing routes. You had to be able to stop the run. You had to have speed. You had to be able to tackle. I don't know if anybody did it better than you two guys, but just the way that the modern middle linebacker has had to evolve into what they were with you and what they do today.
Yeah, I mean, I was truly grateful to play alongside Navarro, and before him was TKO and Derek Smith and Jeff O'Brick, and I was blessed to play with some amazing guys, and to see where the game is today. I'm a big fan of what Dre and Fred does, and they do it well. They've been doing it
consistently well for a while now, and they have another opportunity to win a big game tomorrow. Well, win a big game on Sunday, and to get back to another Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know. I've seen you practice a few times in training camp, and we visited the last time you were here, and you broke down the team after. But have you spent much time in counseling someone like Fred Warner and or Dre Greenlaw play those inside off-the-ball linebacker positions now, Patrick?
No, sir, I have not. I've spoken with those guys a few times, but my biggest thing was just essentially like just letting them be them, and obviously, I always let them know that I'm an open book. My line's open anytime they want to reach out, and I have sent them a few messages throughout the and whatnot, just congratulating them and then just tell them to keep on pressing forward and to go get it done.
Patrick Willis, good enough to join us, a 7-time Pro Bowler, and he's on the ballot as a finalist for the 2024 NFL or Pro Football Hall of Fame. So we're going to find out shortly, and Patrick certainly should be in the Hall of Fame. So you obviously got ready for a lot of these NFC Championship games. You went to the Super Bowl against the Ravens, Super Bowl 47. What is it like this close? We're about 48 hours away from this thing, a little bit more, 3:30 on Sunday, this thing at Levi Stadium. What is it like at this point of the week when you've basically talked to the media, the game plan's in? What are you feeling about 48 hours away from a championship like this?
Really, it really just comes down to you put in the work, and obviously it's not done until it's over, until the game is over, and hopefully you won the game. But it really just comes down to just taking some deep breaths, calming your nerves, and just knowing that you're ready for this moment, and everything they've done all year long have put them in a position to be where they are now. So just walk into it confidently and just know what you got to do. And I think they have the team. I know they have the team to do it in the veteran leadership and all that they have across the board.
Yeah, this is this group's third straight trip to the NFC Championship, and for some of them it's 4 and 5, but 3 in a row, which is something you can feel because you did that in your career when Harbaugh arrived, 11, 12, and 13. The 11 one was amazing. You guys won 6 games the year before and went 13-3, the number 1 seed. The heartbreak loss in the rain to the Giants in overtime. 12 was the amazing comeback in Atlanta to go to the Super Bowl, and 13, the Seattle game, and Navarro getting hurt. What are there singular moments that you remember from those championship games, the 3 in a row? In 11, 12, and 13, above all the other plays, Patrick?
Really, it just what comes to mind is just executing and making plays when you have to. Obviously, you want to be perfect all game long. You want to be perfect. You want to be perfect all game long. However, at the end of the day, you know that you are playing against another good football team. Well, and you are both there for a reason. And so it just comes down to just really making the plays that you have to make and being consistent, playing your football, but most importantly, making those big plays. And I believe Dre did that. Now I believe Dre did that last game with coming out with those 2 big plays when they really needed them. What it's going to take from each of the big playmakers.
The great Patrick Willis joining us. Hopefully he's getting into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He is already in the College Football Hall of Fame. He's in the 49ers Hall of Fame, and hopefully this is the year that he gets into the Pro Football Hall of Fame as well. We're talking ball, NFC Championship game with him. So I follow you on social media, and you're always tweeting out stuff about all these games. It's really fascinating to follow you. But one thing that we're not used to around here is the way that the Packers ran the football, those big wide alleys against the 49ers. How do they shut those down against the Lions, Patrick?
Man, one of the things I talk about often with some of the guys who I played with, and a lot of people don't give us a lot of credit for it, those first few years I had with the Niners, that we didn't allow a 100-yard rusher, and we done it with a light box, with a 7-man box, and a lot of times people think you got to bring an 8-man box, but what it gets down to is just playing team football, and I know those guys love to run like a wide. I think their 4-3 is more of a I guess they call it like a wide 4-3 or a wide 9 with the ends. So the guys are kind of out a little bit tighter. So for me, I would just harp on them, making sure that they just don't play individual ball, but play really team ball. Meaning that like if you got the double team, make sure your linebackers move to where they need to move to pull off double teams, so that those guys are not standing on those defensive linemen long, and if they are, then y'all got to get to that point and make the play, which, I think they're going to get it done. But, yeah, it's going to come down to playing team football, especially inside there.
And obviously you got to shut down the run against these guys. But, I go back to the 2011, and Dante Whitner was on with us earlier this week, Patrick, and he talked about, the Lions have a really good tight end, Laporta, the rookie out of Iowa, and they have a good running back, Gibbs, number 26, also a rookie out of Alabama. And Dante was saying the matchup reminds me a lot of when we had to go against New Orleans, and they had Darren Sproles, and they had Jimmy Graham. And what I remember in those matchups, man, you and Navarro, you would take Jimmy Graham and man match him all day, and then Navarro would take Sproles or whomever out of the backfield. I mean, the Niners play a lot of zone, but there's times in man where you've just got to lock up. And Laporte is different than Graham. I think he's a better route runner, but he's not as tall. And Gibbs is like a young Sproles or an Alvin Kamara. Just talk about that matchup, because I think Fred and Dre, in certain man situations, like you and Navarro, just got to take the tight end. They got to take the running back.
Yeah, it's going to come down to, I know that they do love a lot of, I know the Niners do love keeping Fred in the middle, and especially with that zone drop, with his height and whatnot. But I also forget what game it was that they played towards the end of the season where the tight end was just having a field day on their defense. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, man, Fred, you about the only one that's tall enough and can get over the top of them and just pretty much playing man, but that's not what they do a whole lot of. So, I'm sure they're going to have it. I'm sure they're going to have something schemed up against them, maybe bring more pressure so that they don't get their guys out of position, and doing something that they don't normally do. But at the same time, too, they are pro athletes and playing some of the best football. So I'm sure they're going to scheme up something so that they don't have their way on offense. But that's what makes the Niners offense that effective, is that you got that running back that's, in McCaffrey, and then you have the tight ends, and you got to play honest. You got to, and so they got to take one of them away or whatnot. And so I'm sure they're going to make sure they stop. They have to stop the run, or it's going to be a long day. So I'm sure they're going to focus on that and see if Goff is going to give them anything.
Patrick Willis is joining us. We're talking NFC Championship game, as well as Patrick getting into the Hall of Fame in 2024, which we're all hoping for, as that's coming up just in a couple of weeks. Going back to that New Orleans game, that's the best game I've ever seen live, and Dante set that early tone. And I know that, God, that game went deep, and there were a lot of different plays back and forth. That was an amazing game. But how important to you, especially against a team like Detroit, who maybe hasn't been here, and the 49ers have been here for the last 5 years, and now this is 3 in a row, to set that early tone in this game? Because I felt like, Patrick, that the Packers got confidence, and they stayed in the game, and they kind of allowed them to stay in it. Whereas a young team like Detroit, if you set that physical tone early, you get early touchdown, maybe get up 10 points, couple touchdowns, that maybe Detroit will start doubting themselves. What do you think about just the start of the game and how important it is?
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not one of those people that give too much thought to the opposing team, because I'm always, in my mind, I'm thinking regardless of what they got over there, it's all about what we come to do. With that being said, I feel like Dan Campbell has that team really hot. I mean, they really believe underneath his leadership, and I feel like, man, they one of those teams that they're gonna come in and for the whole game they're gonna give it their best shot. With that being said, I feel like the Niners come out and they just, I call it like play big boy ball, in a sense, play big man ball, in the sense of letting it be known that, like, this is who we are, this is what we do, and this is just y'all first time being here in a long time. So we're gonna let y'all, be excited, but it's gonna wear off, and we're gonna do what we do. So again, I don't think it's so much about them just really, getting all into the Lions hype, other than, respecting what they've done. But at the end of the day, the Niners know who they are, and I feel that if they know they come complete, then nobody is messing with them. Nobody.
You played it. Yeah, nobody. You played against Dan Campbell when he was a Lion, and he was on that team that went winless part of the year, and later with the Saints. What do you remember about the Lions head coach as a player, Patrick?
You have me with that one. I knew he was a
you don't remember at all.
Not off the top of my head, respectfully. Yeah. But I say that to say, like, man, there's something about what I've always been a fan of, and I have great respect for those coaches I have great respect for all coaches. But, man, there's something about a coach who's played the game inside the trenches and been there, and they're coaching you. You know that when they speak and when they speak, they're coming from a place of legitimacy. And, again, I feel like they believe that under Dan Campbell, and they've showed it all year long. And so I don't think they coming in to lay down. So I think the Niners are going to have to come out and let them be known that we heavyweights, and you guys, might be a super, they might be a featherweight or something. I don't know if they up there just yet, but the Niners are. If you get my drift, that's what I'm saying. Now you got to come out and go get it done. So.
Since I don't want to jinx this, but have you given any thought, if you are in 2 weeks' time, if you do get the NFL honors, if you are chosen as the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and you were talking about the respect you have for players, I mean, and I know he was there to help send you into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. As far as your presenter, would it be Mike Singletary, Patrick, or who would you pick? Do you know yet?
No, I'm not 100% sure just yet. I have a person, that has spoke to me about it that's dear and close to me. But, it's open. I'm not 100% sure, but I do have a great deal of respect, for Coach Singh. But whoever, it is, I'm grateful for it. So.
That's great. And again, we don't want to jinx it, but
moving on.
But real quick, just on the Hall of Fame thing, because I remember last year you were so nice and cordial about Zach Thomas getting in, and there is kind of nobody knows it better than you. There's kind of a pecking order. So there was a logjam of receivers for a while. A couple get in, then others get in. Zach Thomas deserved to get in. Okay, he gets in. Do you feel like, though, with kind of the pecking order and the way that this whole thing works, that it is your time?
Man, I feel like since I've been up there for that, it was. However, it's not until it is, and so I'm gonna continue just to be grateful for being in this moment, and whatever should happen, I'm all for it.
Well, we hope it works out. One more quick thing. Your old coach is back in the NFL, Jim Harbaugh. What do you think of him going to the Chargers? Who's got it better than us?
Yeah, I literally just saw one of my friends in this group text, and they sent me someone sent me a mock-up of what that new facility is going to be like and what it's going to look like, and I literally just sent back to him and said, man, Harbaugh has literally hit heaven on earth, and so, but. However, I say that to say, man, if anybody is deserving, just, the time I had with him to see, and then know what he done before, then the time I had with him, and then to see what he done afterwards, man, he's the primal person for that position, for that job, and I'm excited for him. Most definitely might have to go check out a game at one of these points. He tried to get me to get up to Michigan at some point. I just never had the opportunity to get up there, but yeah, I'm rooting for him, and congrats to Coach.
That's awesome. Real quick, on the text line, a ton of this. You're into bass fishing now? A lot of people are saying you're into bass fishing. Is that true?
Yeah. I do. I am a bass. I'm not going to say I'm a bass fisher connoisseur, but I do like to bass fish.
All right, just
well,
checking.
What you got in mind? Are you a bass fisher?
No, there's a lot of people on the text line. A lot of people must know because they're like, ask Patrick about bass fishing. Patrick's
largemouth or smallmouth?
So I had to ask.
Largemouth or smallmouth, Patrick? Which one?
Well, here in the south, they be largemouth or whatnot. But I have spoke to Mark Zona before, and he's told me, he said, you got to come up to Michigan and get on these smallmouths. So I'm a fan of fishing. So at some point, I'm most definitely going to have to get up there and get on them or whatnot. But for now, I'm going to try to fish these Tennessee waters. So I'm looking forward to the spring getting the boat out. So we're going to see.
That's awesome, man. Patrick, you're the best, man. We got a feeling for you. I know you don't want to jinx it, but we think you're going in, and we can't wait to talk to you about it. Hopefully we'll see you in Vegas, and we can talk about it. But a lot of respect for you around here. You know that. We love you, man, and thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Hey, much gratitude, and appreciate you all, and thank you for the 9 and love.
You got it.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
That is the great Patrick Willis, I think he's going to get in the Hall of Fame. I think it is his time. But his 5th year of eligibility is a finalist for the 3rd consecutive year. So we're going to find out in a couple of weeks if Patrick Willis will get enshrined and get one of those gold jackets. All right, we'll get back to the game itself. Any thoughts, questions, comments? Your final chance in this 1 o'clock hour. Well, you're going to talk to Tolbert and Copes as well, but if I could just play it up. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open, and the phone line is the same number, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Line them up, either text them or hit us up on the phone line. We'll do it all coming up next, only here on the Sports Hitter.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL analyst and senior producer on NFL Films, that is our pal Greg Cosali, joined Murph and Marcus to break down how valuable Deebo is with the 49ers offense and where the 49ers offense can attack the Lions defense in the NFC Championship game. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, friends. NFC Championship Friday. Give us your thoughts. We will officially do one more Ask Papa Anything in about 10 minutes. Your final questions, comments, and thoughts. You can start lining up now at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. But before we get to that, remember we told you about this yesterday, and today's keyword to text is casino to 95819. Well, why would you do that? And again, that's not our normal text line number, 95819, and the word is casino today. You can win a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, and that is the weekend of the Super Bowl. So you're going to check in on Saturday the 10th. You're going to check out on Monday the 12th. You get $150 in food and beverage credit. Airfare for two tickets to the Fontainebleau Las Vegas big game viewing party at the Blue Live Theater. That is pretty cool, and that's all provided by the Fontainebleau Las Vegas, the newest luxury resort and casino on the Las Vegas Strip, and we want to send you there for the big game. One winner will get a trip for two to Las Vegas. Again, a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau Las Vegas, $150 to spend on its 36 restaurants and bars, 2 tickets to the big game viewing party. Just listen weekdays for the national text keywords. I just gave you those. And again, casino, and only to that text line I told you, casino to 95819. Good luck. Good luck.
I'm going there, John, either way, and getting those nachos. They look,
did you see those? Those look pretty good, huh?
Yummy. They look yummy.
Yeah. There's just not very many of them, but so get in there quickly. So anyway, very excited. Our good friend Nick Wagner is reporting, as all the 49ers good folk that are covering the Niners down there. Same setup as yesterday. He says Deebo Samuel at the start of practice doing the usual individual drills, doesn't appear to be having any issues catching the ball. He says, of course, will get his official injury designation for Sunday after practice. But all of these things clearly lead to the fact that he's going to play, which I don't know that there's much debate left in that. It's just how effectively he can play, especially given his style, right, Pop?
Well, yeah, and Kyle's going to talk at 1:35. They're practicing now. They're wrapping it up, and they got to, they're going to go to the podium again. Brock's got to go again at 1:35. Kyle will go first, so maybe we'll hear Kyle, and Eric Armstead's also going to go to the podium today with Brock, or after Brock. But, yeah, now you have to give an actual designation for the game, and this is, Championship Friday. So how will they list him? He's not going to be declared out. I think it'll be questionable. They may come out and say he's good to go, and they've taken the injury designation off. I don't think they'll do that because he's still working through some things. He's not a full go. I was there to watch practice yesterday, and he's limited. He's not taking part in every single drill. He's in and out. So, but I think they're not going to declare him out for the game when Kyle talks at 1:35. So it's just the verbiage they're going to use. I would guess it would be questionable. Beyond that, John, they're pretty healthy. You'd love to have Cleveland Ferrell in this game. He ain't playing in this game, and he ain't playing in the Super Bowl when they win on Sunday because he's got the knee injury. But beyond that, for this late in the year, it's a pretty healthy football team. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how they do this every single year. They kind of get banged up, and then they go through it, and And then at this point of the season, they're pretty healthy. So, I'm pretty amazed, like you said, at this whole thing. And at the bottom of the hour, we're going to ask Pop anything at all. But we haven't drilled down deep on the most important position on the field. So we'll talk about Goff v. Purdy, and we'll take calls and thoughts at the bottom of the hour. But this is what you like. I mean, they've got a few banged-up things, the Lions. I mean, Frank Ragnow's got a bunch of injuries, and they're going to miss their left guard and everything. But by and large, they're fairly healthy. We'll see what happens with Laporta. And then you look over to the Niners, and hopefully Deebo can play, because it seems like, if you get dry weather and you get a full Deebo, it's really hard to beat the 49ers. But I like this. I like seeing that both teams are, for the most part, healthy. You don't want to see a major injury in the game. You want to see two teams that are relatively healthy. And as you said, going through weeks of this and having both teams be as healthy as they are, that is almost unheard of.
And, some guys just can't recover. Frank Ragnow is just a tough SOB. So that guy, he's going to play. Now, he's not completely healthy. And I remember the last time we saw him, he was questionable going into that game with a fractured throat. And he played. So he's playing.
Does somebody hit you in the throat? I mean, how do you get a fractured throat?
Because when you're playing center in the NFL, they get right into your larynx. Stay away from my larynx. I need it.
Man. Yeah, you need
but their backup tight end is out. He's not going to play in this game. They're going to activate Zach Ertz here. He's going to probably go up tomorrow. They're going to make some moves, and they'll put him on the from the practice squad up to the roster. And then I do anticipate he's going to be up for a game day. Can you ever recall a team doing this? He's never been a Lion, ever. He does know the tight end coach, Steve Hyden, but that was in Arizona. It's not the same scheme. They may be able to give him a watered down set of plays. Laporta does have the knee injury, so if they lost Laporta, they only got one other tight end on the roster, so they need three up on game day. But can you recall ever a team just signing someone to the practice squad and then playing him in the championship game when he's never been on that team ever?
Plus, it's a weird fit, because what they lost, in addition to Laporta, was their blocking tight end. And so they have Anthony Fursker. People might remember him. Actually, a number of years ago, the 49ers were reportedly interested in him, but he played with Tennessee for a while. He's an okay blocker and an okay receiver. He's not a master at either. But where Zach obviously is best is he's a pass catcher. So your third tight end is usually a special teams guy and a blocker, kind of like what Charlie Warner does for the 49ers. So if he's the third tight end, he's not Charlie Warner. He's not that kind of a guy. He's a pass catcher.
Well, what they'll do is Jason Kabinda, their fullback, can line up at tight end, and they're going to use Dan Skipper as an eligible, and they do that a lot. Tackle eligible play in the Dallas game on that Saturday night. I imagine he would be their inline blocking tight end and not use Zach that way. But they want a bona fide. Those other guys are fullbacks and backup tackles. So they want a tight end. What if Laporta gets hurt and he's down for the whole game? So I don't think Zach will get a lot of snaps, but I think Zach Ertz, Monte Vista's own, Stanford Cardinal, former Eagle, former Cardinal, he's coming home to play against the Niners in the championship game as a Lion, and he's never been a Lion before this week. It's amazing.
Yeah, wild. All right, let's open it up to everybody. It's your final thoughts, final chance to get in, and give us your thoughts on, and we'll check the poll today as well. But what do you think is going to be the difference? What are going to be the key players? All those different things. Your final chance to ask Papa or make a statement on this NFC Championship game, at least with us. 415-808-5627, wide open. You can that's both the text line and the phone line, conveniently enough. 808-415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll take the best ones. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well, so we'll check out that. Give us your thoughts, or forever hold your peace. We'll do that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. All right, ask Papa anything, the final one before the NFC Championship game. Are we speaking to you on the pregame or Tim? I can't remember.
I believe it in the rotation. It'll be Tim this week and me from Vegas for the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's going to be beautiful. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. All right, phone lines are lighting up. Again, make sure that you hit us up at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, and that is the same number for the text lines. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Papa, this one from 419 says, remind Shanny to run the ball and stay balanced even if they are down. No panic. Go Niners.
Okay.
I think he'll remember.
18, what do you want? 18 Toss, 18 Zorro, 18 Mike. What do you want?
Anything that's going to gain.
I know the Lions have a good run defense overall, but I watched it live, and then I watched it when we played Baltimore to get ready for that game. I want to go back and see how Baltimore ran on them. They ran for 3 bills on them. They had a couple of kneel downs at the end, so it was 298. But the Baltimore Ravens ran for 300 yards on these guys. Are the Ravens' running game that good, or what happened that day?
I hope, this is what I hope, is I'm pretty sure Deebo's going to play in this game, but can they do it so that there's some misdirection and there's some little hocus-pocus going on? Because the Lions are so aggressive against the run that if there's some misdirection or different things, because if you got Deebo going one way and McCaffrey going the other and they got to guess and they guess wrong, we're going to get some big plays for the 49ers. So they are good statistically against the run, but a lot of it is because they are aggressive downhill against the run. So obviously Kyle, with or without Deebo, can call those type of plays that can confuse the Lions. I expect, they're going to get some plays in the backfield and make some plays defensively. They are also, I think, going to give some up as well. So I think Deebo's.
So you want Z reverse? You want Deebo coming from the Z position, coming the other way, or McCaffrey doing that, or Ray, or Elijah Mitchell? I mean, the 49er running game is based on deceit. And I love what Kyle said, we don't like tricking guys on special teams. What do you think they do in the run game? That's all they do.
A ton of it.
What do you think double moves are in the pass game? So, I mean, I just don't think he loves special teams. Well, we'll hear coming up in minutes here, Kyle's going to talk, and we'll get the verbiage on the injury designation for Deebo if he's questionable or how they're going to say it.
Well, again, he was out there again today, so that is good news. All right, let's go to, let's see where we're going to start. We're going to start with Hulkster, just because I like that. Hello, brother. Hey, Hulkster.
We hanging and banging?
Welcome. Do you have Hulkster?
Well, you know, Big Papa and Big Lun, Hulkster's always hanging and banging, getting ready for the ring, brother. But I got to tell you something. I'm fired up for this Sunday at Santa Clara NFC Championship game. You know, the Niners have been training, saying the prayers, and eating their vitamins. And what you going to do when the largest arms in the world, the Niner Maniacs, the San Francisco 49ers, and Levi Stadium runs wild on you, Detroit Lions?
Very nice.
Sound like George Kittle.
Sound like Dan Campbell. My goodness,
yeah, that's
man.
Dan Campbell.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe
Who's
that's...
Hulk's team? He's from Georgia. Is he a Falcon fan?
It sounds like he's a Niners guy.
Right? Oh, this guy, yeah, I know. I don't know.
Yeah, sounds like he's...
How about Atlanta not hiring Belichick and hiring Raheem Morris? But nobody wants to hire Bill Belichick as a head coach
he's
anymore?
He's getting one. You know what he'll do? About midway point of the season, whoever's struggling, especially a team that has aspirations, some sort of aspirations, they'll call Belichick. He'll be a coach like 4 or 5 games into the season.
Yeah, but he needs training camp and to put his team in. I think he'll sit out the year and come back.
Right.
You imagine him doing TV? How interesting would that be? Yeah. You know what it boils down to? The owner, Arthur Blank, wants Belichick.
Yeah,
but if you're Ray Fontenot, Rich McKay, I hire Belichick, I get fired.
Right.
He's going to come in and take over the whole building. Just coach the football team, Bill. Well, really? What does Bill Belichick do? So it's a little like hiring Parcells. Be careful, or Don Nelson, be GM. He's going to wind up being head coach, too. So I think a lot of it is the owner wanted him, but the people around him, who would be technically his boss, how long before Belichick gets them fired?
I would agree. Yeah, if you're a GM, you're like, no, I'm not going to hire the guy to replace me. No, I'm not going to do that. This is a good one, man. Mike is in Eugene. Hi, Mike. You've got a good story. Welcome, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing, man? I'm homesick. I'm originally from Nevada. I grew up there, and I had Niner tickets for 22 years. One of the last games I went to was the '95 championship game when they beat the Cowboys, and I was actually carried to my seat.
Come home. Come home. They haven't won a Super Bowl since.
I know. Well, so I know, and I was carried to my seat because I had just gotten out of a coma, and I was hit by a car, so I was carried to my seat, first row, upper deck on the south end zone. So where I'm going with this is, Pops, you and T-Rock are my go-to. I'm blind, and one eye can't see out of the other. I cannot enjoy broadcast on TV. So what I do is I turn my TV on with my Bose 3-in-1s and crank on you guys on Sirius XM because it's the most accessible to me. And your broadcast makes me feel like I'm back at home, makes me a part of it. And I'm just so proud of the job that you guys are doing. I just keep it up. I'm starting to tear up because I miss it so much.
I am too.
But you guys give it to me, man. And Pops, you know, I'm an old Italian, and you know, I'm tough. I keep on going, and just like the Niners. And I have faith in this team.
Well, you're making me cry because honestly, I don't know if you've heard me talk about this, but I visualize someone that is without sight when I'm doing a game. And they can't see the game, and I am their eyes. So that's what I'm thinking. And now specifically I can think of you during a game. So whatever I'm doing a game, I'm talking specifically to you.
Well, thank you. And again, you know, my first game, age 7 at Keyser, my pops took me, and it was against the frickin' Lions, and we lost 20-17. So
what year was this?
Oh, it's there you
What
go.
year was this? What year was this?
62.
Wow.
Well, you're going way back.
That's
yeah,
cool,
I am.
man.
So you were 2 years old in 57, so you don't remember the 57 game.
No, I don't. No, I was only 2. Yeah, I was born in 55. I'm a 55.
That's awesome.
Yeah, guys. Hey, thank you. I love you guys. And John, thank you so much for your commentary. I truly appreciate it because you're honest and you don't sugarcoat stuff. And thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you,
Enjoy.
man. Wow.
How cool is that? They had that up on the screen that Mike was visually impaired, and I think that's so cool, man, that you bring the game to somebody like that. How cool. What a great call.
And that's in my mind when I'm doing a game, and it's been since I've started. So Mike's my guy up in Oregon. Love that guy.
Very, very cool. Let me see. We'll go out to the phone line in a second. 209 says, how about they design a play with Big Trent lining up as an eligible receiver? How ironic would that be that the Lions got screwed on the eligible receiver and then Trent Williams were to catch a touchdown? That'd be pretty cool. I'd be down with
Number 71 is reporting eligible.
He's a hell of an athlete. I don't know if he can catch.
They could throw him the ball. I know Chris Furster's goal before everybody retires is to get Trent Williams a touchdown. The big cat in the end zone. That would be
amazing.
I tell you about, Mike got me going and welling up. If they win this game and go to the Super Bowl, you may see Silverback cry on that stage. I mean, Ayuk's never been there, but he's a baby. A lot of guys, Christian McCaffrey, but Trent Williams has been in this league the longest of all of them. So I'm not saying it's win one for Trent. They want to win one for themselves and everybody. But if they win this game, Trent Williams gets to play in his first Super Bowl.
That would be cool. Absolutely. Let's keep it going. Ask Papa anything at all. Big Dave is in San Jose. Hi, Big Dave. Welcome.
Howdy. How's it going?
Good. How you doing, man?
What's up, David?
I'm good. I was just thinking, I've been a 49er fan for a long time, back in, 79, 80, or 78, 79, pre-Walsh, right?
Yep. Okay.
Right.
And it seems like when Bill Walsh got there, he pretty much perfected the veteran youth or rookie or younger players mix, and had good playoff and Super Bowl experiences.
Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks, they were all rookies. He drafted the whole secondary.
Exactly. But there was a lot of veterans on the line here and there, and then defensively. So I hear a lot about the Lions being young, right? And I'm wondering, I prefer like a higher level or a higher mix of veteran players. And there are some veteran players on the Niners team versus 1 or 2 year players from the Lions. So what do you think? Is there any history in the championships or the playoffs of a younger version or a younger team beating a veteran team? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, it's happened many times. I mean, that's there's like breaking on through, and the Niners until they beat the Cowboys and That wasn't Roger Staubach. It was Danny White. But there are a lot of veterans on the Cowboys for the catch game. And, there's been many examples in the history. Just a better team. Whether you're young or old or not. But the Niners have a balance of the youth and young guys. And, Brock, obviously. And, they're still young. Bosa's still young. And Ayuk's still young. And Deebo's still young. But they're talented. And they've got big game experience, so they're not going to be rattled by this. So there's been countless examples of young teams rising up and winning championships. It doesn't have to always be where you got to lose for a number of years. Detroit could break through and win. But this Niner team, John, is the perfect blend of young veterans. They have older guys like Trent, but They've got big games. I mean, every year Kyle's made the playoffs in 19, 21, 22. They've won the first 2 playoff games and lost the third, but they played 3 a year. So, Bosa's played. How many has he played? 9 playoff games, whatever it is, or more? More now. He's on to his 10th, 11th. So they've played in these big games. They're not going to be awed by it. But they're still young. Detroit's young. When you look at overall snap count, they're not as young as Green Bay, but they're a young team. But I like the combination. The Niners are still youthful. They got a lot of guys that are 30 and over, like 13 guys that'll play a lot, but they've got a lot of guys that are still young, and they haven't won. Who on this roster has won a Super Bowl besides Logan Ryan?
Look, I think it's going to play a key factor. Holmes going to play a key factor. All those kind of things. The irony is that Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl. They lost 13-3 to the Patriots, but Jared Goff. We'll get to some numbers before we get out of here. Goff v. Purdy, but Jared Goff has led his team to a Super Bowl at the most important position. But like you said, at a lot of those other positions, they don't have the experience certainly that the Niners do, having played their third in a row and 4 in their last 5. So, all right, let's get out to one more, and then we'll hit some on the other side as well, because we want people to have their say before the NFC Championship game. Mr. 530 is in Davis. Hi, Mister. What's going on? Welcome.
Thank you, John. Hey, Papa, love you, man. You're my favorite broadcaster. And I wanted to touch on one thing, as you guys have been referencing all day, Campbell. I don't think it's a matter of if, but
Dan Gamble. Dan Gamble. Dan Reckless.
It's not a matter of when, but if he gambles, and I think we can expect to see a fake punt, fake field goal at some point. If I know this, you know this, we all know this. That's the only really part that worries me, because if we've seen anything from Shanahan's tenure, it's been kind of shaky on teams. I don't know if you agree or not, but I'll take your answer on there. Keep doing what you guys do. Love you guys, and go Niners.
Yeah, I mean, you have some good plays and you have some bad plays. They had both. Rashawn Nixon broke that big run, and that was a designed run to counter-run that, and they got Isaiah Oliver on the ground, and I think Charlie slipped. So, I mean, things happen. They're good on teams. The one thing, Dave Phipp is their special teams coordinator. I know him from San Jose when he was the defensive coordinator there. Their kicker is okay, Badgley. Their punter is great, Jack Fox, and they got a number of guys that are high-quality special teams guys. Jalen Reeves-Maben so is one, but they got a number of them. The outside corner, Khalil Dorsey's a good special teams player. They got guys. So a lot of times when you're in a close game, or it can flip a game, and he's going to be bold, but it could blow up in your face. You go forward on 4th down and snap the ball to the personal protector, and he throws a pass, or have in this guy's like, hot hand Johnny Hecker. Their punter will throw the ball. Jack Fox can kick it. He can throw it. And so you got to be ready as jammers not to turn and just let the gunners run free, because if they see you're turning and running, then, but one thing to keep in mind also, John, if they do that, there's no pass interference on the jammers. So if they want to throw the ball, just tackle the gunner. You don't have to worry about a PI. It's not like, Ambry or Charvarius Ward in coverage. But, I mean, they're good on teams. The Niners have been up and down on teams. I think the one thing, and we'll get the injury designated, I'm not expecting Deebo Samuel to return kickoffs in this game. I think it'll be Ray McLoud on both kickoffs and punts on Sunday.
All right, great stuff. We'll continue, get a few more in before the top of the hour. Get your thoughts on the NFC Championship game. Got a couple of quick remnants that we'll throw at you as well. And then Tolbert and Copes will take over at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here comes Bosa! Nothing wrong with that groin.
Who's our winner?
Oh,
Who's
that
our
is
winner?
beautiful.
Quadzilla
Yes.
or groinal region?
I just think people are going to vote for the groinal region. I haven't checked it here, but I will check it right now. Hold on one second. We'll get a few more in before we get out of here at the top of the hour. And by the way, before, I don't know why I was thinking it was a 5 start. So we're going to be on at 11 on Sunday. You guys are going to take over like, what, 2:30, something like that?
2 o'clock. Yeah, 11.
And I think we'll have an early version of the pre as well from Levi Stadium. So we'll be on all day. You guys will have the great call. We'll be celebrating the Super Bowl in the post-game show with Dennis and Cope. So it's going to be a great day to be on the KNBR on Sunday, so make sure you tune in to that. All right, NFC Championship big poll. What needs to happen on Sunday for the 49ers to advance to the Super Bowl in Vegas? Your choices were Deebo needs to be more than a decoy, CMC detonates, here comes Bosa, or nothing wrong with that groin. We got a tie at this particular point. CMC designated at 40%. Here comes Bosa at 40%, getting after the quarterback. 12%, then Deebo more than a decoy, which I thought would absolutely dominate. And nothing wrong with that groin. Maybe people didn't understand nothing wrong with that groin, 8%. I kind of was thinking, because it was a Ward interception and he took it back to the house, I was thinking turnovers, things like that. But so maybe that was above everybody's head. But anyway, CMC detonating, and here comes Bosa. So that makes sense. Getting after the quarterback and CMC
Nothing on Brock Purdy? The quarterback's not the key?
Yeah.
Can Brock play like he played Saturday and win? They did win. They won the game Saturday. People act like they lost. They won.
Well,
it's Brock. How well does Brock need to play in this game for them to win the game?
This is overly simplistic, but these are the facts, that Brock Purdy in wins as a 49er starting quarterback is 41 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. And when they lose, he's 3 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. So is it that simplistic? No, it is not. But those are the numbers on Brock Purdy. So it almost sounds like as he goes, so go the 49ers. And then you talked about this all week when it comes to these quarterbacks. This year, and really these are consistent with his career, indoors this year, Jared Goff completes 70% of his passes with 24 touchdowns and 6 interceptions and a 108.9 rating. Outdoors, which last time I checked, Levi Stadium is 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and an 82 rating. That is a massive difference. Massive.
And so what's the difference in this game being in Northern California and not in downtown Detroit City at Ford Field? Dan Campbell going for a 2-point conversion after they had the tackle eligible taken away, and they lost to the Cowboys by 1 point. He could have kicked the extra point. Now, there's no guarantee that they win that game in overtime, but by doing what he did, they lost in regulation by 1 point. The Lions went 12-5. Now, if that happens, the last game of the year against the Rams, do the 49ers play Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, to hold off the Lions, John, because then the Lions would have had the better record. So Dan Gamble, Dan Reckless, Dan Campbell, the Motor City Madman, by going for 2 in Dallas, he has allowed this game to be played out of doors, under the California sunshine, with the faithful there. They have to go to a silent count. Watch Ragnow, the center, bobbing his head, and the guard hitting his butt, and Goff lifting his leg. I don't care, 22%
like
are going to be wearing Honolulu blue. 49ers are not going to have to go silent count. The Lions are. So when he looks on this game, let's applaud him for being, what he is, Dan Gamble. But if this game's in Detroit, like it could be, we'd be feeling differently about this game, wouldn't we?
Yeah, look,
I'd be getting on an airplane right now.
Yeah, and look, it's been a year. I really think maybe this has nothing to do with nothing, and I get too wound up in the media side of things. But the 49ers have stayed quiet all week. They've been stewing on this thing for a year, just like they were stewing on the Eagles for a year. They didn't get a chance in the NFC Championship game, and they spoke about it all year long. I think they are quietly confident. I think they have been sitting here for a year going, we wanted this game here. And I think they do. I think they come up fired up. But again, it comes down to playing the game. It comes down to executing. It comes down to not turning the football over. Patrick Willis sounded confident they can fix the run defense. That's something that they absolutely need to do, or else Detroit's going to run it. But I think this is going to – I could be 100% wrong, but I think it's going to be a shootout. I think the Niners win something along the lines. I think they're going to get 30 points. I think they're going to get 34, and I think Detroit will get theirs, maybe 34, 27 in that range, so maybe right around where the number is. But I think you and I are going to go to Vegas, and we're going to take the 49ers with us. But I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair, and Brock is – to answer your question in a long-form way, you asked about – I don't think Brock can play that same game, and they beat the Lions. I think he's got to be back to the normal Brock that we see and have seen.
And we're back to the normal Kyle that we see. He was on time for all of his media obligations this week until today. So the 1:35 has been pushed back to the 2 o'clock hour, so we will not get the official verbiage, the wording on the Deebo injury designation, but I think we're all thinking for them to say Deebo is questionable for the game.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of how effective he can play. Just overall, I know we're almost 48 hours. I mean, 3:30, so we're just short of 48 hours. Well, just over 48 hours, like 49 and a half hours, under 50. Just what's your vibe? You've been around these guys all week, and you know the story about a year ago and everything else. What kind of sense do you get from being around these guys?
They're serious. I mean, they're always serious, but this is it. I mean, Christian McCaffrey had that look in his eye all week and yesterday, and they all did. This is it. This is Championship Friday. And we're going to be on the air in 48 hours and 3 minutes. You guys are going to be wrapping up your pregame show, and so it's countdown to Championship Sunday, and this is it. And this is a different vibe. They know if they win this game, they're going to the Super Bowl. So whatever means necessary, I don't know. I have great respect for the Detroit Lions. This is the best offense the Niners have played. They are balanced. The quarterback, if he has a nice clean pocket or they move him, which they will do, he can sling it. So I think the pressure is going to be key. And the one thing, the Lions are not a great defensive team overall, but towards the end of the year, I thought they were going to lose that Ram game. You know, when it was 24-23, they made the Rams kick the field goal. They came up with big defensive plays to win that game. And I know there was a 10-10 game at halftime at home against Tampa, and then they exploded late, but they got a lot of pressure on Baker Mayfield in that game, and they did it by generating pressure, by blitzing from all angles. Melifonwu and Brian Branch, the guy who has that green sticker on his helmet to hold his mouth guard. Look out for that guy. So 32-6 are going to come. 46 is going to come. They're going to have Anzalone and Jack Campbell mug it up in the A-gap. So they're going to put at least the illusion of pressure all day, and then they'll bail out and they'll zone blitz, and they won't even have Hutchinson drop into coverage sometimes. So this is a good team. The Detroit Lions deserve to be here in the end. It's not the Cowboys. It's not the Eagles. It's the Lions. And it's all new for them, and it's Jared Goff, who we know well. I'm just anticipating a fun game, and I just can't wait. I'm just so honored to be able to call this game. This is my 5th year with the Niners, John, and we've 4 NFC championship games, 3 years in a row. And to have it at Levi's like we did after the 19 season in January of 20, and Mostert ran all over them. And there was nobody from the Niners to serve as the honorary captain for that game. Bradshaw gave him the Hallis. So could you imagine the scene if Joe Montana, first of all, he's going to be honorary captain, Joe Montana, and Barry Sanders. That'll get you going for 49ers Lions. And then if they win, Joe Montana gives the Hallis Trophy to Brock Purdy after.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I know we haven't talked about this, as good as their run defense has been, Kyron Williams had success against these guys at 5 yards a pop last week. And watch that game. Rashad White was 6 yards a pop. Chase Edmonds was 5 yards a pop. They went 15 for 89. They just didn't run it enough. But I think they can run the ball against them. I think those outside corners are susceptible. I think that Brandon Ayuk's going to have a massive game. And if they want to come up and try to stop the run, which, hey, stopping CMC, that's going to be the way. Good luck with that. Not only is he going to be able to run the ball, they're going to be able to hit Kittle too. So I think the 49ers have a great shot. I think when you and I reconvene after the game and next week, I think we're going to be talking Super Bowl to Vegas. So should be fun, though. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Good week.
I think it's time for Pop to have a pop.
Yeah, it is.
It's 2 o'clock.
Let's go.
It's Friday. It's happy hour. We got a championship game pregame in 48 hours.
You got to get ready for it
Let's
right
go.
now.
Let's go.
Hey, thanks for everybody for hanging out for Ask Papa. We had great guests today as well. Dan Miller gave us the Lions side of things. We always get great insight on a Friday from Matt Mayoko, so make sure you hit any of those at knbr.com. Walter and Danny were tremendous as always. They'll continue the talk coming up next. It is Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the program, we will have Dennis Ranahan breaking down the championship games for us. Jeff Garcia is going to join us, 2:50. Marcus Thompson, 3:50. Tim Ryan at 4:30. So I think you know what we'll be talking about today. Little NFC championship game, little AFC championship game. What's up, Lou? Lou disappointed with the Warriors last night, as we all were. We could skip that. What's up, Copes?
What's up, dude? Yeah, big weekend. Pretty much, I've been all around. I was all around North Beach for about the last hour or so. I went to get my hair cut, grabbed a little bit of lunch, popped back down in here into the studio, and 5 different people in different places were all like, ready for the game? Ready for Sunday? Like, North Beach is starting to get the San Francisco. I think once you get this close to the game, you start to get the, all right, now everybody's asking how you feeling. You think they'll win? You nervous? You anxious? And I'm like, I'm feeling pretty good about the Niners' shot at this one. Most notably because stopped in to grab my lunch at this little bar down here, and I saw up on the TV up on Fox Sports about 10 minutes ago, picture of Brock Purdy, and it said on Fox Sports, is Brock Purdy the weakest link of the 49ers? And I was like, first of all, it's definitely Aaron Banks. Second of all, and I'm kidding, the offensive line just hasn't played well. But I'm like, the guy's an MVP finalist. What are we? If by the way, second of all, if he is the weakest link, y'all are effed. Like, if everybody's screwed then, if that's the weakest link of the 49ers, the starting quarterback.
You are the weakest link.
Goodbye. Remember that thing? That was a phenomenon.
It was good when it was the English version. Like, she was good. But the other girl that did it, Jane Lynch, I think she did it too. She's good too. She's pretty funny.
Well, yeah, the original one was the English one, and she was snarky.
Yes.
Anyway,
yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good about the Niner game, and we're going to spend all day talking about it.
Of course, we were last week too. So.
Yeah, we were last week, and we were right.
That's a hell of a lot of good.
I love being right about stuff. Jeff Garcia, Dennis Ranahan, Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan, and of course Harmony at 5:30 with her double banger.
Yes.
Her last.
Before we get into football and sports and all that, we get to the. You said you got a haircut. How the hell am I supposed to tell if you got? It'd be like me getting a haircut. How could I tell you got a haircut?
Are you telling me you've never? Are you telling me?
No, I haven't. I'm going to say no, I haven't.
Are you telling me that when you went bald, you even lost the George Costanza? Like you lost the The sides, like you don't even have side around back hair.
I've never let it get that far.
And why is that? And how do you prevent that, Tom? How do you prevent that?
I've never. Well, I shave it.
Thank you. I got to cut the sides, my man. I'm not dreading the sides of my head. Like, could you imagine if I had the sideburn dreads? Like I'm looking, it's like coming out my ears. Like you can't do the. You can't let all the sides.
Well, you just asked me. I could have done that for you.
You can do a bald fade.
Yeah.
You know how about this one? You know how to cut black hair?
Yeah, my hair's black.
Oh, yeah, that's right. My bad, dude. None of us have seen it. We didn't know. We haven't known for some time.
I don't know. That's a great question.
It's a generation of us.
I think the longest I've ever let it go. Well, no, I had to. I let it go 2 weeks one time.
I bet you were looking. See, if you let it grow in, you'd look a lot older. You know what I mean? Like
I lost the wager to B. Smith. It was that was when we used to bet over unders, and that was his. No, I had to grow the hair out, and I had to wear an ASU basketball jersey.
Oh no!
For like 2 weeks. Yeah, that hurt.
He still got it worse. He still got it worse with the Rams.
Oh, he definitely got it worse.
With the Rams helmet,
absolutely. The
cut
Rams
and died
helmet
into his head. Yeah,
was just absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, I haven't since then. You know, maybe it goes 3 days, but I hate the look of it. Even if it gets a little stubble, I'm like, ooh, that's a no. The male pattern baldness look is just, nah, not for me. Now I understand if you don't have a good head. Like if you got a head that looks like it went through a time warp and got stuck halfway in, kind of like a Sam Cassell head, then I'm not.
Good
then
call.
I get it.
Great
You're
call.
like, I just need a little hair on there because I can't do this. Look at my head. And I dove right in.
Gotta have a good shaped head to go bald, to be a bald headed man.
I shaved it and I go, God, I hope I have a round head. And I did, and I was like, okay, we're good to go. So about every 2 days, and saved me a ton on shaving cream. I haven't used shaving cream in 20 years. It's just water, boom. Go through it.
Just take a dry Bic. You just take a dry Bic to it.
Well, it's not dry. It's in the shower. Do it in the shower. It's not dry. Would be brutal.
Rub it in some sand.
Imagine.
Tom's a real man. He just rubs his Bic in some sand. Just give me a single blade. Been using the same single blade for 20 years too.
No. I'm actually more of a man than that. I just take sandpaper.
Just a knife.
And just rub it down. Just like rub.
Tom takes a serrated knife and he shaves his head with it. That's how Tom gets not a blade, a serrated knife.
No. I get it. You know what? I should do it with a machete. Let's get a machete. Machete don't shave, and get in the shower and go that route. But yeah, so there you go. I mean, I got to be honest. I'm probably in the shallow end of the pool when it comes to dreadlock maintenance knowledge. In fact, I don't even think I'd be in the pool. I'd probably be outside the pool. I'd probably have flip-flops on, to be honest.
It's a good riff, because if I was in the pool, I wouldn't be underwater with my hair. I'll tell you that. That's rule number one. Dreadlock.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I had no idea.
We got to wash them in frequently. And, of course, every time you go get them done or, get them twisted, then she does the wash for you, which, by the way, I had no idea.
Excuse me, Holmes?
Had no idea about the... how good it feels when the hairstylist washes your hair for you and she gives you the scalp massage. Oh, dude, that's the best feeling thing in the world. Had no idea what a good sensation that was until I grew my hair out. But
what it is, bro?
It's like a whole new world.
You're right about the head shape, though. You're right about the head shape of the bald man, though. My dad used to take credit for me having a good shaped head when I had a bald before I grew my hair out and during COVID. He said, when you're a baby and you have soft spots, my dad said, you have to shape the kid's head into a good shape. And you're lucky. I used to shape yours when you had the soft spots. Dude, when I was a kid, for the longest time, I thought he was legit. My mom was like, no, he's not legit.
What, put it in a vice? And
He's like, I used to sit there and mold it with my hands when we were watching. I was like, no, in hindsight, what a ridiculous thing to say to a 6-year-old kid. I was like, thanks, Dad.
Rolling it like a meatball.
Exactly, dude. Yeah, I was like, thanks, man. Thanks for helping me out, dude.
Oh, man.
Really appreciate it. 415 says, you telling me Tom's a Bic head? Using the razor.
I got a big head.
The Warriors.
What it is, bro?
Fun game, but they lost last night. Thank you.
Great game. It really was. I mean, if you're not rooting for anybody, that was a hell of an NBA game to watch. I mean, it was fantastic. The end was such a bummer because it didn't even get the ending it deserved. It deserved a shot. Whether it goes in or not, I think anybody watching that game deserved to watch the ball in the air and be able to go crazy when it went in.
Yeah.
Or go, oh. Instead, we got a. Yeah, we didn't get that. We just got, and from our vantage point up top, all I saw, I didn't even see Steph mishandle it. I just saw him dribbling, and then I saw the ball rolling toward half court. And I was like, there we go, game time. It was just such a letdown. It was such a letdown from just a sports standpoint. Like, the game was so much fun, back and forth, and you had incredible performances from Kuminga to Harrison Barnes, Steph, Fox. I mean, it was a really fun game. And then it's almost like having a great movie right up to the very end, and you're just like, what? Come on. I'm not buying that. You know what? Very similar to Fight Club. You love the movie, and you get to the very end, you're like, oh, seriously? Will you expect us to buy that?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Get out of here with that garbage. So that's kind of what that was like. This is incredible. Yeah. Sucked.
Like the last scene of Sopranos or something. People checking in, by the way, on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Somebody says, Copes Guys 916, shaping babies' heads is real.
What?
Quick Google search confirms an infant's skull is easily molded. If necessary, a molding helmet might be placed on the baby's head to help shape it. It's worn. How about this? It gets even better. The helmet has to be worn a la John Ulrich, says Tim. The helmet has to be worn 23 hours a day. Pretty good. During treatment over several
months. Wear it
months.
with a face mask?
Remains to be seen. The 49ers and the Lions.
You go full cage? Or single bar?
No, that's old
single
school.
Bar, like Mosley.
It's old school. It's cloth, I think. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, nice.
It's a soft plastic.
Okay.
We will get you the update on Deebo Samuel as soon as we get it. Kyle Shanahan has not yet spoken to the media. When he does, we're expected to get a little bit more clarity on Deebo's status for Sunday's game. We'll get more on that as soon as Kyle speaks. But does Brock Purdy need to take over this game for the 49ers to win it? Let's talk about that and the offense getting going next. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. San Carlos's Sports Leader.
Last night's Warriors game was entertaining, but it was a tough loss, 134-133 at the hands of the Sacramento Kings. There's more on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Tolbert and Coast back with you Friday afternoon here. You heard that. It's a fantastic Blanken Football Friday. It's also a Scott Friday, by the way, as we are gearing up for the 49ers and the Detroit Lions. Sunday, 3:30 p.m. kickoff for the NFC Championship. We'll already know the winner at that point, by the way, of the AFC title game. And Kyle Shanahan is at the podium now speaking to the media. We have an update, breaking news on Deebo Samuel's status as it relates to Sunday's game, the NFC Championship. He is not on Sunday's injury report whatsoever.
Great job, brother.
Deebo Samuel is a go. I repeat, this is breaking news. Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media as we sit here right now. And breaking news is that Deebo Samuel is not on the 49ers injury report, meaning he is a go for Sunday. Immediate reaction. That's fantastic news.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. So you don't have to worry whether he's going to play or not, or how he's going to play. Because if he was still, I'm sure he's still dinged up a little bit, but if he was dinged up, he'd still be questionable going in, or could even be probable. No designation whatsoever. Yeah. All systems go, baby.
Our guy, John Dickinson, boots on the ground. He is there at the Kyle Shanahan presser. He texted me within the last minute saying Deebo is off the injury report and will play for the 49ers on Sunday against the Lions. Per Kyle Shanahan, this is great news for the Niners. Thank you, John Dickinson. And great deal. Great breaking news there from our guy, John Dickinson. So the other piece of news here, I guess, is that Kyle has said Deebo Samuel, it's nothing that's going to get worse. It's strictly a pain tolerance thing. So nothing that's going to get more injured. He had that brief surgery earlier this year, had the hairline fracture when he missed a couple of games in the bye week and really almost 3 complete games after going out. Like on the first play of that Browns game, first or second, something like that. But anyway, this is great news for the 49ers. The reaction, I guess, is going to be all positive. People are checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line saying with Deebo out there, it seems like it's not a foregone conclusion, but it seems like the 49ers then get to keep a pretty damn good advantage. So in the same way the 49ers are going to have to force Jared Goff to beat them like we talked yesterday, now that Brock Purdy has got more weapons available at his disposal, is this now going to be about, for the Lions, keeping Brock Purdy contained, or is it about making them one-dimensional, Tom, stopping or trying to contain Christian McCaffrey? Because they've got a good run defense, do the Lions. That said, if people, and I don't know what the Lions think, you have to respect Brock's ability here, but he's got more weapons at his disposal. If it's McCaffrey out of the backfield and you make him just beat you by himself, obviously much more difficult.
Well, you know what Baker Mayfield, Matthew Stafford, and Nick Mullins all have in common?
What?
They all threw for over 300 yards against the Lions in the last month and a half. Mullins did it twice.
Who was it? It was Mullins?
Mullins twice, Stafford, and Baker. Threw over 300 yards against the Lions. So, again, they are very susceptible to the pass. And I know I've said many a times this year, get the ball to McCaffrey. Get the ball to McCaffrey. Ride McCaffrey. This may be a case where you're not going to ride McCaffrey. Going through the air may be the way to go against this Lion team. It doesn't mean you're going to just forget about McCaffrey. Of course you're not. He's the best running back in the game. And you're going to give him the ball. But maybe it's through the air a little bit more. because they are susceptible to teams that throw the ball. So I would suspect they're going to do that, and they're going to do it often, and they may do it often early. So you don't necessarily need to establish the run in the first quarter. You can establish it in the second quarter. You can throw to establish the run. So I just think this is a game, again, great weather, fast track. This team is one of the best teams in the NFL offensively. And Purdy has been a major reason why. I don't see why they would change that based on one game. It's funny because Dennis and I talked about this a little bit, and we'll play that for you later. And he loves the fact people are kind of doubting the 49ers a little bit and kind of doubting Purdy a little bit. And he says that he loves that because it's one game. All right? It's one game. It's not his first playoff game. It's not like he hasn't had success in the playoffs before. It's one game, and there were mitigating circumstances. It was raining, and maybe he didn't throw well in the rain, didn't throw well in Cleveland in the rain. They have a fantastic defense, so that was probably part of it. I mean, there's all these little things that factor in. But one game, people all of a sudden, it's like, ooh, I don't know. Could be the weak what? Seriously? Weak link? Like, yeah, you average like about 9.6 yards per pass attempt if you're a weak link. So that to me is not. I don't look at that and go, oh, that could be a harbinger of things to come. But I don't buy it. I don't buy it. He was off that game. He wasn't good that game, but he did make some throws that game. I mean, the throw to Kittle was a dime. The throws to Jennings, 2 of them, were really good throws. IU, big-time pressure, tight window throw. So he just had way more throws that we hadn't seen from him this year, and they happened rather quickly. So I think that's what was jarring. But, again, I'm not going to – I've seen too much for too long to just not chalk it up as anything other than an aberration until proven otherwise. Could I be wrong? Of course I could. I was wrong last week. I could be wrong this week, but that's not the feeling I have. The feeling I have is we're going to see the Purdy we saw for the majority of the year. The Purdy, whether you like it or not, is a finalist for MVP. And it's so funny. I looked at the finalists for MVP, and there was one notable person that wasn't on there. Patrick Mahomes. Does anybody excuse me, Mahomes? Does anybody know of anybody that's like in their right mind that because Mahomes isn't on the MVP finalist list and Purdy is, says that Purdy's better than Mahomes? Of course not. Nobody says that. It's just that's the year he's had. It doesn't speak to Mahomes and how good or not he is. We all know his greatness. But it does speak to how good Purdy has been this year. And we've seen it. We've watched it. Just every damn snap. Excuse me, Holmes? God dang it. I'm going to do that all day. But no, I don't know how everybody else feels. I don't. But I don't look at last week and go, uh-oh. I don't do a Carl Lewis. Uh-oh. I'll make it up for you. I think he'll be fine. I think he's going to be the guy we saw all year long. And maybe if he was a little shaky in his playoff start last year, then I'd look at it and go, yeah, maybe. Or playoff starts. Maybe but he wasn't at all. So, yeah, I just don't. I have no reservations about him. A couple days ago, we talked about it. Zero concern about Brock Purdy. Zero.
Yeah, Mike Silver wrote an article today discussing Brock Purdy's struggles last week. Quote, after the game, All-Pro tight end George Kittle told me he was surprised by the way the Packers defenders trash-talked Purdy as the game progressed and disparaged the quarterback's abilities to his Niners teammates, which is pretty unbelievable. It seems like you guys been playing with this guy all year. They're like talking trash about Purdy on the field. Like, George, you see that throw, man? You seeing this dude? That's incredible, dude, that they're disparaging him to the teammates, saying things like, quote, he ain't that good, and he's your weak link, said George Kittle. I was like, guys, don't say that. He's the reason we're here. And it's tough to argue, tough to debate. I mean, when we're drawing up comparisons to Jimmy Garoppolo's types of interceptions by the the off throws and missed throws that Brock made last week. I think that's all you need to know about it. I guess back to the question I was asking, and we'll get deeper into this, and you can check in 808 KNBR, is because you said this isn't a game you think where you have to establish the run early. Maybe it is a game where Brock gets going. I almost haven't said all year Brock has to have a great game, because we said early on sometimes the best element is just not making mistakes, is making the right play and the smart play. I don't know that I agree that he has to dominate this game or take it over, but he does have to be very good in the moments where they do take away the run or they try to force him to throw.
Yeah, I mean, it's the
NFC.
It's the NFC Championship game. Yeah. I mean, you got to play good. You can't. You lay an egg here, you're going home. You just are.
The margins get thinner as you get deeper in.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you this time of the season, you can't afford to go out there and just. And he's already had his stinker, so I don't anticipate him having two. I'm sorry.
Apparently, everybody gets one.
So if Tommy DeVito had two bad games in a row, you go, okay, yeah, makes sense. That tracks.
Yeah, that's it.
Not this guy. No. I just don't. I don't see it. But yeah, I do agree with you. Yeah, he has to play well. He has to play well. He can't have those two errant throws that he had last week. And the first one had nothing to do with the weather. I don't know about the second one, but the first one had nothing to do with it. That was just a terrible decision. And occasionally we'll see that. But we see that from a lot of quarterbacks where occasionally you have a bad decision. And that was, he threw that right in Savage's hands, like right there. And he didn't even see him. So, yeah, you can't do that. It just, no. I'm not saying you can't turn it over at all in this game and win. You can. But you can't play that poorly and then also give them a chance to take the ball away. And I don't know why we're assuming that, Goff won't throw a pick or two against this team.
I am. I'm assuming. Who says we're not?
You're assuming?
Yeah. I might take the over on that. Will he throw an interception over a half or over 1.5? Maybe we get two. Who knows? Maybe he throws a couple. But
you're going alternate lines on me.
I mean, it could be. I don't know if the Niners will make them one-dimensional. That run game is good. That run game of the Lions is pretty good. Again, margins get thin at this point in the year. 808 KNBR is the number to call and a text. See a few of you guys waiting on the phone lines. We will get to those calls in just a few minutes. But I don't know about you. I've heard this all week long now since the Lions won. They're going in hard on the Lions Cinderella. It's not just that they're the Lions. You don't need to add anything extra. It's the Detroit Lions with an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl, but they're adding in all this blue-collar nonsense. I'm like, I thought San Francisco wasn't high and mighty. I thought we were the S-hole of the United States, and now all of a sudden we're the gold standard that the blue-collar team has to go and beat. How sick are you of this Detroit Lions underdog story? Talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Yeah, you got to always have contingencies, but just talking to him how he felt Monday compared to Saturday. And, he had shoulder stuff earlier in the year, and comparing it to then and the difference, and by the time how he felt Wednesday. So, we were real worried right after the game because he couldn't go back in and couldn't finish that, which is always concern. But you get the medical reports and that it is possible. Just depends on the pain tolerance and how it heals. And he had a great practice yesterday, and then by today, he's full go and stuff. So kind of out of sight, out of mind right now.
I mean, that's as good a news as you can have. Was that a dog barking? It's as good news as you can have from Kyle Shanahan there. Deebo Samuel off the injury report entirely, going to play for the Niners. It's just a pain tolerance thing for him on Sunday. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you here. Ahead of the Niners and the Lions, the NFC Championship coming your way. Pre-game at 11. We'll have kickoff for you at 3:30 right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader again, Deebo Samuel, going to play on Sunday. It's just a pain tolerance thing. He is off the injury report. We'll catch up with Jeff Garcia in about 15 minutes here at 2:50. Get his thoughts on the game for this week. Two of his former teams. The Cinderella story Lions. Have you been hearing that this week, Tom? Have you heard the...
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. If I wasn't pulling for the Niners, I'd be rooting for the Lions.
Same. They're a great story.
It's a great story.
It's a blast.
It is a fun... I mean, it's a fun story. And
it's almost Brock Purdy-like story. You know what I mean? It's almost that good. But nobody likes that one.
I like Goff. I like Campbell. And the Lions have been awful for so long. It's always fun rooting for those kind of stories. So, yeah, I get it. I think if you're not in the Bay Area or you're not friends and family of the Niners, you're rooting for the Lions, too. I think everybody's probably pulling for the Lions. And then they'd pull for the Lions in the Super Bowl. So, yeah, man, I totally get it.
The Niners have become villains this week. Not this week, but I think obviously when you're close to it, and we've got one football team here now, there's, if you're a Raider fan, you're doing your own thing, right, Derek? But if you're a 49er fan, if you're from here, a lot of people, and you go to L.A., a lot of people there grew up without a football team, and huge 49er contingency down there. There's huge groups and people that travel, and the Niners are one of the best traveling teams in the NFL, but I do think that they have a little bit of the Dallas Cowboys stink to them, to teams around the NFL. Like, we're the gold standard. We think we're better than everybody because that's what we believe in as a 5-time Super Bowl championship organization. So I think that it's been painted a little bit that way. I think it's an easy narrative to fall into. You've got a ton of superstars here with the 49ers. You've got they like to say homegrown or a sort of a grassroots. They like to claim it's blue collar. That's a damn good team, the Detroit Lions, and nobody here is going to feel bad about them. But, it's funny that I do think the narrative a little bit has been Brock Purdy's not that good, and the Niners are the villains, and he's getting by with all these weapons around him. Jim is in Santa Barbara. Jim has a thought on the 49er game for this weekend. Jim, what's going on, man? You're on the sports leader.
I got many thoughts on this. Let's play the game tomorrow, Wait, I'm pumped. I hear Deebo's ready to go. Okay, the Niners have, great players at so many positions. They've earned respect. And this is not a Dallas equivalent. I'm sorry. This is, let's go fucking bully those guys.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, we gotta drop Jim. Sorry. Whoa. Sorry, Jim. You were off to a roaring start, my man. You were good. Well, too good.
Coming in hot.
Whoa. Pretty good. Jim came in hot, dude. He did get us a good laugh off the top.
Okay.
All right, let's see if we can save it here. Hart is in Napa. Hart wants to talk a little bit of Purdy. You think Purdy's got to have an incredible game here for the Niners to win, Hart?
I think the guy is going to do what he has to do to win the game, just like he did last weekend. Look, he was 252 yards, a touchdown, and no interceptions. He had a couple close calls, but along the way, you got to have a little fortune. You don't go 18 games and not have a little luck along the way. But he was 86.7. You put that up against Love, 194 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and a 74.2. Purdy did what he had to do in the last 3 minutes of the game. He came, he showed up, he made the plays. They had a minute and some change to go down and get it, and they couldn't. So our defense rose up, did what they had to do.
Hey, Hart, what's your score pick for the game? Give me a score.
Look, until I heard Deebo was coming back, it was a close game for me. But I'm honestly, if he gives us anything at all, by 13.
All right, sounds good. Hart in Napa has the Niners by 13, and there you go. Deebo Samuel back. A couple of texters have checked in, too. 3 or 4 different people said the line moved a half a point with Deebo coming back, and that could be also by people hammering the line because Deebo came back. They think it's going to be get a little bigger. I've got Niners at 7.5 right now.
See what I got.
Is that what it opened at? 7.5? I thought it was 7.5 at the open. Maybe it was 6.
Yeah, I got.
It opened at 7. It opened at 7. I saw it drop to 6.5 yesterday. Last night it was, so it has moved, at least in my book, back a full point. It was at 6.5 yesterday.
Yeah, I've always had 7 and juice. 7 and a bunch of juice.
Yeah.
Like, it started at 15, then it went to 20, then it went to 25, then it went to 30. That sound like that the Schoolhouse Rock. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Anyway, I love Schoolhouse Rock. But yeah, I've seen some 7.5s. I see 7 juice to juice 7. So yeah.
So Deebo coming back has forced a little bit of movement that way, either by the line or by bettors taking it. As it stands right now, at least at the general consensus I'm looking at is a lot of money coming in on the 49ers now. The juice, though, not as heavy. They're juicing heavier on the plus 7.5. We will get you some tips and picks a little bit later with Dennis Ranahan at 3:30, and Harmony will be by for her double banger at 5:30. By the way, people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Somebody says, dude, that F-bomb from Jim is going to live on the YouTube chat and the Twitch stream forever. Jim called back in, tried to get back on. Sorry, Jim. There's a rule. It's a new day. Hey, next week, give it another go, bro. Give it another go next week. But today's not your day. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Give us a score. How do you think this one's going down? 31-21 was kind of my feeling for last week's game. That would have had us on the cover and on the over. The pick 6 at the end, if it were a pick 6, could have been that. But instead, Greenlaw goes down. Niners get the win. 415-808-5627. Your feelings on the game now that we know Deebo Samuel is a go. And we have some audio from Deebo Samuel, after Kyle Shanahan checked in just about 15 minutes ago saying he is not on the injury report. What did Deebo have to say about his status for Sunday?
Well, a game like this, got to put everything on the line because we've been here for the last 5 years, and 3 years we fell short, and then 1 year we fell short of the Super Bowl. It's kind of like, what is it going to take? And I feel like we got all the things that we need in this building, from Jed, John, to Kyle, to all the players. So I feel like it's all hands on deck, and we know what's at stake.
There we go. Deebo saying pain tolerance, all hands on deck, and that's what you and I sort of thought yesterday. Yep. We said if it's a pain tolerance thing, he's going to play.
Yep.
Because
absolutely,
this one's too big. Yeah.
Good news.
Good news. Let's go back out to Jake. Jake is on. Well, it doesn't say where Jake is. I guess not. Jake, he's on the phone. Jake, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys, this is a coaching mismatch. That's what this game is. I'm sorry, Danny, but your boys are going down. There's nothing we can do about it. This is going to be a blowout. Brock's going to be Brock Montana this week. He's going to throw 4 to 5 touchdowns. They're going to hammer these guys.
I love that.
I don't see how the 49ers don't score in the 40s. They may give up 28 or some late stuff, but I think you're going to have a good feeling midway through the second quarter that this thing is theirs.
I appreciate the call, Jake. Thanks so much, man. By the way, I love the call.
Who was that?
That was Jake.
Oh, I thought it was Dante.
No,
okay.
I don't see how there's any way they don't. Man. I don't see how the 49ers don't score in the 40s. All I see are winnable games.
I got a final score. I went to bed last night, and I laid down, and I turned the lights off and turned the fan on just so I get all the outside sound off, and I laid down, and it finally came to me. It was 84-3. They killed them. Plus 8 turnover margin. Ran a pump back, 2 kickoffs back. Purdy threw for 6 touchdowns. McCaffrey rushed for 370. And that's what I see, 84-3.
I've got it at 77-4. That's how Dante would pick it. Always some like a funny score. Let's back out to 916 Jimmy. 916 Jimmy, ironically, out in Sacramento. You're on the Sports Leader. What's your score prediction for this one?
38-24 Niners. Oof. But I do got a big question for you guys. So, who has to come up bigger? Is it Brock, or is it the Niners defensive line? And that's kind of to everybody. I've been asking this question, and it's one of the two I feel like have to come up big in order for us to win this game.
I appreciate the call, 916 Jimmy. Tom, your thoughts on that?
D-line.
Yeah.
I think D-line has to come up bigger. I think they need to get to Goff, and to do that, they got to have at least moderate success stopping the run, and then they got to get home. I think Brent Jones said it this week. Like, I know you're getting pressure, but it's time to get some sacks. It's time to get back there and get some negative 8-yard. I'd love to find the stat.
Can't agree more.
How often a drive results in a first down after a loss of yards, whether it be via penalty or just a sack or a tackle for loss. I'm curious to see how drastic that percentage drops once you get one negative play over the course of a drive, over the course of 4 downs, trying to get a first down. So I wonder what it would be, but they need some of those. They got some last week in the rush game. They got the one mishandled by Jones, and then they got some good running plays. But I would just love to see them have one of those games where they get 3 or 4 sacks, where the defensive line just flexes their muscles, and Bosa looks like Bosa, and Young looks like Young, and Hargrave's getting in the backfield, and Armstead's doing his thing. I would just love to. I'd love to be reminded what this defensive line is capable of. So I'm going to go with the defensive line.
And we know it's in there because we've seen it this year. We know it's in there. We've seen it this year. AJ Crew. Oh, dude, it's our boy AJ. He's always in on the YouTube chat. Dude, this is one of the suckholes, Tom. What's up, AJ? You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
What's up, Coach? What's up, Captain Tom? Shout out to the YouTube crew. Y'all know who you are. Hey, I don't get this. How the heck are we the bad guys here? I mean, it's not our fault Detroit are the perennial losers. And, Captain Tom, like you, I'd be rooting for them too if we weren't in the mix. But, come on, listen, the way I see it, it's just too easy to be beaten up on the Bay Area as a region. We had Keith Lee, the guy who couldn't survive in the UFC. He couldn't survive a plate of Bay Area food. So, I mean, he's just one of the problems that it's all popular to pile up on the Bay Area now. You know what? I'm not hearing it. On Sunday, we have a job to do. We're going to go in there. We're going to take care of business. And Lions, hey, I love you. I have a special place in my heart. But on Sunday, I got to close the door to you because it's all about business. But what the hell do I know? I mean, after all, it's just my opinion, man.
By the way, that's a nod to our guy Derek Papa's podcast, dude. Do you know that? Just my opinion. The Derek Papa podcast, dude. Derek, dude, you should have seen the eye roll. Could not have been more palpable from Derek. He went left all the way, hit the back of his skull, came right. He left the room, and now he's back down. Now get back to work, Derek. Nice call from AJ. Great work, and to everybody on the YouTube chat, shout him out. Yeah, It's a great point. It's like, why are we the hated? Because
I'm going to tell you why
we're the
villains. I'm not going to say we. I'm going to tell you why the Niners
are
the villains.
Yeah.
Because they've been to the championship game 3 times in a row. They're good. And when you keep getting to a place, like the Chiefs could be, the Chiefs are villains too, because as soon as you establish yourself as a dominant team, and the Niners haven't quite done that yet because they haven't even won a Super Bowl, but it is the elitist nature of California. And people perceive the Bay Area to be elitist, and to some extent, we are here in the Bay Area. There's no doubt about that. But I almost think it's more so that it's the Lions that are the darling underdog. So if you're going to have a darling underdog, well, then just by definition, the team they're playing is the villain. And that they may not be the villain, but they're the villain by definition because here's your darling, cute little underdog that hasn't been hasn't had a team this good in a long time. Detroit's been a kind of a downtrodden city for a long time. So, yeah, it's easy to rally behind that team. And again, by definition, if you rally around that team, you don't like the other team. So they're the villain. So I don't think it's just they're the villain because, well, they're the villain and they're the villain against everybody. I think this is a case where one team is one thing, so the other team has to be the other thing.
Well, what I would say is a much simpler, just one line, if I can quote Chris Nolan, and by that one step further, Harvey Dent from The Dark Knight.
Am I going back in time here?
We're going the Dark Knight, dude.
Or forward?
The Dark Knight.
There you go. You're going the end of Dark Knight?
You either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. It happens in sports all the time. Mahomes was the greatest. Now people are like, screw Mahomes, dude.
Yep.
I want to see him back in the NFC.
Yeah.
Now it's like you're either the hero, the GOAT, or once you become the hero too much and for too long, then they want to tear you down. So,
excuse me, Holmes.
Brady was a great story, but it went on for too long. And for some reason, Brock is never. We will get more of your calls, more score predictions, more of your calls in just a bit at 808 KNBR all throughout the show. We're going to get to your calls and your thoughts. But former Detroit Lion quarterback and former 49er quarterback, and the man who had his all-time 49er passing record broken this year by Brock Purdy, Jeff Garcia joins us.
Garcia-mania!
Garcia joins us next, talking a little Niners and Rams. It's the NFC Championship on the Sports Leader.
Garcia-mania!
Update on Deebo's status. He's going to play. Kyle Shanahan says he is not on this week's injury report. Deebo Samuel just dealing with a pain-tolerant situation. He is a full go for Sunday against the Lions. More on that trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place, the only place you should be playing fantasy sports this NFL playoff season because the regular season fantasy has come to an end. It's time to win some money with Underdog Fantasy's Pick'em game. That's where you pick between 2 and 5 players. You select higher or lower on a player's stats throughout the NFL playoffs, and if your picks hit, get this, you can win up to 100 times your money throughout the postseason. It's legal in California. Ton of fun to play along as you watch throughout the playoffs. 2 more games this weekend, and then, of course, the big one in a few weeks. Again, a fantasy game, but real money can be had. Underdog is super easy to play. It's even easier to get started. All you have to do is go to the easy-to-use mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. You can sign up with promo code KNBR. They'll double your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a special pick of higher than half a total yards to use in your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more, doubled up to $100 plus that special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. Niners and the Lions in the NFC Championship. We'll have pregame for you 11 a.m. We'll have a special championship weekend preview. Dieter Kurtenbach will have you tomorrow from 12 to 2 following Dubs OT with John Dickinson. Actually, it's just Dubs with JD tomorrow, 10 to noon. But joining us now, we've talked to a couple of former Lions. We've talked to some former 49ers this week. Nobody who's played for both. The next guest has. Jeff Garcia joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, former Niners and Lions quarterback, among other teams. What's up, Jeff? How are you, man?
Hey, I'm good. What are you talking? Did I play for the Niners or for the Lions? I was trying to forget.
Well, you almost messed that up, Jeff.
I was like, I think you played for the Niners. I was like, you were my guy. I hope so.
Right, I almost messed that up. I did mess that up, actually. I'm doing good, guys. Hey, it's probably the end of the day, going to pick up the kids. I mean, all frazzled, you know.
I got you. You looking forward to this?
How old are the kids now?
Good.
15, 14, 13, 12. So,
my goodness.
4 in a row.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm on my way to the middle school to get the 6th and 7th grader right now. So all good.
That's awesome. That is that definitely busy. And that'll definitely frazzle you too. There is no doubt. No doubt about that. Well, let's get this out there since everybody's been talking about it. Your thoughts on Purdy, and I won't ask you whether you think he's good or not, or whether you think he's a weak. I won't ask you that, but I want to ask you this way, since you know the quarterback position so well. What do you think people see in Brock Purdy when they criticize him, like some people have criticized him this year? I don't see it. I don't know if you see something. I don't know if you could see what maybe they think they see. But I don't understand it. I don't know if you could help us understand it, but people that don't think he's as good as he looks or as good as his numbers suggest, what are they looking at, you think?
Well, here's the thing. I think for the most part, especially if you're not a Niner fan, people can't wait to see him fail. And all of a sudden, he has a game where things don't go as well as people want to see, or how he would have liked to have had it gone. You know, that being said, the guy has played consistent football throughout the season. The guy wins football games. He does a great job of running Kyle Shanahan's offense. What I think was a major issue last week, and I've talked about this before, and I've been a part of it, where your team clinches the division early, you all of a sudden have an opportunity to rest players. Sometimes that backfires. And especially for a young player who's still getting acquainted to the NFL game, who's still getting acclimated in a lot of ways, even though he's putting up superior numbers, he's showcasing talents that are equivalent to the best in the league. But all of a sudden now you rest the last game of the season. Then you have a bye week. You haven't played in a serious game in 3 weeks. And now all of a sudden you're playing in a playoff game where, as you know, playoff games, hey, the speed increases just a bit. You're playing against the elite of the elite. The best teams in the National Football League have now come down to the final 7 and then, 4. And so how you respond in that sort of environment, and then you add it's a torrential rainfall. I mean, you got rain, wet, all those things. And there were a couple decisions that he would like to have back, and fortunately they didn't cost him because they were dropped interceptions. He just wasn't as sharp. And I think a lot of that contributes to the fact that he hadn't played in 3 weeks. And obviously losing Deebo in the first half, yes, that's a big thing. Hey, when they have Deebo and CMC and Purdy all on the field at the same time, I think there's something like 18-1. And when they don't have them all together at the same time, well, their record fluctuates. But that being said, just because he's not a first-rounder, just because he wasn't the top dog coming into the draft and anointed all these great potential as to what he could be, but yet he's kind of proven the system wrong and showing that, hey, you can get a quarterback later in the draft who's just as sharp mentally, who's just as good physically, who can run your offense efficiently and effectively and produce wins. And that's all that this kid has done in the 2 years that he's been with the San Francisco 49ers. Now, yes, he has a good, solid football team built around him. He's got a great coaching staff. But these are professional athletes. You can talk about, oh, they have CMC, they have Ayuk, they have Deebo, they have Kittle, they have all these guys. Well, every team has all these guys. Every team has the same opportunity to draft players, to sign players in free agency. They're all professional athletes. So what? Are you saying that so-and-so's professional athletes just aren't as good? Come on, it's how you utilize the talent around you, how you're that point guard on the field at the quarterback position, dishing the cards to the guys who are going to make plays for you. And that's what he does.
Talking to Jeff Garcia, former 49er quarterback here on the UMA guest line, Niners and the Lions in the NFC Championship on Sunday. I want to ask you what changed for you or what was different for you. Now, Brock didn't lose. I mean, he takes the loss, of course, in the NFC Championship last year, but he'd had 2 previous victories. I'm just wondering, you played 1 playoff game against Green Bay in 2001. You come out in the Giants game, of course, the Trey Junket game in 2002. But what was different for you in that experience, seeing it happen once and then playing a second time around?
I mean, look, we found ourselves down 24 points. So, I mean, it was scratch and claw and survival at that point in the last quarter and a half to come back and make it a game. We went out to Green Bay in a wild card game after a 12-4 season. I mean, we were a good football team. We had a couple tough losses that probably cost us the division, but the Rams were flying high at that time. So we were probably amongst the top 2 or 3 teams in the NFC. Unfortunately, we didn't win our division, so we had to go to a tough place in Green Bay, 6-degree weather, and play in that environment. We were right there in the fourth quarter. We had a chance to win that football game, and unfortunately, we didn't pull it out. Well, the next year, we got to play at home against the New York Giants. Obviously, we fell behind early. We fell behind big at halftime. We couldn't stop them. We couldn't string together drives. But I think there was a calmness about the entire team as to how we stayed together, how we stayed collectively prepared to go out and make a play. We knew that we couldn't overcome 24 points in one drive. We had to string together some drives. We had to go into the 2-minute no-huddle offense. We had to make some plays happen. And defensively, we had to make some plays, get some stops, get the ball back in our hands. So it was a collective team effort in being able to overcome that situation and win that football game. And I think just the calmness that we felt on the sideline. There was no sense of discouragement, no sense of disappointment in the sense of how we were going to fight back, how we were going to stay together and just get through it. And we managed to find a way to do that.
Talking to Jeff Garcia, nice enough to join us before the NFC Championship game as the Lions are going to take on the 49ers, 3:30 on Sunday. We'll have all the action here for you and a whole bunch of pregame stuff for you. What is the key in this game? Because the Lions are a really good football team. We know that. You know, they got 2 really good running backs. Offensive line's really good. Goff's had a hell of a year. I think it's going to be a really fun game to watch. Good weather, fast track. What do you see as being the key? Like, if the Niners win, what are they going to have to do?
Well, I think a couple things. I mean, both teams are very similar when it comes to running the football. They're both very productive in the running game, but they're also very productive in stopping the run. I mean, Detroit has done a great job all year long of keeping players under 100 yards, not giving up the big break touchdown, all those things. And the Niners are very similar in that way. I think what it comes down to is how how are we going to defend the pass? How are we going to get pressure on Goff? That's been the struggle the last couple weeks. The last week is getting pressure on the quarterback. We didn't do it against Green Bay. Got to find a way to fabricate pressure against Detroit and get Goff off his comfort spot. Get him off his zone. He's not a guy that is going to scramble. He can move. He's an athletic guy, but he's not going to take off and hurt you like obviously Lamar Jackson will. He's not that type of quarterback. He wants to get back in his drop. He wants to make his decision, get the ball out. The intermediate passing game is big for them. And that's one thing that the 49ers are going to have to do a great job of defending and also just finding ways to get pressure on the quarterback. Now, on the other side, Aiden Hutchinson's been doing a great job of getting after the quarterback. They've been doing a good job defensively of making plays, but I think they're also a team that can be exploited through the air. And I think with the weapons that the 49ers have, whether it's through the quick screens on the outside or the vertical passing game, playing horizontally as well as vertically creates a lot of problems for opposing defenses. And that's where I think their opportunities are going to come is in the passing game. And, you know, Brock's not a guy that holds on to the ball long. He's a rhythm passer. He gets back in his drop. He goes through his read. He finds his answer, and he gets the ball out of his hands. He's not going to hold on to it for long lengths of time. He's very precise in how he runs the offense, and that's going to be a key ingredient this week. And I think if they do that, get productivity through the air, don't give up the mistakes, avoid the poor decisions like last week, I think they're going to be just fine.
A few more minutes here with Jeff Garcia on the UMA guest line. Thoughts with Deebo back? We just got news Deebo is healthy. He's off the injury report. Well, they say it's a pain tolerance thing. He's not going to get more hurt, but he's not on the injury report. More confidence with him in the game?
Absolutely. I think anytime you have Deebo on the field, which is what I was saying prior to him even committing to this weekend, is that anytime he's on the field, the defense has to be aware of where he's at. And whether he's getting the ball or not getting the ball, he poses a threat, and that takes eyes away from the other weapons, Ayuk, Kittle, CMC. And so whether he was going to be healthy or not, I was just hoping that they would find a way to suit up Deebo. And if it means he runs in motion most of the game and doesn't touch the ball, he's going to cause issues of coverage, of just attention. And when you have a guy like that who is so good at creating an advantage on the field, especially when he does get the ball in his hands, you got to utilize that. And so it's good to hear that he will be playing, that he'll be back, and that's going to be a key ingredient for the Niners in their success, being able to run their offense at full capacity.
So I'm assuming you like the Niners this week?
I mean, I do. You know, I'm happy, so happy to see Detroit and the fans of Detroit have something to cheer about after decades of bad football, of non-playoff football, all the things that they have struggled with for so many years, and now they're getting to enjoy that. I just think that it's two football teams, two really good football teams coming together this weekend. Home field advantage to the 49ers. Goff, a hometown boy, coming back. Hey, a Marin Catholic boy right there. But I think the Niners are just too deep all around, better defensively altogether, and better balance on offense. And because of all of that, yeah, they're going to win the football game on Sunday.
And it just feels to me that, like, it's the Niners' time. Like, they've been knocking on the door and knocking on the door and knocking on the door. And I don't want to say Detroit hasn't paid their dues, but usually you take a few lumps along the way to a championship. And they've had such a great season and absolutely deserve to be here. Make no mistake about that. But it's rare you see a team go from, not making the playoffs to having a great run and then all of a sudden showing up in the Super Bowl, and I think that experience is going to show itself this weekend.
I agree. The 49ers have been to the NFC Championship game. What is it? This is the third year in a row, or at least they've been multiple times in the past 4 or 5 years. It's just one of those things where they're so, like you said, they're so ready to take it to the next level. They've been on the bad side of it, the discouragement side, just like last year in Philadelphia when they lost their quarterback early in the game and then played with the backup. They've, lost it in other ways. And then they've also been there. Hey, they've been to the Super Bowl back a few years ago when they went and played against Kansas City. So this is a team that has that experience. A lot of the players on this team have been in those games, and they know what it takes to win. They got the rust off of them last week. Hey, they battled through that and found a way to win, and now it's about putting a full game together and being the team that you know you're capable of being this weekend.
Yep.
Jeff, we appreciate the time, man. Jeff Garcia, the voice you hear on the Yuma guest line. Great to catch up with you. And are you going to be down there on Sunday?
I actually will. I
Nice,
will
dude.
be
All right, we'll see you
making
there.
a trip, so I'm excited about it.
Good
All
deal,
right,
man. We'll
you
see you at
guys
the
take
NFC
care.
Championship. Great stuff from
Okay.
Jeff
Thanks,
Garcia.
Jeff.
I appreciate it, man. Brock Purdy.
I appreciate it. Damn, he had a. Yeah, I feel like is he gone? He's gone, isn't he?
Let's wait a minute.
I think he's gone. I was going to tell him. I was going to go, damn, give your wife a medal.
I mean, dude.
Bringing 4 kids together in 4 years.
I mean,
Holy cow.
text line said it too. They were like 12, 13, 14, 15. And he was like, he was busy. He was busy around 07 to like 09 or whatever. The text. I was like, dude, you nailed it, man. I was like, the texter nailed it. And,
That's thank you.
Thank you.
That's clocking in right there. That's putting in work.
Putting in some hours, Busy man, dude, setting records for the Niners, and boy, what have 4 kids in high school at the exact same time. Maybe more impressively, 4 kids in college at the same time. That'll boy Jeff.
Paying for that college
Enjoy
bill.
that. By the way, I should let you know, we were talking about Jeff Garcia being down there at the 49er game against the Lions on Sunday. You want to be at the big game in Vegas? How about this? Fontainebleau, the Las Vegas's newest luxury resort and casino on the Las Vegas Strip. We want to send you there for the big game weekend. One winner is going to score a trip for 2 to Las Vegas, including airfare and a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas. $150 credit to spend at one of the 36 restaurants and bars, and 2 tickets to the Fontainebleau, Las Vegas big game viewing party at Blue Live Theater. Just listen weekdays for the national text keywords for your chance to win, and find the official rules at KNBR.com. The grand prize, again, a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, $150 food and beverage credit, airfare for 2, plus 2 tickets to the Fontainebleau, Las Vegas big game viewing party. You can be in town with us, hopefully if we all make it there, for the viewing party at the Blue Live Theater. And again, you just want to text the keyword. The keyword is win. Code word today is win to 95819, win, and that will enter you for a chance to win. You'll get a new code word each day. You want to text win to 95819 for your chance to win. All right, take a quick break. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We want to get back to your calls, your thoughts on the game. I want to get to your score predictions as well. We started to get to some of those. The text line and the phone lines were filling up. Fill them up. Let's get to your thoughts on the scores for this weekend's NFC Championship. And then we'll also talk a little AFC Championship preview, thoughts on the Chiefs and Ravens. Easy to stay in the moment for the Niners here. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. We're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Your call's next on The Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
$69.
Patrick Willis joined Pop on Lunch today to get his thoughts on the 49ers and the NFC Championship once again. That podcast and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. What is a staple of game day? Snacking. What's a staple of snacking? Chips and dips. Why? They're easy. Just rip open the bag, get your dip, and you are good to go. Now with Daisy, you can get the sour cream, you get the flavor packs, put it in there. That's one step too far, right? Yeah, you just get the French onion and ranch dip, crack them open. Boom, you're ready to go. You will not miss a snap. These things are fantastic. So, if you're thinking, what do I want today? It's game day. I want a snack. I want chips and dips. I want Daisy French onion and ranch dip. Everybody loves them. You're a Daisy if you do.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Friday afternoon. Had a good conversation there with Jeff Garcia. Ooh, it's a ska Friday, too. Nice of Tim to remember.
Oh.
I'm kidding, dude. He played it earlier. Sounds good. He
gets very hung up on the guests, though. He doesn't like ska before guests for some ridiculous reason.
What's the deal? What's the deal with that, Tim?
I'm not sure what the thinking is there.
Jeff Garcia doesn't like any ska? He's a man of fine taste.
Yeah.
And many children.
I don't know. I don't get it.
Dennis Renahan at 3:30 for your tips and picks for championship weekend. 3:50 Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Tim Ryan joins us at 4:30. And then, of course, Championship Harmony for her double banger coming up at 5:30. And then We'll have, how about this? No Kerry Crowley tonight. It'll be Greg Silver tonight. Greg Silver getting his first crack at a little sports phone KNBR. So
nice.
He'll get you ready for a championship weekend
brother.
from 6 until 9 p.m. And we'll get to your calls here momentarily. Just a thought from you,
Did he
Tom.
book his dad?
What's funny is I was giving Mike Silver some crap for it last week because I guess when Greg got scheduled and I talked to him about doing the show tonight, Mike said, "Oh, dude, let me know if you need any guests. Like, you want me to get you, I don't know, Diana Rossini," or he named a couple other like ESPN people. And I saw Mike in the press box last week. I was like, "What?" So all of a sudden, Mike's got contacts now. Now you want to help out, huh? What's the deal with this, huh? Mike Silver, great dude. He was good on with Papa and Lund earlier this week, and or did he join Murph and Mac? I think he joins Papa and Lund. Anyway, Murph and Marcus, excuse me.
Murph and Macus.
Murph and Macus. There you go. It's hard to run that one. Here we go. The stuff. Here we go. Let's back out to the phone lines here. Let's go to Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. Bob, you got a score prediction for us today?
Oh, yeah. I think the 49ers by 10. But I was going to respond to Tom's comment about the 49ers. It seems like Detroit needs to pay their dues.
No.
How they say, not so fast, my friend.
Yep.
Don't you remember in 81, the 49ers came from nowhere in Detroit to win it all?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not. It has happened before, but you look at the 90s. It even took the Niners to get by the Cowboys. Took them a couple cracks at it, even though they've won before. It took the Packers a couple cracks to get by the Cowboys once they got theirs, and the Niners once they got there. It just seems like that most off you go through and you suffer a little bit of a failure in the playoffs. And then you kind of build up those calluses, but no, I'm not saying it can't happen. It does happen, and it's not like it's that infrequent. But I just think there's something to go in there and having that experience to playing in these type of games. I do.
Right. Thanks, Tom. I hope you're right. I'm putting my money on.
Yeah, well, so
Good deal, Bob. Good luck with that, man.
So we're both going to be poor if it doesn't pan out.
All
three of us. All three of us. Yes. I mean, all three of us.
Well, how about the other one? How about the other game? Let's get into a little AFC side of things, dude. Chiefs and Ravens. What do you think of that game? Just your initial thoughts.
I think I'm going to go Ravens.
So I think I'm going there too.
It's so hard to go against Mahomes in the playoffs. Like last week, I bailed at the last minute, and I did go Mahomes in the playoffs. And I'm not sure if I was on the right side. I don't necessarily think I was on the wrong side because Mahomes moved the ball up and down the field. The Chiefs were great. Rice is getting better and better. Kelsey seems to be playoff Kelsey as well. And that defense has always been good. And don't underrate Pacheco. Pacheco's a really good running back. So it's a different type of team now that can really play some physical football. And they have Mahomes. It's really all you need to say is they have Mahomes. But I just think Baltimore is more complete. I think Andrews is supposed to be back this week, and I love their linebackers. I think Hamilton can do a decent enough job, if not a good job, on Kelsey. And I think it's their time. I think it's like Dave Lamar has kind of paid his dues, and he's had some rough postseason losses. But they might do what they did to the Bills, because I thought about the Bills, hey, it's your time. If you don't get it done now, when are you? And I'm thinking that about the Ravens, too. Like, hey, this is your time. You've had a hell of a year. If you don't get it done now, when are you going to get it done? And I think they will, but if Mahomes beats them, I will not have the shocked look on my face, because it's damn Patrick Mahomes, and the guy is incredible. So, but I'm going Ravens. I got both favorites this week.
I think that's where I'm going to, Ravens and the 49ers. Mark Andrews back for the Ravens.
Yep.
Joe Tooney back for the Chiefs. With Isaiah.
Tooney is back.
He is back.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me. He's out for the Chiefs. Pardon me. Out for the Chiefs. Isaiah Pacheco's questionable. My mistake.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Because I mentioned that during the hit with Dennis. I was like, I think Tooney's out.
Yeah, he's out.
That's a little bit of an issue, but it's almost like you could put us back there at offensive line, and you're like, yeah, those guys suck, but they have Mahomes. They have Mahomes. Like, Mahomes will figure it out.
Yeah.
Because Mahomes just figures it out. Mahomes figures it out. So, look, the Ravens, again, they have everything going for them. They're getting their tight end back. They have weapons that they never had before. Lamar Jackson's playing incredible. They ran the ball. Like, they led the league in rushing with Hill and Edwards. And you'd be like, what? You kidding me? It shows you how good their running game is. Oh, yeah, and how good Lamar Jackson is when he gets outside the pocket or just runs. And he's throwing the ball better. Monken's been a huge deal for their offense. And their defense, man, getting Roquan Smith was a massive deal. Because it wasn't that long ago they weren't a very good defense. They were like an overpriced defense. They were like living off the Ray Lewis and Suggs era, God, why am I missing the name of the safety that Ed Reed? That era that was like a dominant defense. They kind of lived off that for a while. It's like these guys ain't that good anymore. I hate to tell you, but they're not.
Suggs.
But Roquan Smith got there, and boy, it just seemed to. I mean, now they are a really good defense. So, yeah, I'm going to hate myself. I will. I'll hate myself when I take the Ravens and the Chiefs win or cover. I'm going to be like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know. And for those
God,
who don't know, if you're thinking about betting the Ravens, just know this. And it's part of the reason I took the Chiefs last week. But although I'm not doing it this week under similar circumstances, they are now 9-1-1 when Mahomes is an underdog. 9-1-1, and I think they are 8-3 straight up. Yeah, so it's like buyer beware on that one. Caveat emptor, but I'm with you. I'm going the birds.
It is funny. I sometimes will bet. I sometimes will bet the way you're talking. If I'm sort of split, where logically I think, yeah, I should take one side, but emotionally, not even emotionally. Like you're like, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't. Like, what am I thinking? If I took the Chiefs and they lose and I don't cover, I'll sleep fine. you know what I mean? I'm like, I'll be all right. That's okay.
Yes.
I lost with Mahomes. I went down with Mahomes.
You lost with Mahomes.
That's okay. If I fired Mahomes and I go down, I can live with that.
Yeah.
You were talking about the Ravens rush offense, though. I was just looking at Lamar Jackson's rushing numbers for this year as they've related to past years. 821, which is more than he had last season and the season before. However, fewer than his first MVP year. He went 1,200, then he went 1,000. But 821 this year in 16 games. Now, I should point out he did play fewer than 16 or 17 in each of the last 2 years. So his rate and his yards per attempt was actually down from last year and from 3 years ago, too. So he's not running as frequently, and he's not – I mean, he broke one big one against the 49ers, but you're right. They just have a great tandem. The AFC North is funny because both them and the Steelers have had the same brand forever. And it helps when you have the same coach, but it's also funny that the Steelers, beyond just this coach, have had that same brand forever. And the Ravens have done a great job of sort of mimicking that. But it's going to make for a fun matchup, and I think a really, really good one.
Really fun. There's a good case to be made, and I just thought about this. I haven't really thought about it a lot, so I can't even come up with any other players for you to add to this. But I was just thinking there's probably a case to be made that Lamar Jackson is like the most electrifying player in the history of the game. Like he's such a dynamic athlete, and he makes other great athletes.
Boy, that's a great question.
I mean, they just look like, you're on the JV team.
What about Barry Sanders? You had him the other day.
Barry Sanders,
Barry Sanders would be there.
Yes. He's definitely got to be in there. Absolutely.
I would throw Barry Sanders in there. I would throw. Jerry Rice has got to be up there, right?
Jerry Rice, yeah, I mean, he was great, but I don't know, like,
electric is different. I know what you mean.
Like, athletically electrifying, like
LT,
Lamar Jackson.
Tomlinson.
Like, yeah, I would say so.
He was
I would say so. But the thing is like, to be kind of in my mind, what I'm thinking about is it's like you're the best player on the varsity and you're practicing against JV. And you're just making everybody kind of look like little kids. And that's like Lamar Jackson, when he runs around and does the stuff he does, you're like, holy cow. Like, they can't tackle him. He's like so fast, so quick. He's bigger than you think he is. And you're just like, he's just on a different level. And then you stop and think, these are some of the greatest athletes in the world. And he makes them look like that. Like Barry, I would say Barry Sanders, definitely. Like, I never thought Jerry Rice was that guy that he just looked like he was playing against little kids. Although he's the greatest receiver of all time, dominant. But athletically, I never thought like he was so far
different.
above.
Calvin Johnson wasn't electric; he was just a freak. Like he was different. He wasn't electric. He was a freak.
Yeah.
So okay, I'll give you this. You said who? You said Lamar is on that list. My first thought before I even said Barry Sanders to you was Michael Vick.
Yes. Yeah.
I went quarterback immediately. I would say Michael Vick, and then I said Barry Sanders, and this isn't ranking. And then the other fourth guy, just off the top of my head, I would go Devin Hester. That'd be my fourth one.
Ooh,
he was
yeah.
because the impact of a kick return plus how he did it was insane. I mean, it was. He's the only kick returner maybe that would ever go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So
the thing about Lamar is he does everything that the guys you just mentioned, and I think those are like good calls.
Yeah.
He
does them all. Yeah, he does them all. He's huge.
Big, and he throws it.
Yeah, he's big and he throws it. I mean, it's like Ohtani. It's like arguing Ohtani almost a little bit. Yeah.
It's just wild watching. It's like, holy cow.
You play outside linebacker, Lamar? Because if you do, we're in business, dude.
Just a different level. It really is.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Your thoughts on the 49ers and the Lions, but really we want to know what's your score prediction for this one?
Pain. I knew that was coming.
My prediction, pain. Who, Mahomes? Mahomes is coming maybe in a Super Bowl? I don't want no has-been messing in my corner. All right, we'll go 49ers and the Lions. What is your score prediction? We'll be joined by Dennis Ranahan when we come on back, and we'll get you the tips and picks. And then Marcus Thompson, 350. Tim Ryan at 4:30. 5:30, Harmony joins us. But your score predictions at 808 KNBR only here on the Sports Leader.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes back with you for tips and picks with Dennis Ranahan here on a Friday afternoon. Tips and Picks is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, where every visit is a winning experience. Our conversation with Dennis Ranahan.
It is Friday, not just any Friday. It's Championship Friday as we get 2 football games, 2 magnificent championship games that should be really, really fun games to watch and fun games to break down. And we're going to do that right now with Dennis Ranahan of Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com as we dig into both games. Dennis, we only have 3 left. That's it. 3.
Yeah, 3 games left. I tell you what, it's this is really, as you just mentioned, a great pair of championship games, because if you look at the 4 teams, Detroit may be new to the party, but these are 4 teams that Detroit deserves to be here this year. they were still in the running up to the second last week of the season for the top seed in the conference. This is not a fluke. This is a real good Detroit team.
No doubt about it. All right, let's start. Let's go in chronological order. We'll start with the AFC game first, and I mean, just a great game. You get the who's going to be the MVP, Lamar Jackson, going up against a Hall of Famer already, and who knows where he's going to go down in history as a quarterback. He's already one of the best ever, and I think Baltimore's a more complete team. I think their defense is really good, but so is Kansas City's. They led the league in rushing, but Pacheco is no slouch. Baltimore has weapons now, and Rashee Rice is coming on, and Travis Kelce, since the playoffs have started, is coming on. Now I know they lost. I think it was Tony, the guard for Kansas City, which I'm sure doesn't help at all. And this is one I look at and I want to take Baltimore. I really do. But then I look at Mahomes and I think it's the playoffs. And we talked off air about the Buffalo-Kansas City game that looked like it was Buffalo's. It was going to be Buffalo's, but Mahomes just would not let him lose. He just would not let him lose. And that just worries me. It's like, I used to go against Brady all the time, and it turned out good sometimes, but it was never fun going against Brady. I feel the same way about Mahomes and that team and Andy Reid. I mean, two really good coaches, two well-coached teams. It's good. I'm probably going to go Baltimore, but boy, this one, I keep picturing Mahomes in my head, like leading a last-second drive or being down 10 and scoring a touchdown and losing by 3 at the end. The players on both sides. Yeah, the Ravens have a lot of great players. I mean, you look at it, Kyle Hamilton and Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen, Lamar Jackson. I mean, they got some really, really good players. And then I can go down the list, Jones and Mahomes and Kelce and McDuffie and Snead. How do you see this? Because this one's going to be – this one, if it wasn't Mahomes, I'd say, oh, yeah, it's Baltimore. But it is Mahomes.
Yeah, it's Mahomes, and I say Baltimore. You've got a situation here where Kansas City last week, I think, was very fortunate to beat Buffalo. They were outgained. They lost a turnover battle, and they still won the game. Then putting the Chiefs back on the road after what I think is a very fortunate win, second week on the road, and Baltimore, both the 49ers and Baltimore started slow last week. Baltimore was 10-10 in the first half. The 49ers led the Packers 7-6, and I think part of that reason is not only did they have a bye week, they were the two teams in the league to have a bye week and still have games to play. Oh, I love this play. I'll take the home team here, and now it's up to 4. I'll lay the 4. Yep. I'll take the Baltimore Ravens, giving the points, and I'm pretty sure this will be our top play of the week.
All right, let's get to the 49ers and the Lions. And I went back and looked at the Lions, and look, the Lions, you're right, they absolutely deserve to be here. But I think they might be getting a little too much respect in this game. And I think it could be close. Hell, I think they could win the game. But I went back and looked, and they've given up 300 yards passing, I think, in the last 5 games. I'm going to have to go double-check that. But Mullins hit him twice for 300 yards. Stafford hit him for close to 350. Baker hit him for well over 300 in that game. I mean, teams are moving the ball on them through the air. And I know there are some doubts. People might have some doubts about Purdy because of last week. But the more I looked at it, then he was way off. There is no doubt about that. And that offense did not look like the 49er offense that I'd seen the whole year. But they still scored 24 points. It wasn't like they scored 13. It wasn't like they scored 17. They scored 24 points. So they still managed to move the ball. Move the ball well enough to get 24. And I just can't imagine with a fast track in 70 degrees that offense isn't going to be able to move the ball through the air. If they don't score 28, I would be really surprised. I was surprised last week, but the rain, I think, hindered it. Deebo probably hindered it, and I give the Packers defense some credit too. But I just don't expect that to be the 49er offense we see here. Like, I don't have any doubts about Purdy. If it's raining, I might, but I don't, and it's not. The 49er run defense, however, is a little. That's where I get kind of cautious and think, well, you know what? They haven't been as good against the run this year as they have been in the past. And I know watching Detroit many times this year, they'd love to run the ball. Montgomery, Gibbs, it's a dynamic duo. Goff has been really good this year. So the worry is they're going to move the ball too. And if I take the Niners, the back door is always going to be open because I think the Lions are going to score some in this game. But I think the Niners will definitely score enough to cover that post. But I'm just not sure the defense is going to be able to hold Detroit in check. I like the Niners in this game. Can't say I love the Niners in this game. How do you see it?
Well, if it's a backdoor cover, Goff is going to have to complete a 21-point touchdown at the end because it's not that big a backdoor. I am so happy that people are second-guessing the Niners. You know, you go around town and people in San Francisco say, ooh, those Lions, I don't know, we looked horrible. I don't know about Purdy. Isn't it amazing that the knock on Purdy was, can he pull one out at the end? It's been so easy for him. Sure, he can win 43-20 every week, but can he pull one out? Then he pulls one out, and they go, oh, I don't know. He needed to pull that one out. You know, it's like, yeah, well, he did, you know, and he was having a horrible day. That game could have gone the other way against Green Bay had that interception gone the other way. He threw two balls right into Green Bay arms. And if they would have picked one or both of those, it could have been a different result. But I think that was the game they could have had the letdown in. As I said, with the 2 weeks off, essentially, with the bye week and not needing to play the last day of the regular season, I love the doubt that the 49ers are getting from the public right now. And so they'll also be the favorite in the Super Bowl if they make it by 1.5 points. I've got the advanced lines on potential Super Bowl matchups, and they would be favored if they played Baltimore by 1.5, and if they played Kansas City by 4. So that's a pretty good showing that there's a lot of respect for this 49er team. And as I say, I wanted to make sure we got Deebo Samuel back because he's a huge difference maker. And they didn't have him last week for the majority of the game. And I think that was part of he's his pretty safety, you know, outlet all the time. Even though he's a wide receiver, you think of that more as a back leaking out. But it's Deebo that he counts on, and he needs him. And so he's in there. And Detroit had a great season. They've won 5 straight against the spread, only lost 1 game out of their last 5. That was that one they got robbed up in Dallas. So, yeah, this is a worthy opponent, but it's also a worthy opponent that is in rarefied air. They may deserve it this year, but this is their first championship game since 1991. And they lost that one 41-10 to Washington. And I wouldn't be surprised to see, maybe that's a little too dramatic, but I'm looking for a 3-touchdown 49er victory here.
Let's enjoy these games, see if we can get both the favorites home heading into the Super Bowl. Have a fantastic...
You know, I'm a favorite player all the way, Tom. Always.
Yeah, you're always a favorite player. You're a big-time favorite player. Have a great weekend, Dennis.
Thanks a lot, Tom. You too.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, coming up more. Copes and Tolbert right here on The Sports Leader.
Last night's Warriors game was entertaining, but it was a tough loss, 134-133 at the hands of the Sacramento Kings. There's more on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8. The Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon, a Ska Friday, a Football Friday, and just got some picks on Tips and Picks, sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel from Dennis Ranahan there. And when we come on back a little bit later at 5:30, we'll talk to Harmony. We'll get Harmony in later, but Marcus Thompson will join us in just a few minutes here. Do have to remind everybody, tomorrow is the second event in the 2024 Giants and KNBR Fan Fest Tour event. Myself and Marcus Boucher will be down there from 4 to 7 in San Jose at San Pedro Square Market at 87 North San Pedro Street in San Jose. It'll be Tristan Beck, Kyle Harrison, Taylor Rogers, Casey Schmidt, Austin Slater, Pat Burrell, and new Giants bench coach Ryan Christensen on hand. We'll do some interviews, a lot of fan engagement stuff, a lot of interaction. Be fun. Get down there 4 to 7 tomorrow afternoon. Should be a nice evening. San Pedro Square, always great. And you can get more information at knbr.com/FanFest Tour. Totally free and open to the public. So come on by, say what's up, and say what's up to some Giants players as well. We talked to Pat Burrell the other day. That podcast is available on knbr.com. Before we connect with Marcus Thompson, why don't we go back out to the phone lines? Lewis has been waiting for a while. Lewis is out in Fresno. Lewis is looking to give us a 49er and Lions score. What's up, Lewis? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hi there. How you doing? Sorry if it's a little noisy.
No worries, man.
I'm in, I say San Francisco 33, Detroit 21.
How'd you get there?
I think the 49ers are going to return to the type of team we saw early in the season when they're blowing out people like 42-13, whatever. Detroit's a better team than those that they were playing. So I think Detroit's going to hold them back a little bit, and they're also going to be able to score a little bit. So that's my thought. I had one other thing I wanted to talk about. If you have time, if you want to, you don't have to. But you had Jeff Garcia on. It would have been neat to get his perspective on what it's like coming into a storied franchise. Purdy was the last guy drafted. Garcia was not drafted at all, following 2 Hall of Famers. Talk about pressure to perform. Nobody was expecting anything from Purdy. When Garoppolo went down, everyone said, season's over, forget it. But Garcia came in. He didn't have great luck right off the bat, but eventually he turned into a darn good quarterback.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Lewis. And it's funny because, he sort of talked about – I sort of got that vibe from him, Tom, when he was talking about his praise for Brock Purdy. He sort of waxed poetic. If anybody didn't hear the interview with Jeff Garcia about an hour ago, go check it out on the podcast page. But he talked a lot about Brock Purdy in that interview. Tom, you asked him about the hate, and he was like, not only do I not think he's not good, I think he's incredible, and talked about that skill set and what he's been able to do. But I sort of got that vibe too. Like, guys who play with a chip on their shoulder know what it takes and can kind of see some of those intangibles. Tom, you had to work hard to get to the league and stay in the league. You had to do things that were that you had to hone in on a skill or a craft or something that you did well. And I always thought guys who understood the game or were students of the game oftentimes became the best coaches because they had to work twice as hard to get half as far.
Good call, Lewis. But if you wanted that topic broached, all I can say is, where were you before the interview, Dip Bleep?
Where were you on that
help
one?
Us out a little bit, huh?
Yeah, come on, Lewis.
We can't go back in time. We don't have the hot tub time machine.
He's like, call him back, dude. Yeah, call him back.
Where were you on that one, Dip?
Thank you.
Yeah. We can't call him back. They could be working on Kid 6. Who knows? We've talked to him about that before, about the pressure, and I remember him saying that Bill Walsh meant a lot to him, and his confidence meant a lot to him, because I think Bill Walsh was the one that really wanted to bring him in, that thought he would be good in that
Jeff
system.
Garcia?
Yes, and that meant
he's a GM, right?
That meant a lot to him. So the fact that he was up in Canada at the time, so that meant a lot to him. But he said yes, absolutely, because this is always, no matter after I'm dead, a quarterback will come in here and they'll be like, it's never going to be like young Montana. Like, that's going to go on forever and ever. There is a standard for a quarterback here in the Bay Area, and that's just it. Whether you like it or not, whether it's fair or not, that's just the way it is. It's like that in Green Bay too. It's Rodgers and Favre, and they're going to always compare to Rodgers Favre. So
things will never be the same.
Either you can deal with it or you can't deal with it. But it is there. It is there, no doubt about it. Tim, I heard you. I'm not deaf. I'm blind. Okay.
Marcus Thompson joins us courtesy of the guest line.
What's up, Marcus?
He knew you were there, Marcus, that whole time. Yeah.
I was just like, yo, do you want me to call back? Is this a bad time?
It was 40 seconds. Suck it up.
I wasn't thinking that, actually. I was perfectly fine, but, you went off on Tim, so I was like, hey, let me join in.
Yeah.
Why not, right?
So, obviously, we're going to get to the Niners, but I know what everybody wants to know about the Warrior game last night, which, by the way, great game. I said, unbelievable game. We got cheated out of a finish. Whether they're going to miss a shot or make the shot, we got cheated out of a finish. All we got was a ball rolling toward half court at the end. It was like, that sums up the Warriors season right there. What did you think about the last call? Because I had no problem with it. Those players are vets. They've done that before. They know what they're doing. I trust those guys to make those decisions rather than let Mike Brown not only set his defense, sub in better defenders, and they understand what the Warriors are trying to do. Mike Brown was with Steve for a number of years, so I had no problem with that. If you were going to call a timeout, it probably would have been, as Steph said, when he realized the floor was so unbalanced and he had the ball at the top of half court, like kind of caught between the sideline and half court. If he would have wanted to call one there with like 6 seconds, that probably could have done, but if he hits Draymond, there's 3-on-2 on the weak side. They probably get a great shot, but that's kind of the way their season is going. But the decision itself, I had no problem with that. What about you?
I'm the 1,000% on the other side of this.
Are you really?
We don't often find ourselves
we don't
opposite, but I feel like I've seen enough this season a while ago to know that if you don't call a timeout, it's not ending well. Like, I already knew it. When Clay is bringing the ball, Clay got the rebound, is bringing the ball to the court, I'm like, timeout. There was nothing about that said championship, they know what they're doing. Like, he's dribbling, he's trying to find a safe place to get rid of the ball. He sees Kuminga, he gives it to Kuminga. Steph's got 2 guys chasing him. Like, nothing about it said, we've done this before. And that's how it's gone. To me, the fact that they've been in so many close games and this is still happening is more proof that you got to stop and take a timeout to say, hey, we're switching everything, or hey, we're not fouling, or hey, this is the play we want to run. And I absolutely 1,000% understand the philosophy Steve Kerr's talking about. There was a time where the Warriors in transition, Steph Curry's in transition, deadliest thing in basketball. That time is gone. It's been gone. Like, they don't know what to do half the time. And part of it is because the ending unit doesn't play together that much. The unit that's on the floor at the end of the games does not play together. Even this one, right? This was the Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, Clay, Steph. 32 minutes this year. So they don't have the feel of yesteryear. So to me, and especially in this game, because set defense or not, I don't care what Mike Brown's throwing out there. You already got 133 on them. It's not like they were stopping you before. Who you going to put in? Davion? Stephen Cook, Davion. Who you putting in? Who's going to be the defensive stopper? You can't be scared of Mike Brown. Get up, Steve Kerr. Don't be afraid of Mike Brown. What are you scared of Mike Brown for? That Kings defense ain't scary.
That's pretty sure that's not what he was saying.
It's not the streets.
What you got, Mike Brown?
Okay, let me say this then. I will counter that with this. They got to exactly what they wanted. High screen and roll with Steph and Draymond. And if Steph finds Draymond, they have exactly what they want. And maybe Draymond could have rolled a little bit more, got a little bit more deeper on the roll where Steph could have saw him cleaner. But I think Steph may have had it in his mind that, like, look, I'm not giving this ball up. This is going to be my last shot. We're going to win or lose with me. And I can't argue with Steph. I don't mind him having the ball. The problem was the Kings were saying, I don't care what you do, you're not getting off a good shot. We'll run 3 guys at you if we have to. And ultimately forced a turnover, which is, that's uncommon of Steph to lose the ball handling. He's one of the best ball handlers in the game. Maybe him and Kyrie are the 2 best ball handlers in the game. So I'm I get your argument that's the way this season is going.
Yeah, I think all of it is true. I think everything you're saying is absolutely right, except this year. Like, this is the one. This is the one exception. But like, if I'm trying to get to the bottom, like if I'm on the 5th floor, and I'm trying to get to the 1st floor, and I fall down the stairs, when I get to the bottom, do I say, "Well, I'm at the 1st floor"? Like, no, I'm like hurt. I'm hobbled. That's how they got there. But it was a complete mess when they got there. It was just discombobulated. They were in shambles. Like, that's, you know what Steph was thinking about? I guarantee you what he's thinking about. Remember last time he was in the situation to get the Kings? He turned the ball over. Yep. I bet you that's why he didn't throw the pass. I bet you that's why he's like, all right, let me get to him, make sure I got a clean angle. It's De'Aaron Fox. He's really good at deflecting. Like, all that stuff they're thinking about, because so much has gone wrong when they try to do it. To me, that's why I don't feel comfortable at all, and I'm automatically taking a timeout. Every time. Timeout. Like, I mean, if you look at the losses this year, I mean, they've got 10 of these things where it's like, what are you doing?
I don't want to look at the losses this year.
I like the Chet Holmgren foul. That's my favorite. That's maybe my favorite one.
Was that your favorite? Mine was Sacramento at Sacramento. That was my favorite, just throwing the ball away. That was my favorite.
Take your pick.
And then Draymond.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's like these are the guys who won 4 championships. That's what it's like. That's not this year. That's the past, but that's not been this year. So I just didn't feel comfortable at all. I knew they were going to lose that game. That's how I felt. They're going to find a way to blow this game because that's who they've been. So to me, their new mindset needs to be: we're not taking anything for granted. Everything will be under investigation. We're going to get a timeout and talk about everything. And part of it is because they're just not the unit that closes the game does not have the chemistry and feel that we're used to back in the past. Because remember that I watched the Houston series too. Remember Houston 2018 or 19? Boy, they ran that Steph Draymond pick and roll to death. I mean, it was every single time down, and they got a bucket every time down. It was like music. And then I watched this one last night. It was like, ooh. Like, I know why Steve felt that way, but man, they're a long way from that.
Yeah, well, I think we both know, maybe all of us know, that if they'd have called the timeout, they would have taken the ball out and thrown it away.
I mean, Jordan Poole's not here. I mean,
because that's the way this season's going.
Yeah.
It's exactly. I'm kind of becoming the mindset that, like, no matter what they do, that's just the way. That's like who they are right now. That's the season they're having. That's kind of the team they've become. And I may have said it last week, Marcus, or earlier this week. This is just, I mean, what we're seeing, it's a little jarring because it's Steph, it's Clay, it's Draymond, Steve Kerr coaching the team. But this is like the natural life cycle of a dynasty. Like, this is what happens when you want to keep all your players when they're past their prime, some more past than others. And I get it. They've made this franchise worth $4 billion or so. So you want to reward them. So I get that. But if you do that, this is what happens. It happened to the Giants when they kept all their players and paid their players. You get a little bit older and you're not as good, and people catch up to you and they figure you out. And then not only do they figure you out, they pass you because you're not the players you once were, and you try to do the same things you did and you can't do those. So it's just really, it's harder because we're close to it. But if we're on the outside, just kind of watching the Warriors occasionally and looking at them play, when they're on TV, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I get it. They were great. They were one of the best teams ever for about 5 years. But this is what happens when you keep players and you want to reward players and you want those players to be, icons, not only in the community but for your team, and have statues and all that kind of stuff. This is the price you pay, and I'm not mad at them for doing it. I'd want to do that too. I'd want to reward my guys, but this is, there's a price to pay, and this is it.
Where the correlation I think they were going for, because San Antonio was this way, where you
but they don't have Kawhi. They don't have Kawhi Leonard.
Thing. You gotta have the Kawhi. And if you want to do it like that, you gotta have the Kawhi. And to me, if there's anything that, like, the best thing that's coming out of the season, as like difficult as it's been, is like Kuminga might be becoming that guy. And if that's true, then it might all be worth it. If that's true, it might be worth the season of discombobulation, right, to get him to this point. But, like, that's the way you figure it out. You got to put some youngsters with these old heads, you know, and cook that way. But they just haven't had the youngsters who are ready at that point. So if Kuminga's ready, to me, it kind of changes the scope. Like, it'll never be what it was. I think that's kind of clear, right? Like, if you do get back to a championship, it's going to be because you rework some things. It won't just be, you know, run it back and eventually they'll click. I mean, they're pretty good. I mean, you're watching them play well against good teams and get to the moment. They're just not handling the moment well. So if Kuminga's, you know, looking like he looks, all right, I'm okay with that, especially if Joe's paying $400 million. You might as well. you might as well get something out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. By the way, I mean, we've been talking about this for a week and a half or so. That this is sort of the natural road of a dynasty. A great time to remind you the Dynasties by Marcus Thompson, the 10 GOAT teams that changed the NBA forever, is available in stores now. And based on the way this season's going, Marcus may have a second edition to write on the on the back end of the Warriors dynasty. Let's jump into the
Part
49ers.
Two, the end of dynasties. The end is right about the crash and burn of dynasties.
Dynasties too, still dynasting. We'll get into we'll leave that there. We'll come back to the Warriors next week maybe with you, but let's talk more 49er football, the NFC Championship. I want to ask you something that's not so related to the game. I was sort of aggravated by this. Where are you on the underdog? I mean, I know they're the underdog, the Lions, but sort of the blue collar, like the speeches that have been given and the waxing poetic about the type of city Detroit is relative to. I thought we were the S-hole out here. I thought California and San Francisco was like the worst place you could be in 2024, but now we're the gold standard, and they're the underdogs as a city and as a group of people. Where you come down on this sort of, I don't know. I said to Tom, it's the you die the hero or you live long enough to be the villain, the Dark Knight thing.
I mean, I feel you. I understand what you're saying, but I am from Oakland, so I understand. This is our whole life. We're basically Detroit. Like, so I get it. The odd part to me is I don't know what you look at when you see this 49ers team that makes you think like they're the ritzy ones. Like, they're probably as blue collar as it gets, right? Like, and as a matter of fact, if they win this game, it's gonna be because they prove to be more blue collar, more physical, more tough. Like, I know they've got stars, and that's probably what this is coming from, but I mean, I understand, and this means so much to Detroit. I like that. I was watching Barry Sanders. I feel it. I know what it's like to be the underdog. Like, that's kind of a spirit of a city. But, man, come on. You telling me George Kittle is wine and cheese? Like, you telling me Deebo is fancy? Like, these dudes will run through your face mask. So, like, yeah, it doesn't really fit. It just fits that San Francisco narrative. But I do agree with you, though, because when that Apex was out here, everybody was acting like they were in Skid Row or Gotham or something like that. It's so unbearable.
I was like, yes. Like it was Gotham, dude. That's how they treat us. I was like, yeah, but we don't have a Batman, do we? The Marcus Thompson with us on the Uma guest line. I wanted to ask, because you brought up Barry Sanders. Tom sort of threw this out earlier because we were talking Lamar and the AFC Championship, and he said, like, Lamar is in the argument or in the debate for the most, and the term is electric, the most electric player in NFL history. And immediately the player that came to mind for me was Michael Vick. And then we ran off a couple. I put Barry Sanders on there. We put Michael Vick on there. We said Lamar. And then I said Devin Hester was the other one I threw out. Where do you come down on that list?
Calm down, Devin Hester.
You don't think he was electric?
I mean, he was, but like
as a kick returner,
he had like 3 touches a game. Like, there's only so much electricity from that.
Didn't he start a Super Bowl with him?
You put Desmond Howard in there too?
No, I didn't put Desmond Howard in there. Desmond Howard's not a borderline Hall of Famer.
You know who I'm going with? I'm going with Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson was electric for a much different way, but it was still, like, amazing to watch. Deion Sanders, absolutely electric. And from the you youngsters may not know about this, but Walter Payton. Walter Payton was just fascinating to watch. There you go. Now, are you gonna put Devin Hester with that?
No, I didn't put him with that. I just said it first. You can't say it
I
after.
wouldn't even put Deion Sanders in there.
You can't say it after and say I put him with yours. That's not how this goes. I asked your opinion. Give me something you come to mind. You crush me. The hell out of here.
Yours off.
The hell out of here, dude. How about I'm trying to think of other quarterbacks like Warren Moon. Would you put him on there?
Randall Cunningham.
Cunningham. There you go. That's what I'm looking at. Cunningham.
Yeah, I mean, the not knowing what's about to happen part of it, like I felt like Brett Favre was electric, but it could go bad, right? Like he could throw 3 picks. Like to me, that was electrifying, but you knew something great could happen. But yeah, as far as like with the ball in your hands doing crazy stuff, to me, Michael Vick captivated me in a way, and maybe because the time it happened and we hadn't seen it before. You just never seen anything like that before. Like you just didn't. It was unbelievable. Like to the point. Remember those Powerade commercials where you kind of was like, "Is that real? No, it can't be real." But is it? It might be, right? Where he's throwing the football out the stadium. Like you had to think about it. It's like, that can't be real. But that's kind of like the imaginative part of it. I do feel like Lamar Jackson is from that ilk where you just something incredible might happen. You just don't know. I do, this is my era, right? I'm old school, so don't judge me at all. But was it Terrell Owens like that?
I think he was more because he was so physical. Like I was thinking, if I was going to have a receiver that was electric, Randy Moss would have been the guy. Because he did stuff that was just dumb. Although it's hard for me to put a guy in that category of like electric. When you'd catch a 15-yard slant, then you'd slide in the middle of the field because you didn't want to get hit. And that's not very electric at all.
Yeah, but he could do the whole break loose, and it's like 7 strides. He's in the end zone.
Yeah, but his catches. There's a reason there's a "You Got Moss" saying out there.
Yeah,
I mean, that guy was like awesome. Like he was, and I guess it's so different because you think electric, it can be taken in different ways. But the thing I said about like Lamar Jackson, Michael Vick, those guys, it was like you're watching the best player on varsity practice against JV.
Yeah,
and
no question.
Those are great. These are great athletes in the NFL, but they kind of make them look like that sometimes. You're like, man, when you can do that to these incredible athletes, you're just on you're on a different plane. And then there's a few guys that are on that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, from that vein, those are the guys where you look like they're adults and the rest are like teenagers. You know who's like that? Just the way they all like when you watch a corner playing them is Tyreek Hill. It's like they give that dude so much cushion.
Good call.
Where it's just like, he's cooking you and then he's throwing up the peace sign. Remember who was the guy who was a track guy, but he wasn't that great of a receiver, but he ran track, played for the 49ers.
Ronaldo Nehemiah.
Yeah. He wasn't that good, but it was fascinating watching people try to deal with speed and elusiveness. Like, even the best athletes are like, what do you do with this? Like, I don't know what to do with this. What's going to happen? Tyreek Hill has that where it's like, I'm going to give this dude a 7-yard cushion because, like, he's so fast, there's nothing you can do about it. Lamar, like, I know, I get what you're saying now. Now I get the picture. That's definitely Lamar, Michael Vick, where even the great athletes kind of look a step slower because of them. That's another level of speed. I'll still put Walter Payton on there, though. Not Devin Hester.
Sweetness.
No,
dude, it's just stop it. Knock it off. Stop. Mind your own business. You have your list. I have my list. I didn't bother with your list. I didn't care. I started talking to Tim once you started talking. I'm talking to Marcus Thompson here on the guest line. I was like, Tim, what are we doing after this? Where are we getting beers? Let me ask you this though, because in terms of this game, like this game, potency wise for electricity, what we're talking about, there's a lot of it. I think Deebo Samuel has that. Christian McCaffrey has that. They've got the explosiveness, of course, from Niners have big explosive play potential. You've also got guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown, Gibbs. I love the rhythm and bruise backfield for the Lions. So if you were to rank like the top 5 electricity players in this game across the board, regardless of team, how many end up on the 49ers and how many are on the Lions?
2 on the 49ers, 3 on the Niners. I'm sorry, 2 on the 49ers.
So all 5 49ers? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
2 on the so which 3? Give me your order.
I'm going with Gibbs.
Well, he's not 1. I'm just saying for the Lions too. Okay.
Oh, for the Lions, yeah. I mean, I like St. Brown.
Amon-Ra.
Okay.
Yeah, no, maybe just 2.
So who are your 3 for the Niners?
Deebo, Christian McCaffrey.
Yep.
Trent Williams on a sweep.
You gotta let you stop it. I would go 4-1.
What? Really?
I would. I would go McCaffrey. I would go Deebo. I would go Ayuk, and I would go Kittle, and then I would go not in that order, but then I'd take Amon-Ra from the Lions. I don't have Gibbs or Laporta above any of the skill positions on the Niners.
I gotta go with Gibbs. I mean, he's gonna be a problem. I do think he's gonna be a problem.
Agreed.
He's gonna have a good game, but yeah, Ayuk, is he that type of guy? It feels like his yards after catch, he's not really that. Like he gets open, he runs great routes, he makes great catches, but he doesn't do the electrifying thing. Even though he's a great number 1 receiver. I feel like I could go with you with Kittle because he just might run somebody over.
Exactly.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, I don't know. I'm putting Gibbs on there. It's got to be Gibbs. It's got to be Amon-Ra and Deebo, Christian McCaffrey. And don't sleep. Matter of fact, I'm going Brock Purdy scrambling for a first down. What? You see Brock Purdy run with that?
2 of them. 2 of them.
That cyclone gets going.
Yeah.
That Iowa State cyclone gets moving. It's over. What can you do? He'll get 9 yards out of 10. Let's go.
All right. Marcus Thompson thinks that.
I mean, you said Devin Hester, so I could say.
Well, and then you put Brendan Ayuk as just as electric. It sounds like. So Marcus.
I know, right? I did.
Marcus Thompson. We'll talk to you
Wayne
next.
Corbett too.
Wayne, thank you.
Just for the heck of it.
All right. B. Lloyd is in there. All right. We'll talk to you next week, Marcus.
All right.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Talk to him each and every week. Great stuff. Always fun catching up with Marcus. You can check all that out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app if you missed any of that. We'll catch up with Tim Ryan at 4:30. Harmony's going to join us at 5:30 to give us her double banger for the NFC Championship. And when we come on back, a little bit on the defense. We asked, or one of our listeners or callers asked earlier, who needs to come through bigger, Brock Purdy or the D-line? Tom pretty soundly said the defensive line. What does Nick Bosa need to do tomorrow? On Sunday, excuse me. We'll talk about that next. Tolbert and Copes with you, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. San Mateo's Sports Leader.
Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed how the Packers viewed Brock Purdy as the 49ers' weak link last week. There's more on that podcast trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Beer doesn't really do it for me right now. Yeah, maybe something else, but.
What?
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday. NFC Championship coming your way Sunday. 11 a.m. pregame only here on the Sports Leader. That was Nick Bosa saying he doesn't drink beer, Tom.
That's too bad, but more for me. I'm going to give you a look at a really, really cool can that I will definitely be having this weekend, but you'll enjoy the football
West Coast offense from
here.
Sellermaker. I like that.
Yeah.
Is that Jimmy G under
cool.
center?
I don't know.
I think
If
it's a
it is-
16. It might be a 16, not a 10.
Ooh, it is.
It might be a Montana because it's West Coast
It
offense.
is a
It must be.
Montana. Absolutely, I didn't even really look at the numbers.
Look at that. Sellermaker knows what they're doing.
Look at
Putting an accurate can. Accurate
An
depiction.
Accurate can. Fine. I don't even look to see who they're playing. Looks like they might be playing. Is that the Cowboys? Maybe I'm not sure.
Well, they're playing the Lions this Sunday in the NFC Championship. Pregame 11
Yes, they
a.m.
are.
right here on the Sports Leader. Nick Bosa hasn't had a sack in the playoffs since the 2021 NFC Championship. I thought that was kind of a funny thing when I started saying it last week, and then I thought, but they've been in the NFC Championship every year since then, so why is it not significant to say they've played many playoff games? They're, by the way, 6-0. The Niners are at home in their last 6 playoff games. That's a franchise record. Have not ever lost a playoff game at Levi Stadium. Are we still? I guess what I'm thinking more about is the season Nick Bosa had. He had a pretty good stretch there in the middle of the season where it seemed like he got up to speed after the holdout and after he got the contract where he got, and for him it's a science. It's like an exact science. He's doing the timing and, tenths of second explosive get-offs and all that stuff. So I sort of anticipate next year will be a more to Nick Bosa return to statistical form just based on the offseason, and we'll see what happens this year. But it was a long season last year. He didn't have the normal offseason in terms of reps with the team. At any point, I don't think I've lost any faith in what he's able to do. His presence changes the game, and his skill set changes the game. But where are you on his impact as of late?
No, I think his impact is always big. It's a little like we talk about Steph Curry just being out on the court makes everybody else's job easier. Him being out there makes everybody else's job easier because of the attention you have to pay to him. Because if you don't, he's going to wreck you. And it's the same with Steph. Of course you're going to pay attention to Steph, but if you don't, he'll wreck you. He might wreck you if you pay attention to him. But those type of players are of value even when they're not scoring or on the court, because we always talk about Steph's gravity, how he pulls people toward him. Well, Bosa has that same type of gravity on the line, is that people have to gravitate toward him, and it opens stuff up for other players. So I don't doubt that he grades out really, really well. I don't doubt that at all, because he's really good against the run as well. He doesn't really have a weakness, so he hasn't been able to put up the numbers that he put up last year. And it's not always just about the sacks. Like, I'd rather have a guy that has 2 sacks and 100 pressures than 20 sacks and then 25 pressures. So you only got 5 more pressures other than the sacks.
We had 5 hits last week, 5 QB hits.
You're making a bigger impact doing the other thing, but we see the sacks. That's what we see. So no, I don't doubt his value at all, and I think you're right. I think we are going to see next year. We'll see the numbers, so he'll get paid off with the numbers. But yeah, he makes it go. I think he makes it go up front, and that's why I say he's indispensable, because when he's out there, he just makes everybody else's job a little easier because of the attention you have to pay to him.
Has the D-line in your mind it's comprised of a starting D-line. I know Armstead's been out he was for the last 4 or 5 games or something prior to the divisional round last week. Has it underachieved? Or when healthy, do you think, as it's been comprised since Chase Young, it's lived up to form? It's tough to say because of the Armstead exit, but even with those 3 guys, I feel like it should have held up better than it did. And it's maybe I'm making something out of nothing here.
Well, no, I think we talked a little bit about it yesterday. I think it's because our expectations of them are so high.
They should
if our expectations weren't that high, you're right, they should be. Because again, I say it all the time, and at the risk of being redundant here, that's the backbone of the team. draft picks, free agency, money. I mean, they put a lot of resources into that line. It's supposed to be like the core of this team. And it just, the defense hasn't been what the defense has been. And partly because the defensive line hasn't been what the defensive line has been. There's no question the offense is, like, when you think of the Niners now, you think offense now. You thought defense for a few years there, and rightfully so, but for the most part, all of this year has been about offense. So it's not that they're bad. They're not. It's just that they're not what I think, and I don't know, maybe my expectations are too high. I don't think they are, because I look at the talent. Bosa, stud. Hargrave, stud. Armstead, stud. Chase Young, stud. And, Chase Young may not be the guy that we expected coming out of Ohio State, but he's still pretty good, and he is playing good for Washington this year. So, you look across the line, and you should be going, no weakness, no weakness, no weakness, no weakness. And again, it just doesn't quite add up, because you got two of the best linebackers in the game right behind them cleaning things up. So I don't, it's not, it hasn't been like, when you look at that talent, you just think that, good luck. Good luck scoring against those guys. That really hasn't been the case this year, good luck scoring against those guys, because teams have scored against those guys. And there have been teams that have moved the ball on them that you just wouldn't expect to move the ball on them. So, I don't know. I know they're capable. I know they have the talent. There's no doubt about it. But it just hasn't quite. It is. I mean, it's hard to kind of verbalize it, because it's just not quite what you'd hoped it would be. Like, just a nasty ass dominant defense. Good. But certainly I wouldn't call him dominant, not at all.
Let's hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say if he's worried about the lack of sacks. And again, you said it, Tom, pressures and sacks. I mean, they can sometimes be the same thing. Obviously, a sack means you've pinned them deep. They've lost yardage on that, and you've hit the quarterback, which is always a positive thing for the defense. Kyle Shanahan, are you worried about the lack of sacks from 49er pass rushers?
No. I don't go in there and say, look at these millions, look at the 0 sacks. This isn't acceptable. I go in there and I look at how we won, how it came. No, if you got a 4-man rush and people are chipping every time and the back's staying in to help, which means you have 8 guys in protection, there's 1 quarterback, there's 2 guys out on a route and 7 guys in coverage, probably not going to give me any sacks. But I don't think you're going to give me any points either. So there's a balance out to it. Yeah, we want more sacks, definitely. But how are guys going to play us? How are we going to do it? And I liked how our D-line played.
I mean, that's a good point, that if the defensive line is forcing 1 more or 2 more guys into the protection, and it's limiting the guys that you can send out in routes, that makes sense. But, it seemed like most times the Packers were sending 3 and 4 guys out in routes last week, and Love had time to get off the pass. But it was pretty funny saying, don't look at the zeros at the end and go, where are your sacks, man? You kidding me?
No.
No.
You see these zeros? You see these sacks?
We don't do that. I guess, look, bottom line is this. They're in the NFC Championship game. So you got to have a good defense to get to the NFC Championship game. And they have had a good defense this year. And no one would argue that. It's just, I guess I expected it to be a defense where it was like a Browns type defense, or even a Ravens type defense. Like it just hasn't felt that way. And again, that's not scientific. That's just a feeling you get watching the games. Like, I'd have to go back and watch them all again, look at them. I could look at them right here, but I don't. The feeling I got overall this year was it wasn't as dominant as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Again, it wasn't bad, just wasn't dominant. Like, the offense was dominant. The offense was like up and down the field on most teams. Just whoop, 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 whoop. That thing is it was humming this year. So, I don't know what that was.
I'll say I didn't think so. Let's talk to Tim Ryan about this.
Ferdinand Karangadan.
Let's ask him about the defensive pressures. No, what Kyle Shanahan had to say there. That was a pretty funny line there from Kyle. Like, no, I don't show you the zeros, and I say, where are the sacks? Because
no,
you're making X number of dollars.
No.
Tim Ryan joins us when we come on back, and then in about an hour, we'll talk to Harmony for her double banger before the NFC Championship. Niners and the Lions for the NFC title. We'll have it right here for you. Pregame at 11, kickoff at 3:30, and our next guest, Tim Ryan, will be on the call. We'll talk to him next on the Sports Leader.
He has it away, and this one going right toward the left upright is no good.
That's our next guest, Tim Ryan. He'll be on the call on Sunday for the NFC Championship. Niners and the Lions. We'll have pregame for you at 11 a.m., and then we'll hand it over to Tim and Greg right about 2 o'clock, who will take you the rest of the way. Tim Ryan joins us on the UMA guest line. Tim, that was me and you screaming. I think everybody in the stadium felt that on the missed field goal last week. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. No cheering in the press box. Come on, man.
Oh, did you think I was sitting in the press box, dude, for that game? I was stressed out of my mind.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I was clearly sitting in the press box. I could care less.
I think you were standing in the press box.
What a huge play that was, man. In the 3rd and 8 before that to force that. And I don't want to hear ever again that they didn't deserve to win that game. They deserved every bit of winning that game. And sometimes you got to win ugly. That was a grinder. They moved on.
So we're focused big time now, especially today on the game on Sunday, as we expect the Niners and the Lions to be. Tell us about the matchup for you in this one that stands out. We've talked to a lot of people throughout the week, but, I mean, it seems to me like it could be a pretty good game. The Lions are a damn good team, and Niners need to play better than they did last week, at least to start.
Yeah, and I think they will on offense. There's no doubt Rust was part of that game, and I underestimated, Brock not playing for as long as he did, and without question, the weather was a factor in that game. So no room for Russ in this one, and they got to have that bumper buffed out for 4 quarters. And I think they're going to. I like the matchup against their defense. When you look at them on defense, Cope, and you watch the tape, they get after it. They're aggressive. They're heavy blitz. And at times don't have the ability to really cover it up on the back end. And they've had some challenges at corner. They lost Emmanuel Mosley, obviously, very early lost Jerry Jacobs. Kendall Vildor, one of their starting corners, he'll wear 29 in the game on Sunday. He didn't played for the Bears. He became a starter week 17. They can get after these corners. They can get after these linebackers. They're very aggressive. So, I like the passing game matchup against these guys, especially if they decide they want to play a lot of man coverage. They have been vulnerable to explosive plays. They give up more explosive plays than any team in pro football. And they're playing good defense, and they've done a pretty good job of keeping people off the scoreboard, only giving up 23 points a game. But Baker Mayfield, and they had the 2 picks, and that ended up being the difference, a lot like the 49er game. Baker Mayfield with a bunch of yards. The week before that, Matthew Stafford with a bunch of yards. So I can see Brock having a nice day. They got to be able to run it. I think they can. Get a Lee McNeil blocked on the inside. He's a tough matchup for Brendel and the guards. But I'm a big fan of Feliciano, as you know, and Brendel and how those guys are playing inside. So I like the matchup. And then defensively, I think it's going to be a handful against Jared Goff and that balanced attack that Ben Johnson brings to the table. And, they play a lot like the 49ers in terms of their mentality, their mindset. They want to run it. They want to beat you up at the line of scrimmage. They're, a 30 time a game running outfit with 2 backs, one that's really good between the tackles, and David Montgomery, nasty demeanor watching him on tape, lowers his pads, wants to hit people. And, it used to be you were a zone team or a power team, and which means, when you're blocking zone, 5 guys together on a track and you just block as a unit. Gap power stuff is more the down blocks, man blocking, and pullers. A lot like the 49ers, they do both, and they do both very well with Penei Sewell, the right tackle, running out there and leading the way on a lot of those power O's and counter O's. Having said that, they are down their left guard in Jonah Jackson, so they'll have a replacement player, Awasika, out there for him, and he's played some this year. But I like that matchup for Hargrave. Glasgow, the other guard, has been around for a long time. Watching him on tape, I like that matchup for Armstead, who played pretty well last week in his first game back. So it's about Montgomery in between the tackles and Jahmyr Gibbs, and he's run a little better in between the tackles. You saw the long touchdown against the Bucs, but they want to get him on the edges, get him in space with all those powers and counters, and that's been a challenge for the 49ers at times throughout the year. Cleveland comes to mind, obviously, and then the game last week against the Packers. So talked to Fred Warner this week. I think they'll get that stuff cleaned up, just working some different alignments. The key to defense is anticipating by formation down and distance when it's coming. But they're going to have to get physical with Gibbs. The guy can make a house call in a heartbeat. And then when you talk about the passing game, the whole key against Jared Goff, who's had a terrific year, is you got to make it dirty. And when I say that, the rush and the coverage has to work together. So mix and match coverages. I think, Coach Wilkes has done a good job of that, and I think he'll do a better job and maybe see some more of it this week against Goff. Because if he knows what you're in, and it's a clean look for him and he can get to his first read, whether it's Amon-Ra St. Brown or Laporta or any of them, Gibbs out of the backfield, it's on time and it's accurate, and they're all tough to handle in space when they're getting yards after the catch. So mix and match the coverage, make it cloudy for him, get him thinking a little bit, and then the rush will have a chance to get home. And I love the rush up the middle. And if you can bring gut pressure and get Goff just hesitating and hitching for a second and get some pressure up inside, now you're cooking with gas. Now he's going to give you an opportunity to, and he'll make some mistakes. It's like most quarterbacks. And also like the 49ers, they do a lot of 5-man protection. This is going to be the first game that I can remember where an offense is, and unless they change things up, and I don't anticipate them doing it, they love getting 5 guys out in the pattern. They do not chip protect a lot with the tight end or the running back. Will at times if they anticipate a pressure. But if they think it's a 4-man rush, they think their 5 can block your 4. And I can't wait to see Nick Bosa get more than one one-on-one opportunity, because I think he can beat both of these tackles.
I wanted to get your perspective on this, Tim, as a man that knows the defensive line. I've been trying to verbalize it, and I'm not sure if I'm doing a great job of it, because I think the defensive line this year has kind of left me wanting as far as what I thought they would be and what they've done. And I'm trying to say that what I've been trying to verbalize is they're very good. They're one of the best defensive lines in the game. But when I look at them, and I've seen them before, I just maybe my expectations are too high, because I just don't think they've been as dominant as I expected them to be. You tell me, are the expectations too high? Should they be there?
No,
have they been?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I think you're right to have those expectations based on what you've seen in the past from these guys. But I will say that a big part of it is the way offenses play the 49ers defense. They know what the expectations are. They know where the bar is. They know the caliber of players that the 49ers stack across the front, especially when it's the alpha turbo pass rush unit with those four big dogs working up front. So the ball is coming out quick. There is max protection a lot. And, when you're in max protection, and I told you guys, and a lot of times Nick is getting not just two, but three players when they turn the protection that way and chip them. And then on the inside, Hargrave's been getting a lot of the center turning his way. The problem has been the guys that when they're one-on-one, and Chase Young has been here half the season. He's still trying to get it figured out, and he's not a great guy in terms of he's got an arsenal of pass rush moves, and he's going to beat you in 2 seconds with a rip or a counter. When you turn on the Dallas Cowboys and you watch Micah Parsons, you're like, oh my God. Well, that's just a different kind of rusher, and obviously with his speed and what he's able to do, the 49ers aren't built that way. They're built with technicians and guys that can work pass rush moves. In particular, Bosa, Armstead, and Javon Hargrave. So, with Bosa being out, with Armstead being out for a good portion of the year since the Philadelphia game, it hasn't been good enough. They've played, quarterbacks that have challenged them in terms of either there's a fear of them running north and south. So guys have been bull rushing, mush rushing. So I think it's a bunch of different things where it hasn't been a highlight reel with the pass rush. But I think there's going to be an opportunity for that on Sunday against these guys, because again, they will try to block year 4 with their 5. And if I see that opportunity and then, they're still not getting home, then I think there's going to be a problem. But the way that I've seen it, Tommy, most of the year is it's an impact group, because it changes how teams play the 49ers. It's max protect, or it's get the ball out in 2 seconds, fast pass, period.
What about to me, the key is, and you're right, I'm totally right about that, and I can't wait to watch that matchup, because that could be the matchup of the game. They're 5 against the Niners 4. But my worry is that with Gibbs and Montgomery, they're going to be able to run the ball early in the game consistently, like Jones did last game in the first half, and picking up 4 or 5 yard chunks, and then you get the play action comes into play. And they've had issues with that throughout the season, the ability to kind of stop the run. What do you think about what about that matchup? Kind of instead of the pass, the run stopping ability of the front 7 or front 6, I guess, against Gibbs, Montgomery, and that offensive line.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to run it. They will run it. It's what Dan Campbell wants to do. And it's Montgomery between the tackles, and it's Gibbs on the edges. Again, I think anticipating what's coming in terms of, some of those pin and pulls and perimeter runs. And look, I mean, Aaron Jones had the burst run, the 50-plus yarder the other day. If Logan Ryan makes that tackle or just makes him stop and slow down in his run fit, it looks completely different. So again, as bad as it looked, it would have been an 8-yard run if the safety just fills and Logan's able to make that tackle. And obviously, you can't be perfect every game. But I like the matchup. I think, again, when you look at the guards that I talked about earlier, there is no reason why Armstead can't hold up and dominate in there. There's no reason why Bosa and Chase Young, when these tight ends, which are a big part of their package, and they've lost their best blocker in Brock Wright, when they try to block with Laporta, Ferkser, or even if Ertz gets a uniform, Bosa and Chase Young should dominate the edges on those guys. Then it's about linebackers triggering fast, getting downhill, and again, a big part of that's anticipation based on what they're looking at, formation, in down and distance, and I have a feeling they're going to be fine on Sunday evening, come 3:30 Pacific time. And I think it's going to turn into a game where, and again, I think many times if you've watched the 49ers this year, like all of the listeners have, their run defense is a lot of time predicated on offensive production by the 49er offense. Yeah. And I anticipate a productive game on the scoreboard, and they get out to a 14-point lead. Now it's a different game in terms of the Lions staying committed to the rush attack.
Yeah.
Tim, we're all looking forward to it. I think we all have nerves. We all got some PTSD from last year, but we're all stoked that it's at home. And Niners and the Lions, Sunday 3:30 kickoff. We'll have pregame for you at 11. And by the time that game is over, we'll know both teams who are headed to Las Vegas. We'll see you on Sunday, Tim.
Can't wait, you guys. Enjoy the game. It's been a great year. Let's keep it rolling.
Appreciate you, man.
Great call,
Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday with Greg Papa right here on The Sports Leader starting at 11 a.m. with the pregame broadcast. We're still going to catch up with Harmony a little bit later and get our double banger picks for the NFC and AFC championship games. But when we come on back, why don't we get into those last two championship losses for the 49ers? They lose to the Rams. They lose to the Eagles last year. We'll talk about how both of those went down. However, both of those happened on the road. Niners, last time they hosted an NFC championship against the Packers, found themselves in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes. We'll talk about that next, only here on The Sports Leader. Update on Deebo's status? He's going to play. Kyle Shanahan says he is not on this week's injury report. Deebo Samuel just dealing with a pain-tolerant situation. He is a full go for Sunday against the Lions. More on that trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Now we know everybody's house is probably a little bit different, but we all have one thing in common. We all want fast, reliable Wi-Fi that has great coverage. But everybody probably has a spot or two in their house that doesn't get the best Wi-Fi coverage. That ain't gonna work. So what to do? You can check out wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get that, everyone's taken care of no matter where you are in the house. Like I said, whether you're on your phone, tablet, TV, everyone just wants to do their thing. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, that's what everybody is able to do. Period. It's just that simple. All you have to do is get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your entire home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable and has great coverage throughout the entirety of your home. You want Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Josh Johnson, the backup quarterback, is in. Brock Purdy was warming up, Greg, and then it looks like he's saying here that he can't throw. He can't do it. Aaron told us about the wrist injury on that sack by Reddick. Oh, my goodness, what a turn of events.
Garoppolo back. Garoppolo now pressured. Spins out to his left. Garoppolo gets sacked. Threw it out. And it's intercepted. He threw it up in the air to JaMycal Hasty to avoid the sack. And the ball got intercepted. The Rams take over on the INT. It is linebacker Traven Howard that intercepts Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow, what a critical error.
I'd say, and that was the last time we saw Jimmy Garoppolo, but it wasn't. We thought it was the last time we were going to see Jimmy Garoppolo, and then he showed back up, and then he got hurt again, and we didn't see Jimmy much more after that till he showed up in a Raider uniform in Vegas, where the 49ers hope to end up in a couple of weeks. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on a Friday evening of NFC and AFC Championship weekend. Niners, if they were to lose on Sunday, would be the first team since the Eagles did it under Andy Reid to lose 3 consecutive NFC Championship games. It's not a good group.
No. I asked Tim if he was trying to get mugged. He's like trying to put together the 49ers low-light reel. Like we have not quite as extensive as the Giants low-light reel.
I mean, the Giants low-light reel is painful.
That we put together a number of years ago. That was it's fun now to play because they've already won 3 championships. But,
it wasn't fun for them.
Back before they won championships, people were not thrilled to hear that for about a minute and 15 seconds.
What kind of music I bet you didn't cut it to ska, though, the way Tim cut that one to ska.
We did not cut it to ska. We did not cut it to ska.
You kind of mess with your emotions because you were like, but I'm kind of...
Yeah, it's ska. You're like, woohoo, here we go. This sucks.
Swinging a fly ball to right.
Tim, what are you
moving
doing?
over, slowing down near the line. He makes the catch. Dropped it. He dropped it. It's a fair ball. Unbelievable. And Conine, who wasn't running hard, is at first. Unbelievable. So you think maybe the player took the offense out on the field to play defense.
Oh, well done, Tim. Well done. Bravo. Well done. With the horns, dude, yes.
Very nice.
It's pretty hard to go sad with ska music, dude. You can't really do something depressing.
It is. Your emotions are like, your emotions are yanked all over the place.
So maybe that's what we do. If things are looking bleak on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, folks, turn on a little Real Big Fish or something. I don't know. Go find yourself some ska. Some Save Ferris.
Yeah, I still can't get over it. Like this is where my mind's at right now. I believe that this is a 31-point plus, maybe even 40 from the Niners. I keep telling myself they scored 24 last week and looked like butt. And they scored 24. I don't know how they don't put up 30-plus points in this game. I really don't. Any way I look at it, I have to, like, turnovers? Okay, that I can't account for. But other than that, I don't know how they're not going to put up 30 plus, maybe, like I said, maybe close to 40 in this game. Again, 70, 75, fast track. They've done it all year. You give them a good field, they're rolling. And it ain't like the Lions are juggernauts on D, so that's where I come down on this. Like, there's a lot of reasons to like the Lions in this game. There's a lot of reasons to like the Lions against the spread. There's a lot of reasons to like the Lions straight up. Or just not enough for me because I just don't know if they're going to score enough. While I've been it feels like I've been dinging the 49er defense, they're much better than the Lions defense. There's no doubt about that. And if I trust one defense in this game to get a stop, it's that defense. So I don't know if I feel a game coming from then where it's like a dominant turnovers, sacks, all those, but it feels like they're due for one of those games where the defense just kicks ass and reminds us how good they are. But the one thing that it would with complete clarity I see in my head is 30 plus points, because what you're asking for is one more touchdown from last game, and you're going to tell me they're not going to play much better than they did last game. Yeah. So if they play much better than they did last game, then how do they not get 30 plus points in this game? And the Lions are, if the Lions get 35 and win, well, then they get 35 and win. But I could be dead wrong. Totally dead wrong on this. Totally dead wrong.
Team total's 29.5 for the Niners.
29.5, yeah. So I might just jump
30.
on the over on that.
30.
I might just jump the over on that one because in fact, I'm going to.
I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it on the air right now.
I don't even bet that. I don't even bet team totals, but I'm on the air selling it. So you know what? Count me in. I'm going to go ahead and bet that tonight. I'm going to bet the 49ers team total in this game because I think I might even bet an alt team total if I can get like a 35.5 and take that one to go.
Sweet.
To go over. So I believe in this offense. It's been too consistent all season long. They have too many weapons. I believe in Purdy. I don't believe in this Lion defense all that much. I believe in the Niners experience of being in these type of games, Shanahan's experience in being in these type of games, a lot of players on this team being in this type of game. This isn't tangible, but I believe Brock Purdy, who was out last year's NFC Championship game, can't wait to get to this year's NFC Championship game, and the Lions just have not been there before. They don't have a lot of guys that have been in this game. The quarterback has, and that will certainly help. There's no doubt about that, but the coaching staff and all that. So I think it's going to take an incredible effort by the Lions to get this one, and I think the Niners, I'm going to give them, like I said, 31, 35, 38, 40, I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to bet that. I'm going to bet the over 29.5. I'm going to take that. I might take that right now.
I just did while you were talking.
Yeah.
I just took it. I had.
If you're going to take it, I feel like I got to take it.
Yeah, well, it was just both sides at the same too. It was coming out of 115 at my book at the same on both under and over. So you let us know what you got. In the last two losses in the NFC Championships, though, in the last two games, pretty self-explanatory. We played some of the highlights there, or lowlights. Coming in 2021, Jimmy made that mistake. Game on the line, throws the pick, and Niners had a chance to win it. The Jaquiski Tart, I think, dropped interception is the one that people really remember and get upset about. And then last season, Brock and Josh Johnson get hurt. And I think even when Brock goes out, I mean, I don't know how many people. I was there. I didn't think once Johnson came in and you saw a couple of snaps from him, you went, this is not going to be feasible for the Niners to get a W here. He gets hurt in Philly. They both go down. Niners have no chance. They're at home this time. Makes a difference in that they have not lost a home playoff game at Levi Stadium, and all of them have come under Kyle Shanahan, and it's been a new sort of era of 49er fandom at Levi Stadium. And again, playoff, we talked about it early in the postseason. Playoff wins and tough victories and tough losses late in the season, oftentimes in December and January, are what kind of build that legacy and those ghosts. Why do you think this team, or do you think this team is better than last season's team?
I don't think it's better than last season's team. I just think the quarterback his elbow got shredded.
So by the time they got to this point last year, you think last year's team was better than this year's?
Similar. They're dominant. I think the defense might have been, if I go back and look, I'd have to look at the numbers. The defense seemed to be better last year. Like, they weren't the offensive juggernaut that they were this year, I do not believe. But I thought they were going to win that game. They're going to win the game in Philly.
We both did.
And just as an aside, we didn't bring it up, but Dennis did say that he looked at some of the look-ahead lines, and the Niners will be favored against the Ravens if they both go by 1.5. So that's what the opening line will be, which made sense. That's what I thought it would be. 4 seems a little rich against the Chiefs, but we will see. But no, I think that was I took them against the Eagles. I thought they'd beat the Eagles. I mean, when Purdy goes down, it's like, done, over. And that was a little bit different, too. that team, that Eagle team, not only did they have kind of a magical run, they were at home. Now the Niners are at home. But I thought that team was probably the equal to this team. I should go. Man, maybe I won't.
I can tell you, I'm looking at it right now. So like,
I'm just wondering if the numbers were.
What number do you want?
The yards per carry against.
Are you just going with defense for last year? You're saying?
Well, for that, I'm just curious what it was, because this year is 4.2. They're like 17th in the league or whatever it is. So I don't know where they were last year, but I guarantee I can't guarantee anything, but I think their sacks number were probably higher last year. Their pressures were probably higher.
Well, Nick Bosa last year was unbelievable, which is why.
Yes.
I mean, the sack numbers, I think, in general, but they had more guys that felt like this year picking them up.
Yes.
But this year, in terms of rush yard per attempt, so you said this season, the 49ers are ranked 17th.
I think they're 17th.
Yeah, that's right, 4.2. So you want to know where they were last year overall on the season. The 49ers in 2022 were second in the league at 3.4 an attempt.
Well, there you go.
That tells you all you need to know.
Damn near full yard. So that's, and I'm glad you said that because that kind of confirms what I've been saying for the past week or so, that that's dominant.
Yeah.
When you're holding a team to 3.4 carry, that is like, you just ain't running, period. Like, you're just engulfing running backs. And they just haven't been able to do that this year. They just haven't. They've been a little leaky. Teams can run on them a little bit here and there. And I know what Matt Mayoka was saying yesterday is that you look at the raw total numbers, and yeah, of course. But when teams get down, they just stop running. It doesn't mean they're less effective in running. They just stop running because they're down. They start throwing the ball a lot more. Last year, whether you're down or up, you just couldn't run against this team last year. So I think last year's team's defense was better. This year's team's offense is better than I think last year's team was. But again, I still think they were a dominant team last year. So I don't know if there's a ton of difference between this year's team and last year's team. And we'll never know because Purdy didn't get a chance to play in that game in Philadelphia. But that was a hell of a team too. I look at this year's team, and let me put it this way: if this year's team's defense played like last year's team's defense, they'd be favored by 12 in this game. And then they'd be favored by 6 in the Super Bowl. Like, that would just be a juggernaut if you had that defense and this offense. You forget about it. It'd be over. It's just this year's defense, again, has been good, but not that. And that's what I'm comparing it to. Like, when I look back to last year, it was just hard to move the ball against this team. It really was. So
yards per play this year, they lead the league at 6.6.
Defensively? Offensively, yeah.
So you were saying this year, you're saying last year.
So this year's 6.6, what's last year's?
So this year they lead the league at 6.6. Last year they were 5th at 5.9.
Okay.
So they were, still pretty
a little over
good.
half a yard.
And by the way, last year's leader was Kansas City at 6.3. So last year's Mahomes-led offense put up fewer yards per play than this year's,
yeah,
Purdy-led offense. I'm just saying.
So what is the defense yards per play this year and last year? I'm curious what
yards
that
per
is.
play against? That was you just
yards per play against. Yeah, yards per play against defense this year, defense last year. So overall, we're not just concentrating on the defensive line, just overall what
For 2023, the Niners are 7th, 5 yards per play against.
Okay.
Defensively. And then last season they finished 3rd at 4.9. So basically the exact same at yards per play overall.
Okay.
But the placement doesn't really matter. We were comparing the quality of the teams and the rate at which they were stopping the opposition. And again, this year, teams rush at a better clip against the Niners per play because nobody carries the ball against them because they're all down 17 points in the second half. So again, the volume at which teams are running is far less, and so the numbers look higher when you look at the rate stats. But overall, body of work, I think because last year got to the quarterback more frequently, they were a more stifling, to use a term from earlier, electric defense than this one is. I'd have to look at the numbers. It feels like they pick off more balls maybe this year, but they've gone stretches where they haven't. So they've come in bunches. In terms of last year's team, I think this one's healthier, though, entering this point of the season.
Yeah.
McCaffrey was more banged up at this point last year.
No doubt about it.
So it's a much different situation.
Yeah. But as far as this year, last year, I would say they're comparable. They're both Super Bowl quality teams.
You've made it back. You just don't want to join that Andy Reid 3 consecutive
no,
NFC championships lost. situation. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. The 650 checks in and says, Tom, I can't guarantee. It says, if Tom can't guarantee, I will. Tom's going to be wearing shorts tomorrow.
You can guarantee that.
That's his guarantee for Tom.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, that's a lock. But you know that. Everybody knows that. That wouldn't even be on the board. That'd be circled.
707 says Lions have one of the best run defenses in the league. That's what's getting.
They do. They do. They're very good against the run. That's why I said that I think they're going to attack through the air early, because the air is going to be very accessible, and I think they're going to take advantage of that. It doesn't mean they're not going to try to run. They will. They got McCaffrey. Why wouldn't you? But, yeah, that's the strength of their defense. The weakness, and it is a weakness, and a pretty glaring one, is the secondary.
Well, 209 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, says, Tom, why are you so obsessed with that 4.2 yards per carry and 17th in the league? We were talking about that yesterday. I was like, yeah, he is kind of, you've been hammering that stat, and you've been all over the 17th. Because I scrolled down, I was like, wow, he knew that exactly. Right.
Yeah, because I want to reinforce why I think this defensive line hasn't been as good as my expectations.
Yeah.
And we're on 4 hours a day. Cut me a slack for crying out loud.
I appreciate you listening. I appreciate you listening to all that.
I might repeat myself occasionally.
I never do.
Grab a beer. I did.
Not me. 925 actually says 707 checks in. I know this. Yeah. See, sometimes I get going and then these texts move, and then you're like, oh no, I can't read that one now because that moved. That wasn't one that we should be looking at. 415 says I'll take the interceptions over the sacks any day of the week, and pressures lead to interceptions. That is true. So that's why Tom was saying you get the pressures there. That's a valuable thing to have as well.
It is.
Let's jump from that, and we'll get more of your thoughts. 808 KNBR. If you got a score prediction you want to get in before we get the picks from Harmony in about 20 minutes or so, she's going to stop by, and we'll get her thoughts on the games for this weekend. 808-5627, 808 KNBR on YouTube, Twitch. You can call in, you can text in, all that good stuff, and we'll get your prediction on the score for this one. But when we come on back, let's do what I was asking Marcus Thompson about. The Lions skill position group against the 49ers skill position group. I said if you were to take the top 5 most electric players in the game on offense, how many end up on the Lions? How many come from the 49ers? I've got it 4-1. We'll make our picks next on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
Update on Deebo's status. He's going to play. Kyle Shanahan says he is not on this week's injury report. Deebo Samuel just dealing with a pain-tolerant situation. He is a full go for Sunday against the Lions. More on that trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Now we know everybody's house is probably a little bit different, but we all have one thing in common. We all want fast, reliable Wi-Fi that has great coverage. But everybody probably has a spot or two in their house that doesn't get the best Wi-Fi coverage. That ain't gonna work. So what to do? You can check out wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get that, everyone's taken care of, no matter where you are in the house. Like I said, whether you're on your phone, tablet, TV, everyone just wants to do their thing. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, that's what everybody is able to do. Period. It's just that simple. All you have to do is get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your entire home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable and has great coverage throughout the entirety of your home. You want Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Friday evening. It's always nice on a Friday. Heading into a football weekend. We got two big games on a Sunday. We got a Giants Fan Fest tour event going on Saturday, tomorrow down at San Pedro Square. Make sure you stop by. Austin Slater is going to be there. Kyle Harrison, Pat the Bat Burrell's going to be there. Myself, Marcus Thompson. It'll be a fun event, and it'll be a lot of Giants players. A lot of fans are coming out. It'll be a free event. It's supposed to be good weather this weekend, and then we cap it off with a Niner victory on Sunday afternoon, evening, into a Super Bowl in Vegas in a couple of weeks. So Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media about how the 49ers are going to try to contain Amon-Ra St. Brown. I imagine he didn't tell them the exact plans because that'd be a little too much time ahead of the game for the Lions to prepare for that. And how they're going to try to stop this Lions offense. Just what Kyle said about how the D is going to cover Amon-Ra St. Brown. Just got to go with what everybody else does.
The best we can. He does. I mean, he's a really good football player. And they get him the ball in a number of different ways. So there's no way to just cover a guy. You don't just say cover him in man, cover him in zone. It's about defending the team and the scheme. And when you do that, you usually make it harder for a good player too. And if you don't, their scheme gets going. They run the ball well. They throw the ball, whatever it is. And you're just trying to defend both. And then you're going to get a guy like that good looks. And when you get a guy like that good looks, it's similar to when you get guys like that we have good looks. It's not easy to stop them.
Yeah, we had Herman Moore on, all-time great Lions receiver the other day, and asked him, because I watched a pretty good amount of Lions, I thought, this year, but still not enough to break down when he's had bad games. Nice. Why it is that Amon-Ra struggled, and it's been few and far between. I mean, he's had some massive games, and the volume of them was across the board. I mean, beginning to end. He had 1,400 receiving yards or something. He had double-digit touchdowns and missed the Pro Bowl, which was kind of hilarious. And again, just sort of a knock on what the Pro Bowl is, but when we talked to Herman Moore, he said in the games where he struggled and when he's seen him struggle, it's when teams do not play zone coverage. And the Niners have played a lot of zone. It's when they sit in man coverage and they try to jam him from the inside and keep him close to the sidelines. Makes it harder for them to get timing throws off. And Goff, who's under center a lot and is operating out of a play action a lot, is looking to drop back and make a quick release on a throw and a timing play. So it may be more about disrupting the offense than it is about stopping Amon-Ra himself.
Yeah, look, they have too many other weapons to really focus on one guy and try to take him out of the game. And you're still going to have your attention on him, of course. I mean, the guy's fantastic, but Laporta can hurt you. Gibbs can hurt you. Montgomery can hurt you. And, like, Raymond, Reynolds, they have other guys that are reliable. They might not be household names. They're not dynamic guys, but they could hurt you. And Williams is a guy that if you lose track of, he can bite you for a big play. So he's really fast. So they have other weapons. You can't just say take this guy out of the game. We're good. It's just not that simple. But I think Kyle's right in that you put together a plan for their scheme, and if the scheme struggles, then the individual player is going to struggle, no doubt about it. So yeah, I don't know, but I mean, this guy's he's good. He's really good, and just about in every sport, like baseball is the only sport you could say we're going to take a guy out of a game because you just don't have to pitch to him. Other like basketball and football, you can't completely take a guy out. Great players are going to get theirs, and if you stop them and keep them from getting theirs, at what expense are you stopping them? And they're not getting theirs. Like, well, yeah, hey, he didn't get his. Well, yeah, great. Gibbs ran for 80. Montgomery ran for 110. Laporta had 90 yards receiving. And it's like, so it doesn't do you any good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't pay attention to this as much. I don't think my memory serves. I don't think the Niners travel guys. So Ward's on one side, Lenore or Thomas will be on the other side, and then you have your slot guy. They don't have a guy that'll travel with the best receiver, so I don't think that's going to happen. So, look, and based on what I saw last week, if I'm the Lions, I'm trying to match Amon-Ra St. Brown up on Thomas as much as I can.
Yeah, I'd imagine
and
that'll
just
be the matchup.
take my chances and see. But based on what you saw last week too, you may have the Niners slide some help over there as well. So they're not just going to be able to pick on him. But I don't want to go like too overboard. Because if I'm not going to react to the offense being not great last week, then I can't just react to that and say, oh, yeah, he's the guy. Just pick on him. He'll be like he was last week. I don't think that's fair either. He had a brutal game last week. Doesn't mean he's going to have a brutal game this week. So he's had some really good games this year. I don't know. It was interesting to me, too, because I don't keep track of all the injury stuff. I didn't know Brown was healthy last week and didn't play. And I was a little surprised at that, and I'm hoping he gets a chance to play this week, because I think Jared Brown's he's done a nice job for them this year, and for whatever reason, they know better than we do. But I was surprised that he wasn't out there, knowing that he was healthy. I just assumed that maybe he was still banged up, but I would think he'll probably be out there, if not for a small part, a decent majority of the game. But just a lot of fun matchups in this game. It's going to be and it's what's fun about it is because the Lions are involved, it's a new game.
It's fresh. Yeah.
It is fresh. Absolutely fresh. It's not the same old. It's like, no, we got the Eagles again. Oh, great. We've had the Eagles before. It's like not the same 2 or 3, 4 teams that are always in the NFC Championship. That being said, the Chiefs-Ravens are, and it's still going to be a great game. I still can't wait to watch it. I guess what gives that one a little more juice is that the Chiefs are actually on the road this time for an AFC Championship game, which gives that a little more squeeze. So, but no, I can't. It's going to be like tomorrow's just such a bummer. It's like you sit around and go, now what do I do?
Games
what am I doing?
Yeah. I was kind of thinking that yesterday. I was like, we get where's UFC, huh? They should be doing that every year, like putting on the biggest UFC fight of the year, Super Bowl weekend.
That's a great
somebody's
call.
got to claim that Saturday. The NBA can't do it. NBA ain't sharp enough.
That can't happen.
NBA ain't gonna figure it out. Baseball ain't moving into January. That didn't happen.
Claim this Saturday.
Somebody claim this Saturday. Somebody claim this Saturday.
It's a complete crap.
Why don't you do NBA All-Star game on Saturday? Eliminate the Friday events. Eliminate the Friday nonsense with NBA All-Star. Play the shooting, all that crap on a Friday, and then just do. Who cares? Just do stuff on a Saturday.
That's a crock.
Go NBA All-Star Saturday into Super Bowl, and then we're set. Or into Championship Sunday, and then we're set. That'd be perfect. Just make it better for me.
Let the NFL take a dump on them again.
What, Christmas Day? It already happened. You guys already let them in.
They're not going to do it again.
Crap. I bet you they will. I bet you they
No, they won't.
I bet you they botch it again. They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out.
Chance.
Not if baseball
But it is.
does
I think
first.
it's a week after, right?
It's a week
I think
after.
it's a Sunday after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you get it on Sunday
Valentine's
the
weekend.
17th or whatever, right?
Yep.
Yeah, right, because the 11th and the 12th or something is the Super Bowl. Anyway, here we go. The key position players, skill position players for the Lions. David Montgomery had over 1,000 yards rushing and 13 touchdowns. Jair Gibbs, 1,261 rushing. So they go, or scrimmage
No, he
yards.
didn't have 1,261 rushing. He had 900 something.
Scrimmage yards, pardon me, because he's a pass catcher as well.
Yep.
11 total touchdowns for him. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 119 catches, dude. 119, 15 were the yards, and 10 TDs. I sold him short on the yardage and the catches. Sam Laporta, 86 catches. There was talk about him being the offensive rookie of the year as a tight end, which is pretty incredible. 86 catches, 889, 10 touchdowns, which is as many as Amon-Ra St. Brown had. So I asked Marcus Thompson this earlier. If you were to draft your top 5 electric or skill position players that if you were I'm taking the best 5, how many come from the Niners? How many come from the Lions? So we'll put up if there's, 1, 2, 3, 4 Lions there. We'll put up the 4 49ers. We're excluding quarterbacks here. So we're going just 2 receivers, the running back, and the tight end.
So the
Deebo,
top 5 electric players. McCaffrey, Deebo got to be on there. And then Amon-Ra St. Brown has got to be on there. So that's 3. Oh God, there's so many. The Niners have so many. I could go Bosa. I could go Williams.
I was going the 4 offensive
players.
Yeah, so we're
okay,
just
so
going
go
4
those
and 4.
2.
We're going
Gibbs,
4 and 4. That makes it fair. Yeah.
And
so it's Montgomery, Gibbs.
I'm going Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Deebo, and McCaffrey.
So you're going 2 and 2.
Yes, 2 and 2.
I'm sorry. If you were going to go 5th, who was it?
If I was going to go fifth, it'd probably be Ayuk.
Ayuk, okay. So I said I would go 4-1. I would go all four of the 49ers, and then I'd probably go Amon-Ra.
Okay.
But Marcus Thompson said the same. He said he would probably go Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of
Gibbs.
Gibbs.
Is
I think
sick,
Gibbs
dude.
is good.
He's
Like that
really
run
good.
he had against Tampa last
really
week.
good,
that was like Jets. He's like, boop, boop, see ya.
And he's on. I mean, who knows how good he's going to be? I mean, he's a rookie.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be. This could be a special player. So, and the fact that they have Montgomery who can bang down near the goal line again, between them a total of 24 touchdowns this year.
Yep.
But again, Niners sort of have. It's why we called them the sort of JV or the Diet 49ers earlier this year. Is they have similar skill positions and they have a good variety and eclectic sort of usage of all of them. Let's go out to the phone lines real quick here. Out to Dave. Dave is in. What is this, Derek? What'd you write here? Oh, his score prediction. Okay. Oh, he's in Ripon. Okay. All right, Dave in Ripon. What do you got on the score this weekend, Dave?
38-17.
How'd you get there, Dave?
Well, I plan on doing a shot for every field goal and a beer and a shot for every touchdown, and I don't want to end up in Betty Ford, so better keep it low.
So that's a low score, 38-17.
That's why you call for 38-17.
Where's the deal? Are you doing this at home, or are you going to be at an establishment?
Have you already started?
I'll definitely be at home.
You're already giggling, dude. I mean, this
guy's getting a kick out of himself.
Yeah, you already get going,
awesome.
Dave? You already got one going on a Friday?
As soon as I get home.
You're not even home yet. All right.
Yeah, it sounds like you started.
All right, Dave. We'll catch you later, bro.
This guy's his own one-man audience.
I know, man.
Love
He's just hanging there. Derek was
if you don't
insistent.
love yourself, nobody will.
Derek was like, get to Dave. Get to him. You better take him. All right, we got to take a quick break. The whistling, dude, and the applause at the end that kicks in kills me. The exact opposite of what happened in Vegas with the Chamber of Commerce for the A's yesterday. It's like, is everybody alive back there? Anybody alive?
Are we alive?
Are we alive
doing all right?
back there? Las Vegas, how we feeling?
How we Las Vegas, how we feeling?
Dave and Rippon's killing it better than she was. Okay. All right. Let's take a quick break. I got to check out and see if Harmony needs to be let in. Harmony, for those who don't know, she's been with us all season long. She's our sophisticated sex robot. She gives us great gambling advice. She comes here each and every week to help you bang the book. And she's here with her NFC Championship and AFC Championship double banger. Harmony is next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Weekends. Now only Sunday. That was it. But this weekend, oh, you know how we roll over here. We go pizza, wings. Some people like chips and dips. And you want to have everything as simple as possible. Order in the pizza. You might make the wings. But the chips and dips, you don't even want to have to make it. You just wanted to crack it open. Well, now Daisy has you covered. They got the French onion and the ranch dip. All you have to do is crack those bad boys open, and you are good to go. So, a staple for the weekends when you're watching the games is snacking. And a staple of snacking, Daisy Dips. You're Daisy if you do.
There's Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday evening. Getting ready to wrap things up here in just a bit. Our guy Greg Silver is going to take you all the way up until 9 o'clock tonight. Greg Silver going to take you on Sports Phone KNBR. He'll be taking your call starting at 6 o'clock, 6 all the way up until 9 o'clock. And he's going to have Diana Rossini on. How about that? Diana Rossini of The Athletic. Great NFL insider of The Athletic, formerly of ESPN. She's going to join our guy Greg Silver and give you some insight on AFC and NFC championship games for this weekend. And he'll get to a whole bunch of your calls, your station, your calls, your show. Sports Phone KNBR starting at 6 o'clock tonight. Also, some programming for the weekend. Tomorrow, 10 to noon, Just Dubs with John Dickinson on KNBR 104.5, 680 and streaming on all platforms. And then also, following that, you'll get a special championship weekend preview with Dieter Kurtenbach from noon to 2. And then after that, you can cruise on down to San Pedro Square in San Jose for the KNBR and Giants Fan Fest tour with myself and Marcus Boucher and many Giants players each and every week of the football season. Harmony, she's our sophisticated sex robot. I saw her. She just got here, actually. She walked in as I was coming out of the studio for commercial. She was toweling off, as you might have guessed. She was toweling off.
Always is.
She's always toweling off with, like I said, a towel that's soaking wet, which is like, how's that? That's not helping anything. The thing's already wet. Anyway, she was toweling off in the hallway, and then it's terrible because then our guy who comes in and does the night crew cleanup, he's got to deal with it. You know, all the moisture. Anyway, Harmony, she gives us...
There's a lot of that.
There's a lot of it. She gives us betting advice every week of the football season. Usually 2 college games, 2 NFL games, but we're winding down. We got 2 NFL games this weekend. She's going to give us both picks. It's Harmony's double banger. And why don't we say hello? Open it
Harmony's a futuristic sex robot sent here to help you bang the buck. Her opinions and picks do not reflect the views of the station. She also is not a real person or a real robot. She also is not accepting marriage proposals. Please stop asking Tom, Adam, Tim, or DP where's Harmony when you see them in public. Gambling problem? Stop gambling. Addicted to Harmony's sexy voice? Get a life. Don't find Harmony funny? You're probably not funny. Call 1-800-GIZMO-GALS for all other issues.
All right, Harmony, our sophisticated sex robot. She's sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. You might ask, what's her record? How much money has she made? I can't tell you her record, but you got to crunch some numbers. I can tell you she always finishes on top. Hey-o, Harmony is here. Harmony, how are you? It's so good to see you.
Hello, boys. I'm all tit-talated for this weekend's games, but I must say, I have a big bulging bone to pick with you boss man Copes. I haven't been paid one motherfucking time for my creamy Daisy reads. And I guess I've been wrong every time I promoted I was going to be on 49ers pregame, and even my precious Kerry Crowley is too good to have me on his Sports Bone 69. But you know what? I don't need any of that. I've hit the big time. You're listening to the new spokeswoman for the Silicon Valley Auto Show.
It's back. The 2024 Silicon Valley Auto Show. February 16th through the 18th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. From EVs to customs and exotics, you can see, touch, even test drive some of the latest models.
Boy, I wonder if they're talking about cars. I'm sure the Silicon Valley people loved we just played that spot during this segment. Anyway, should we whip out these picks?
Whip out these picks, huh? All right.
Whip them out.
They just come up with new content every week. It's pretty incredible. What Harmony's going to do. You know what's incredible, dude, is prior to that soundbite, many people had checked in, even today, 408 said, is Harmony moonlighting as a promo for the San Jose Auto Show? Silicon Valley.
Really?
Tim counted at least 20 this week. Throughout the week, we've seen them. And Harmony wanted you to know that's what's going down. 408 says, yeah, I thought that was her. That's incredible. Okay, we got 2 games to get to. Harmony's double banger. We've got championship double bangs coming your way. Kansas City at Baltimore. Baltimore's laying the 4 points. Tom, who do you like in this one?
Against everything I believe in, knowing that if I lose, I'm going to say, what are you doing? You can't do that. You know you can't go against Mahomes in the playoffs. And getting 4? Are you stupid? Well, I guess I'm going to be stupid if I lose. Because I'm going to go with the Ravens laying the 4.
Laying the 4, I don't like the 4. I'd rather it be 3. I'd feel better if it was 3.
I'd rather it be 1.
I'd rather be 1.
How about that? We could take money line.
I'd just take Mahomes then. If I was going to do that, take Mahomes and some plus money. So you like Baltimore. You don't love them, but you think Baltimore's the play on this one.
Correct.
Harmony, this is a huge pick for you. Who do you like here? Kansas City getting 4 at Baltimore.
You may actually see me at this game on Sunday. Since I'm a big star now with my commercial reads, I've been invited to be in Taylor Swift's box. Sweet. I mean sweet. That was poorly phrased. Hopefully the Swifties don't come after me. I wonder if people would rather see me bare-chested more than Jason Kelce. But I can't root for the Chiefs after what they did to my beloved Bildos. Those poor fans. The Korean call of the missed field goal broke my heart. It sounded like when DP finishes. Give me the Ravens to win. Lay me in the points.
Derek, confirm, deny. Derek, you want to defend yourself? You want to comment? No. Derek says he won't confirm nor deny. So you confirmed.
Probably the right
There you go, right? It's the Mitch Hedberg joke. The shirt is dry clean only, so it's dirty, right? You've confirmed it. Okay, Harmony. She's going with. She said she's lay me and the points. That's how I always know she's going with the favorite. So we're on the same side as Harmony in this one. We all like Baltimore laying the 4. I think we can all understand if Patrick Mahomes comes through and wins this one outright. Thank you. The Detroit Lions at the 49ers. Niners came into today. It was 7 is when it opened. Moved to 6.5. I saw last night even, and that made me a little wary. I saw money was coming in on the Niners, and it moved to 6.5. Once Deebo was deemed healthy today, he's not on the injury report. If you've missed that news, Deebo going to play. The line is taking a little bit more money and moved the other way for the 49ers. It's now 7.5. But Tom, 7.5. Where are you? Does that change your mind either way?
And Niners, absolutely. I like it even more at 7.5. I like it that it went to 7.5.
Right.
I would have liked to get a 7 minus a little less juice. 6.5 would have even been preferable, but missed that one. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think 6.5 is going to matter. I don't think 7 is going to matter. I don't think 7.5 is going to matter. I think they're all good if you can get it below 8. Give me the Niners.
I'm taking it too. I got him at 7.5. I got him at 7. I have him on a teaser. I got the team over at 29.5. I like the Niners all over the place in this one. Harmony, Detroit's getting 7 or 7.5, depending. Who do you like?
Well, I'm no meteorologist like Raph in the weather center, but I don't think Purdy has to worry about soggy balls this week. So with sunny skies, hopefully we get a better performance from Big Brock and a kick-ass performance from Journey at halftime. I know Murph's excited.
Oh yeah, turn it up. Turn it up.
I can understand why America's rooting for the Lions. Their football team has been sadder to watch than seeing Tim choke on his big chicken. That's a beer. Relax, everyone. Lions games used to be more silent than the Vegas welcome wagon for the A's.
Are we alive back there?
With all that said, I can't see the 49ers losing in this game again. God knows if they do, Greg Papa will sound like the Hornets announcer. So while I feel for the Lions fans, I have to take the 49ers to win.
No.
But I do see a little backdoor action from the Lions.
Thank you.
No problem, Dano. Give me the Lions to cover.
What? You like 49ers to win, but the Lions to cover is what already. She likes the Niners to win, but some backdoor action from the Lions and Dana.
Greg Papa.
Greg Papa. That's one of my favorites. How she says that one. She's gotten us a couple of times with titillated too. The way she says titillated is pretty funny. How she makes sure she finishes that word. Okay, so she's going with Baltimore, and she's going with the Lions. She likes the points there.
Yep, absolutely.
Interesting. So you think it's a high scoring game in general, or just Niners and Tom?
I think they're both high scoring, but I mean, like 38-20, something like that, like 58 points total. I think the Lions will score, 17-20, somewhere around there, maybe a little more. But I think the Niners are gonna just keep scoring and keep scoring and keep scoring. I think one of the Lions scores might be late. So yeah, I mean that's kind of the hesitation that you might get backdoored there. And no one likes an unwelcome backdoor. I mean, I know I don't. I hope anybody else out there is probably thinking, I don't want that either. So let's just keep it at like 14, like 38-20.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
When Harmony shows up, Tom starts working bluer. Tom's like, let me tell you, nobody didn't like a backdoor.
Yeah, turn it up.
Dude,
turn
it's 5:43. FCC's in bed now.
Here we go. 707 says, dude, this is a chef's kiss, fella. Every week, it's amazing. Go Niners. As our favorite UPS driver in Seattle says, I said, I got to go let Harmony in during the break. And he said, Cobes, Derek already let Harmony in multiple times. Or she let Derek in multiple times is what he was saying. Thank you from the UPS up in Seattle. Let's go back to Harmony. We're going to send her off into the weekend. She said she's got to get on a plane and maybe get out to Baltimore to be in Taylor Swift's booth for the AFC Championship on Sunday. Harmony, so good to see you win or lose for the 49ers. We will see you Super Bowl weekend. It'd be incredible if we see her in Vegas, but we'll see her either way ahead of the Super Bowl. Have a great weekend, Harmony.
Have a good weekend, fellas. Tom, enjoy the tuna melt. I enjoy a good side pickle as well. Say, who's this new guy coming in next? Greg Silver? My. Well, hopefully you're not as bashful as Kerry Crowley.
See you later, Harmony. And she is out the door. That's Harmony and her super double banger. I guess it's not a super double banger. It's just a championship double banger. We'll get you the Super Bowl the Super Bowl single. I guess that's all it is. Maybe a prop when we get into Super Bowl weekend. That's gonna do it. Harmony, fantastic. If you didn't like it, it probably wasn't for you. We'll do a little bit of soup next. How about that? A little soup du jour on a cool Friday evening, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Have a good weekend, fellas.
Patrick Willis joined Pop on Lunch today to get his thoughts on the 49ers and the NFC Championship once again. That podcast and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Soup before we send you off into the night. Actually, I'm kind of already in the night. I'm just kind of sitting here, and I realized, damn, it's dark. It's dark in here. I have like no light. I gotta admit it is a little creepy. This story comes to you from Michigan. An interesting one. I've heard of car theft. Heard of Grand Theft Auto. Great game. Heard of grand larceny. All those things I've heard of. I've never heard of this one before. Who steals? Who decides to go to a Walmart, look around, and think, you know what? Don't want the Porsche? Nah, I don't want the Porsche. Ooh, Subaru. Subarus suck. I want a Subaru. The Prius. Maybe get a Prius. Maybe get the... Wait a minute now. I'm going to grab that horse and buggy. Someone stole a horse and buggy from a Walmart parking lot. I mean, that's low. That is just flat out low. Have you seen like these that's all they had. That's all, like, what are the Amish? They can't even call anybody. They don't have a phone. Like, they could see you riding away. What are they going to do? That's diabolical. But before you steal the horse and buggy, you should probably think to yourself, do I have a getaway plan? Well, you didn't think to yourself, because how could you have a getaway plan if you're rolling in a horse and buggy? How many horse and buggies do you think roll through town? How fast do you think that horse and buggy are going to go? Like, eventually you are going to get caught, and you did. You got caught at a hotel. Horse was unharmed, buggy unharmed, and they were booked on larceny of livestock.
No job, no money, and a baby on the way.
Stop it, Samuel!
Oh, wait, what was that movie called? What was that Hallmark movie?
Expecting Amish.
Expecting Amish.
One of Michael Thompson's favorites.
Stop it, Samuel!
Clay's dad, for those who don't know.
Yes,
he
exactly.
loves Hallmark movies. If we get him on, we always ask about his. And he's no joke. He's like, I've got 4 or 5 DVR right now. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, the expecting Amish was a beauty. I was like,
Expecting
excuse me,
Amish.
what? Expecting Amish. I expected to go out there and find my horse and buggy, and I wasn't there. This is a new one. You don't hear this one very often. Larceny, you hear larceny of livestock. You don't hear all that often, and that's what she got booked on. I don't know. I guess you just decided to go in there and go, I'd like to steal a car, but I don't know how to do it. I don't need keys for this thing. I got to get in and go.
Watch shoot 'em up car chasing nudie movies.
I just got to get in this thing and go. And the horse will listen to me and take off. We'll be good to go. You think anybody in the Amish community has like a pimped out buggy, like just a sweet ass buggy, like velour on the inside, and maybe like I don't know, what would a pimped out Amish buggy?
I don't ever think about any of that. No, I don't. I don't think if an Amish guy has a pimped out buggy, you got to hit us up to get a pimped out buggy. No, I don't think they're remaking that. No. Yeah.
Okay. I just curious.
Oh, you don't like a PlayStation in the trunk of your buggy? Well, you can't use that?
Oh, man.
We want to churn some butter?
All right, let's get to this one. This is an old one that I've had on the browser that I'm ready to do away with. Let me refresh my memory here. I actually didn't think we were getting to the little soup today, but we've seen the Whizzinator. We've heard of the Whizzinator. The Whizzinator is a fake penis that guys use for urine samples, and they used them in the NFL. Who was the kid's name for Minnesota? The running back Ontario Smith, was it? That tries to use a Whizzinator.
I wonder where it was conceived.
Yeah. Well, the one thing with the Whizzinator, you got to make sure you use the right skin tone for the penis. You don't want to be a black guy using a white Whizzinator.
Well,
that's just that gives it away. That gives away the whole.
That's rule number one.
The whole deal.
Says it on the back.
So there are different ways to go about this. You can use someone else's urine, but that's why they watch you now. And by the way, one of the most uncomfortable things ever when you got to go to a drug test and you just got to do it right in front of somebody. They're just like looking at you. Hey, go ahead. Can I just turn around at least? I mean,
you mean if you're innocent? If you're innocent, that's the most uncomfortable part.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be weird. You're looking at my ass.
Because if you're not innocent, there's another more uncomfortable
yeah.
part.
And then you just feel the eyeballs on you, and it's like, oh, bro, I just like this isn't working for me. So yeah, that just sucks. That's kind of the whole apprehension behind doing that. Some guys don't care. A lot of guys this is I was the uncomfortable guy. Like, this is just uncomfortable. Like, can you just look up just for a couple seconds? I mean, what could I do? What if I strip completely bare ass naked and go? Then I can't do anything. There's nothing else I
didn't get the little poo bucket.
So there's all kinds of ways to cheat a urine test. At least you think there's all kinds of ways to treat a urine test. One way I did not think of. One thing I did not think of a way to cheat a urine test was, and it'd probably be easy to collect, but it's probably not going to work, and it didn't. Dog urine, just like hand dog urine. And look, I'm no Marcus Welby, but I'm pretty sure dogs have different DNA than we do.
There's no way that's passing a urine test. That's my immediate thought. There's no
it didn't.
way.
It didn't.
There's no way.
It didn't.
Sir, you have fleas? Sir, you're suffering from this is odd, ringworm. Yeah, this is odd, sir.
It'd be funny if your dog took cocaine. You're like, son of a, you got to be kidding me. Dude, you're hooked?
He's a police dog. Yeah, he's still a police dog.
Come on, Billy.
The cocaine
train out here. I don't even take cocaine. I was doing weed.
Now you're bringing me back.
All of a sudden, I got a heroin rap because of you. This is unbelievable. So yeah, she decided to go with the dog, and she got shown up with a fraudulent urine sample.
Come on, dude.
And I'm not sure. I'm trying to find real quick what the charge was.
You have Google. It's at the library.
Yes,
just go. Just all you got to do is, come on. This is
well. If you saw the picture I'm looking at right now, it kind of starts making sense.
Now you're bringing me back.
I'd say piss poor is what I would say. Back in the day, you used to be able to use dog urine to pass a urine test. Clinically false positive. You'll get a false positive.
Thank goodness she was arrested. She was arrested.